Xia Xiaolan was awakened by crying. She remembered leading her team to successfully complete a challenging merger and acquisition deal, then attending a celebration party where, after being persuaded by her subordinates to drink, she ended up drinking too much. However, she was not completely out of it. On the way home, she overheard her new assistant talking to her boyfriend. They are taking President Xia home. She lives alone, and she's not married. You know, for a woman like President Xia, making so much money doesn't mean anything if she can't find a partner. Half drunk and half awake, Xia Xiaolan didn't confront her new assistant directly. No matter how successful her career was, without the embellishment of marriage, a strong woman is often the subject of gossip. Especially since Xia Xiaolan was assertive, plain-looking, and some in the company whispered that she was too old and had high standards, suggesting she would never get married. Xia Xiaolan didn't mind people discussing her personal life, but the new assistant was careless and foolish to think she could gossip about her boss openly. In a few days, she would have to transfer her to a different position. When she got home, the nanny, Aunt Zhang, nagged her to drink less and take better care of herself. Xia Xiaolan threw herself onto her soft bed and fell asleep immediately. She had a strange dream where she became another person set in the 1980s. Some unpleasant things happened in the dream, and when she got angry, she bumped into a pillar. Xia Xiaolan found it amusing. She was not the type to give up easily. Given her years of hard work, those dream events were insignificant. However, the dream was too vivid. She heard a woman crying softly in her ear, which made her head throb. The blanket felt damp and uncomfortable, and Xia Xiaolan felt like she was soaked in sweat. When she finally opened her eyes, she was startled by a dark, gaunt face. "Xiaolan, you're awake? You scared me to death. Oh, does your head still hurt?" The woman's tear-streaked face looked fragile, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Xia Xiaolan thought, "Why am I still dreaming?" The woman's tears flowed freely. "Xiaolan, promise me you won't do anything foolish anymore, okay?" Xia Xiaolan nodded absent-mindedly, and the woman wiped her tears with her sleeve, showing a faint smile on her troubled face. "I'll go make you something to eat. Just wait here." The woman left the room, and Xia Xiaolan, holding back her headache, began to observe her surroundings. The dark wooden bed creaked as she moved the straw mat underneath. The yellowed mosquito net was rolled up on either side of the bedpost with iron hooks, and the faded quilt had 4 patches. A thin string connected to a simple light bulb hung by the bedside. Xia Xiaolan tugged at the string, and the light flickered on, probably not even 15 watts, leaving the room still quite dim. She endured a headache as she got out of bed. The only decent piece of furniture in the room was a dressing table by the window. The mirror reflected a small face, a pointed chin, big eyes, and a delicate nose. Everything about it was beautiful. A blood-stained white bandage wrapped around her head added a touch of fragility. Xia Xiaolan gasped. This was what people often called a fox spirit look. But this was certainly not her face. If Xia had even a fraction of this beauty, she wouldn't have to worry about what others said behind her back. She smiled, and the reflection smiled back, her eyes sparkling and softening hearts. Xia Xiaolan made a silly face, and surprisingly, the reflection didn't look bad at all. It felt unfair. Remembering her original appearance, she realized she was quite plain without spending a lot of money on her looks, and perhaps even a bit unattractive. This world isn't all about looks. The higher the level, the more emphasis there is on ability. But coming from a poor background with no outside help made her early struggles very tough. While she worked hard in sales, pretty female salespeople with no real skills could easily secure orders just by being charming. She stayed up late studying professional knowledge, but couldn't even meet a manager. If she had looked a little better, maybe she wouldn't have had to work diligently for nearly 20 years to taste success. The house, car, savings, and position she had worked so hard to build didn't last long. After just one night's sleep, she found herself as another Xia Xiaolan with the same name. Living in 1983, with a stunningly beautiful face, she couldn't understand why the original Xia Xiaolan had thought about ending her life. The original Xia Xiaolan was gone. For some unknown reason, 30 years later, Xia Xiaolan woke up in this body, her dreams filled with jumbled memories that resonated with her.
Creak.
The door opened, and a thin, pale woman entered, holding a chipped enamel bowl. Xiaolan, I made you steamed eggs. Eat them while they're hot. The woman was cautious, her tone almost humble. She was Xia Xiaolan's mother, Lu Fun. Xia Xiaolan opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to say mom. She didn't know how to treat Lu Fun. In her memories, Xia Xiaolan had a very bad attitude towards Lu Fun. Should she continue being an unfilial daughter, or take the chance to say she had a head injury and become a good daughter? Xia Xiaolan was still hesitating when the half-open door was pushed open roughly. Several people rushed into the room, led by Xia Xiaolan's grandmother, along with 2 daughters-in-law besides Lu Fun and a few grandchildren, all looking aggressive and unfriendly. With high cheekbones, Grandma Xia's eyes blazed with anger as she snatched the enamel cup from Lu Fun's hand and pushed her down. You gave birth to a shameless girl who has brought shame to the Xia family. How dare you steal eggs from the house for her? You scold her a little, and she pretends to be hurt, acting like she's scared of you? If you want to die, just go ahead. Hitting your head won't help. You might as well jump into the river. Her words were vicious, not the loving tone one would expect from a grandmother, but more like that of an enemy to Xia Xiaolan. Lu Fun crawled to Grandma Xia's feet, tugging at her pants. Mom, the child just woke up. Please give her a chance. Xia Zong felt a lump in her chest. She couldn't bring herself to call out Mom, but Lu Fun was begging on her knees for her. Now she had become Xia Xiaolan, inheriting the original identity and most of the memories, but she felt frustrated about the original situation. Xia Xiaolan had a pretty face but was empty-headed, her every smile a bit flirtatious. In 30 years, she would definitely be sought after, but in the 1980s, people called her shallow. Rural folks didn't use such sophisticated words. They simply described Xia Xiaolan as
loose.
Because of her looks, Xia Xiaolan had a bad reputation. She even stole her cousin Xia Zi's boyfriend and had a scandalous incident where she tried to charm her future brother-in-law in broad daylight. She was not only drowned in spit from the villagers, but also couldn't find acceptance from her own family. While the stealing of a boyfriend could be debated, the incident of seducing her future brother-in-law was truly unfounded. No one would believe it if it got out, and some even insisted that Xia Xiaolan not only charmed her brother-in-law but also rolled around with a local troublemaker in a haystack. The rumor spread throughout the village and even beyond, leaving Xia Xiaolan with no way to defend herself. The Xia family fueled the fire, and Xia Xiaolan eventually chose to end her life by hitting her head against a pillar. Xia Zong had seen enough of the world's injustices. How could she get involved in every single one? But now that she had become Xia Xiaolan, she was unwilling to bear this blame. The Xia family members looked fierce, wanting to drive her to despair. The woman kneeling on the ground is the biological mother of this body and the person who loves the original owner the most. Ms. Xia has decided she can't hold back any longer. Mom, please get up. She pulled Lu Fun up from the ground with all her strength. Lu Fun, worried about touching her injury, did not resist. Calling her mom felt easier than she had imagined. Ms. Xia envied Xia Xiaolan for 2 reasons. First, her beauty was exceptional. Second, she had a very loving mother. Ms. Xia lost her parents when she was young and never experienced that kind of family love. She is the strong woman, Ms.
Xia.
She is also Xia Xiaolan, who tragically took her own life in the 1980s due to rumors. With no choice, she must combine both identities into one. Xiaolan, listen to your mother and admit your mistake to your grandmother. Lu Fun's face was filled with sorrow. She had always endured the mistreatment from her mother-in-law, sisters-in-law, husband, and daughter, preferring to be submissive. Unfortunately, no one in the Xia family appreciated her patience. The more she endured, the more they bullied her. The original owner was not innocent in this regard either. But Grandma Xia suddenly screamed, I won't have a granddaughter who acts like a shameless girl, a little brat trying to steal Zi's partner. Xia Xiaolan felt her temples throb. As her position rose, She hadn't faced off against low-level troublemakers in years. However, Xia Xiaolan still had the skills to confront pretty saleswomen and punch out suppliers who owed money. "Grandma!" she shouted with all her might, finally overpowering Grandma Xia for a moment. "You may not acknowledge me as your granddaughter, but I will still call you Grandma. I have deep feelings for our Xia family. Your insults like shameless girl and little brat are just inviting the village to gossip about us. I may have lost my reputation, but the sisters at home still need to get married. Is it really a good image to be associated with a shameless girl?" Xia Xiaolan truly didn't understand why they were so biased without any strategy. Hurting each other only led to mutual destruction. Why did they have to push her down when the family was not united? In the village, Xia Xiaolan's reputation was poor, and which unmarried girl in the Xia family could hold their head high? Grandma Xia was momentarily speechless, and Xia Xiaolan's aunt looked displeased as well. Among the 3 older girls in the family, Xia Ziyu is 20 years old. Not only did she get into college, but she also found a compatible partner. Xia Xiaolan is 18 and seems unlikely to get married, while her aunt's eldest daughter is already 17 and soon to be looking for a husband. The aunt truly hated Xia Xiaolan and had to lower her voice, gritting her teeth. "How can you still have the face to speak? Our home Xia has been delayed because of you. Why don't you just disappear?" Cousin Xia Hongxia's face was filled with resentment as she eagerly waited behind her mother. Lu Fun's face turned red with anger. "Aunt, Xiaolan just woke up." Lu Fun, thin and frail, stood in front of her daughter, wanting to argue, but her timid nature made it hard for her to speak up when pressured. Xia Xiaolan gently pulled Lu Fun behind her, saying, "Don't worry, I won't argue with them. I prefer to reason things out." Old Lady Xia wished she could get rid of the troublemaker in front of her, but the troublemaker seemed unaware of her actions. She looked around and smiled. "I bumped into a post and the king of hell didn't take me, so now I plan to live well. If someone makes me unhappy, I'll make sure they feel the same. Don't you think it's better if I move out instead of making everyone unhappy at home?" Move out? Where could she go? Lu Fin panicked. Unmarried girls shouldn't just move out. Xia Xiaolan, having survived, was now even more difficult to deal with, almost making old lady Xia faint from anger. But Xia Xiaolan had never been submissive. Old lady Xia was cunning, and the third aunt was harsh, while Xia Xiaolan herself was not easy to handle. The third aunt wished Xia Xiaolan would go far away to avoid embarrassment at home. "Where do you think you can move to? Don't tell me you want to go to your grandmother's house and then come back in a few days." Moving out would be convenient. The house was cramped, and Xia Xiaolan had her own room. The third aunt was already planning to let her daughter, Xia Hongxia, move in since she was getting older and needed her own space. "Isn't there an old house by the riverside? One at each end of the village. I can stay there to avoid bothering everyone." Xia Xiaolan revealed her original plan. Old Lady Xia refused to agree. "You're embarrassing yourself. It's a miracle you didn't die, and you think you deserve a room?" Even though the old house by the riverside was falling apart, with summer mosquitoes and winter cold, and close to the village's cattle shed, Old Lady Xia didn't want to make it easy for Xia Xiaolan. She felt something had changed in Xia Xiaolan since she woke up. She was still troublesome, but now she had a method to her madness. Old Lady Xia was sensitive and didn't want Xia Xiaolan to break free from her control. Xia Xiaolan smiled. "Then I won't move out. It's nice to have food and drink at home. My reputation is already ruined, so I might as well stay home as a single woman. My sister is a precious university student. She wouldn't let her sister starve, would she?" Xia Xiaolan was indeed hard to deal with, and even the usually quiet aunt's eyelids began to twitch. "Xia Xiaolan wants to stay with her family? I don't believe what those people say. Xiaolan, you're just angry with your family. How can a young girl live away from home? I advise you to talk to your grandmother. Let's all take a step back and calm down." Aunt pulled Grandma Xia out of the room, and the third aunt quickly followed. Inside, the younger relatives looked at Xia Xiaolan with disdain. Lu Fun was quietly crying, and Xia Xiaolan sighed. "Please stop crying. I can't live at home anymore." She could endure the insults, The Xia family wouldn't really harm her. But Xia Xiaolan didn't want to endure. She had a chance to start over, so why should she live so miserably? Before long, Grandma Xia and the others came back in. You can stay in the old house, but whether you live or die has nothing to do with the Xia family. Xia Xiaolan pushed further, wanting to take some of the family's belongings. Grandma Xia couldn't do anything about it and finally threw her a small bag of sweet potatoes. Just go away. Please help me carry this. Xia Xiaolan stuffed the bag into Lu Fen's arms, who was tear-streaked. Xiaolan, how can you go out? What will happen when your dad comes back? Lu Fen didn't understand how things had turned out this way. Although her daughter wasn't being mistreated, it felt like she was being sent away to live alone. Kicked out of the house, how would a teenage girl survive? She wanted to ask Xia Xiaolan to apologize, but was afraid of upsetting her. Come live with me until Dad comes back. I can't cook. I'll starve alone. Xia Xiaolan had no intention of leaving Lu Fen behind. If she left, the Xia family would just bully Lu Fen more, right? She was sure Lu Fen would soften, so she insisted on taking her along. The Xia family didn't stop Lu Fen, probably waiting for Xia Xiaolan's dad, Xia Dajuan, to return to deal with both of them, especially since there was heavy rain and the county was worried about flooding, so the men from the Xia family went to help repair the riverbanks. Lu Fen was indecisive and confused, so she just followed along with the bag of sweet potatoes. As Xia Xiaolan stepped outside, she turned back to grab a porcelain cup used for steaming eggs. The Xia family's little grandson had been eyeing the steamed eggs, and when he saw Xia Xiaolan take it, he immediately started crying. The room was chaotic, with people scolding Xia Xiaolan and trying to calm the child. As soon as they stepped outside, fresh air hit them. There was no smog or pollution. Only someone who returned from 30 years in the future could understand how precious clean air is. Xia Xiaolan felt a surge of energy. The Xia family had caused quite a commotion during the day, and many neighbors were likely listening in on the drama. Seeing Xia Xiaolan and her mother, those people didn't hide and openly pointed at them. Of course, Lu Fen was ignored. They mainly talked about Xia Xiaolan. Did she get kicked out of her home? Serves her right. Not even her brother-in-law is spared. She was rolling around with a good-for-nothing from the neighboring village. The Xia family has lost face. They all have the surname Xia. Her sister got into college. Look at her wasting her life. Xia Dajuan will definitely beat her up when he comes back. He has already scolded her. She just doesn't change her ways. Look at how she walks, swaying her hips. Xia Xiaolan really wanted to give those gossiping village women a piece of her mind. Was she swaying her hips? She was just too weak from hunger. These busybodies ruined her good mood brought by the fresh air. Xia Xiaolan looked around. Was the rural scenery nice? It was only because people had enough to eat that they could appreciate it. In 1983, rural areas were only praised by local literature writers. Looking around, there were many mud houses and very few brick houses. The low buildings had mud brick walls painted with white lime and old slogans written in red paint from 10 years ago. Neither north nor south, trapped in a remote province, the spring breeze of reform and opening up didn't reach here, in the distant Dea village. The only way to escape this environment was through education. Xia Xiaolan's cousin took the right path. Xia Ziyu was the only college student in Dea village in over 30 years since the founding of the country and the restoration of the college entrance examination. It's easy to imagine that if Xia Xiaolan hadn't changed her mindset, her life would be worlds apart from Xia Ziyu's since she got into college. Even if Xia Ziyu had let her down, what could she do? One was a female college student in the 1980s with a bright future. No wonder her whole family saw her as a golden phoenix. The other had ruined her reputation, had no skills, and could only marry a widower or an old bachelor, unable to help the village women at all. The difference was like clouds and mud. It's no wonder the Xia family was so materialistic. It's human nature. For their own interests, the Xia family would unite behind Xia Ziyu. Xia Xiaolan never understood that their relationship was just a back and forth, and she was the one who encouraged that man to take the college entrance exam. She even borrowed books from her cousin Xia Ziyu for him to study hard and personally took him to the county for the exam. After the exam, nothing seemed unusual. So, how did the admission notice arrive, and he became Xia Ziyu's officially recognized partner? Was it because she wasn't good enough for Wang Jianhua? Choosing her cousin was the right decision in the long run. A college student matched with a college student, a perfect pair. But before you left, why did you have to step on Xia Xiaolan one more time? How did the harmful rumors spread throughout the area? Xia Xiaolan went to find Wang Jianhua for confirmation, but only found Xia Ziyu in his house. Xia Ziyu was better at reasoning than Xia Xiaolan. With a few calm words, he made Xia Xiaolan turn and leave. On the way, she ran into a troublemaker from the neighboring village who had bothered Xia Xiaolan before. This time, he was even bolder and tore Xia Xiaolan's sleeve. Wang Jianhua and Xia Ziyu appeared together, and Wang Jianhua seemed very disappointed in Xia Xiaolan. He didn't listen to her explanation and directly took Xia Ziyu's hand. Did the troublemaker from the neighboring village spread the rumors? This year is a crackdown year. He could be sent away in no time.
It's okay.
Since she has been reborn in this body with the same name, Xia Xiaolan will figure out what she doesn't understand and seek justice for the original owner. By the riverside, a rundown old house came into view. The fence gate was crooked, and there wasn't even a lock on it. The walls and roof had holes, and Lu Fun, holding a sweet potato, looked lost. This was hardly a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Xiaolan, listen to your mother. Xia Xiaolan covered her head. Mom, my wound hurts again. She called out more easily, and Lu Fun indeed shifted her attention. Is your wound bleeding? Let me see. The door was unlocked, and the house was messy. The bed was just a frame, and Lu Fun hurried Xia Xiaolan to eat the steamed egg. The egg had gone cold and smelled fishy, and Xia Xiaolan didn't want to eat alone, so she only ate half and said she was full. You eat the rest, it will spoil by tomorrow. Lu Fun held the enamel jar, feeling mixed emotions. This had never happened before. Her daughter had hurt her head and seemed to understand pain now. Lu Fun felt both proud and troubled. Your dad will be back in a couple of days. Mentioning her husband made Lu Fun shrink her shoulders, as she was inherently afraid. Xia Xiaolan's biological father, Xia Dajuan, was a man of action, not words. He fought for water channels and land. Xia Dajuan was strong and was the best worker in the Xia family. Xia Xiaolan thought that Xia Dajuan was a big, strong man without much sense, only caring for the big family and neglecting the small one. He was indeed a big fool. Among the three Xia brothers, Xia Dajuan was second and the only one without a son. Xia Dajuan felt he couldn't hold his head high without a son and often scolded Lu Fun, even getting physical when he drank. Xia Xiaolan, his own daughter, is seen as a burden by him. Don't blame Xia Dajuan for not seeing Xia Xiaolan as a treasure. The beauty standards of the time are limited. Xia Xiaolan is pretty, but her alluring looks only attract young men, while their elders disapprove, thinking she would disrupt the family if married. In contrast, Xia Xiaolan's cousin, Xia Ziyu, has an oval face and big, expressive eyes, giving her a dignified appearance that everyone agrees is that of a good girl. Xia Xiaolan is not very bright, but Xia Ziyu, who wasn't particularly clever as a child, suddenly excelled after middle school. This year, she even got into a university in the capital. Xia Dajuan dislikes his own daughter, but dotes on his niece. The young men of the Xia family work hard to support Xia Ziyu's living expenses. She left for the capital with over 500 yuan, and the family, worried about her spending, works tirelessly to support her education. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaolan had a rough time. After hitting a pillar, she didn't even go to the hospital and just had a barefoot doctor at the health station wrap her wound. It's truly a case of different fates for those with the same surname. Thinking of the original owner, Xia felt a sigh coming on. Her outstanding cousin is quite a challenge. The rural folks may not understand, but Xia knows that in this era, university education is tuition-free, and the government even provides monthly living allowances for students. With 500 yuan to start school in 83, that's a privileged situation. Xia Ziyu enjoys this privilege, and Xia Xiaolan has no objections. However, seeing a group of Xia family members, None are as thin as Lu Fun, who looks like she could hardly produce any oil. Yet, Xia Zi's mother, despite wearing patched clothes, has a healthy complexion and isn't as frail as Lu Fun. The most burdened are Xia Xiaolan's family. Xia Dajuan willingly works hard, but Xia Xiaolan feels frustrated for Lu Fun. My dad is back. Let's see whom he chooses, his niece or his daughter. Xia Xiaolan wonders if Xia Dajuan has heard about her accident. He always comes back after work, and she decides to give her father a chance. Lu Fun senses something is off and worries that Xia Xiaolan might clash with her dad. Your dad definitely cares for you. Your cousin is. Xia Xiaolan smiles, and Lu Fun loses her confidence as she continues speaking. It's common in rural areas for uncles to favor their nieces more than their daughters. But Lu Fun had never seen anyone who cared for their niece more than their own daughter. Xia Dajuan truly dislikes Xiaolan because her birth had caused Lu Fun to suffer health issues, preventing her from having more children, and he blamed his daughter for it. The mother and daughter fell into silence. Xiaolan looked around the rundown house and said, "I'll go gather some firewood." She wanted to observe Dahu village and see if she could find a way to earn some money. Without money, she felt insecure. No matter how good the plan, it couldn't be put into action. Dahu village was very poor. Of course, in 1983, there wasn't a village in the country that wasn't struggling. Poverty was deeply rooted in the geographical environment and historical circumstances, and it was a limitation of the times. Just finding enough to eat was a challenge. As the sun set, a few women were washing clothes by the river. Dahu village, as the name suggests, had a large river flowing by it. In terms of resources, the fish in the river were technically unowned and could be caught and sold. The villagers weren't afraid to sell fish in the city, but the fish were naturally occurring, and this stretch of river belonged to the village, making it a collective property of the villagers. Occasionally catching a few fish for personal use was fine, but selling them was not allowed. Xiaolan felt no moral pressure about secretly catching fish to sell. Her and Lu Fun's only possession was that 20 pounds of sweet potatoes, and they were starving. What was the point of moral purity? Unfortunately, she had no tools and lacked the skills to catch fish by hand. The banks of the river were overgrown with tall, white flowers. If it were May, Xiaolan might have been able to gather some reeds to sell to city folks for making rice dumplings, but now that the Dragon Boat Festival had passed, there was no urgent demand for them, making it impossible to earn any money. Could she weave mats or baskets to sell? In the memories of the previous owner, many people in Dahu village had that skill, and during the off-season, every household would make some mats and baskets. However, they wouldn't fetch a good price in the countryside, and in the city, these items lacked competitiveness. People were not interested in traditional crafts. City dwellers craved meat, eggs, milk, and other agricultural products. Xiaolan stared at the river, lost in thought. Could she really starve in 1983 after achieving such high status in a big company? If she wanted to break free from the Xia family, she needed to be able to support herself and Lu Fun. Before they finished the 20 pounds of sweet potatoes, she had to find some starting capital. The countryside wouldn't work. She had to go to the city to seek opportunities. The flow of goods could bring profit, but rural people had little to offer. Aside from industrial products like matches, soap, and fertilizer, people in rural areas in 1983 could be self-sufficient. A few women by the river were pointing and whispering about Xiaolan. As she contemplated her survival strategy, she gathered dry branches by the river and paid no attention to the gossiping women. She didn't want to waste her energy arguing with others, so she walked a bit further to the reed marsh by the cow shed, which smelled terrible. The villagers who cut reeds didn't even want to come here. As Xia Xiaolan walked deeper, 2 wild ducks flew out from the reeds. They flapped their wings and quacked loudly, as if trying to lead her to chase them. Xia Xiaolan's eyes lit up. She wouldn't be fooled by 2 wild ducks. This was a distraction. Sure enough, as she searched carefully in the reeds, she found a hidden duck nest. In the soft grass nest, a pile of green-shelled duck eggs was gathered together. Xia, who had signed millions of contracts, smiled foolishly at the nest of wild duck eggs, picking each one up to check against the light. They were all fresh, unhatched eggs. There were a total of 12. As the saying goes, you eat what you rely on. With these reeds by the riverbank, she would surely survive in 83. Resisting the urge to continue searching the reeds, she gathered the 12 wild duck eggs and took them along with a bundle of dry twigs back to the old, worn house. "Mom, can we have roasted sweet potatoes?"
she asked.
"You need to eat well to have the energy to work." 20 pounds of sweet potatoes for 2 people wouldn't last long. The new grain for this year hadn't arrived yet, and when Xia Dajuan returned, he would definitely look for Lu Fen to go back, but would the Xia family forgive Xiaolan? Lu Fen was thinking about how to find a solution when she saw Xiaolan come back with a pile of dry branches, her eyes bright, saying she wanted roasted sweet potatoes. Seeing her in good spirits, Lu Fen was willing to endure any hardship. "Okay, Mom will roast sweet potatoes for you." But then Xiaolan moved the firewood aside, revealing the wild duck eggs. Lu Fen was quite happy. The wild duck eggs were about the same size as chicken eggs and clearly came from the reed marsh. With these duck eggs, Xiaolan could nourish her body. She was so thin that even the wind could blow her away, and Lu Fen felt sorry for her. "I'll also cook you a duck egg." The old house didn't have cooking pots, and country folks weren't picky. Using an enamel jar to boil an egg would definitely work. But Xiaolan stopped her mom. "We can't eat the duck eggs now. Our good fortune depends on these wild duck eggs." The villagers are still thinking about the grain in the fields and haven't had time to cut the reeds. "I want to find more wild duck eggs to sell in the city. Tonight, we'll go to the reed marsh. Catching a couple of wild ducks would be great too." Lu Fen had never done such a thing. The Xia family hadn't split up, and the eggs they saved were usually taken to the city by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. It took 2 hours to walk from Dahu village to the county, and people wouldn't go to the city without a reason. Xiaolan was eloquent, and Lu Fen couldn't argue with her daughter, having grown used to obeying her, so she couldn't find any words to counter. The mother and daughter each ate a sweet potato. Lu Fen thought that if she wanted to sell duck eggs in the city, she would need at least 2 baskets. She went outside to gather some reeds and made 2 small baskets. Without tools and not soaked in water, they will definitely fall apart in less than a month. Lu Fen pressed the reed baskets with stones and soaked them in the river, feeling dissatisfied with her craftsmanship. Xiaolan already thought they were woven crafts. Anyway, neither of them knew how to make such things. That night, the mother and daughter planned to go egg stealing. After finishing the baskets, they hurried to sleep. They didn't lock the front door, just propped it with wood, and since there was no bed inside, Xiaolan laid clean reeds on the ground. Luckily, it was August. Otherwise, the drafty old house would have made them freeze. Without an alarm clock and with things on her mind, Xiaolan didn't sleep long before being awakened by rustling sounds. It turned out Lu Fen had already retrieved the reed baskets from the river. "Sleep a little longer, I'll go look first." The sharp reeds stung against their skin. If wild duck eggs were there, why would no one go to collect them? It was hard work, and Lu Fen didn't want her daughter to suffer. After all, Xiaolan had always been delicate and hadn't done much farm work. Xiaolan shook her head. "We should go together. 2 people could search faster and safer." They didn't even have a flashlight, relying only on the moonlight. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright tonight, and tomorrow would surely be sunny. Carrying the small baskets, the mother and daughter tried to search in secluded areas. When they reached the reed marsh, wild ducks flew away in fright. After a while, they found a duck nest, but it was empty. When they finally found the first nest of eggs, they startled the dog in the cow shed. Old Wang, who watched over the cow shed, was very alert. "Who's there?" The flashlight beam flickered twice, and Lu Fen shielded Xiaolan behind her, feeling embarrassed. "It's me, Uncle. I'm just collecting a few duck eggs for the kids." "From Jun's family?" Old Wang noticed the grass bits in their hair. Everyone in the village knew about Xiaolan being kicked out of her home, and Old Wang didn't particularly like her. Even without any issues, the girl never showed respect to her elders. However, Lu Fen seemed pitiful. Xiaolan had a bandage on her forehead that was seeping blood. After a moment, Old Wang handed his flashlight to Lu Fen. "Return it to me tomorrow." Lu Fun's eyes turned red with gratitude. Xia Xiaolan thought that not everyone in Daya village was bad. She was very sincere as well. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Old Wang was a bit surprised. He glanced at Xia Xiaolan, took the dog back to the barn, and stopped paying attention to the mother and daughter. With the help of the flashlight, they found many wild duck nests. After a few hours, Xia Xiaolan and her mother collected about 70 or 80 wild duck eggs, filling 2 reed baskets. Lu Fen was still a bit dazed. Besides the duck eggs, they also found a nest of newly hatched ducklings. They can survive, Lu Fen said, pleased to see the fluffy little ones. Xia Xiaolan thought about the broken house that was unsafe and shook her head. Even if we raise them, we can't be sure who will benefit. We should sell them together. Lu Fen felt a bit reluctant. However, both of them had trouble feeding themselves, so raising a few wild ducks would attract too much attention. When they got home, they checked the eggs one by one. Adding the 12 Xia Xiaolan had collected earlier, they had a total of 82 unhatched eggs. They couldn't wait for dawn, so Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen set off for the city, carrying 2 sweet potatoes for their meals. At first, Xia Xiaolan found roasted sweet potatoes to be a delightful treat, but after eating them a couple of times, she grew tired of them. Luckily, she had endured many hardships in her childhood, which helped her stay strong in this situation. If a wealthy girl had been in her place, she would have likely gone crazy on the first day. Survival was key in this era. Only by surviving could they hope for a better life. Holding on to this belief, Xia Xiaolan hurried along the road, and by the time they reached the county town, the sky was just starting to brighten. Daya village was poor, but Anqing County had some economic foundation, with a large meat processing factory and a farm machinery factory that supported many workers. The cattle raised in Daya village were meant to be sold to the meat factory. Even workers at the meat factory, who could sometimes get meat, found it hard to buy eggs. In the towns under Anqing County, there were many pig and cattle farms, but fewer poultry farms. Where should we sell? The 2 big factories in Anqing County had workers with money, and the black market revolved around these factories. Lu Fen suggested selling next to the meat factory, which was profitable, but Xia Xiaolan had a different idea. Let's check outside the farm machinery factory. She was more familiar with this type of factory since there were many workers there. By the time they reached the farm machinery factory, it was already bright. Workers were riding bicycles, and Xia Xiaolan noticed a few people by the roadside carrying items, likely fellow vendors. It was great. Some had chickens and others had freshly dug sweet potatoes, so there were no competitors selling eggs today. Just as they found a spot, a woman carrying a bag of vegetables approached them. Are you selling eggs? Xia Xiaolan didn't try to be mysterious. These are wild duck eggs, all fresh. If you like them, I can sell them to you cheaper than chicken eggs. Wild duck eggs are the same size as chicken eggs, and if they are cheaper, it's definitely a good deal. Who cares about the texture? The market price for chicken eggs is 0.12 yuan each, and you need a grain coupon. Farmers sell their eggs for 1.5 yuan without needing a coupon. Xia Xiaolan had just asked around, greeting people politely, and no one keeps the selling price a secret. Seeing the older lady standing there, clearly interested, Xia Xiaolan knew what to do. If you buy less than 10, it's 0.13 yuan each. If you buy 10 or more, it's 0.12 yuan, and if you buy 20 or more, it's 0.11 yuan. Her tiered pricing left the lady a bit confused. Not taking advantage of a good deal would be foolish. The lady, who initially planned to buy a few, ended up buying 21. Her wisdom in shopping shouldn't be underestimated. She knew a bargain when she saw one. Xia Xiaolan collected 2.30 yuan and even rounded down the change. She handed the money to Lu Fen, who was still in shock. Several other sellers were watching Xia Xiaolan, surprised by how charming she was and how efficiently she handled her business. Xiaolan, how did you learn to sell like this? Lu Fen asked, holding the money, impressed by her daughter's cleverness. Xia Xiaolan confidently replied, Is there really a need to learn this? The onlookers looked glum, thinking if this didn't need learning, they must have wasted their years. Before long, the lady who bought the duck eggs returned with a few others. That's her. She hasn't run away yet. Lu Fen turned pale, worried there was a problem with the eggs. The lady and her friends surrounded Xia Xiaolan, asking, "Are the duck eggs still the same price?" Xia Xiaolan nodded. "Of course, the more you buy, the cheaper it gets." The lady's friends chimed in, wanting even lower prices, debating whether wild duck eggs were as tasty as chicken eggs, and critiquing their size. Xia Xiaolan just smiled, knowing that those who complain are usually the buyers. She let them voice their opinions. Sure enough, seeing that Xia Xiaolan remained friendly and unbothered, the lady's 3 companions ended up buying all the remaining wild duck eggs. 84 duck eggs were sold among 4 people, each taking 21. Xia Xiaolan had planned this, knowing customers love to feel like they're getting a bargain. Of course, these 3 didn't even take the leftover change. Previously, she was picky, but now that she is paid, she feels happy. Xia Xiaolan underestimated that the few wild ducklings she brought were hard to sell. People in the city live in small places and have no extra food to feed ducks, so she couldn't sell her ducklings. She sold 84 wild duck eggs for 9.2 yuan and gave the money to Lu Fen, but Lu Fen told her to keep it. Xia Xiaolan wanted to walk around the city to find ways to make money. A person selling sweet potatoes approached her. "Will you trade your ducklings for sweet potatoes?" This person was interested in her wild duck eggs, but city folks have no space to raise them, while he did. Xia Xiaolan really didn't want sweet potatoes because they can cause bloating if eaten too much, but Lu Fen was willing to trade. Sweet potatoes are abundant, and now is the harvest season. 1 pound of sweet potatoes might not even be worth an egg, as eggs were precious in 1983. After thinking, Xia Xiaolan asked him for a round number of 20 pounds in exchange for all 8 ducklings. The man was unhappy. 1 pound for 1 duckling? Raising them until they fly away would be a big loss. Of course, the wild ducks would fly away. Xia Xiaolan seriously advised the man, "If you trim their wing feathers, they won't fly away. If you think 20 pounds of sweet potatoes is too much, I can take them back and raise them myself." Sweet potatoes really weren't worth much, but ducks could be fed with vegetable leaves, grass, and earthworms, which, although a bit troublesome, wouldn't waste food. Raising 8 ducks until they were grown could yield at least 2 eggs a day, making at least 20 cents. That's 3 yuan a month, or 36 yuan a year. Xia Xiaolan explained the math to him, and the man agreed without bargaining, trading 20 pounds of sweet potatoes for the ducklings. The mother and daughter packed the sweet potatoes into a basket and wandered around the county town. Lu Fen had never realized money could be made so easily. The money from selling wild duck eggs plus the 20 pounds of sweet potatoes amounted to at least 10 yuan. Rural people work hard in the fields all year and barely earn 200 yuan, and part of that goes to seeds and fertilizer, leaving very little savings. This money was needed for the children's education, and they hoped no one in the family would fall seriously ill. If they could make 10 yuan a day, that would be 300 yuan a month. Lu Fen couldn't even calculate how much they could earn in a year. Unfortunately, wild duck eggs couldn't be collected every day. Lu Fen felt a bit regretful about the ducklings. "I can raise them too, trim their wings, and they will lay eggs. It's a long-term plan." Xia Xiaolan wasn't impatient. She understood that Lu Fen was a true rural woman with limited experience, especially in the closed-off 1980s. Being honest and submissive, she knew that to help Lu Fen escape their poor village, she needed to gradually change her perspective. "The ducklings may not survive, and we can't wait too long. Of course, we should trade for the scarce food available now. Who knows when they will lay eggs again? It's impossible for them to lay eggs every day of the year." Xia Xiaolan explained carefully, and Lu Fen understood. The 2 of them walked around the county town and bought some essential items like salt, candles, and matches at the supply store. Lu Fen felt a bit pained to spend money, but there was nothing at home. The Xia family didn't even let them take blankets. Lu Fen was upset about the money but felt a bit bolder. "When we get back, I'll take out your clothes. Summer isn't cold, but not changing clothes or bathing makes people feel uncomfortable." Xia Xiaolan originally wanted to buy some quality grain at the grain store, but when asked for a grain coupon, she couldn't provide one and had to buy expensive grain instead. Thinking about that unlocked, shabby house that couldn't store anything, Xia Xiaolan decided to buy a padlock instead of grain. In 1983, some areas were gradually canceling various coupons, and purchasing with coupons wasn't as strict anymore. At least in Anqing County, some daily necessities didn't require coupons. However, grain coupons, meat coupons, and industrial coupons for buying appliances still existed. Xia Xiaolan knew that as social changes accelerated, there would be more business opportunities. She understood that the time when food could only be bought with grain coupons would eventually pass, and she wanted to avoid making money from that, as reselling grain coupons would be self-destructive. The abundance of business opportunities stemmed from information gaps and rapid social changes, leaving many people confused and unaware. She didn't need to seize every opportunity. Just a couple would allow her to rise in the 1980s. Xiaolan, should we head back? Lu Fen wasn't used to being around too many people, and spending too long in the county town made her uncomfortable. The city folks didn't always dress well, but their clothes were clean, unlike the patched clothes worn by her and Xia Xiaolan, which clearly showed they came from the countryside. Xia Xiaolan cared a lot about appearances and had a few unpatched clothes, but after bumping her head, Hongxia from the third family rushed in and took all the good clothes. At that time, Lu Fen didn't care about such things. She was hoping that Grandma Xia would agree to send her daughter to the hospital. Lu Fen wanted to go back, but Xia Xiaolan was very hungry and felt desperate thinking about the 2-hour walk ahead. Let's eat a bowl of noodles before we go. The roadside stall didn't require grain coupons, and a bowl of bone soup noodles only cost 30 cents. The soup was milky white, and the noodles were white too. Lu Fen had forgotten when she last had such quality food. Auntie, please make us 2 bowls of noodles. Xia Xiaolan pulled Lu Fen to sit on a small stool, and the smell of bone soup filled the air. Lu Fen waved her hand, saying, just 1 bowl. Only 1. How could she spend 30 cents on a bowl of noodles? Xia Xiaolan ignored her and handed 60 cents to the lady at the noodle stand. The lady praised her while cooking, saying, your daughter is so filial. You will have a good life in the future. A hint of a smile appeared on Lu Fen's dark face. But thinking about Xia Xiaolan's reputation in the area, when the delicious bone soup noodles were served, Lu Fen lost her appetite. Suddenly, a large vehicle stopped nearby. The door of the passenger seat opened, and a young man in military boots jumped out, holding 2 large food containers. He was drawn in by the aroma of the bone soup, and, upon looking up, his eyes were fixed on Xia Xiaolan. He gulped, his throat moving. Was it the noodles that smelled so good? Or was it Xia Xiaolan's beauty? In this rundown county, how could there be such a stunning girl? Her fair skin was striking, her eyes sparkled, and although she wore a plain blue top, her figure made it look more eye-catching. A bandage wrapped around her forehead showed faint traces of blood, making her seem even more endearing. Watching her eat the noodles made one wish to be the noodles themselves. Throughout the day in the county, everyone had been captivated by her beauty. Lu Fen thought the attention was due to their shabby clothes, but it was all on Xia Xiaolan. The noodle stand lady knocked on a bowl to bring the young man back to reality. Do you want some noodles? Feeling a bit shy, the young man handed his food containers to the noodle lady and said, I was drawn in by the smell from far away. I'll take 2 bowls to go. His accent revealed he wasn't from around here. Xia Xiaolan frowned. Today, people had been secretly looking at her, but none had been as direct as this outsider. She still wasn't used to her new appearance. After living with an unattractive face for decades, it was easy to forget how beautiful she had become. Buying a lock didn't feel safe enough. After finishing her noodles, she planned to buy a pair of scissors. The bone soup bubbled on the small stove, and the noodles were thin and delicate. The young man's 2 bowls were quickly prepared. Even after paying, he hesitated to leave, turning back several times. Lu Fen sensed something was off and hurried her eating. The noodles cost only 30 cents and were served in a large bowl. Lu Fen drank every drop of the soup, as everyone was hungry and ready to eat. Women could easily eat a pound of steamed buns in 1 meal. Xia Xiaolan pulled Lu Fen to buy a knife. She had wanted to buy a stainless steel kitchen knife because it looked high quality and was made in Shanghai. It cost 5 yuan, but Summer turned away immediately. The knife was good, but money didn't last long. Now she thought buying a pair of scissors would be fine too. A young man from out of town carried 2 large boxes of noodles back to the car, reluctantly spilling some soup. The driver, a man with a buzz cut and a strong jawline, looked handsome by any standard. "Look at you," said his companion, who had gone to buy noodles. "Chingzi, I've never seen someone so beautiful. If you saw her, you'd be speechless." There were many young women in the capital, but he had never seen anyone as pretty as the one they just passed. She had a charming look that was very appealing. "We agreed that you would only come along for this trip. You can learn what you can, and if you can't, you can stay here in the county," Chingzi said. In our dialect, "lami" means flirting. Chingzi had a bit of a mischievous side and a bad temper, so the young man didn't dare to speak up. After finishing their noodles, they drove away. 2 legs couldn't run as fast as 4 wheels. After 2 streets, they ran into Xia Xiaolan and her mother.
Chungzi, look.
The young man in the passenger seat was excited. Chungzi glanced over and saw a girl in a patched blue outfit that highlighted her lovely figure. The skin behind her ears was exceptionally fair. He thought it was silly to focus on beauty. After all, women just had 2 eyes and a mouth. The young man felt disappointed. "Looks like you two aren't meant to be." Chungzi didn't think much of it. The car quickly left Onqing County, and it would take 2 days to reach Shanghai. Long trips were tiring, and they had to be careful of thieves. There was no time to admire pretty girls. The young man's wandering eyes reminded Xia Xiaolan to buy a large pair of scissors. Since she couldn't afford a pot, she decided to buy an enamel basin instead. This would serve multiple purposes: cooking, storing things, and drinking water. It was a great deal. Add 2 more pairs of chopsticks, and the original 9.2 yuan is now down to 6 yuan. Xia Xiaolan is hesitant to spend this money because wild duck eggs are hard to find. The duck nests in Daya village have been completely raided, and if she wants to collect duck eggs to sell, she will have to go to other villages. With just the 2 of them collecting, they can only earn a little money for daily needs. Xia Xiaolan wants to start a business selling chicken eggs. With 20 yuan in hand, she wouldn't need to search through the reeds anymore. Daya village is just 2 hours away from the county town. There aren't any villages farther than Daya village. If she walks for 3 hours to sell 10 chicken eggs at 1.5 yuan, the round trip takes 6 hours. If she sells at 0.12 yuan per egg, people are willing to walk 6 hours for that extra 30 cents. In a few days, it will be harvest time, and even the young kids will be in the fields helping out, who will have time to sell eggs in the county town. If the eggs are not sold in the hot summer for half a month, they will spoil. Xia Xiaolan wants to take advantage of this special time to make a profit. Making 2 or 3 cents per egg isn't much, but if she has 100 eggs in a day, that's 2 or 3 yuan. Excluding rainy days when it's hard to get to town, she should be able to earn at least 70 yuan in a month. Does that sound like a little? Xia Xiaolan remembers an older customer from her past who told her about working at the county guest house in the 1980s, earning a monthly salary of 36 yuan. In 1983, the wealthier ones were the individual business owners who started a few years earlier, but they kept their wealth hidden. Those who could earn a decent salary were not civil servants or in public institutions. The pay gap was severe, with intellectuals earning less than workers, especially in heavy industries like oil and coal, where many workers earned 100 to 200 yuan a month. At the same time, high school teachers earned only a few dozen yuan. Farmers had the lowest income. If Xia Xiaolan could earn 70 yuan in a month, her family would probably want to bring her back home and treat her like a treasure. Without capital or useful connections, Xia Xiaolan knows that the first step to success is difficult, so she decides to take it slow. With their things, they walked for another 2 hours back to Daya village. After putting their items back in the old house, she felt much safer with the iron lock. They returned the flashlight to old Wang in the cow shed, and Xia Xiaolan felt an itch on her forehead where she was injured. Lu Fun suggested she go to the health station for a bandage change. Xia Xiaolan took this seriously. After running around and sweating, she was worried about infection. Changing the bandage wasn't expensive. It was mainly for disinfecting the wound. The doctor still had some ethics, unlike the gossiping women, and carefully examined Xia Xiaolan's wound. Don't worry, it's healing well, and it looks like there won't be any scars. Xia Xiaolan sighed in relief. Thank you for your concern. As the mother and daughter left the health station, Lu Fen grabbed Xia Xiaolan's sleeve. Is that your uncle? The Xia family lived at the village entrance, where a short man was arguing with Grandma Xia. Your family is heartless. You let my sister and niece die. If you don't hand them over, I'll destroy your house. That figure, that appearance, was definitely Lu Fen's older brother, Lu Yong. In Xia Xiaolan's memory, her uncle Lu Yong cared for her more than her father, Xia Dajuan. After being bullied by the Xia family, someone finally came to stand up for them, and influenced by the original owner's feelings, Xia Xiaolan felt tears welling up. Uncle, I'm here. Lu Yong was gripping Grandma Xia, his neck veins bulging, ready to charge in and smash the Xia family's place. Hearing a soft voice, he turned around and saw his poor niece. He dropped Grandma Xia and hurried over. Xiaolan, where have you and your mom been? Lu Yong was a bricklayer, helping people build houses during the farming off-season. He had just returned from a nearby county and heard about Xia Xiaolan's situation. He rushed to Dahu village, even buying sugar and noodles from the supply store to support the mother and daughter. The Xia family accepted the gifts, but then informed Lu Yong that Xia Xiaolan and her mother had moved to the old house by the riverbank. Lu Yong went to the old house to find them, but of course, he came up empty. He suspected the Xia family had hidden them away and stayed there for a while, demanding Grandma Xia hand them over. In the countryside, meals are usually served twice a day, around 9 or 10 in the morning and 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The Xia family was waiting for lunch, so Grandma Xia wanted to hurry them along. The argument escalated from inside the house to outside, leading to the earlier scene. After hearing what happened, Xia Xiaolan quickly reassured her uncle. We're living in the old house by the riverbank now. We left in a hurry, and my grandmother only gave us 20 pounds of sweet potatoes. We didn't have pots or pans, and we forgot to take our clothes and blankets. We were just going back to get our things when we ran into you. Seeing his niece standing alive in front of him, Lu Yong felt a huge weight lift off his chest. Xia Xiaolan had a small bandage on her head covering her wound, and she didn't look so scary anymore. Lu Yong became angry again. How could Xia Dajuan let his family bully you too? What are you doing moving to the old house by the river? That place is so run down that even dogs wouldn't want to stay there. Clearly, Summer Xiaolan and her mother were kicked out. Grandma Xia's face looked terrible. When she saw Summer Xiaolan and her mother, she thought they had spent a night in the old house and were back to beg for mercy. She imagined that even if Lu Fen came with Summer Xiaolan begging on their knees, she wouldn't agree to help. But then Summer Xiaolan said they were back to get their things, and what could they possibly have left? But Lu Yong was here. Lu Yong was different from the weak Lu Fen. He would actually dare to confront the Xia family. Grandma Xia's expression twisted. Her uncle, did you hear that? They have a perfectly good house but chose not to live in it. Tell me, which daughter-in-law would leave her mother-in-law behind? I may be an old woman, but I can't control anyone. When Dajuan returns, he can handle it himself. The onlookers chimed in, supporting Grandma Xia. Lu Fen looked weak and shrank into herself. Lu Yong thought it was better to rely on his niece than his sister. Summer Xiaolan seemed more composed and articulate. Are you all enjoying the drama? This is a family matter. Please clear the way and go back to your own business, Lu Yong said, sending the gossipers away. Summer Xiaolan appreciated Lu Yong's straightforward style, and with the lingering feelings of the original owner, she felt close to her uncle. Uncle, when my dad comes back, he might be really angry with me. What should I do? Lu Yong glared. He wouldn't dare. He didn't think much of Summer Dajuan, who couldn't even protect his own family. Lu Fen had always been devoted to the Xia family, and Lu Yong was frustrated with that. He had heard the rumors. How could Summer Dajuan not know what was happening? The Xia brothers were strong, and if they stood together for Summer Xiaolan, who would dare to gossip? Letting rumors spread and ruin Summer Xiaolan's reputation was unacceptable. A good young woman shouldn't have to suffer like that. Thinking about it, staying with the Xia family was indeed a dead end. Lu Yong pushed past Grandma Xia.
Go, pack your things.
I'm going to help you today. Don't stay in that broken house. Come home with me. Moving to the Xia family's old house was not the same as going back to her parents' home. Lu Fen felt weak and powerless, but Summer Xiaolan felt cheerful. She hadn't planned to stay long at her uncle's house, but she could do business there. The people in Dahu village would sell eggs to Summer Xiaolan, which was unlikely. Lu Fen didn't dare to move, so Lu Yong told Summer Xiaolan to gather her things. Aunt's sharp voice pierced through the air. Xiaolan's uncle, can't you leave some room for negotiation? Do you really want to break up their family? Can you support them for a lifetime? Family members usually try to keep peace, not create division. Xiaolan can leave. After all, she is a spoiled girl. But Lu Fen is the hardworking one in the family. If she is gone for a day and has to do her chores, which is hard for her. Lu Fen was trembling with fear. She knew that Lu Yong was serious this time. Her mind was a mess. One moment, she thought following her brother's wishes would tear her family apart, and the next, she wondered why even her uncle was standing up for Xiaolan while her father, Xia Dajuan, was still not back. Did she have no resentment? Of course, she did. But after being weak for so long, she didn't dare to voice her anger. Xiaolan sneered, "Aunt, my uncle can't support me forever. Can you? Tell Hong Xia to return my clothes. I'm taking them with me." Aunt immediately fell silent. Without any men to stand up for them, the Xia family was no match for Lu Yong. Xiaolan rushed into her room, realizing that the shoes under her bed weren't hers. In just one night, Hong Xia couldn't wait to move in. The wooden box at the foot of the bed held all of Xiaolan's belongings, locked with a big iron padlock, and the key hung around her neck. She didn't expect to have a chance to take it with her. Xiaolan struggled to carry the box outside. Lu Fen didn't dare to pack her things. The long-term oppression from Grandma Xia had deeply affected her. If Lu Yong, who wasn't a Xia, searched the house, the situation would change. But Xiaolan dared to do it, ignoring Grandma Xia's dark expression. She went to pack Lu Fen's clothes. Lu Fen had very few clothes, all tattered, making Lu Yong frown. "Uncle, we still have some food left in the old house." Lu Yong waved his hand. "Take it all. I came here on my bicycle today." Indeed, a brand new 28-speed bicycle was parked by the wall. Such a bike costs over 200. Lu Yong was a skilled bricklayer, earning 2 yuan a day. Xiaolan thought her uncle must be doing well. No wonder the Xia family was so gentle today. Their tantrums were kept in check. The shiny new 28-speed bicycle stunned the Xia family. They bullied Lu Fen and ignored Xiaolan because no one stood up for them. Lu Yong had tried before, but he was also poor and couldn't speak firmly. He is now willing to support Xiaolan and her mother, and he has the confidence to do so. He will take a step back from the difficult women in the Xia family. Old Lady Xia is silent, as Xia Dajuan is returning in a few days. When he comes back, Lu Fen will obediently beg for forgiveness, and Xiaolan can go wherever she wants. After all, she is a disgrace to the family. Lu Fen can leave too. A woman who cannot have sons is just right for Xia Dajuan to find a new wife. The Xia family may not be wealthy, but they have a golden phoenix, so there's no worry about finding someone to marry Xia Dajuan. Old Lady Xia is pleased with her thoughts and doesn't care about the old clothes Xiaolan is taking. Watching the three leave, she mutters, "Once you leave the Xia family, it will be hard to come back." With Lu Yong gone, others feel brave enough to come out. "Mom, are you really letting them leave like this?" The third son thinks they should call Lu Fen back to work. Old Lady Xia proudly shares her plans, and the third daughter-in-law, Wang Jinggu, flatters her. Then we need to find a capable new second sister-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Cui, is unhappy. Her daughter getting into college is her own achievement. Does she really have to manage everyone in the Xia family, even the new wife of Xia Dajuan? Zhang Cui feels overlooked in the Xia family, but she is undoubtedly the smartest among the 3 sisters-in-law. Lu Fen is hardworking but not well-liked. Wang Jinggu is quick to flatter but misses the point. Zhang Cui quickly changes the subject. "I wonder if Ziyu has arrived at school. He hasn't even sent a telegram back." Telegrams are expensive. Ziyu is saving money, or the family is poor. Otherwise, he could have taken more money to school. Old Lady Xia's frown deepens. Wang Jinggu secretly rolls her eyes. With all the family wealth, is there not enough for a telegram? Old Lady Xia worries about what Ziyu might be facing at university and feels uneasy. She quickly makes another decision. The three brothers should go repair the riverbank, and they should send the money they earned to Ziyu right away. Zhang Cui naturally tries to refuse, but Old Lady Xia insists, so Zhang Cui reluctantly accepts her mother-in-law's kindness for her daughter. It's truly a case of different fates for the same surname. Xia Xiaolan can't even go to the hospital after her accident, yet the Xia family's money is being spent by her cousin, Xia Ziyu. If Xia Xiaolan heard this, she would probably confront Old Lady Xia. The Xia family may not care about Xia Xiaolan, but someone does. At least Lu Yong feels very sorry. How can anyone live in this place? Xiaolan, you should have brought your mom to find your uncle last night. The Xia family is too harsh. If they didn't push Xiaolan to her limits, she would never have moved to that old, broken house by the river. Lu Yong gritted his teeth, feeling extreme dislike for the Xia family. Quickly pack your things, and come home with me. Lu Fun hesitated. What if Dajuan comes back? Lu Yong was frustrated. If you want to support Xia Dajuan, that's fine. He is your man after all. But besides being your man, he is also Xiaolan's father. Has he fulfilled his responsibilities as a dad? I've even heard about Xiaolan's situation. Is Xia Dajuan deaf? Lu Yong was so angry he started pacing. Xiaolan shook her head at her uncle, signaling him to stop talking. Lu Fun had a long-standing habit of thinking this way. Just moving out with Xiaolan was a big step for her. Uncle, I want to start a small business. What do you think? As Xiaolan packed her things, she shared her plan to sell eggs with Lu Yong. She truly believed her uncle was a rare person who understood things clearly and was not foolish or stubborn. After listening, Lu Yong didn't immediately respond. He took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one for himself. After smoking half a cigarette, Lu Yong said, to be honest, it's good that you want to make money. It shows you're growing up. But this business might not be suitable. Xiaolan didn't interrupt Lu Yong. In her previous life, she reached a high position not only because of her determination but also because she never underestimated others. The 1980s were backward, but there were certainly smart people around. If Xiaolan treated everyone as foolish, she would eventually face big troubles. Go ahead, I'm listening. Seeing that Xiaolan had really matured, Lu Yong smiled and said, if I say something wrong, don't get upset. I'm just making a suggestion. This business is low profit and tiring, and it might even bring trouble. Why not consider a simpler business? Farmers can sell eggs in the city easily with a basket. If you need to transport over 100 eggs to the city at once, it's complicated, and collecting the eggs is also a hassle. Eggs are fragile and don't store well. What if the eggs don't sell quickly once they reach the city? Moreover, Xiaolan's looks might attract unwanted attention, and Lu Yong wasn't comfortable letting her travel far to collect eggs. This kind of business requires early mornings and hard work, which is more suited for men, not for a young girl like Xiaolan, especially one as pretty as she is. Xiaolan had thought about all these things. After her initial excitement, she realized that her looks could bring trouble. The humble home has beautiful women, but it cannot afford to keep them. In the old society, beautiful women from humble backgrounds were often given to the wealthy. The rich families kept their treasures hidden, ensuring safety with their status. Xia Xiaolan currently lacks the means and can only buy a pair of scissors for protection. Lu Yong speaks the truth, and Xia Xiaolan smiles bitterly. I have little money, so I can only rely on this egg business to support my mother and me. I brought her out of the Xia family, not to let her live in fear and hunger. Others have daughters who are like golden phoenixes, but mine is a burden? I will make sure she has a good life. Uncle, I was so foolish before and made you worry. Even a strong man like Lu Yong feels emotional, and Lu Fin surely cannot handle it. While crying, she argues, who says you are a burden? It doesn't matter how mom is doing. What matters is that you live well. The three of them almost broke down in tears. Xia Xiaolan took this opportunity to express her feelings, letting her loved ones know she wants to turn over a new leaf. Seeing his niece's determination, Lu Yong didn't stop her. If you want to do this business, you need some capital. How much do you still need? Uncle will help you. How much does Xia Xiaolan need? She only has 6 yuan. Xia Xiaolan showed a rare moment of embarrassment. Then, Xia Dajuan came home unexpectedly. Lu Yong didn't make fun of her. Who would want to leave home with nothing unless they had no choice? Staying in the Xia family, enduring humiliation, could allow survival, but a family without a roof to shelter them, with members harboring grudges, isn't really a family. Lu Yong admired Xia Xiaolan's courage. They say nephews resemble their uncles, and he had always favored her. Now he sees even more of her strengths. Lu Yong pulled out several 50 yuan bills. Take this 50 yuan for now. We need to discuss how you will run this business. If it's not enough, I can help you with more in a few days. 10 yuan is the largest denomination of paper money right now, known as big unity among the people. Lu Fun was startled. Brother, where did you get this money? With a new bicycle and giving Xia Xiaolan money, doesn't Lu Fun know their family situation? They are truly struggling. In the past, Lu Yong was aimless, but these last 2 years have been tough. He focused on learning masonry. After a year of training and 2 years of hard work, with this skill, life for the Lu family is starting to improve a bit. But the bricklayer doesn't have work every day. Lu Yong's income is not stable like that of workers with guaranteed jobs. Lu Yong knows his sister is a bit foolish, so he doesn't explain much and just tells Xia Xiaolan to accept the money. Thank you, uncle. I'll consider this a loan from you. Xia Xiaolan is not being overly polite. She is indeed starting from scratch, and with this 50 yuan, she can take advantage of the busy farming season. Once she earns some money, she'll pay her uncle back double. If she pretends not to need Lu Yong's help, it only means her mother will suffer. Lu Yong smiles. He asks Xia Xiaolan to help him pack their things and tie them to the back of the bicycle. All they have are sweet potatoes, their clothes, and some new daily necessities bought today. Before they even reach the village entrance, someone calls out to Xia Xiaolan, holding a bowl. Your dad is back. Xia Dajuan is going to hurt them. The villagers of Day are not friendly at all, almost as if Xia Xiaolan had disturbed someone's grave. The door of the Xia family is wide open, and a big man steps out. Where are you going? Did you and your grandma have a fight at home? His voice is deep, with bulging muscles on his arms, and he stands nearly 1.8 meters tall. This is Xia Xiaolan's father, Xia Dajuan. It seems she inherited her height from him. Being over 1.6 meters tall in the 1980s makes Xia Xiaolan quite satisfied. Lu Yong doesn't give Xia Xiaolan a chance to respond. He grabs a bag of sweet potatoes and starts hitting Xia Dajuan. You dog. I was just thinking about settling scores with you, and here you are. Who is fighting with whom? Your wife and daughter are being bullied, and you pretend not to know? You dog. Who could they fight? My sister marrying you is the worst luck ever. Lu Yong is small, not even 1.7 meters tall, but when he gets angry, he overwhelms Xia Dajuan. Of course, Xia Dajuan is just covering his head with his arms and doesn't really want to fight back. Brother, let's talk this out. I don't want to hear it, you dog. You've lived for decades without any sense, and you don't care about your own daughter. I'm here to care for her. Lu Fun is anxious and wants to intervene, but Xia Xiaolan holds her tightly. Xia Xiaolan watches Xia Dajuan not fight back at all and feels a bit hopeful. If Xia Dajuan can't even handle his brother-in-law, she really doesn't know what to think. Men can have tempers. In this world, there are weak people, wise men who think but do not act, and hot-headed individuals who resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. In Anqing County, the local people are known for their toughness. However, fighting with others outside is completely different from being violent at home. Xia Xiaolan despises men who abuse their partners. Lu Yong was exhausted and out of breath, and finally, Xia Dajuan's friends managed to pull the two apart. Xia Xiaolan's uncle and third uncle held Lu Yong tightly, while he kicked and punched in frustration. Lu Yong's fierceness scared the onlookers, who had been making snide comments. but now shrank back like turtles. Xia Dajuan's face was swollen, and he spat out blood-tinged saliva. I won't argue with you. About Xiaolan, she shouldn't have fought with her grandmother and made her sick. Xia Dajuan was raised by a single mother with 3 sons. He was not considerate to his wife, but obeyed his mother. Xia Xiaolan thought that if she were the original person, she would be furious to hear such words. She felt a sense of affection for Lu Fun and closeness to Lu Yong because they had treated her well when she lacked family love in her past life. As for Xia Dajuan, Xia Xiaolan felt no sympathy. She had already repaid her debt to the Xia family with her life. What more did they want? Uncle, let's go. Xia Xiaolan initially wanted to scold Xia Dajuan, but decided it wasn't worth her breath. Seeing her calm and not arguing only fueled Xia Dajuan's anger. You little brat, he stepped forward and grabbed her arm, pulling her off balance. Xia Xiaolan turned to him, expressionless. Grandma says my existence is a disgrace to the Xia family, and someone like me should just die. I hit my head, and my mom begged Grandma to take me to the hospital, even injuring herself in the process to get a doctor to stop my bleeding. If you think I'm not respectful enough, should I just return my life to the Xia family? Xia Xiaolan pressed a pair of scissors against her neck, the sharp tip digging into her skin. The intensity in her calm voice was chilling. She really might do it. Xia Dajuan was frightened and instinctively tried to defend himself. It's not a big deal. We don't have money for the hospital. Why can't you be more like Ziyu and be understanding? Under Xia Xiaolan's mocking gaze, Xia Dajuan's voice grew weaker. The reason they had no money was that the understanding Xia Ziyu had taken everything away. Xia Dajuan, despite his usual favoritism towards his niece, felt that the elderly lady in the family was not handling this situation correctly. Mixed with guilt and other emotions, Xia Dajuan shouted, "She is your grandmother. If she scolds you a bit, you should listen. If you didn't do those embarrassing things, would your grandmother even need to scold you?" Xia Xiaolan didn't really want to end her life. She just wanted to use scissors to deal with Xia Dajuan, who was being foolish. But someone was faster than her. The small Lu Fin pushed the strong Xia Dajuan aside. I'm going to fight you all.
For forcing Xiaolan.
She was trembling with fear. But she had to protect her daughter. It was a mother's instinct. Anyone who bullies Xiaolan, I will fight them. Lu Fin was small, and her words had no real threat, but everyone knew she was not joking. A cornered rabbit will bite. Lu Fin was like a mother rabbit pushed to the edge. If she took a step back, her daughter Xia Xiaolan would be the first to fall. How could she retreat? Xia Dajuan covered his pained waist. Are you crazy, woman? Lu Fin stood in front of Xia Xiaolan, indeed acting a bit crazily. Xia Dajuan clenched his fist, but couldn't bring himself to hit her. He could easily knock Lu Fin down, but what would happen afterward? Suddenly, Xia Dajuan felt a bit scared. His daughter Xia Xiaolan looked at him with cold, emotionless eyes. His wife Lu Fin was filled with anger and fear. Mom, let's go. Xia Xiaolan put down the scissors and stepped forward to embrace Lu Fin's shoulders. No matter how weak and timid this woman was, in this moment, she was incredibly brave. By standing up for Xia Xiaolan, she provided a kind of affection that Xia Xiaolan had longed for in her past life. For that reason alone, even if Lu Fin was ignorant and fearful, Xia Xiaolan could not abandon her. Lu Yong spat angrily. You worthless people. There isn't a good person in your Xia family. You don't want your wife or daughter, and my niece has to rely on you for food? I'm saying this clearly today. Xiaolan will have nothing to do with the Xia family from now on. Xia Xiaolan was 18 years old, an adult. Although the countryside was conservative and closed-minded, the overall social environment encouraged women to be independent. Women can hold up half the sky was a saying promoted by leaders. Xia Xiaolan could move out and live on her own. At most, people would gossip, but she wouldn't be breaking any laws. Unlike in the old society, she didn't need the family's approval. Reputation was something Xia Xiaolan had already lost. Xia Xiaolan was firmly pulling Lu Fin away. It's not that Lu Fin is unwilling to leave. It's that her gaze is filled with resentment. The earlier situation really upset this submissive woman. Xia Xiaolan walked up to her uncle, Xia Changzheng, and said, "I will discuss how Sister Ziyu has taken care of me in the future. Getting into college isn't that impressive. College students in 83 are valuable, and Xia Xiaolan wasn't illiterate in her past life. She has forgotten most of what she studied for exams, but she can always pick it up again. Once she gets her life in order, she might try taking college entrance exams for fun." Xia Changzheng instinctively let go of Lu Yong. Xia Xiaolan looked quite intimidating. She wasn't throwing tantrums like before, but she exuded an air that made her seem untouchable. After all, in her past life, Xia Xiaolan had worked hard and reached a high position in a multinational company in China. She was more knowledgeable and sophisticated than the Xia family's usual behavior. The scissors in her hand could either be used on herself or to threaten someone else. Generally, Xia Xiaolan preferred to solve problems with intelligence rather than violence because she worked hard for her success. Why should she risk her valuable achievements on something worthless? But she wasn't seen as valuable right now. Others viewed her as someone they could easily bully. If she didn't show some toughness, wouldn't everyone just walk all over her? Xia Xiaolan was charming, but suddenly her demeanor turned cold, leaving Xia Dajuan confused about why he felt afraid of her. He watched as she and her companions pushed their bicycles and disappeared at the village entrance. The women who had been scared earlier came out again, chattering and stirring up trouble. "Dajuan, why didn't you hit her? She doesn't respect her elders. There's no law. Your brother-in-law must have struck it rich. He's feeling bold enough to stand up for his wife, and he hasn't even had a son. You're the only one, Dajuan, who is kind-hearted. Is your mother really sick from anger? Xiaolan is too unreasonable, always threatening to end her life." These voices overwhelmed Xia Dajuan, making it hard for him to think. Just then, his older brother Xia Changzheng walked over and sighed. "From what I heard from Xiaolan, she seems to hate Ziyu too. This girl can't tell right from wrong. Ziyu isn't even angry with her, and yet she..." "Sigh, let's not talk about these troubles. Let's go inside and see how mother is doing." Xia Dajuan felt both ashamed and guilty after his brother's words, unable to lift his head. The three brothers closed the door, leaving the gossipers disappointed. Xia Dajuan hurried to take care of Grandma Xia, while Wang Jingwu pulled her husband aside to discuss the matter of Xia Xiaolan vacating that room. Lu Fun's return is uncertain, but with such a messy situation, Xia Xiaolan's bad temper means she won't come back. Wang Jingwu wants to occupy the empty house first, as the whole Xia family is cramped in one courtyard with limited space. Xia Changzheng first spends some time with his sick mother. Only his second brother believes she is genuinely ill. Xia Changzheng knows she is pretending, but why should he expose her? This way, his brother will feel guilty, listen to their mother, and continue to earn money for the family. Besides Xia Dajuan, who is foolish, the other two brothers have their own plans. Xia Changzheng's wife, Zhang Cui, is also in a room with her mother-in-law, occasionally saying a few light words. Xia Dajuan, consumed by anger, wishes he could grab the disobedient Xia Xiaolan and punish her severely. Seeing the moment was right, Zhang Cui stepped out of the room and, with no one around, expressed her worries to Xia Changzheng. "That troublesome girl ran off with her uncle, and Ziyu told us to keep an eye on her." Zhang Cui and Xia Changzheng have a son, but since Xia Ziyu is successful, they treat their daughter's words as law. Xia Changzheng suppressed his anger. "How can you still say that? Didn't you say Xiaolan had a serious head injury and was not expected to survive? I even delayed my return for 2 days after hearing the news, and now she's lively and running off with Lu Yong." Ziyu is right. Xia Xiaolan holds grudges and will definitely resent their family. But Wang Jianhua wants to be with Ziyu because she is outstanding, and Xia Changzheng doesn't think he did anything wrong. He listens to his daughter. Since Xia Ziyu believes Wang Jianhua will be successful, he won't let Xia Xiaolan have him. No matter how well his niece does, can he benefit from it as an uncle? Of course, his own daughter must do well for him to have a good life. Everything in Day Village has been temporarily forgotten by Xia Xiaolan. Lu Fun's family in Kaijingshan Village is a 3-hour journey from Day Village, one to the east in Anqing County and the other to the southwest. Xia Xiaolan's maternal grandparents fled to Kaijingshan village in Anqing County early on and passed away young, leaving 3 children without family to care for them. Lu Yong, in his youth, was not responsible but managed to raise 2 younger sisters. Xia Xiaolan also has a small aunt married to Lin County, but they don't visit often. Lu Yong only found a wife in his 30s and had a son, who is Xia Xiaolan's little cousin, just 6 years old, and the only heir of the Lu family. Lu Yong took Xia Xiaolan and her mother back to Kaijingshan village, arriving late at night without attracting the villagers' attention. Xia Xiaolan's aunt, Li Fengmei, couldn't sleep and was waiting in the main room with the child. Hearing a noise at the door, I quickly went to open it. "You're back. How are Xiaolan and the others?" Lu Yong stepped aside, and Xiaolan rushed in to greet her aunt. Li Fengmei heard her strong voice and felt her mood lift. "I heard you bumped your head at home and almost scared me to death. And your little cousin had a high fever, so I couldn't leave him for a moment. Thankfully, you're okay." Lu Yong had a big argument with her for not visiting Xiaolan sooner. Li Fengmei felt a bit wronged and mostly scared. If something happened to Xiaolan, Lu Yong would definitely be upset. Seeing that Xiaolan looked fine, Li Fengmei quickly explained. Xiaolan was not someone who didn't understand. An aunt is not the same as an uncle, and after all, who wouldn't worry more about their own child? There are few who care for others' daughters like Xia Dajuan.
Aunt ai fine.
How is Tao Tao? Tao Tao is Xiaolan's little cousin, who looked tired in Li Fengmei's arms. Lu Yong was impatient. "Let's talk inside. My sister is here too. She and Xiaolan will be living with us from now on." Li Fengmei then noticed Lu Fen quietly following Xiaolan. Lu Yong's bike was also loaded with a lot of luggage. Li Fengmei was filled with questions. It seemed like too much stuff for just a short visit. Had they completely fallen out with the Xia family? Lu Fen looked dazed, lost in her own world, and didn't even greet her sister-in-law. If it weren't for the bandage on Xiaolan's forehead, Li Fengmei might have thought it was her sister-in-law Lu Fen who had bumped into something, as she seemed slow to react. Putting her thoughts aside, she quickly laid her son on the bed and helped Lu Yong move things. Lu Yong quietly cursed the Xia family, briefly explaining what happened, including that the 3 of them were leaving just as Xia Dajuan and his brothers returned home, and they had to fight their way out of Da village. Make up the bed in the west room for Xiaolan and her mother. Lu Yong meant that Xiaolan and her mother would stay at their home and not go back to the Xia family to face trouble. But he didn't say how long they would stay. Xiaolan, understanding the situation, quickly assured Li Fengmei, "I want to start a small business and save some money to settle in the county. There are more opportunities in Anqing County, and it will keep me away from gossip in the village." She wouldn't really stay at her uncle's house forever. Her uncle was genuinely willing to take them in, and Aunt Li Fengmei was not so narrow-minded either. Xia Xiaolan is a mature person who understands that living with relatives for a long time can lead to some friction. Since she is only staying temporarily, she doesn't mind explaining a bit to reassure her aunt. Lu Yong also picked up on Xia Xiaolan's underlying message. He didn't argue, thinking that once Xia Xiaolan faces difficulties, she won't be so optimistic. Young people often feel fearless, thinking the outside world is simple. Yes, some people have made money in the past 2 years, but can Xia Xiaolan handle hardship? Under the light, Xia Xiaolan noticed her aunt's smile was much more genuine. "You girl, we're family, so there's no need to be polite. If your uncle lets you and your mother stay, just relax." Her generosity came from the fact that Lu Yong had been making good money recently. For now, having 2 more people at the table wouldn't be a burden. Li Fengmei quickly tidied up the house. Nowadays, people don't care much about comfort. A bed with straw underneath and a mat on top is much better than the old, broken house of the Xia family. After being kicked out of the Xia home, Xia Xiaolan and her mother had been busy all day and night, and they were truly exhausted. After washing their faces and lying down, Xia Xiaolan patted Lu Fen's hand and said, "Don't worry, I will make sure you have a good life. We will be fine, living happily and showing others what we can achieve." After a while, thinking her mother had fallen asleep, Xia Xiaolan was surprised when Lu Fen slowly replied, "I just want you to be happy, Xiaolan." Don't blame me for the hardships you faced. Xia Xiaolan said a few comforting words, but before achieving any success, any promises felt a bit empty. She was too tired, and as she spoke, she fell asleep. The next morning, Xia Xiaolan woke up to the smell of food. Lu Fun had already gotten up and took care of the kitchen. Her little cousin Tao Tao was in good spirits, running around the kitchen. Lu Fun took a steamed bun from the steamer and gave it to him. It was so hot that Tao Tao grimaced but didn't want to spit it out, mumbling compliments, "Aunt's steamed buns are better than my mom's." Anqing County is located at the junction of the north and south, making winters cold and awkward without heating. The food habits mix both northern and southern styles. The Lu family had been eating sweet potato porridge with white steamed buns for days. As Xia Xiaolan opened her box to find clothes, she discovered a pleasant surprise. Inside, she found a handkerchief wrapped around a pile of cash, 18.30 yuan, which was the original owner's secret savings. At the bottom of the box, there were also a few letters with bold and passionate words, written by Wang Jianhua to her. Holding back her disgust, Xia Xiaolan laughed. This person had boldly expressed his feelings for her before. Xia Ziu's skills were truly impressive. Xia Xiaolan initially wanted to burn the letter but reconsidered and tucked it back into the box, thinking it might come in handy someday. Just as she closed the box, Tao Tao entered the room. "Aunt, Sister Xiaolan is awake." Tao Tao was very attached to Xia Xiaolan. Even though she used to have a bad temper, her beauty was hard to resist. Children don't care about mainstream beauty standards. Their appreciation for people and things is natural and untainted. It simply proved that Sister Xiaolan was indeed beautiful, even when she was angry. Xia Xiaolan had little experience with children, but her mental age was not 18. Seeing the adorable little boy, she felt no resistance. She reached out to touch Tao Tao's forehead and smiled. "Your forehead isn't hot, so it looks like you don't have a fever." Tao Tao, looking silly, thought Sister Xiaolan was very gentle. He followed her everywhere, whether she was washing her face or brushing her hair. He glanced at her and took a bite of his bun. "Sister Xiaolan, does your head still hurt? You're really beautiful." Yes, she was truly beautiful. After tidying herself up, with her hair in 2 braids and wearing a clean, unpatched outfit, Xia Xiaolan felt exceptionally pretty. Once she was ready, she took Tao Tao to the kitchen. Lu Fen seemed normal again. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. "We'll eat soon. Your uncle and aunt went to harvest rice. They'll be back with the grains in a couple of days." Just then, Lu Yong's voice rang out. "Is that sweet potato porridge?" He took off his hat and hung it on the wall, smiling when he saw Xia Xiaolan. "You're awake? I told your mom not to wake you. You need to rest after your injury. They caught a wild boar in the next village, and your aunt went to buy some meat. In rural areas, families rarely splurge on meat." Tao Tao was practically drooling. Xia Xiaolan felt touched. Lu Yong was naturally generous, and now that he had made some money, he was even more open-handed. Before the grains were stored, he wouldn't go out, and his bicycle was available. "Can you ride?" Xia Xiaolan nodded. She had indeed ridden this type of old-fashioned bicycle before. It wasn't the most compact, but it could carry a load. Originally designed for military transport, it could navigate rough roads and carry hundreds of pounds of goods and people. Lu Yong suggested that Xia Xiaolan ride the bike to handle the egg business. During the busy farming season, they wanted to start a business. If Lu Yong couldn't handle the hard work, he could think of other ways for her. Li Fengmei really brought back 2 pounds of pork and a bone. The thick layer of fat was greasy, and nowadays, people preferred fatty meat over lean meat because everyone needed more fat in their diet. Li Fengmei felt proud to have gotten such good meat. The family gathered around the table for dinner, and Li Fengmei felt even happier when she heard Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong seriously discussing business details. "How will you transport those eggs to the city? Won't the bicycle break them?" In 1983, there were no proper roads in the villages, not even asphalt ones, so riding a bike to the city was quite bumpy. People could manage, but the eggs would likely break. If 10 out of 100 eggs were broken, Xia Xiaolan wouldn't make any profit. Xia Xiaolan had been thinking about this problem since yesterday. In later years, Eggs could be transported long distances using egg trays, and with smooth roads, they could go anywhere. But with her current conditions, she couldn't get plastic trays, so Xia Xiaolan thought of another solution. Let's weave small baskets from reeds, just the right size for the eggs, and put them in one by one, linking them together. They could fill the gaps with short pieces of straw or similar materials to cushion them. Lu Fin was excited. I can weave.
Just show me how.
Lu Fin was very skilled with her hands. Xia Xiaolan explained, and Lu Fin could easily weave something that looked good with just some straw. Seeing Xia Xiaolan taking action, Lu Yong didn't bother her anymore. After eating, he went out to drain the fields. Some rice paddies still had water, and before harvesting, they needed to drain the fields and let them dry for a couple of days. Draining the fields sometimes brought other catches, like loaches, eels, and even small crucian carp. These were wild catches that were popular in later years but were not valued much at that time. Small crucian carp were bony and hard to eat, and loaches and eels needed a lot of oil to taste good. Why use precious oil on these? Boiling them wasn't tasty, as the earthy taste was a big problem. Xia Xiaolan sighed, thinking about how good high-protein, low-fat meat was, yet it wasn't appreciated by diners in the 1980s. At first, she thought it was a way to make money, her eyes shining with hope, but Lu Yong said loaches didn't sell well. Dried loaches were only a few cents per pound, and the market price was less than a dime. Even less than an egg. This stuff is dirty and smelly. You should focus on your eggs instead. Lu Yong casually caught a crucian carp and tossed it into a wooden bucket. Uncle, don't waste the crucian carp.
Make some soup for Tao Tao to drink.
It helps kids grow and stay healthy. Lu Yong was taken aback. Where did you hear that? Xia Xiaolan thought. Isn't that common knowledge? Forget it. In 1983, who had common knowledge? She opened her eyes and said, I read it in a book. Please don't ask me which book, I really can't answer that. Afraid Lu Yong would ask more questions, Xia Xiaolan ran off with her little cousin. The villagers helping Lu Yong sighed heavily. Xia Xiaolan was too beautiful. When she casually squatted by the field, most boys didn't dare to look at her. Lu Yong used to be a troublemaker, and anyone who dared to bother his niece was just asking for trouble. Lu Yong wiped the sweat from his neck and glared at the people nearby. I'm telling you, if anyone has their eyes on my niece, I'll make sure they regret it. The villagers felt wronged. Brother Yong, she's like my niece too. I wouldn't dare think anything. Lu Yong threw the wooden bucket at him. You talk too much. Hurry up and catch fish. Didn't you hear Xiaolan say kids need more crucian carp soup? Xia Xiaolan wandered around Kaijingshan village with her little cousin. Kaijingshan village had abundant water resources, with the reed marshes from Dahu village extending here. Baihua reeds in Anqing County were famous long ago, and with reeds readily available, Xia Xiaolan didn't think about making woven products. First, the timing wasn't right, and second, the weaving market in Anqing County was already saturated. But the reed marshes clearly provided more than just weaving materials. They were also a habitat for wild ducks and water chickens. For Xia Xiaolan, it meant money. Protecting the environment could wait until she was financially stable. Compared to those who resorted to robbery, her way of making money was already quite clean. Tao Tao walked confidently ahead, and Xia Xiaolan was something he proudly showed off. No one else's sister looked as good as her. With the busy farming season approaching, the scorching sun couldn't stop the young people of Kaijingshan village from radiating energy. One by one, they greeted Tao Tao. Tao Tao, your cousin is here? Tao Tao, are you going fishing with us?
Tao Tao.
They called out to Tao Tao, but their eyes were on Xia Xiaolan. This indirect flirting made their faces turn red, and Xia Xiaolan thought how innocent most young people were in the 1980s. She had no thoughts about these innocent young men. With her own needs to worry about, she had no time to admire handsome boys. Xia Xiaolan had visited Qijing village before. Her name was well known among the young people, but she had always been proud and unwilling to pay attention to those who flattered her. Now, she planned to continue the original owner's approach. She was not interested in the older kids, but rather in those who could play with Tao Tao. Children over 10 usually had to help with chores, and those around 13 or 14 were almost like full-time workers. Xia Xiaolan's target group was children under 10. They were playful, tough, and easy to please. After wandering around for a while, Xia Xiaolan finally spotted her target. A few children slightly older than Tao Tao ran over, laughing. Tao Tao, my mom said your cousin became silly. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit annoyed. Compared to the young people who were captivated by her looks, these kids were not friendly at all. They immediately pointed out her flaws. Tao Tao refused to agree, saying, my sister Xiaolan is not silly. You're just talking nonsense. Xia Xiaolan chuckled coldly and took out 20 cents to give to her little cousin, saying, go buy some snacks at the store. I'll wait for you under the tree. The kids were instantly envious. Who said Tao Tao's cousin was silly if she could give money for snacks? The innocent children had no chance against the clever Xia Xiaolan. When Tao Tao returned with candy, they were all eagerly waiting. Xia Xiaolan seized the opportunity and asked, do you want some candy? They all nodded eagerly. Then you have to trade something for it. Tao Tao is my cousin, but you're not, and you called me silly. The leader of the group swallowed hard. Sister Xiaolan, what can we trade for candy? This child quickly changed his tone to match Tao Tao's. Do you know about the wild duck eggs in the reed marsh? 3 wild duck eggs can be traded for 20 cents, and with that money, you can buy candy. But you must go in pairs to find the duck eggs and stay away from the rivers. Really? Only a puppy would lie. Whether it was true or not, they could find out by trying. Of course, duck eggs in the county cost more than 20 cents for 3. Xia Xiaolan thought, if she wasn't making a profit, why would she bother with this? Getting the kids to help find wild duck eggs was a way to use the cheapest labor, minimizing costs to the extreme. Xia Xiaolan thought she was quite clever, reborn in 83, thinking of ways to utilize child labor. 20 cents was a big deal for these kids. Born in the 70s, they grew up in the countryside, where the New Year's money given to children was only a few cents, with a lucky few getting a whole yuan. This little money could buy candy or firecrackers and last them a long time. More than an hour later, a 9-year-old girl came with her little sister, bringing over a dozen wild duck eggs for Xia Xiaolan. After checking that the eggs were good, Xia Xiaolan kept her promise. She didn't take advantage of the kids who struggled with math. She calculated the money fairly. You have 16 eggs. That's 1 yuan and 7 cents. The change was exchanged from the village shop. The little girl held the money, her excited hands unsure where to put it. The younger child was drooling, saying candy. The older girl took her sister home, knowing they couldn't spend more than a yuan without an adult's permission. Xia Xiaolan called out to her, if you have chicken eggs at home, you can sell them to me. I live at Tao Tao's house, but you need to ask your parents first. Xia Xiaolan's little scouts cleared the nearby reed marshes in 2 hours. The wild ducks quacked and flapped their wings, darting around in the reeds, and some even found little ducklings asking Xia Xiaolan if she wanted them. Now that she had a place to raise ducks, Xia Xiaolan planned to take them back to keep Lufan busy. She collected over 90 wild duck eggs in total. As for whether anyone would sell chicken eggs, she would find out by evening. When Xia Xiaolan got home, she discovered her uncle had caught a half bucket of loaches, along with many eels and about 10 pounds of carp from the rice fields, all kept in a water tank by the wall. Let them sit for a few days until they clear out their stomachs before we eat. Li Fome had made a soup with radishes using the bones, filling the yard with a delicious aroma. During mealtime, no one would come to visit. Everyone cherished their good food and wouldn't pretend to be confused about visiting at that time. Lufan was weaving grass baskets under the eaves and had already made quite a pile. Xiaolan, take a look. How does it look?
Perfect.
The wild duck eggs and chicken eggs fit just right. Tao Tao proudly puffed out his chest. Sister Xiaolan bought a lot of duck eggs and even got me candy. Li Fome laughed when she heard this from the kitchen. Xia Xiaolan had not been this patient with Tao Tao before. This child was Li Fengmei's treasure, and Xia Xiaolan treated him well. How could a mother not like that? For a moment, the whole family's atmosphere was very relaxed. Xia Xiaolan felt that life was looking up, and her decision to leave Daha village was definitely the right one. The soup made from big bones and radishes. The meat on the bones had melted, creating a milky white broth, and the radishes were soft without any tough fibers. Pouring the soup and vegetables over rice, even 6-year-old Tao Tao could eat a big bowl, let alone the adults. Xia Xiaolan insisted on making scrambled duck eggs, and Lu Yong said it was her business foundation, asking her not to do it again. Xia Xiaolan thought that directly giving living expenses wasn't appropriate, so she could only help her uncle's family with their meals. She couldn't just eat and drink for free. Stir-fried wild duck eggs with freshly cut tender chives covered the fishy smell of the duck eggs. Following Xiaolan's advice, I added a bit of vinegar while whisking the eggs, and they turned out tender and fluffy, almost like chicken eggs, Li Fengmei praised, making Lu Fen happy. People said Xia Xiaolan was not dependable, that she lacked focus and was restless. Lu Fen never gave up on her daughter, and now she was finally becoming more sensible. How could she not be pleased? Xia Xiaolan also thought her uncle's family's meals were quite good. Having eaten lunch, Lu Yong went out to work in the fields again. This time, even Li Fengmei joined him, while Lu Fen wanted to go, but Lu Yong asked her to stay home and weave more baskets. Xiaolan has a chance to earn money these 2 days. Don't delay her important work. Xia Xiaolan took the new 28-speed bicycle to practice her riding skills. In her past life, she had no relatives to rely on. She depended on kind people for school and worked hard to make a living. Riding a bicycle in the winter to do business, covering dozens of kilometers, was easy for her. Later, as she got promotions, her travel expenses were fully reimbursed, and she was given a car. Eventually, she bought her own. It had been nearly 20 years since she had ridden such an old-fashioned bicycle. At first, she was not very skilled, but soon she became more comfortable. Her little brother, Tao Tao, watched eagerly, but at just 6 years old, he was too small. Xia Xiaolan could only put him on the back seat, letting him hold onto her waist as she rode around the village. On the way, a familiar woman called out to her. "Xiaolan, my daughter said you are collecting eggs. What's the price?" Xia Xiaolan jumped off the bike to greet her. "Auntie, I am collecting eggs." With the busy farming season, everyone has no time to sell their eggs in the county. The weather is hot, and they spoil quickly, so I'm collecting them to sell in the county. Of course, I want to earn a little money for my efforts. How about 12 cents for each egg? The woman's family name was Chen, and she was the fourth in her family, so everyone called her Aunt Chen Si. Aunt Chen frowned and said, "I heard that eggs sell for 1.5 cents each in the county." Xia Xiaolan smiled and explained, "The price of eggs in the county changes all the time. To be honest, sometimes they are 1.5 cents, and sometimes even cheaper. If they don't sell or get damaged on the way, I take a risk by buying too many eggs. You shouldn't do business at a loss." With potential losses on the road, and considering that Kaijingshan village is far from the county, it's fine to make a trip sometimes, but during busy farming seasons, it can take half a day.
Who has that kind of time?
I'll sell them to you. I'll go home and get the eggs. Every family has a couple of hens. The money for cooking relies on the eggs. In summer, with plenty of grass seeds and small insects, the hens get fat, and 2 hens can lay over 20 eggs in half a month. Aunt Chen brought over more than 20 eggs for Xia Xiaolan, and the payment was settled immediately. News of Xia Xiaolan selling eggs quickly spread through the village, and her egg business officially started. Lu Fen couldn't help but speed up her work on the baskets. Xia Xiaolan spent more than a day collecting all the eggs in Kaijingshan village, even delivering eggs to the neighboring village. She only had about 70 yuan as her initial capital, but she collected nearly 400 chicken eggs and 200 wild duck eggs. She needed to keep some money for herself, so Xia Xiaolan decided to pause for now. Lu Fen had never seen so many eggs and duck eggs piled together. The baskets were full, and it looked quite impressive. Lu Fen was very worried, fearing that these eggs wouldn't sell, and the whole family wouldn't be able to eat them all. Besides, who could afford to spend dozens of yuan on eggs these days? That amount is equivalent to more than a month's salary for a town worker. I'll take 200 chicken eggs and 100 wild duck eggs to the city tomorrow. If Anqing County didn't have 2 big factories, Xia Xiaolan wouldn't dare to collect so many eggs. With thousands of workers in the two factories, 300 eggs could easily be sold, as long as she could find the right connections. Relying solely on retail is inefficient, so Xia Xiaolan was thinking about finding better sales channels. Although official eggs are only 1.2 yuan per pound, the supply is severely lacking. Some units' logistics departments can't even buy eggs at low prices, so it's worth trying to explore this opportunity. Late at night, even Li Fengmei helped weave baskets, cutting the dry straw short and stuffing the gaps with rice husks to increase stability during transport. Tao Tao was so excited that he couldn't sleep, waiting for Xia Xiaolan to take him to the city. But the little boy was destined for disappointment. Xia Xiaolan and her daughter set off at 5 a.m. Two people feel safer together. Xia Xiaolan is so beautiful that Lu Fun and Lu Yong are both worried. Riding a bicycle greatly shortened the time to get into the city. By the time they reached the place where they sold duck eggs last time, it was just getting light. The small market outside the agricultural machinery factory was very quiet today. The locals were busy with their farm work and didn't have time to come to the county to sell things. As soon as Xia Xiaolan parked her bike, an old customer recognized her. She stands out with her looks and is efficient in her work, making her unforgettable to those who have interacted with her. "Oh, are you here to sell eggs again? Auntie, are you buying eggs today? I have chicken eggs. I still haven't finished the duck eggs I bought a few days ago." Xia Xiaolan didn't miss the chance to attract potential customers. Duck eggs make great preserved eggs and salted duck eggs, but for steaming or frying, you still need chicken eggs. She opened her basket, revealing neatly arranged chicken eggs, almost inviting the ant to buy them. The ant couldn't help but swallow. She had indeed made salted eggs from the wild duck eggs she bought last time. Should she buy a few chicken eggs too? Xia Xiaolan noticed. She was tempted. "I sell chicken eggs for 1.5 yuan each, but since you're a regular, I can give them to you for 1.4 yuan. The wild duck eggs are still at the same price as before. In state-run stores, chicken eggs are 1.2 yuan per pound, and depending on the size, there are about 8 to 10 eggs in a pound. They're cheaper than what Xia Xiaolan sells, but you need a good supply to get the low-priced eggs." The ant couldn't resist Xia Xiaolan's persuasion and ended up buying 10 eggs. As the workers started arriving on their bicycles, Xia Xiaolan's business picked up. She stood confidently, and her looks attracted more glances. Whenever someone looked her way, she would ask if they wanted to buy eggs, unlike the other locals who sold things sneakily, as if they were doing something wrong. Taking advantage of the workers' break time, Xia Xiaolan sold most of the eggs she brought. "You see, it's actually quite safe. Tomorrow I'll go into the city by myself." Someone needed to stay home to collect the eggs. It wouldn't be right to keep bothering Xia Xiaolan's aunt, as she had her own work. After collecting eggs in Qijiao village, they still needed to go to other places, and having two people go to the county wasted one worker's time. Lu Fun was not good with words, so she couldn't persuade anyone to buy. Only Xia Xiaolan could go to the county. By just after 9 a.m., Xia Xiaolan had sold all her eggs. She planned to move to the meat processing plant outside tomorrow. She had a lot of cash but didn't count it. However, based on her selling price, she definitely made a profit today. Despite being careful, she still broke a few eggs, which was unavoidable. The busy season for harvesting rice has arrived, and Xia Xiaolan's egg-selling business is thriving. Some people call her the egg fairy, and with this reputation, she has caught the attention of some unsavory characters. With the support of her uncle, Xia Xiaolan, and her mother are living quite well. Especially during the busy harvest season, when every family in the village is focused on gathering crops, the Xia family is too occupied to cause trouble for Xia Xiaolan. She has started selling eggs in the city, and within just a couple of days, her business is running smoothly. She speaks clearly, is very attractive, and has principles in her business, but she is also generous within those principles. Workers from the agricultural machinery factory and the meat processing plant know that there is a new egg fairy outside the factory selling fresh eggs. At first, she made daily trips to Onchen County, and in just 2 days, she sold nearly 2,000 eggs. Although riding her bike tirelessly between the countryside and the county is tough, her hard work pays off, earning her about 10 yuan a day. With little capital and no connections, Xia Xiaolan has many ideas for making money, but she knows it will take time. She is content with her daily earnings, and her mother, Lu Fun, is very pleased. In the evening, when they return home, the mother and daughter count their earnings. They pour the money from the cloth bag onto the table, mostly in small bills of 1 yuan and 50 cents, with the smallest being in cents. Xia Xiaolan swears she has never seen so many small bills in her life. Lu Fun organizes the money, feeling as if she is dreaming. Is it really this easy to make money? Don't others know about this? Lu Fun's question is insightful, showing she is starting to think critically. Xia Xiaolan smiles and replies, if people knew they could make money, not everyone could do this business. The 1980s were full of opportunities, but not everyone became a millionaire. When opportunities arise, it takes courage and luck. Just like Xia Xiaolan's business, there are certainly others in Qijing village who are envious. First, the crops in the fields need to be harvested, and they can't spare anyone. Second, those who can help must have the same determination as Xia Xiaolan. Business involves both profit and loss. Selling eggs is not only hard work but also carries significant risks. What if the eggs don't sell? What if they break on the way? With nearly 100 yuan in capital, a careless mistake could lead to a total loss. Even if Xia Xiaolan faces losses, she can always start over. After all, she once held a high position in a multinational company, so a small setback won't discourage her. For a rural person in 1983, losing nearly 100 yuan was a lot of money, something that would take half a year to save. If it was gone just like that, how could a family with little savings handle several losses? Xia Xiaolan put the money away. In a few days, it will be hard to sell eggs. I asked my uncle to help collect eels. I want to take them to the provincial capital to try selling. In the Lu family's rice fields, they could easily catch dozens of pounds of loaches, crucian carp, and eels. The countryside really had plenty of them. If loaches are not cooked well, they can taste muddy. The crucian carp raised in the rice fields are not popular nowadays. Who wants to eat them? They are oily, have many bones, and little meat, so they are not even considered one of the 4 major fish. This shows how unpopular they are. The phrase as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river illustrates just how many there are. Eels are different. They are highly nutritious and always sell well. Even now, their price is almost as high as pork, but they don't sell well in Anqing County unless taken to the provincial capital. Crucian carp and loaches are cheap, so Xia Xiaolan didn't want to bother with them. She asked Lu Yong to inform the people of Kaijingshan village that she would be collecting eels in addition to eggs. However, everyone was busy harvesting rice, and aside from a few children bringing in small amounts to sell, there wasn't much business. She wasn't in a hurry. Eels could be caught until October. Even the crucian carp and loaches that others disliked had their uses for Xia Xiaolan. Her cooking skills were average, but she had a lot of experience. To entertain clients, she had tried dishes from all over the country. The loaches and crucian carp that Lu Yong brought home were cleaned of mud. She would heat a little vegetable oil in a pot, fry the crucian carp on low heat until golden brown, then add water and simmer on low heat. The fish would become tender in the broth, which was not too much trouble. Xia Xiaolan made sure everyone at home drank the fish soup. She especially took care of Lu Fun and Tao Tao. Lu Fun was as thin as a refugee, and if Tao Tao didn't get enough calcium, he would grow up short like the rest of the Lu family. Loaches were cooked with chili sauce and tofu, and garlic sprouts were added at the end. The Lu family's meals were well arranged, and Aunt Li Fengmei was very pleased with Xia Xiaolan. However, Lu Fun couldn't accompany Xia Xiaolan to the city these days. Since the mother and daughter were staying here, they wouldn't let Lu Yong and his wife go to the fields to harvest rice. Lu Fun had to help out. Be careful going to the county by yourself, Lu Fun said before Xia Xiaolan left. She was also going to the fields to cut rice, trying to finish before the sun came out. They had to cut the rice stalks and thresh the grains manually since there were no machines available. I understand, Mom. Don't tire yourself too much. Xia Xiaolan rode her bicycle to the county town. In the past few days, she had almost filled the market share for eggs from both of her factories, and it was unlikely that people would buy so many eggs every day. She transported over 400 eggs at a time and made 2 trips to Onching County each day. Today, during her second trip to sell eggs, she waited a long time at the agricultural machinery factory and still had about 100 eggs left. Xia Xiaolan decided to find a different place to sell. Normally, she didn't take shortcuts, but since she was delayed today, she rode through a small alley. What she didn't know was that after selling eggs for a few days, her reputation as the egg girl had spread. She was pretty and carried cash from selling eggs every day, which made some people think about taking advantage of her. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit overconfident. After all, she had carried her large scissors for several days without encountering any trouble. At the end of the alley was a main road, and she pedaled hard, but suddenly someone grabbed her bicycle basket. "Hey, little sister, why are you in such a hurry? We want to buy eggs." She almost fell when they suddenly stopped her. The basket hit the ground heavily, and Xia Xiaolan felt a pang in her heart, worried about how many eggs might have broken. One person quickly jumped in front of her, blocking her way. 2 other men grabbed her bicycle. Xia Xiaolan straightened up, holding her scissors tightly, hidden in her sleeve. The situation felt dangerous. 3 rough-looking young men were leering at her from head to toe. Although she was dressed in long sleeves and pants to protect herself from the sun, their inappropriate gazes made her feel exposed. Today might not end well. Unlike most girls who would be scared, Xia Xiaolan didn't hesitate. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Help! Someone is trying to assault me. Help! They are blocking me in the alley." Her sharp voice startled the 3 men. One quickly tried to cover her mouth, but she stabbed at him with the scissors, causing him to wince in pain. "You little brat, did you think we didn't know about you? You too, hold her down. How dare you stab me?" Xia Xiaolan pressed her back against the wall, swinging her scissors fiercely while continuing to shout for help. She made sure to keep her distance, yelling help. "Someone is assaulting me. And help!" while using her bicycle as a barrier, preventing anyone from getting too close. One of the men, losing patience, pulled the bicycle away. Xia Xiaolan shouted loudly, while smirking. When someone tried to grab her wrist, she aimed for their eyes. The man retreated quickly, and the tip of the scissors grazed his eyelid. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed Xia Xiaolan's braid and pulled her close. Another took the chance to knock the scissors out of her hand. "You filthy girl, pretending to be pure. Everyone knows you're not. You're Xia Xiaolan from Dahu village." Xia Xiaolan was held tightly by someone. The mention of Xia Xiaolan from Dahu village shook her, but she still called for help. These men had done their homework on her, and she felt anxious. It was the hottest part of the day, and there were hardly any people on the road, especially in this remote area. 2 of the 3 men were injured, and they didn't dare to delay any longer. If she kept calling for help, someone would surely come. The uninjured one covered her mouth, but without the scissors, Xia Xiaolan kicked him hard in the groin. The kick was so powerful that he released her, bending over in pain. Xia Xiaolan kicked again, not caring if she hit him or not, and seized the chance to run towards the alley exit. When pushed to the limit, people can unleash unimaginable strength. Xia Xiaolan wasn't afraid of being robbed. She was terrified of being harmed by these thugs. She was a good girl who wanted to experience love in the 1980s. The thug cursed, "Filthy girl," and started chasing her. Xia Xiaolan felt anxious. Her body was too weak. Even though she wasn't short, she couldn't fight off 3 thugs. Just as she was about to reach the alley exit, a shadow appeared in front of her, blocking her path. For the first time, Xia Xiaolan felt despair, thinking it was another thug, and she ran straight into him. He steadied her and said, "I'm not with the bad guys." His accent was not from Onching County. He pulled Xia Xiaolan behind him and shouted, "How dare you bully a woman in broad daylight? The safety in Onching County is terrible. Don't be afraid. Xia Xiaolan was sweating, her small face flushed. He was momentarily stunned by her appearance. Suddenly, he shouted, "Brother, Qingzi, come quickly. These punks are bothering this young lady." Bothering a young lady was one thing, but why her? Since he saw Xia Xiaolan eating noodles a few days ago in Anqing County, he couldn't stop thinking about her. He felt she had looked at him with watery eyes, making it hard for him to forget. A rush of adrenaline surged through him as he positioned himself protectively in front of Xia Xiaolan and charged at the three thugs. Xia Xiaolan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like he was there to save her. She recognized him. He was the young man from the food stall who always looked at her. Footsteps echoed at the alley's entrance. Another young man approached, walking confidently, looking very energetic. With his short hair and sharp features, he had a rebellious charm. This man seemed tough. Zhou Cheng looked up and locked eyes with Xia Xiaolan. She was sweating and out of breath, but her stunning beauty couldn't be hidden. Zhou Cheng didn't know fancy words, but he thought Xia Xiaolan was beautiful in every way, making him a bit dry-mouthed. Kang Wei was right. This small place in Anqing County hid a real beauty. No wonder Kang Wei kept talking about her on the way to Shanghai, and now he was fighting like it was life or death. Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow. With a face like his, he should always be careful and avoid shady places to not give troublemakers a chance. If it weren't for her slamming on the brakes at the intersection, she would have been in real trouble. Zhou Cheng felt a surge of anger as he watched Kang Wei take down three troublemakers. Still not satisfied, he picked up a brick and smashed it down on one of their heads, who fell to the ground and didn't move. Brother Chung. Kang Wei quickly let go of the other two. Don't be impulsive. It's not worth it. Zhou Cheng glanced at him. Xia Xiaolan fixed her hair, feeling a bit scared. With no one else around, what if these two were also bad guys? Zhou Cheng didn't call out her worries. What should we do with these three? Xia Xiaolan looked at the sky. Thank you so much. Can you take them to the police station? Zhou Cheng nodded. Kang Wei kicked one of them. Stop pretending, get up. Kang Wei didn't dare look at Xia Xiaolan. But Zhou Cheng noticed the fresh wound on her forehead. What happened to your forehead? Xia Xiaolan thought. Why was he so casual? However, she didn't want to be rude to her savior, so she replied vaguely, I fell accidentally. The more Zhou Cheng looked at the wound, the more he disliked it. A flawless face like hers shouldn't have such a mark. He wondered if it would leave a scar. Kang Wei tied up the three men, one of whom was still mumbling, She's just a loose woman. If others can sleep with her, why can't we? We're all men. Let's enjoy together. Kang Wei kicked him in the face, knocking out several teeth, finally silencing his crude remarks. However, the atmosphere was still awkward, and Xia Xiaolan's expression was not good. She picked up her bicycle, which had broken several eggs. She earned 1 cent for each egg. Under the scorching sun, she went to different villages to collect eggs, making 2 trips to Anqing County each day. She woke up at 5 in the morning and didn't rest until 9 or 10 at night, without any breaks in between. Even with all that effort, she could only earn about 10 yuan a day, and now, with this fall, her whole day was wasted. Having faced many hardships in her past life, even worse than this, Xia Xiaolan still felt wronged. Who would want to be reborn in 1983? In her previous life, it took her 20 years to succeed, and now everything was gone after just 1 sleep. With red eyes, Xia Xiaolan kicked the bullies hard. I wouldn't even look at you if I were desperate. Cowards, only able to bully women. Xia Xiaolan was not someone to mess with. She seemed weak, but before being rescued, she had already hurt the 3 bullies. At the police station, Zhou Cheng and another person took all the blame, saying it was just a fight between the 2 of them. The police didn't say they fought hard. Instead, they formally praised the 2. We have received a notice from the Ministry of Public Security. Anqing County will actively cooperate with the crackdown, and current criminals will be dealt with swiftly and severely. You 2 are heroes, and we will send a banner to your workplace. Kang Wei thought, what workplace do he and Qingzi have? Xia Xiaolan came out from another room, and a female officer was very kind and comforted her. We will definitely keep this confidential. The world is unfair to women. Even though she almost faced an assault, if word got out, people might criticize both the bullies and the woman. Xia Xiaolan knew that, barring any surprises, she would never see those 3 bullies again. They were so arrogant. daring to commit crimes during a crackdown. They probably thought that even if they harmed her, they wouldn't dare report it for the sake of their reputation. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. Xia Xiaolan had a bad reputation and was fierce enough to stab someone in the eye with scissors, which bought her time until help arrived. When she left the police station, it was already 6 in the evening. Xia Xiaolan was anxious, but didn't want to be rude, insisting on treating her 2 rescuers to dinner, which would just be at the small noodle stall at the street corner. Xia Xiaolan was short on money, so she couldn't treat them to a restaurant. A table at a state-run restaurant would cost at least 20 yuan, but she could only afford to buy them noodle soup, maybe with 2 fried eggs from the stall owner. Kong Wei was chatty and outgoing, while Zhou Cheng, who looked a bit mischievous, actually spoke very little. This person actually looks more like a bad guy than the 3 rascals. He has a sinister vibe, and Kong Wei, who can easily take down 3 people, is quite submissive to Zhou Cheng. Kong Wei puts down his bowl and insists on paying, but Xia Xiaolan stops him. "I can't repay your kindness with just a bowl of noodles. Let me treat you both today." Kong Wei mumbles that he has never been treated to a meal by a girl before. Zhou Cheng sets down his chopsticks. "You can treat us another day. It's too late today. I'll take you home." The last sentence was directed at Xia Xiaolan. "Brother, have you fallen in love at first sight?" Zhou Cheng looks at Xia Xiaolan with a hint of affection. Xia Xiaolan, who has never been in a situation like this, realizes that Zhou Cheng likes her and doesn't hide it. She knows that in this world, it's hard for men not to like her face. Otherwise, why would she have gotten into this trouble today? Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei are her lifesavers, and Xia Xiaolan is straightforward and not pretentious. "Am I bothering you too much?" "Not at all. We've been on the road for days and needed a break anyway. We'll drop you off at home and then head back to the county." Kong Wei is surprised. Zhou Cheng has never been this patient when talking to girls. Many girls chase after him, but he never pays them any attention. He didn't mention stopping in Anqing County earlier. They have a load to deliver and should return to Beijing quickly. Kong Wei sneaks a glance at Xia Xiaolan. She is indeed very beautiful. Could it be that the usually indifferent Zhou Cheng is smitten? He doesn't dare to speak up and quickly adds, "It's not a bother. It's late, and it's not safe for you to walk alone. What if those rascals have accomplices? Don't worry, we're definitely not bad people. We have records at the police station." If she keeps refusing, it would seem like she's treating her saviors as threats. Xia Xiaolan looks at the big Dongfeng truck, unsure of where to sit. Zhou Cheng hands her bicycle to Kong Wei. "You go to the back and keep an eye on the cargo." Kong Wei feels uneasy, but doesn't dare to oppose Zhou Cheng, so he places Xia Xiaolan's bicycle in the truck. The cargo area is filled with boxes, and it takes him a while to squeeze in. Xia Xiaolan thinks about saying she will go to the back, but they might not trust her with the cargo. She sits in the passenger seat, and the Dongfeng truck starts moving. The road to Qijing village is in poor condition, and many times the wheels barely avoid the edge of the road. Xia Xiaolan occasionally directed Zhou Cheng, saying that the car was much faster than a bicycle. A 2-hour walk or a 1-hour bike ride could be done in just half an hour by car. "Up ahead is my home. The village roads are too narrow for cars, so please drop me off here." Xia Xiaolan pointed to Kaijingshan village. Along the way, the fields were bustling with activity. Before it got completely dark, those working meted to bring the harvested rice home. They carried the bags on their shoulders one by one. There was smoke rising from the village. During busy farming times, people needed to eat 3 meals a day instead of the usual 2, and each meal had to be hearty. Otherwise, who could manage all that work? Xia Xiaolan had planned to return early to prepare dinner, but her visit to the police station took longer than expected. She felt a bit anxious, and Zhou Cheng noticed. As soon as she got out of the car, he suddenly asked, "Are you going to Anqing County tomorrow?" After what happened today, most girls would be too scared to continue their business. Even if they sold eggs, they might take a few days off to recover. However, Zhou Cheng felt that Xia Xiaolan was different from most girls. Although she looked delicate, she was quite bold. Sure enough, without hesitation, Xia Xiaolan replied, "Of course." "Zhou Ge, are you staying at the Anqing County guest house tonight? I'll come find you tomorrow and bring you breakfast." Zhou Cheng, feeling mischievous, smiled and thought the girl had a good heart. Go home now, but don't leave too early tomorrow. It's not safe. Xia Xiaolan pushed her bicycle away. Conway leaned in and asked, Qingzi, are you really interested in her? Zhou Cheng scoffed. Conway lamented. Was there any fairness left? He had noticed her first and had been thinking about her all along, only to have Zhou Cheng swoop in. Xia Xiaolan rode her bicycle home. Lu Fen was very worried. Xia Xiaolan was late returning, and after finishing their work in the fields, they hadn't seen her. Just as she was about to go look for her, Xia Xiaolan came back. Although she had tidied herself up, the smell of eggs was hard to hide. I fell on the way and had to push my bike back, and a lot of eggs broke, Xia Xiaolan admitted. Lu Fen didn't think about the eggs and quickly asked, Did you hurt yourself? Let me check. Xia Xiaolan spun around and jumped a bit. I'm really fine. I happened to meet 2 kind people who gave me a ride for a while, and I'm bringing them breakfast tomorrow to thank them. Why don't you take a day off tomorrow? I already promised to bring them breakfast. By the way, I had dinner in the county. Mom, what are you all having tonight? Harvesting rice is not only tiring, but the sweat and bits of grass stick together and are really itchy. Lu Yong and Li Fengmei were busy taking a shower, while Lu Fen cooked and watched Tao Tao. When Xia Xiaolan came back, she hurried him to take a shower. Tao Tao circled around Xia Xiaolan, saying, Sister Xiaolan, when will you take me to the county to play? He looked at her eagerly, like a little puppy. Xia Xiaolan couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Sister is busy making money, so I can't play with you right now. But if you behave, I'll bring you a gift tomorrow. Tao Tao's eyes lit up. He really wanted to go to the county and be with Xia Xiaolan. But his dad said that Sister Xiaolan was busy with business and told him not to bother her. Since Xia Xiaolan promised him a gift, he felt satisfied. He stretched out his hand, saying, I don't believe you. You said you would take me to the city, but you sneaked away this morning. Let's make a pinky promise. Tao Tao extended his pinky, and Xia Xiaolan had no choice but to hook her pinky with his. They hooked their pinkies and pressed their thumbs together. Pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Whoever changes is a little dog. Lu Yong just finished his shower and came out, saying, You little rascal, don't be so familiar with your sister. Who are you calling a little dog? Xia Xiaolan is the little dog, and as her uncle, isn't he the big dog? Lu Yong playfully chased the kids, and Xia Xiaolan held back her laughter to stop him. Uncle, I'm just playing with Tao Tao. It's fine, we're just having fun. Lu Yong was exhausted from working all day, so he just pretended to chase them. Hearing Xia Xiaolan's words made him smile. You sound so grown up, but you're still a kid. An 18-year-old girl can already get married. But in Lu Yong's eyes, Xia Xiaolan was still just a young girl. It's a pity she was born into the Xia family, with biased relatives and a clueless father, and now she had to take on the burden of supporting the family. Lu Yong sighed. Did you really fall today? I'm not your mom. The more they spent time together, the more Xia Xiaolan felt her uncle Lu Yong was very clever. She didn't hide anything and told him about today. Those people had already inquired about my background. Do you think my bad reputation has spread to the county? Xia Xiaolan sold eggs, but did she go around telling everyone she was Xia Xiaolan from Dahu village? Lu Yong felt a bit scared and thought something was off. I'll check it out in the city tomorrow. And you should really thank those 2 people who helped you. You just treated them to a couple of meals? About the work in the fields. It's fine, I'll have others help out. It won't delay the harvest. After Lu Yong finished his meal, he went out. Xia Xiaolan told her mom about helping someone bring breakfast. She's just talk. She can fry a couple of dishes, but when it comes to steaming buns, she can't even get the dough right. Using the same flour as an 83 isn't exactly self-rising flour. Using alkaline dough is decent, but mostly it's old yeast, and Xia Xiaolan struggles with the measurements. Li Fengmei chimed in. The pickled radishes from a few days ago are sour enough. Chop some pork to mix in, and make sour radish and pork dumplings to take along.
Pure meat filling?
I hadn't thought of that, just having some meat flavor is good enough. Who can afford pure meat filling these days? That's too luxurious. Anqing County is a place where northern and southern cultures meet, so the eating habits are influenced by both sides. More people eat rice, but noodles are also common. The area planted with wheat is only slightly less than that of rice, and wheat is a staple during tax season. The flour that rural people eat is ground by themselves, and the dumplings and buns made from it don't look as nice as those made with premium flour, nor do they compare to refined white flour. The texture isn't as fine as premium flour, but the original flavor of the wheat is stronger. Xiaoxialan's aunt is great at making pickled vegetables. The main ingredient is large red radishes, and the pickling liquid contains salt and brown sugar. Li Fengmei also adds some red chili, resulting in radishes that are sweet, sour, and slightly spicy, which are very appetizing. Pairing them with meat makes my mouth water just thinking about it. Making the dough is Lu Fen's job, while Xia Xiaolan took over the filling. She even woke up an hour early to wash and chop in the kitchen, making 2 pounds of dumpling filling. There was only so much meat at home, so Xia Xiaolan filled 2 enamel jars with dumplings, only eating a few herself and saving the rest for her brother Tao Tao, who hadn't woken up yet. She felt a bit shy. I'll buy some more meat when I come back today. Meat is quite expensive, but eating a pound a day isn't out of reach. Xia Xiaolan knows it's important to save money, but she also can't earn money and not spend any. She can skip buying nice clothes and face cream, keeping her personal items simple, but she can't let her family go hungry. Li Fengmei urged her to leave. Your uncle is all set and waiting for you at the door. Hurry up and go. You don't need to buy meat. I had the butcher save half a pig's liver for you and your uncle to bring back early. Lu Yong's rice harvest is almost done, and today they need to ask for help again. Li Fengmei will definitely prepare some nice dishes for dinner. Lu Yong had already packed the eggs and was waiting for her with his bicycle. Sit on the back seat facing away from me, and be careful not to step on the eggs in the baskets. Your mom was upset last night while cleaning up the broken eggs. So many eggs were ruined. How could she not feel sad? These eggs weren't just found. They cost money to collect. Xia Xiaolan worked hard going from village to village. People say the 1980s were full of opportunities, but even the best earnings require hard work and effort. Xia Xiaolan held 2 enamel jars in her arms and settled on the back seat. Lu Yong smiled. You didn't eat enough dumplings this morning, right? Just hang in there. When we get to Anqing County, your uncle will treat you to something good. Xia Xiaolan thought that Lu Yong went to the county not only to gather news, but also to sincerely thank Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei. No matter the occasion, showing gratitude often involves treating someone to a meal. But this time, Lu Yong's treat wouldn't just be a simple bowl of noodles. She felt uneasy about letting her uncle spend more money when she hadn't even paid him back yet. Uncle, you're so good to me. Though he was shorter than Xia Dajuan, to her, Lu Yong felt more like a father. Lu Yong rode his bicycle, thinking that this girl was saying silly things again. His affection for Xia Xiaolan was the same as for his son, Tao Tao. They were all part of the Lu family. How could he not care? If he had realized things sooner, they could be living a worry-free life now, and Xia Xiaolan wouldn't have to work hard selling eggs. As Lu Yong rode partway, he noticed someone waiting by the roadside and immediately felt alert. It was early morning, and he wondered who was so idle. Could it be a friend of the troublemaker from yesterday, waiting to cause trouble for his niece? Xiaolan, do you recognize that person ahead? Xia Xiaolan turned her neck to look. In the morning light, that distinctive crew cut and unforgettable face could only belong to Zhou Cheng. It's Brother Zhou. He was the one who saved me yesterday. Lu Yong quickly braked, and Xia Xiaolan jumped off the back seat. Brother Zhou, what are you doing here? The morning dew had soaked Zhou Cheng's shoulders, and it was unclear how long he had been waiting there. There were 7 or 8 cigarette butts on the ground. Seeing Xia Xiaolan, Zhou Cheng threw down the half-finished cigarette and stepped on it. I told you to leave a bit later, didn't I? He glanced at Lu Yong, and Xia Xiaolan quickly introduced, This is my uncle. He wanted to thank both of you. Uncle, this is Brother Zhou. Zhou Cheng looked a bit taken aback. Xia Xiaolan was fair-skinned and tall, while Lu Yong was short and dark, making them not look alike at all. Meeting the parents so soon caught Zhou Cheng off guard, but he was a carefree person by nature. He opened his mouth and addressed Lu Yong as uncle, saying, I'm Zhou Cheng. The young man looked quite impressive. He must have been around 1.85 meters tall. He had a laid-back demeanor but stood up straight, looking very spirited. However, when talking to him, Lu Yong had to look up, which was a bit tiring. Lu Yong smiled warmly, "Comrade Zhou Cheng, thank you so much. I told Xiaolan that we must come to thank you both. This girl doesn't understand how serious things are. Can a bowl of noodles repay a life-saving favor? By the way, where is Comrade Kong Wei? Why was he up so early, waiting for Xiaolan on the way?" Lu Yong was cheerful, but a bowl of noodles couldn't repay a life-saving favor, nor could it replace his niece. Though Lu Yong was just an uncle, he could stand up for Xiaolan, showing they had a good relationship. Zhou Cheng didn't hold back. "We stayed at the guest house in Anqing County last night and brought a load of goods. I asked Kong Wei to keep watch. Xiaolan mentioned she would go into the city today, and I was worried that those thugs from yesterday might have accomplices, so I came to wait for her." Lu Yong nodded. "Let's go, we can talk more in the city." Zhou Cheng had come specifically to pick up Xiaolan, and Lu Yong wasn't part of his plans. But now that Lu Yong was there, he needed to speak properly to his uncle. He took the bicycle carrying eggs from Lu Yong and pushed it slowly, trying not to sneak glances at Xiaolan. By the time they reached the county town, Zhou Cheng had learned quite a bit about Xiaolan. He found out that she was temporarily staying at her uncle's house and had just started selling eggs a few days ago. Due to the busy farming season, her family couldn't spare anyone else, so Xiaolan was on her own. That was why she had encountered thugs yesterday. Zhou Cheng frowned. She was charming and pretty, going door to door to collect eggs. Wasn't she putting herself in danger? When they arrived at the guest house, Kong Wei was already anxiously waiting. His eyes lit up when he saw Xiaolan, but when he glanced at the quiet Zhou Cheng, he seemed a bit downcast. Xiaolan handed Kong Wei some pickled radish and pork dumplings and introduced her uncle. Without thinking, Kong Wei called out uncle as well. Zhou Cheng cleared his throat. "Don't call him that. You should call him Uncle Lu." Lu Yong remained silent. He understood Zhou Cheng's intentions. He clearly wasn't trying to hide anything. Xiaolan could only play dumb. Zhou Cheng was being too obvious. "Yesterday, I took her home. This morning, I waited for her alone at the corner and asked about her family. She wanted me to call her uncle, but then she asked someone else to call me Lu Uncle." It shows that Zhou Cheng knows how to distinguish between different relationships. When a man shows interest in her, Xiaolan feels curious. In her younger days, she was focused on making a living and had no time for romance. She didn't have the looks or family background to attract young men, and no one pursued her seriously. There was a client who thought she was smart and wanted her as a daughter-in-law, but when she went on a blind date with a wealthy second-generation factory owner, he left because he found her unattractive and dull. After achieving success in her career, she tried to date, and with her newfound wealth, she received more attention. However, mature men were more interested in benefits, suggesting she buy houses in good school districts and have children early, which made her pull away. Zhou Cheng is handsome and has good external qualities. With such a young man being nice to her, Xiaolan feels unsure about how to respond. Isn't the current trend supposed to be more conservative? She thinks Zhou Cheng is too bold. "Let's eat breakfast first. I will treat two friends to a nice lunch to thank them for helping Xiaolan," Lu Yong said. He wanted to go to the police station for information but didn't want to take Xiaolan with him, worrying about any remaining troublemakers. Zhou Cheng quickly eased his concerns. "I'll accompany Xiaolan to sell eggs, and after that, we'll meet at the guest house." Kong Wei, holding his portion of dumplings, felt sad, knowing he was being left behind again. "Uncle Lu, how about I go with you to the police station? I was there yesterday, and the police remember me." Lu Yong hesitated. "Your goods?" In these times, long-distance transport usually means making money. Lu Yong didn't know if they were working independently or as drivers for someone else, but in either case, the people and the vehicle couldn't be separated. Even if they stayed at the guest house, they would have to take turns sleeping in the vehicle. "At night, we guard against thieves, but it's fine during the day. The back of the truck has a locked barrier," he explained. Lu Yong looked at the Dongfeng truck parked in the guest house yard, its back compartment reinforced with steel bars and locked up. He felt a sense of caution. What were these two doing, and what kind of goods required such tight security? Zhou Cheng didn't explain, so Xia Xiaolan quickly tried to ease the situation. I'll just go sell the eggs myself. It's a busy area outside the factory, and nothing bad can happen in broad daylight. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhou. Zhou Cheng remained silent, just looking at Xia Xiaolan. His gaze was almost overwhelming for her. Kong Wei suddenly said very seriously, Uncle Lu, I think we really need to look into this matter. Those troublemakers from yesterday. Kong Wei half pulled, half dragged Lu Yong away. Only Xia Xiaolan and Zhou Cheng were left in the courtyard of the guest house. Let's go. If we wait too long, we might miss the chance to buy vegetables. He pushed Xia Xiaolan's bicycle ahead, and she had no choice but to follow. They walked in silence until they reached the noodle stall where Xia Xiaolan often ate. The owner, Aunt Huang, recognized her and, seeing Zhou Cheng pushing her bike, wanted to make a joke but hesitated. She called out to Xia Xiaolan from a distance. Same as usual this morning? Xia Xiaolan shook her head. Auntie, I already ate this morning. Zhou Cheng adjusted the bicycle and said, After such a long walk, you must be hungry. Let's eat a little more. Could you please make 2 bowls of noodles with an egg each? He worried Xia Xiaolan might refuse, so he added, Even if you've eaten, keep me company. I was waiting for you since 5 a.m., and the dumplings might not be enough. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm not saying you brought too little, just that I have a big appetite. Xia Xiaolan felt her face flush. If she hadn't been tempted to eat those dumplings, Zhou Cheng might have had enough. They sat down, and Aunt Huang helped heat the dumplings, serving them alongside the noodles. Zhou Cheng took a dumpling and bit into it, finding it deliciously tangy and spicy, nodding in approval. Your cooking is really good. These dumplings are tasty. In the north, people love sauerkraut dumplings, and the flavors vary with different fillings. However, the pickled radish and pork dumplings were made by Xia Xiaolan, and Zhou Cheng regretted giving half to Kong Wei. Xia Xiaolan blushed slightly. My mom made the dough. I'm not very good at making noodles.
Oh.
Zhou Cheng didn't say much, but Xia Xiaolan felt compelled to add, I made the filling. Zhou Cheng remained silent, but he started eating dumplings faster. Xia Xiaolan indeed wasn't full. Everyone had a big appetite at this time, and after doing physical work, her few dumplings at home were not enough. She finished a big bowl of noodles, soup and all. Although she ate quickly, her movements were graceful and delicate, which Zhou Cheng found pleasing to watch. As soon as Xia Xiaolan put down her chopsticks, Zhou Cheng finished eating the dumplings and noodles quickly. Xia Xiaolan wanted to pay, but Zhou Cheng was quick to pay first. Aunt Huang noticed something and only accepted Zhou Cheng's money. Xiaolan, your boyfriend is quite handsome and treats you well.
He's not my.
Thank you, Aunt, for taking care of Xiaolan. Your cooking is really good. You'll open a big noodle shop one day. Aunt Huang immediately smiled widely. Who wouldn't feel good hearing such lucky words in the morning? The young man was not only good-looking but also charming. Xia Xiaolan has good taste. Zhou Cheng didn't let Xia Xiaolan speak. After they settled the bill and left, Xia Xiaolan felt quite annoyed. Zhou Cheng was quite arrogant and thought too highly of himself. Xia Xiaolan didn't like how he handled things. He didn't respect her wishes and was very masculine. Seeing her angry, with a slightly pouting face, Zhou Cheng found her less intimidating and rather charming when she was upset. However, he didn't want to make her angry. He calmed himself and explained seriously, It's strict now. Aunt misunderstood. I can't just walk around with you since we're not related. I'd be the next one the police would catch. Xia Xiaolan's expression softened a bit. Maybe because of what happened yesterday, the security in the county was quite strict today. Being accused of misconduct is no joke. Young men and women can't be too close in public. But when they reached the agricultural machinery factory, the women buying vegetables gathered around. Curious, you're Xiaolan's boyfriend. It's your first time here. You should stick with her. Look how pretty she is. Bad people might take notice. Where are you from, young man? The eggs were selling quickly, but the gossip was too much. Zhou Cheng didn't admit to being her boyfriend, but he didn't deny it either. He answered their questions obediently, and soon all the women knew. Xia Xiaolan was dating a guy from the capital who drives a big truck and has a capital residency. One regular customer pulled Xia Xiaolan aside. "My goodness, that's quite a catch. I always said you're clever and beautiful. I was thinking of introducing you to my nephew, but that's not happening now." How could Xia Xiaolan explain? She felt like she had been tricked. Xia Xiaolan thought she was popular enough. She was wrong. Women tend to be competitive. No matter how sweet her words were, they couldn't compare to Zhou Cheng just standing there, attracting business. Although he doesn't make jokes, the ants love to crowd around Zhou Cheng, thinking his temper is pretty good. If it weren't for Xia Xiaolan's face, their daughters and nieces wouldn't compare, and maybe someone would even want to introduce a partner to Zhou Cheng. The frugal housewives were generous too. Xia Xiaolan remembered one sister who bought 20 eggs yesterday and came back for more today. She was so naive, thinking the market in Anqing County was saturated. But after spending less than an hour outside the agricultural machinery factory with Zhou Cheng, she sold all the eggs she brought today. Xia Xiaolan thought it might not be good to leave Zhou Cheng and run back to Kaijingshan village for another batch of eggs. After they left the factory, Zhou Cheng hesitated to speak. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. "How much do you earn from selling one egg?" "1 cent. You think this business isn't worth it?" Zhou Cheng said he was a driver, but Xia Xiaolan was skeptical. He dressed simply, yet wore an expensive Rolex watch. In the 1980s, many high-end watches with gold cases weren't imported due to gold restrictions, making Rolex one of the top imported brands. Not many people in Anqing County could recognize that watch. Xia Ziyu took all the family savings of over 500 yuan to go to school, while Zhou Cheng's Rolex, even the basic model in 1983, cost over 800 yuan. Was this the spending level of a truck driver? Zhou Cheng's watch was worth more than 80,000 eggs for Xia Xiaolan to resell. If she could earn 10 yuan a day, it would take nearly 3 months of saving without eating or drinking to afford the basic Rolex. As a small business owner, she made only a few dozen yuan a month, and saving 800 yuan would take 2 years. Thinking about this, Xia Xiaolan's earlier discomfort faded significantly. The gap between her and Zhou Cheng was too big. Zhou Cheng didn't say it was a bad thing. It was a hot day, and even before 10 a.m., they were both sweating. Reselling eggs is too hard. If you want to do business, you should team up with Xiao Wei. They had known each other for less than 24 hours, and Zhou Cheng was already planning for Xia Xiaolan. He didn't say that doing business was a bad thing, but he wanted to find an easier path for her. She was a young girl, too noticeable, and reselling eggs was too tough. "Sure. Once I save enough capital, I'll definitely ask Brother Kongwei if I can invest." Xia Xiaolan quickly interrupted Zhou Cheng. She has a vision that goes beyond her time. Does she really need to rely on a man's pity to support herself? She understands Zhou Cheng's feelings and wants to seize the opportunity when it comes, but she won't take advantage of him. This is different from someone treating you to a bowl of noodles. They don't know each other, and it's unreasonable to expect them to share their way of making money. Xia Xiaolan wouldn't feel comfortable accepting that. Zhou Cheng nodded slowly. Xia Xiaolan appears delicate, but she is actually very proud at heart. Zhou Cheng doesn't have much experience in pursuing girls, but he suspects Xia Xiaolan wouldn't appreciate him making decisions for her. Then let's wait until you save enough money. The opportunity with Xiao Wei won't disappear anytime soon. He initially planned to take Kong Wei to the market in Shanghai and then leave the business to him. But now he realizes that traveling from the capital to Shanghai goes through Anqing County, where Xia Xiaolan is, so he can't just abandon the business yet. If he doesn't show up for a while, Aunt Huang, who sells soup noodles, and Sister Ma, who sells eggs, might start trying to introduce suitors to Xia Xiaolan. Zhou Cheng didn't push her, and Xia Xiaolan felt much more relaxed. When they returned to the guest house, Lu Yong and Kong Wei were already there. Lu Yong exchanged a glance with Xia Xiaolan and pulled her aside to talk. Zhou Cheng tossed a cigarette to Kong Wei. "So, what did you find out?" Kong Wei hesitated, but when Zhou Cheng looked at him, He felt he couldn't hide it anymore. I went to the police station with Uncle Lou. Those 3 troublemakers are still locked up. While Uncle Lou was chatting with the police, I slipped the guard a couple of packs of cigarettes and went in to give those 3 another beating.
They said.
Conway took a deep breath, his voice barely audible. They said Xiaolan is known as a loose woman in Daya Village and was seen with a man in broad daylight. They even claimed she was trying to charm her future brother-in-law, and her family is going to deal with her. She pretended to want to end her life. Brother Chung, I think they were quite detailed in their accusations. If Xiaolan didn't have a bad reputation, those 3 wouldn't dare to act so boldly. No wonder they were so aggressive yesterday in the alley, thinking they could invite Zhou Chung and Conway to join in. They clearly underestimated Xiaolan, thinking she was easy to take advantage of. Conway couldn't believe it, but Lu Yong seemed to have heard something that made him look very serious. Conway started to believe it a little. Seeing Zhou Chung running around for Xiaolan, Conway felt mixed emotions and finally couldn't hold back his thoughts. Xiaolan is indeed very beautiful. Even though Conway knows her reputation is not good, he still can't bring himself to look at such beauty directly. But a girl like that isn't suitable for Zhou Chung. Zhou Chung has never been in a relationship, and if he falls for Xiaolan, it would be hard to say how the Zhou family would handle her. They would definitely want to get rid of the one who knows too much first. Zhou Chung quietly finished a cigarette. Conway thought he would be angry for being fooled by such a flirt, but Zhou Chung tossed away the cigarette butt and smiled instead. Xiaowei, do you think I'm handsome? Conway nodded vigorously. All the girls in the courtyard chased after Qingzi, and they couldn't get rid of him. Zhou Cheng's looks were well known. Am I rich?
Conway nodded again.
Thinking about their recent trip to the city, they made a lot of profit in just half a month. This was all thanks to Qingzi, who didn't want to continue with it and was passing it on to him. If that wasn't considered rich, then others were even poorer. Zhou Cheng exhaled the last puff of smoke. I think I'm both handsome and rich, and I haven't hidden my interest in her. If she really was as bad as they say, wouldn't she jump at the chance to catch a big fish like me? Unfortunately, Xiaolan showed no interest, even when Zhou Cheng tried to flirt with her.
Ah?
Conway's mouth dropped open. Zhou Cheng sneered. You better be nice to her. She'll be your sister-in-law one day. Over there, Xiaolan and Lu Yong finished their conversation and walked over, looking troubled. Conway's expression changed dramatically. He was convinced that the foreign saying about Cupid had struck his Qingzi. Xiaolan wasn't in a good mood. Lu Yong knew a police officer at the station and found out useful information. The 3 people who committed the crime would definitely face heavy sentences. However, their family members caused a scene at the police station this morning, and someone suggested dragging Xiaolan into it. Even a female troublemaker could face charges, and they insisted that Xiaolan had a bad reputation and had tried to charm the 3 men. Moreover, the police reported that the 3 were lured by someone. Someone was spreading rumors behind the scenes, claiming that the flirtatious Xiaolan from Daya Village had been kicked out of her home, with no one to stand up for her. She was someone who couldn't live without men and welcomed any man. Xiaolan was selling eggs in the county, and those 3 rascals, who were already causing trouble in the city, couldn't resist when they heard her name and saw her in person. They weren't just looking for a thrill. They had plans to gain both money and pleasure. Lu Yong was puzzled. You haven't done anything to the Xia family, so why do they hate you so much? Xiaolan was suspicious. Is someone from the Xia family really behind this? She even doubted if she was truly a daughter of the Xia family. Perhaps she was the daughter of an enemy of the Xia family, raised in their home, which is why they were making her life difficult. They couldn't stand to see her living well. Remembering how she almost faced trouble yesterday and the broken eggs, Xiaolan's anger was hard to contain. Since they were at a guest house, her uncle and cousin planned to go home to discuss things further, and they still needed to thank Zhou Cheng and Conway for saving them. Lu Yong found a state-run restaurant. The waitstaff had a lazy attitude, as if someone owed them money. Xiaolan was used to seeing service industries treat customers like royalty in her time, so she couldn't understand the dismissive attitude of the state-run restaurant staff. Oddly enough, they were the first customers of the day, yet the waitress seemed reluctant to serve them. Do you have food stamps? Lu Yong shook his head. No food stamps, just give me 2 hearty dishes. Usually, people came to state-run restaurants just for a bowl of noodles, and food stamps made it much cheaper. The waitress noticed Lu Yong was just a simple countryman. She huffed dismissively. Without food stamps, it'll be expensive. What kind of hearty dishes do you want? Xia Xiaolan was growing impatient with her attitude. If it weren't for the fact that there were no decent restaurants in Anqing County besides state-run ones, she would have turned around and left. Hey, what are you saying? Just bring out whatever dishes you have, as if we can't pay. Kong Wei's strong Beijing accent stunned the waitress, who was looking down on them. At that time, people from the capital were seen as superior by many. After all, it was the capital city. Looking closely, among the 4 of them, only Lu Yong was short and thin. The other 3 were all quite good-looking and had a strong presence. The waitress couldn't be arrogant anymore. I'll go check in the kitchen. After a while, she came back running. Chef Zhu says there's a fresh 18-pound green fish just delivered from the Bai Creek Reservoir.
Can you handle that?
Lu Yong, being a country bumpkin, wondered what was so special about fish. In the countryside, people were often tired of eating fish. Since they were treating guests, he thought they should order something like a big pork knuckle. But he didn't want to upset the waitress, so he nodded gloomily. Let's have that, and add some other dishes. Uncle, an 18-pound green fish is enough for us. Zhou Cheng explained to Xia Xiaolan, fish that are too big or too small aren't tasty. Fish under 10 pounds aren't fatty enough, and those over 20 pounds can be tough. An 18-pound fish is just right. This wasn't just for Xia Xiaolan, it was clearly a lesson for Lu Yong too. However, Zhou Cheng had a way of speaking that made him likable, and even Lu Yong had to admit that Zhou Cheng was charming. The underground path was risky. I almost showed weakness in front of those 2 young men from the capital. In 83, although most people were struggling financially, Zhou Cheng didn't seem like someone who lacked money. If it came to tough dishes like braised pork, he probably wouldn't react much. But when that 18-pound fish was served, Xia Xiaolan understood why state-run restaurants were so impressive. Half of the fish was sliced thin for a spicy fish dish. The other half was minced into fish paste for fish ball soup. The fish head was steamed with chopped chili, and the fish fillets were deep-fried and served with sesame salt. 1 fish was turned into 3 dishes and a soup, and with the side dishes, each plate was overflowing. Lu Yong quietly enjoyed the tender fish. It turned out that the fish wasn't bad. It was just that country folks didn't have the skill or were too stingy to use enough oil. This meal was definitely the most enjoyable one Xia Xiaolan had since arriving in 83. However, the atmosphere during the meal was a bit strange, mainly due to Kong Wei's odd attitude. Zhou Cheng shot him a warning glance, and Kong Wei then smiled and raised his glass. Xia Xiaolan understood. Kong Wei had probably learned that Xia Xiaolan had a bad reputation since he had been to the police station with her. She thought it didn't matter, they were just passing acquaintances. If they looked down on her because of rumors, then they could stop associating with her. 2 meals couldn't repay a life-saving favor. Once she made a name for herself, she would naturally repay them. After that, they could go their separate ways. A pair of chopsticks picked up the most tender part of the fish and placed it in Xia Xiaolan's bowl. She looked up to see Zhou Cheng smiling at her. His smile was truly charming. Lu Yong noticed and felt like this weasel was trying to steal his little chicks, so he quickly interrupted the growing tension. Come on, let's drink. I want to raise a toast to both of you again for saving Xiaolan. Zhou Cheng raised his glass, and Kong Wei had no choice but to do the same. Zhou Cheng said seriously, Xiaolan and I hit it off right away, so don't be shy. You can call me Zhou Cheng or Qingzi. I'll toast you with Xiaowei. Lu Yong couldn't ignore the situation anymore and held his drink, hesitant to sip. Zhou Cheng, be careful with your words. What do you mean by hitting it off with Xiaolan? Is that something you just say casually? It was normal for a young man to be attracted to a pretty girl like Xia Xiaolan, but saying such things in front of elders after just one day of knowing her was too frivolous. Lu Yong was quite upset and thought he shouldn't have brought Kong Wei to the police station. Zhou Cheng put down his glass and stood up. Don't worry, I'm already 20. I know what I'm saying. Xiaolan, I just heard from Conway about those rumors. An elder in my family once said that we shouldn't judge people or situations based on what others say. We should feel and judge for ourselves. I have my own opinion about what kind of person Xiaolan is. Even if I was misled by her appearance, that would be my own choice, and I can't blame anyone else. I'm not saying this to pressure Xiaolan into a relationship. I just want to express my sincere desire to be friends with her. Even if Xiaolan has had a past with someone else, Zhou Cheng wouldn't mind. No matter who she liked before, she will only like him in the future. Are you involved in smuggling? Zhou Cheng's words were flawless. Lu Yong was left speechless. Xiaolan thought, this guy is only 20, and she's being pursued by a young man? Zhou Cheng's youth reminded Xiaolan that she is only 18, with a bright future ahead. She couldn't help but feel happy. The fish was delicious, and the chefs at the state-run restaurant were skilled. Isn't it natural for the waitstaff to be a bit proud? Just like those well-known shops in the future, where the owners might not have the best temper, yet customers still flock to them. The thin fish slices were tender and fresh, but Xiaolan reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Although the fish was good, Zhou Cheng's words require her to respond. Zhou Ge, please sit down and talk. Standing felt too serious, almost like she was proposing to her uncle. I can tell you're sincere, so I want to share my feelings too. You've probably heard how bad my reputation is. Some things I have to handle myself. Only by becoming stronger can I not fear the dirt others throw at me, right? I'm still living with my mom at my uncle's house. I'm not saying this to gain your sympathy. I know you want to help me. However, I'm not considering personal relationships right now. I hope to develop a healthy and long-lasting relationship independently. Thank you, Zhou Ge. No matter how politely she said it, it was still a rejection. Conway couldn't help but shrink back. He was worried Zhou Cheng might flip the table. After all, he had never been rejected like this before. Besides, Zhou Cheng didn't seem to mind Xiaolan's unclear reputation. Conway waited for Zhou Cheng to react, but instead, Zhou Cheng looked at Xiaolan for a moment and then actually sat down. I understand your point. We've only known each other for a short time, so I'm not in a hurry. You shouldn't feel pressured. Let's interact like friends. Let's eat fish. The chef at this restaurant is quite skilled. Conway's eyes nearly popped out. Did she really accept it? Not angry at all? If Conway had been rejected, he definitely wouldn't have calmly sat back down to eat fish. However, Zhou Cheng and Xiaolan seemed to have cleared the air. Both acted quite naturally. Zhou Cheng was generous, and Xiaolan was not shy. It's strange. Xiaolan was the most charming girl Conway had ever seen, yet she grew up in the countryside and had the cheerful spirit typical of city girls. No, she was different from those city girls who act coy in front of boys. Xiaolan was straightforward but very polite. Not arrogant, not submissive. A phrase suddenly popped into Conway's mind. A village girl, not arrogant, not submissive? He felt like he needed a bowl of fishball soup to calm down. Once the two young people had sorted things out, Lu Yong felt it was best not to interfere anymore. After all, Zhou Cheng wouldn't be staying in Anqing County forever. He would leave eventually. Lu Yong happily dug into the fish. A big 18-pound fish was finished off by the four of them. Zhou Cheng stepped out for a smoke midway and returned to find the bill already settled. Now it was Lu Yong's turn to feel awkward. It's no big deal. It doesn't matter who pays. The main thing is that we all enjoyed the meal. Zhou Cheng said it casually. He really wasn't short on money. But in this era, where even buying an egg required careful budgeting, Zhou Cheng's generosity was quite rare. The restaurant staff secretly watched him, thinking how nice it would be if he were their boyfriend. However, seeing Xiaolan, the female server couldn't honestly say she was more attractive than her. That would ruin any chance of winning him over. After leaving the restaurant, Zhou Cheng asked Xiaolan and Lu Yong what they planned to do next, and if he should give them a ride. Xiaolan shook her head. I need to buy some things. I've already taken up your time today, so no need for a ride. The car used fuel, and it was hard to go from luxury to frugality. Xiaolan had just started to adapt to life in 1983. She wasn't at the stage of enjoying being driven around yet. Zhou Cheng didn't insist, saying, then you and Uncle Lu be safe going home. Calm Wei and I will stay in Anqing County for a couple more days. You can come to the guest house to find us when you come to the city. Aside from still calling Lu Yong uncle, Zhou Cheng didn't linger on the matter and genuinely took Calm Wei and Xia Xiaolan down separate paths. Lu Yong smiled, but once the two left, his expression turned serious. Those two might be involved in smuggling, making money in risky ways. You should be careful, Xiaolan. Just because that guy looks good doesn't mean you should be fooled by his sweet talk. Xiaolan wasn't too surprised. Zhou Cheng wore a Rolex and drove a heavily modified truck, giving off an unsettling vibe. It wasn't surprising if he was involved in smuggling. Uncle, how did you figure that out? Xiaolan was curious about this. Lu Yong was just a farmer who made money fixing houses and building pig pens. How could he have such insight? Are you really just a bricklayer? How could you afford a new bicycle and have the confidence to stand up for us? Lu Yong chuckled and replied, your uncle is smart. Do you want to buy something? The sooner we buy it, the sooner we can go home. Xiaolan didn't press further on the street. She and Lu Yong arrived at the department store. The economy of Anqing County relied on two big factories, and the store was small with few customers. When Lu Yong saw Xiaolan heading towards the fabric and clothing counter, he thought she wanted new clothes. It's normal for a girl to want new clothes. He could afford a few dollars for fabric. But when Xiaolan reached the counter, she pointed to a colorful backpack with a small elephant and asked, how much is this backpack? The sales clerk, busy knitting, didn't look up and replied, 10 yuan each. It's from Shanghai, so it's expensive. I want this one, please wrap it up. Finally, the clerk looked at Xiaolan. She didn't care who bought the backpack as long as they had the money. Xiaolan paid and said to Lu Yong, let's go. Annie wants us home for dinner. Lu Yong realized, aren't you buying something for yourself? Is the backpack for Tao Tao? It's too expensive. I think that canvas one over there is nice. A child's backpack shouldn't cost so much. Your aunt said she could sew one for him. Though Lu Yong complained about the expense, he felt pleased inside. Not because Xiaolan spent money, but because she was thoughtful and cared for her little cousin. Family members should look out for each other. Life would get better. Lu Yong glanced back at the plain fabrics on the counter, suppressing his urge to shop, deciding to come back alone later. When the uncle and niece returned to Qijing village, Li Fengmei and Lu Fen had not yet come back. Lu Yong couldn't stay at home, so he went to help in the fields. Tao Tao was so happy hugging his new backpack that he kept asking Sister Xiaolan, is this for me? Is it really for me? Xia Xiaolan decided to cook first. To be honest, the fish she had for lunch made her feel a bit full, so it was a good time to do some work to help with digestion. She wasn't sure how to control the fire on the rural stove. Although she had been poor in her past life and cooked for herself since she was about 10, it was on a coal stove, and later she used a gas stove. She had no experience with a rural stove. Thankfully, she had Tao Tao. Even though her little cousin was only 6, he often helped Li Fengmei with the fire. With Tao Tao's help, Xia Xiaolan steamed rice in a slightly smaller iron pot, while cooking white radish in the steamer below. The other large pot was for making vegetables. Li Fengmei had someone bring half a pig's liver, which Xia Xiaolan was hesitant to handle because it required skill. However, besides the liver, they also had crucian carp and loach. Preparing loach was tricky, since it was slippery due to a slimy coating. Before killing it, she needed to wash it with hot salt water. Xia Xiaolan was flustered, and Tao Tao laughed at the slippery loach on the floor, showing no respect for his older cousin. After finally preparing the loach, Xia Xiaolan stir-fried it with dried chili and tofu, covering the pot to let the flavors meld, and then went to clean the crucian carp. The carp was easier to handle. She picked some green onions and a few leaves of Vietnamese coriander from the backyard to make a dish of coriander crucian carp. When the people working in the fields returned, the only thing left to cook was the pig's liver. Xiaolan, have you finished cooking? At the Anqing County guest house, the main topic of conversation between Zhou Cheng and Calm Wei was also Xia Xiaolan. Zhou Cheng and Calm Wei took a trip to the countryside. They didn't even need to drive all the way to Daya village. They just stopped by the roadside and chatted with the women working in the fields. They quickly started gossiping about Dea Village. There were two notable things about the Xia family in Dea Village. One was that the eldest granddaughter, Xia Ziyu, got into college, becoming a shining example for children in the farming community. This year, not many students from County No. 1 high school got into university, and Xia Ziyu was one of them. That girl is really pretty, with an oval face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and she wears two long, shiny braids. Who wouldn't want to marry her? But she's already in a relationship with a college student. They make a good match. The old Xia family must have some good fortune. I wonder how many incense sticks they burned for one college student to come from their home. They've taken all the scholarly luck from Dea Village. So the remaining granddaughters of the Xia family aren't as impressive. There are still some impressive ones. Isn't Xia Xiaolan one of them? When it comes to Xia Xiaolan, the women laugh maliciously. They look up and down at Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei, wondering if that girl is showing off again. Kong Wei doesn't need to ask. They eagerly reveal everything about Xia Xiaolan. The Xia family stays together, with 3 sons living in one big yard. The 3 brothers have a total of 6 children, 3 girls and 3 boys. Xia Xiaolan is the second oldest, with her older sister, Xia Ziyu, having gone to university. The 3 brothers are Xia Chongzheng, her father Xia Dajuan, and her uncle Xia Hongbing. Xia Chongzheng has a son and a daughter, with Xia Ziyu being the pride of the family. Xia Dajuan and his wife Lu Fun have only one daughter, Xia Xiaolan. Xia Hongbing has 1 daughter and 2 sons. After clarifying the family members, they talk about Xia Xiaolan. She's just a troublemaker, spoiled and not willing to work. Raising a daughter in the countryside isn't like raising a princess. Unlike her cousin, who is studious, Xia Xiaolan barely finished middle school and didn't want to put in the effort. She's good at taking advantage of others. A few years ago, the last group of educated youth came to the county, and one young man was assigned to Daho village. He was very capable and eager to improve himself, balancing work and studies. He and Xia Ziyu became a couple. This year, they both got into university, which stirred up trouble. Xia Xiaolan, jealous of her cousin's success and good boyfriend, tried to steal him. While her cousin was away, she boldly tried to charm her future brother-in-law. The future brother-in-law is a decent man and took her home safely. Uffed, when the future brother-in-law didn't fall for her, didn't she end up with Zhang Erlai from the neighboring village? After failing to charm her brother-in-law, her cousin didn't blame her, but rumors spread, and the elders scolded her. She even tried to harm herself. That was just for show. She didn't succeed and got kicked out of the Xia family. Even her mother got dragged into it, and they both went back to her mother's house. The Lu family is also unfortunate. These women not only gossip but also share vivid details. The men working in the fields laugh along, and Xia Xiaolan's embarrassing actions become a good topic to relieve their fatigue. Kong Wei can't listen anymore. He can't believe that the young woman who amazed him at the food stall has such a wild past. I caught up with those bold girls in the capital city. They are truly impressive. Even the tough girls know how to protect their reputation, unlike Xia Xiaolan, who is foolishly open about her messy relationships. Can't she be a bit more discreet? Take the incident of her trying to charm her brother-in-law in broad daylight. Did she really have to do that? She couldn't even wait until nightfall. Kong Wei didn't dare to look at Zhou Cheng's expression. Zhou Cheng quietly squatted by the roadside, listening. They both squatted there for a long time until the gossip about the Xia family was over. Zhou Cheng silently signaled for Kong Wei to get in the car without saying a word. Kong Wei thought to himself that it was hard for Qingzi to want a date, but he had poor judgment and ended up with someone like Xia Xiaolan, which made him feel uneasy. He understood the situation and decided not to mention her name or this incident again. After all, Qingzi wouldn't be in this business much longer, and they would rarely pass through Anqing County, so they would slowly forget this embarrassing moment. Back at the guest house, Kong Wei was packing to check out when Zhou Cheng called out to him. "What are you doing?" Kong Wei cautiously explained, "Aren't we heading back to the capital? Shouldn't we leave tomorrow morning instead? This place isn't worth staying in." Zhou Cheng lit a cigarette, the smoke casting a veil over his handsome face, making it hard for Kong Wei to read his expression. Who said we were leaving? Put your things down. Kong Wei was incredulous. They weren't leaving just like that? Qingzi, you're not thinking of confronting her, are you? I advise against it. Women can be deceitful. Xia Xiaolan would definitely deny it. Who would admit to such things? People tend to justify their actions. Zhou Cheng had never dated before, and when he finally fell for someone, it was a girl like her, who was far too different from him, and he was completely captivated. As for what Xia Xiaolan said earlier in the restaurant, it was just a game of hard to get, and her refusal only made Zhou Cheng more attached. Kong Wei tried to reason with him, but he couldn't convince Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng had always been a principled person, with a natural leadership quality that the younger guys in their group respected. It was frustrating to see him about to fall for a village girl like this. Calm down, brother. Kong Wei, do you know why you have to call me brother? Zhou Cheng's response was off-topic, and Kong Wei looked at him. Zhou Cheng replied sparingly, because you're foolish. Kong Wei thought, no one is as foolish as you. Completely enchanted by her. Tomorrow, find Zhang Erlai for me. He's from Shipozi village, well known. I believe you can find him easily. Was this leading to a confrontation with Xia Xiaolan's partner? Well, if you want to find someone, go ahead. It seems that Qingzi is still not giving up. Brother, aren't you coming with me? Zhou Qing shook his head. Your sister-in-law is coming to the county tomorrow to sell eggs, and I'm worried she'll be too tired alone. Kong Wei opened his mouth in surprise. He thought Qingzi was going to confront Xia Xiaolan, but it turns out he was just worried about her getting tired. After all, Xia Xiaolan sold eggs by herself before. Kong Wei didn't want to argue with someone who was fixated on something. It would be fine to find Zhang Erlai from Shipozi village. If they delayed another day in Anqing County, Qingzi would surely give up, right? Early the next morning, Kong Wei drove to Shipozi village. Shipozi village and Dea village are in the same direction, named after a dock with stone paving along the riverbank. He wasn't worried about running into Xia Xiaolan while driving. Zhou Cheng was still waiting at the previous intersection, and before 7, Xia Xiaolan arrived on her bicycle. Brother Zhou. Xia Xiaolan hit the brakes, surprised to see him still waiting here. It seemed her reputation hadn't scared him off. There are two types of men who don't care about a woman's reputation. One truly loves her and doesn't care about anything else. The other just wants to have fun and isn't planning to marry her, so her reputation doesn't matter to him. Xia Xiaolan didn't know which type Zhou Qing was, but he seemed respectful for now, so she treated him as a friend. You're out early again today. Xia Xiaolan nodded. I'm not selling eggs in Anqing County today. I wanted to leave early to explore the provincial city. Going to the provincial city? Anqing County is an administrative district under Fengxian City. Fengxian City is close to the provincial capital, Xanadu. Xanadu is the capital city, and it's not very far from Anqing County, but residents usually don't go to the provincial city unless necessary. Farmers tend to sell their products in town, and fewer people sell things in the county, let alone go to the provincial city. Given this, Xia Xiaolan's boldness was surprising. I think you can still sell eggs in Anqing County for a few more days. Why are you in such a hurry to go to Xanadu? Zhou Cheng was also quite bold. He had no objections to Xia Xiaolan's actions, just didn't understand her reasoning. Xia Xiaolan liked talking to smart people. The first person she communicated easily with after her rebirth was her uncle Liu Yong, and the second was Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng did not think that the egg-selling business could last long in Anqing County. He estimated it would only last a few more days. Xia Xiaolan was also straightforward. Let's go to the market in Shanggu. I brought some other things today that are hard to sell in Anqing County. Zhou Qing took her bicycle and looked into the basket. One side was covered with straw and contained eggs, while the other side had a waterproof plastic sheet with half a basket of something moving around. Eels? Zhou Cheng smacked his lips. Good stuff. Xia Xiaolan must have carefully selected them. The eels in the basket were thick, about the size of a man's thumb, perfect for eating, just like the large fish weighing around 20 pounds. If cooked well, eels could be even better than large fish. This is hard to sell in Anqing County. How come you? Zhou Cheng's words trailed off. He wanted to ask why she chose such difficult businesses. Selling eggs was tough enough, and now she was also selling seafood, which was not easy either. However, thinking about the news he heard yesterday, that Xia Xiaolan had been kicked out of her home and was likely broke, he realized that aside from her uncle's help, her family wanted nothing to do with her. Earning money easily required capital and connections, neither of which Xia Xiaolan had. This thought made him uncomfortable. It wasn't that he believed the rumors, but seeing the scar on Xia Xiaolan's forehead made him wonder how someone so delicate could endure such hardships. Xia Xiaolan smiled and didn't pursue Zhou Cheng's unfinished words. Collecting eggs is one thing, but picking up some eels isn't a hassle. These are what I've gathered over the past few days. Someone gave me 20 pounds of eels last night, so I thought I'd take them to the provincial city to try. Do you know the way to the provincial city? Zhou Cheng hit a nerve with Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan was just a simple village girl who had only been as far as Anqing County and had never been to Shanggu. I'll just ask along the way. The road signs now were not as plentiful as in the future, but if she found the right direction, she could ask people for help. Zhou Cheng wasn't sure if he should call Xia Xiaolan naive or brave. Why do people hesitate to travel far nowadays? Because transportation is inconvenient, they lack the financial means, and the roads are not safe. For example, when they traveled from the capital to the city, no one ever went alone. There were many bandits. If someone dozed off, they could lose everything, including their lives. This summer, strict measures have been implemented in various places, and the security has improved a lot. Zhou Cheng thought about how Xia Xiaolan would have to travel back and forth between Qizheng Village and Xanadu every day, and he really didn't want to leave Anqing County with peace of mind. Let's go, I know the way. I'll take you today. Brother Zhou, don't you have your own things to do? I'm really troubling you. Zhou Cheng lied. Conway went to visit a relative nearby and took the car, so he can't go today. I'll just accompany you to Xanadu. Anqing County is small and boring. He stretched out his voice when he said Anqing County was boring, sounding a bit like a spoiled rich kid. Xia Xiaolan was amused and helpless, as Zhou Cheng had already taken the handlebars of her bicycle. Get on, I'll give you a ride. Zhou Cheng patted the front bar of the bicycle. Xia Xiaolan thought the position was like sitting in Zhou Cheng's lap and quickly waved her hands. I'll sit in the back. It might be a bit bumpy, so hold on tight. Zhou Cheng looked serious, as if he had no intention of taking advantage of Xia Xiaolan, making her wonder if she was overthinking it. There were large baskets on both sides of the back seat, and Xia Xiaolan had to bend her feet upward. When the bicycle jolted slightly, she almost fell backward and instinctively hugged Zhou Cheng's waist tightly. At the end of summer, Zhou Cheng was only wearing one shirt. When Xia Xiaolan's hand brushed against him, he could feel the softness through the fabric. Since Xia Xiaolan couldn't see his expression, Zhou Cheng smiled slightly. Make sure to hold on tight. Without seeing his face, the joy in his voice was hard to hide. Xia Xiaolan bit her lip, feeling as if she was being teased by a young man. They arrived in Xanadu 2 hours later. Zhou Cheng hadn't eaten breakfast and had been waiting for Xia Xiaolan on the road, and now his stomach was growling with hunger. The Liu family had a rich dinner last night, and Xia Xiaolan had eaten some leftovers before leaving to satisfy her stomach. Let's go eat first. The streets of Xanadu were wider than those in Anqing County, and the buildings on both sides were taller, making the overall area much larger and impossible to explore in a short time. Moreover, Xanadu was livelier. Small business owners in Anqing County were somewhat reserved, while the street vendors in Xanadu were very open. There was a whole street dedicated to food. Lamb noodles, meatball soup, bean soup, spicy soup, soup-filled buns, and various local snacks were all available, along with common dishes like noodles, porridge, and soy milk with fried dough sticks from all over the country. Xia Xiaolan took a deep breath, and her stomach was growling with hunger. She was also quite unfortunate. In her previous life, when she was young, she worked hard for her career, often skipping breakfast just to stave off hunger, without caring about quality or taste. By the time she had money, she was busier with work, and as she reached an age where her metabolism slowed down, she started drinking a cup of coffee every morning to maintain her figure. Later on, she became Xia Xiaolan, who wanted to eat but had no money. This lively scene touched Xia Xiaolan. While she was working hard in the 1980s, shouldn't she treat herself a little better? Brother Zhou, what do you want to eat?
It's on me.
Zhou Qing noticed her good mood. When she smiled, she looked especially beautiful. Her sparkling eyes were full of warmth, lifting his spirits as well. How much money do you have? Don't be so generous. In our capital, it's not common for girls to treat. You scared Conway the other day when you treated him to noodles. As he spoke, Zhou Qing pulled Xia Xiaolan into a restaurant that sold donkey meat soup. Donkey meat? It's a bit hot for lamb today. Let's have a bowl of donkey meat soup and a basket of soup dumplings, and we can also ask the owner about the situation in Xanadu. Donkey meat on the ground, dragon meat in the sky. Xia Xiaolan wasn't picky. She would eat almost anything except for snakes, insects, and rodents. In her previous life, she had traveled to Xanadu for work and had tried donkey meat soup a few times, but none tasted as good as this. A steaming bowl of donkey meat soup was neither fishy nor greasy, filled with tender meat, and the celery and scallions floating on top added great flavor. In later years, even scallions and celery were grown in greenhouses, losing their rich taste. Xia Xiaolan finished a large bowl of donkey meat soup and a basket of soup dumplings by herself. Zhou Qing had a bigger appetite. He ordered a bowl of soup, 2 baskets of dumplings, and even a serving of lamb noodles from a nearby shop. It was easier to gather information after eating. Xia Xiaolan had been selling eggs and eels, and the owner of the donkey meat soup laughed, saying, "If you walk to the end of the street, there's a place that sells eel noodles. When business is good, they use over 10 pounds of eels a day. Just turn right after this street, and the farmer's market isn't far." Anqing County was small, and even with 2 factories, the spending power wasn't high. Xanadu was different. Zhou Qing rode his bicycle, while Xia Xiaolan went to ask the owner of the eel noodle shop if they needed eels. The owner looked at the eels in her basket and immediately bought 15 pounds without hesitation. Pork was 1.4 yuan per pound, while eels were only 1.1 yuan per pound. How many people in the county would spend money on eels instead of fatty pork? In the capital city, a bowl of noodles costs 70 cents and is topped with a spoonful of eel.
Some people can afford to spend freely.
Eels are profitable. In the village, Xia Xiaolan buys them for 80 cents per pound and makes a 30-cent profit per pound. They are also more durable than eggs, so Xia Xiaolan decides to stop selling eggs and focus on selling eels. She can still make a profit for 2 more months before November. Seeing her excited eyes and smiling brows, Zhou Qing quickly tells her to calm down. You still need to find a big buyer. One eel noodle stall can't buy all your stock. A noodle shop might use 20 pounds of eel in a day, but it takes Xia Xiaolan over 2 hours to travel to the capital, making the round trip 5 hours just to bring 20 pounds of eel. It doesn't seem worth it. She can earn about 10 yuan a day selling eggs in Anqing County, so she can't afford to travel further and earn less. However, if she can sell hundreds of pounds of eel each time she goes to the capital, even making the trip every 2 days could bring in 400 to 500 yuan a month. But still, 400 to 500 yuan a month isn't something to brag about. After saving for 2 months without spending, she still couldn't afford a Rolex like Zhou Qing's. Xia Xiaolan looks at the bustling capital city in 1983 with envy. There are opportunities everywhere, but she lacks the capital. Not just in the capital, but across the country, the call for reform and opening up has begun. Those brave enough, like Zhou Qing, who dare to engage in trade, have quietly built their wealth. Xia Xiaolan knows she is falling behind, but she is full of determination. Then I'll ask one by one. Is there only one place selling eel noodles in the capital? If noodle shops don't want them, there are restaurants. The scar on her forehead has healed a bit, resembling a pink flower bud. Xia Xiaolan is very fair-skinned. Even running around in the blazing sun every day hasn't tanned her. Her voice is delicate, and when she speaks firmly, it sounds almost like she is being sweet to Zhou Qing. He feels uplifted. Although he doesn't think much of such small businesses, Xia Xiaolan's enthusiasm is contagious. Let's give it a try. With her energy, even if no one helps her, she will eventually leave the troubled Dea village. Walking alongside the vibrant Xiaoxialan on the streets of the capital makes Zhou Cheng feel relaxed all over. Even though they haven't held hands, the emotions stirring in his heart are overwhelming. It's a feeling he has never experienced in his 20 years of life. The two of them walk together to the farmer's market. The market is large, with big agricultural markets in both the south and north of the city. Xiaoxialan and her group went to the one in the south. By 10 a.m., most people who came to buy breakfast vegetables had already left. Those who were still at the market were likely well off and had free time. Xiaoxialan needed customers like that. Having two people at the stall was indeed convenient. While Zhou Cheng watched the stall, Xiaoxialan quickly browsed the market. The market not only sold food but also had a clothing stall. A few young women were picking through the clothes, complaining that they looked old-fashioned. The stall owner, surprised, exclaimed, "These are all from Yangcheng. They are cheaper and nicer than those in department stores, and you're still picky." The owner held up a floral dress, and the women, feeling embarrassed, dropped the clothes and turned to leave. As they walked away, they discussed, "The clothes in department stores are too expensive. Last time I wanted to buy a coat, guess how much it was? 128 yuan. In such a big place like this, it's either department store prices or cheap street goods. One is expensive and the other is low quality. There's nothing stylish and affordable. Let's go, who would buy those old clothes?" The speaker didn't mean much, but Xiaoxialan took note. She knew that clothes were very cheap in Yangcheng. Her taste, while not overly fashionable, was certainly better than those selling at the market. If she picked some trendy clothes from Yangcheng to sell in the market, they would surely sell well. The profit from wholesale clothing compared to retail wasn't just a few cents. Xiaoxialan kept this in mind and continued to gather information about prices in the market. Once she had a good idea of the prices, she returned to her temporary stall with Zhou Cheng. Setting up a stall in the market was easy. As long as you didn't block the path and paid a small management fee, you were good to go. The larger the stall, the more you paid, and Xiaoxialan wouldn't argue about such things. It was only fair to pay for the space you used to make money. She quickly paid the fee, and Zhou Cheng had already started selling. He had somehow found paper and a pen to write prices. Eggs at 0.15 yuan each and eel at 1.2 yuan per jean. Zhou Cheng's handwriting was as lively as he was. Several people gathered around him, unsure if they wanted to buy eggs or just take advantage of him. Other places sell eggs by weight. Why are you selling them individually? Eel is too expensive. Today, pork is only 1.4 yuan, and for just a little more, I could buy a pound of fatty meat. Hey, young man, you don't sound like you're from here. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Cheng was really impatient with a group of women. When he saw Xiaoxialan return, he pointed at her and said, "My partner is back. She sells things and I'm just here to help." Xiaoxialan shot him a glare. The older sister, who wanted to introduce them, was quite disappointed. "You young people like this kind of look, with a round face. It brings good luck." Xiaoxialan felt unfairly labeled as unlucky and replied coolly, "Sister, are you buying eggs or not? Look at these eggs. They're all big. If you don't want to pick, then it's $1.50 per pound. There definitely wouldn't be 10 large eggs in a pound." The older sister tried to argue. "Well, eggs come in different sizes. Some people pick the big ones, so it's unfair for those who get the small ones." Xiaoxialan agreed, "Exactly. So those who buy early get to choose the big ones." Before the older sister could respond, the others pushed her aside. They wanted to pick the larger eggs, leaving the later shoppers with only the smaller ones. Xiaoxialan repeatedly reminded them to handle the eggs gently and not to shake them too hard, then let them choose. Xiaoxialan had put up with a lot to secure her sales, but that didn't mean she was a pushover. It's fine if they didn't like the goods, but personal attacks were not acceptable. She ignored the comment about her luck and warmly greeted her real customers. "Sister, why not buy some eel to take home? It's a bit pricey, but eels are very nourishing. Autumn is coming, and a nice eel stew would be great for the family. Pork is good, but it's nice to change things up, right?" Xiaoxialan wouldn't kill the eels herself. Back then, people carried baskets and cloth bags for shopping, as plastic bags weren't common yet. Killing the eels made them hard to store, and anyone who knew about food understood that eels should be cooked fresh for maximum benefits. Zhou Cheng was helping nearby. Despite Xia Xiaolan's delicate appearance, she had a strong character. She dared to run her own business and stand up to troublemakers. She wasn't just trying to please customers, she stood firm on her principles. Even though she missed the early market rush, there were plenty of people in the city, and the market was busy all day. This time, Xia Xiaolan brought 500 eggs and 38 pounds of eel to the market. After selling 15 pounds to a noodle shop, the rest sold out in less than 3 hours. The profit from the eels was even more than from the eggs, and she felt this business was worth exploring further. Zhou, if you're not busy, I want to take a look around the market. Do you want to find out where they need a lot of eels? During the busy season, Xia Xiaolan's flushed face looked as tempting as a pink peach. Zhou Cheng found her pleasing to look at, but Xia Xiaolan didn't like his straightforwardness, so he shyly shifted his gaze a bit. Xia Xiaolan nodded. It's not just about the eels, there are many good things in the countryside. Asking around casually might lead to new opportunities. Farmers struggle to save money because the prices for agricultural products are already low. After selling to the state, supplies are prioritized for big cities. People in those areas often don't have much money, and those in places with shortages find it hard to buy things even if they have cash. Town workers aren't all wealthy either. They can manage to save a little each month. Xia Xiaolan was looking for business opportunities created by the imbalance of information between buyers and sellers. Seeing her happy made Zhou Cheng feel happy too. Even under the intense autumn sun, Zhou Cheng didn't feel tired. However, Xia Xiaolan's business wasn't smooth sailing. She approached several noodle stalls, but they weren't interested in consistently buying eels. Besides Xia Xiaolan, others were already providing eels to them. This product was hard to find in the city, and nearby farmers also sold in town. If Xia Xiaolan wanted to dominate the supply market, she would need to push others out. But as one person, she couldn't rely on force like Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei. Competing on price wouldn't work either. Undercutting prices would disrupt the market and hurt her own business. Others sold in small amounts, mostly what they caught themselves, which only required time and effort, not much money. Xia Xiaolan's eels were purchased, and she earned from the price difference. The lower the price, the thinner her profit margin. Could she really only sell retail? What about selling to state-run restaurants? Once a place has the state-run label, the staff tends to look down on others and wouldn't give her special treatment just because she was pretty. Seeing her troubled, Zhou Cheng wanted to suggest she quit and let Kong Wei bring some goods from the south every 2 weeks instead. It would be better than her selling eels. You can probably keep this business going for 2 more months, right? By November, eels will be harder to catch. You don't really want to do this forever, so why worry so much? Once you save enough money, have Kong Wei bring back some clothes to sell. Xia Xiaolan asked suspiciously, "How did you know I wanted to sell clothes?" Zhou Cheng laughed. You were staring at the vendors in the farmer's market without blinking, as if you wanted to take their place. Selling clothes is a good idea. They're cheap in Yangcheng. Zhou Cheng still had something to say, but Xia Xiaolan was staring at the vendor, without blinking. The vendor might misunderstand and think Xia Xiaolan was interested in him. That's why he deliberately told the vendor that Xia Xiaolan was his girlfriend. Being too beautiful also had its downsides. He had to be cautious wherever he went. As for getting Kong Wei to bring back clothes, Xia Xiaolan shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to take advantage of the situation. She just didn't trust the taste of straight men. She needed to pick out the clothes herself in Yangcheng. There were still trains from the business city to Yangcheng, though the conditions were a bit worse and the journey took longer. Zhou Cheng understood her reasoning and didn't push further. He suggested going out to eat, but this time Xia Xiaolan firmly refused. She wanted to be comfortable within her limited means, but eating out for every meal was beyond her current budget. Even though Zhou Cheng often paid, she didn't want to feel guilty about spending his money. With no other choice, Zhou Cheng bought a few buns instead. On their way back, Xia Xiaolan detoured to the farmer's market. There were still some spare ribs left at the meat stall. People preferred fatty meat these days, and lean meat was often criticized, making the ribs less appealing. However, Xia Xiaolan liked them and bought the 2 pounds of leftover ribs. Zhou Qing knew that Xia Xiaolan was staying at her uncle's house. Otherwise, he would have shamelessly asked to taste her cooking. He thought it was probably for the best. She was too delicate for heavy cooking, and he would need to hire a cook in the future. Those big bosses in the south hired cooks, and even the leaders in the capital had household staff. Why couldn't he do the same? He hadn't even held Xia Xiaolan's hand yet, and on the 3rd day of knowing her, he was already thinking about marriage. As the chairman said, dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around. Zhou Cheng liked Xia Xiaolan and naturally thought about marriage as they got closer. On the way back, Zhou Cheng stacked the 2 baskets on the side of the back seat, allowing Xia Xiaolan to sit comfortably without bending her legs. However, when she settled in and her hand was no longer resting on his waist, he felt a bit disappointed. He was too soft-hearted to let Xia Xiaolan sit uncomfortably, which meant he missed out on that little closeness. They arrived in Anqing County not too late. Zhou Cheng wanted to take Xia Xiaolan back to Kaijingshan village, but she disagreed. But you don't have a car, and if you take me back, you'll have to walk back to the county. That's too inconvenient. Zhou Cheng thought to himself that he didn't mind the trouble. In fact, he wished it would get dark so he could just stay in Kaijingshan village. However, it wasn't his style to go empty-handed. While he was still thinking about the outcome with Kong Wei, Zhou Cheng repeatedly reminded Xia Xiaolan to stay safe before letting her go. Xia Xiaolan had already ridden a few meters away when Zhou Cheng remembered. Are you going to Xanadu tomorrow? No, tomorrow I will just make a trip to Anqing County to collect goods from some other villages. Zhou Cheng felt relieved. When he returned to the guest house, Kong Wei was squatting next to a big truck smoking, and beside him was a man curled up, bruised and battered, already subdued by Kong Wei. This man was Zhang Erlai from Shipozi village. He was usually a bully in the village and shouldn't have been so easily intimidated. But Kong Wei was not only tough but also had a dark gun pointed at him, which nearly made Zhang Erlai wet his pants. Recently, there had been a crackdown and the county had been on high alert. Zhang Erlai thought he had done something wrong and was caught by undercover police. Instead of taking him to the police station, Kong Wei brought him to the guest house. Zhang Erlai grew increasingly anxious. Brother Cheng, you're back. This coward scared me to death. No wonder Kong Wei kept a distance from Zhang Erlai. Take him back to the room. You standing in the guest house yard is not good for our image. They were not from Anqing County, and a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Zhou Cheng didn't want to draw too much attention. Since Kong Wei brought the man back, he must have his reasons. Perhaps the mystery of why Xia Xiaolan had a bad reputation could be unraveled through Zhang Erlai. Zhou Cheng's expression turned a bit gloomy. Zhang Erlai thought Kong Wei was tough, but had no idea he had provoked a real threat. In the 1980s, guest houses were similar to hotels today. There were several types of accommodations. According to the standards of Anqing County's guest house, there were large dormitories for over 10 people, usually on the damp first floor or in the basement, costing only 1 yuan for a night. A slightly better option was a 4-person room, with a bed costing 2 yuan. The best was a single room for 6 yuan, and the top choice was a suite for 15 yuan. Suites were typically reserved for unit leaders on business trips. Units with poor performance were reluctant to spend 15 yuan a night for a suite. Most of the time, the suite in Anqing County's guest house remained empty, and Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei were staying in one. The pale yellow floor tiles, deep red wooden furniture, and bright lights made the room feel welcoming, and there was even a 14-inch television. Zhang Erlai had never seen such a high-end room and couldn't fathom the backgrounds of Kong Wei and Zhou Cheng. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Zhang Erlai knocked his head loudly and said, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Xia Xiaolan is beautiful. 2 years ago, I went to Qijing village to visit relatives, and I noticed her right away. I teased her a bit, but a guy named Wang from the village interfered. After that, I didn't have many chances to get close to her. I just wandered around the village, but Xia Xiaolan was always distant, and I never got anywhere with her.
Then,
Zhang Erlai hesitated, and as Kong Wei raised a stool to hit him, he decided to spill everything. Later, someone slipped a note through my window saying Xia Xiaolan wanted to meet me. They said she liked me but was worried her family wouldn't approve of our relationship, so I should just get things moving with her. Zhang Erlai was scared and just let it all out. He seemed to have some grievances too. When I went to find Xia Xiaolan, she denied the note and called me a toad dreaming of swan meat. I held on to her, but that one guy came back to ruin my chances. Listening to them, I found out that one was actually Xia Xiaolan's cousin's boyfriend. He was saying things to her that made her feel disappointed, and they probably had something going on. Zhang Erlai was definitely angry that someone else got what he wanted. Plus, Xia Xiaolan was acting all pure in front of him while being unclear with her future brother-in-law. The more he thought about it, the more unfair it seemed. Rumors spread about him and Xia Xiaolan, and when people asked, he just smiled and didn't deny it, so they believed it. The rumors got worse, and he was worried that Xia Xiaolan might report him to the police. Fortunately, no one from the Xia family stood up for her, and Xia Xiaolan ended up hurting herself. Zhang Erlai tried to distance himself from the situation while also badmouthing Xia Xiaolan, claiming she was involved with her future cousin's husband. The worse he made her look, the better it was for him. With his eyes swollen shut, Zhang Erlai secretly watched Zhou Cheng's expression. No matter how well he could talk, he couldn't fool Zhou Cheng, and even Kong Wei wouldn't be deceived. Why would Xia Xiaolan, who had someone like Cheng Ge, go after Zhang Erlai? It was ridiculous. The note definitely wasn't left by Xia Xiaolan. Kong Wei understood that someone was scheming to ruin Xia Xiaolan. Cheng Ge. Kong Wei felt quite embarrassed. Zhou Cheng didn't argue with him and coldly asked Zhang Erlai, "Which hand did you use to touch her?" Zhang Erlai nervously denied, "I really didn't touch her. I just tore one of her sleeves." Xia Xiaolan was driven to hit the wall by such a coward. Zhou Cheng was furious, but ended up laughing. Very good. Kong Wei was genuinely afraid Zhou Cheng would hurt Zhang Erlai. "Brother, don't be impulsive. We can't cause trouble here. Look at my big mouth. We shouldn't hurt anyone anywhere. Why dirty our hands on him? Let's hand him over to the police." Zhang Erlai was terrified and started to piece things together. Xia Xiaolan likely had connections with powerful men, and these two were here to get back at him. Handing him over to the police? That would mean his end. Zhang Erlai, scared, thought to himself, "If I go to the police, Xia Xiaolan's reputation will be ruined, and I'll make sure to tell everyone about my relationship with her." Zhou Cheng pulled out a box from under the bed and opened it to find it full of money. He took out several stacks of cash and stuffed them into Zhang Erlai's arms, who thought it was a bribe. This was a windfall. Those stacks must be worth thousands, but Zhou Cheng seemed to have plenty more in the box. Zhang Erlai, wanting more, hadn't even asked for extra money when Zhou Cheng's next words sent him into despair. "Xiaowei, have the hotel call the police. We caught someone stealing public funds." Zhou Cheng and his friends were staying in the most expensive suite at the hotel, and their introduction letter was from a major organization in the capital. When Kong Wei spoke to the hotel staff, they were shocked. Without any surveillance, who knew how Zhang Erlai got in? The amount involved exceeded 5,000 yuan, and the police treated Zhang Erlai as a major theft case. This was their second visit to the Anqing County Police Station. The police recognized the two. Weren't they the ones who acted heroically a few days ago? Zhang Erlai kept claiming he was wronged, and Kong Wei scratched his head. "Sorry, comrades. We came back to find this guy stealing public funds, and we might have been a bit rough." Zhang Erlai's injuries were more than just rough. It was clear they were trying to seriously hurt him. However, the police trusted the heroes. After verifying Zhang Erlai's information, the officers found it coincidental. He was already someone they wanted to catch. There were quotas for serious crimes, and they couldn't just target honest people. Stealing and being dishonest. Someone reported that he had improper relationships with several married women and even dared to embezzle public funds. With charges of robbery and theft, he can't escape this time. Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei were very pleased with the outcome. Zhang Erlai shouted that they were taking revenge on him, but Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei left the police station. A female officer who had met Xia Xiaolan approached the director and asked, "Director Liang, do you think there's something strange about this case?" Director Liang's expression was serious. Comrade Zhaoping, we cannot let a criminal go. It's hard for women to maintain their reputation. Zhang Erlai is indeed a habitual offender, and according to strict enforcement standards, he must be among those arrested. We don't need to investigate further details. Zhang Erlai was talking nonsense, sometimes claiming that Zhou Cheng and the others had framed him with a box of money, and other times saying they were armed. But Zhou Cheng and Conway had official letters from a reputable organization in the capital, and it was normal for them to carry a lot of cash while procuring supplies in the city. There was something suspicious about it. Coincidentally, Zhang Erlai said it was because of Xia Xiaolan. Director Liang quietly looked at Zhang Erlai. He admitted it himself, so we must make this a solid case. Zhang Erlai dared not say more. If he really claimed to have had an affair with Xia Xiaolan, it would only add to his charges. Xia Xiaolan was still unaware that Zhou Cheng had dealt with a major enemy for her. Zhang Erlai was also one of the culprits behind Xia Xiaolan's suicide, which Zhou Cheng could trace. As for how much Xia Xiaolan's cousin and future brother-in-law were involved, Zhou Cheng did not know yet. However, he had no good feelings toward the highly praised female college student, Xia Ziyu. Xia Xiaolan rode her bicycle home, feeling cheerful. The Liu family's rice fields had been fully harvested, and with the good weather these days, they would be able to store the grains after a couple more days of drying. While others helped the Liu family, Liu Yong and Li Fengmei finished their own fields and were ready to return the favor to the villagers, leaving the drying of the rice to Liu Fen. Every village has its own rice drying area. In the morning, each household would lay out their mats and pour the freshly harvested rice onto them, spreading it thinly and evenly to dry out the excess moisture. Every couple of hours, they would need to turn the rice under the sun, and the drying area was always crowded with people during this time. The people of Kaijingshan village were not gossip-free. It was rare for a married woman to stay at her parents' house during busy farming times without helping with the work at her in-laws. Liu Fen stayed at her family home with Xia Xiaolan for several days, and Xia Dajuan didn't come to visit even once. She wondered if the couple had a fight and couldn't get along anymore. Liu Fen was someone who wouldn't fight back even if she was hit, but she dared to act this way, which showed she had support. The people in Kaijingshan village were not as harsh with their words as those in Dahu village. First, Liu Yong was not easy to bully, and Liu Fen was considered one of them, so the villagers protected her. Second, Xia Xiaolan's business was thriving, selling eggs and eels, and everyone sold her something. Xia Xiaolan's business was fair and transparent. She never claimed she wasn't making money, but her profits came from hard work. Plus, she knew how to get along with people. If anyone needed something from the county, they could count on her to help. Why did the kids run around catching eels to sell to Xia Xiaolan? Besides the 80 cents they got for each, Xia Xiaolan always had snacks to share, like candy or sunflower seeds, and the village kids adored her. If anyone said something bad about Sister Xia, those kids would cry and complain. Your Xiaolan is really capable. She runs around collecting eggs all day, making a good amount of money. Are you jealous? I bet even your son couldn't handle that much work. Kids understand, and their mothers enjoy the rewards. Liu Fen smiled at their comments. These villagers might tease her a bit, but it wasn't mean-spirited. Liu Fen was feeling hopeful about her life now. She still worked hard at Liu's house but didn't feel tired at all. When a family works together, life gets better, which was completely different from staying at the Xia family. The two sisters-in-law at the Xia house looked down on her, the mother-in-law disliked her, and her husband blamed her. Liu Fen had to endure it all, trying to please everyone. But in this world, taking a step back often led to being pushed back even further, until there was no escape, and she was left in the dirt. The villagers didn't just flatter Liu Fen. After just a few days back home, her appearance had improved a lot. Her skin was still dark from years of hard work, but the worry on her face had faded, turning from a dull yellow to a healthy glow. If you looked closely, you could see that Liu Fen had nice features, while Xia Xiaolan inherited her height from the Xia family, but looked more like the Liu family. With her spirits lifted and good food, Liu Fen was thriving in the rural life of 1983. In just a few days, her cheeks seemed to have filled out a bit. Ding ding. The sound of a bicycle bell announced Xia Xiaolan's return. Her lips were as sweet as honey, and she greeted everyone in the drying yard before saying to Lu Fun, "Mom, I'll go home to steam the rice first, then come back to help you." Xia Xiaolan, delicate and tender, was too precious for Lu Fun to let her work hard, so she told her to stay home. "Your uncle and the others will finish work soon. Just stay at home to cook and keep an eye on Tao Tao." Today was Tao Tao's first day at the village school. There were no kindergartens in the countryside. Children started directly in first grade. Tao Tao was sent to school at the age of 6, showing how much he was cherished by the family. Some kids were still playing around at 10, helping with chores and working in the fields. School age varied, and not everyone finished elementary school. Many were dropped after elementary and again after middle school. In 1983, having a high school graduate in a rural family was a big deal. Xia Xiaolan, who had completed middle school, was not considered uneducated. It was easy to imagine how precious it was for Xia Ziyu to get into university in 1983. He jumped into a better life and became a city resident with a stable job after graduation. Tao Tao proudly showed off his new backpack all day, and his classmates wanted to touch it during recess. A backpack for 10 yuan? That was too expensive for the people of Qijiao village. It could cover 2 terms of school fees. "Xiaolan Jia, I missed you." Tao Tao rushed over like a little firecracker and hugged Xia Xiaolan's leg tightly. Xia Xiaolan bought him candy and a backpack, making him feel happier than ever. To Tao Tao, Xia Xiaolan was the closest person to him, even more than his parents. Xia Xiaolan pulled the little rascal aside. "Don't sweet-talk me. I still need to cook." Tao Tao couldn't help licking his lips. Xia Xiaolan's cooking wasn't the best, but every time she cooked, it was either meat or fish. He had never eaten pickled vegetables. His mouth watered when he saw Xia Xiaolan take out chopped ribs from the basket. He wished she could live there forever. Who was better than his Xiaolan Jia? Xia Xiaolan had Tao Tao help with the fire and steamed a few eggs, as the Lu family had plenty of eggs. She decided not to braise the ribs, but to make them sweet and sour. Recently, the Lu family's oil and seasonings had been used up quickly, but Xia Xiaolan kept replenishing them. Lu Yong said the family should eat well, and Li Fengmei didn't complain. Even the sugar was bought by Xia Xiaolan. Making sweet and sour ribs wasn't hard for her. The sweet and sour sauce on the ribs was thick and rich, poured over steaming white rice. Just thinking about that flavor made Xia Xiaolan's taste buds tingle. Lu Yong and the others brought home the half-dried grain, and when Lu Yong smelled the delicious aroma, he laughed. "You all worried that Xiaolan couldn't sell the eels, but I think this girl is just not cut out for hard labor. She's smart. Good business means money for meat." It seems Xia Xiaolan had a good day today. Lu Fen smiled foolishly, and Li Fengmei thought that the Xia family didn't appreciate Xiaolan, which was a mistake. Getting into college is impressive, but a girl will eventually get married. After marrying into another family, even a precious college girl can't take care of everyone in the Xia family. They have to support her too, and there are Xia Changzheng and his wife and younger brother waiting for help. The rest of the Xia family doesn't matter. According to her sister-in-law Lu Fen, Xia Ziyu took all the family's savings of over 500 yuan to study in the capital. As a result, when Xia Xiaolan bumped her head, the Xia family couldn't even afford to send her to the hospital. This shows that Xia Ziyu is selfish, taking all the money to enjoy herself in the capital and not caring about how the Xia family lives. Once she becomes successful, will she even think about them? What a waste. Her niece is generous. She even bought a new backpack for Tao Tao yesterday, and Tao Tao's dad swore it was her niece's money. Li Fengmei felt very pleased. "What is Xiaolan cooking?" Xia Xiaolan came out and said, "I made sweet and sour ribs." Li Fengmei sighed. "Why buy ribs? They're not worth it. Everyone knows ribs are delicious, but they aren't cost-effective. Her niece is great, but sometimes she has too much money." Li Fengmei couldn't help but advise her. "You should save your money. You know how much I care about Tao Tao. That backpack was too expensive. Save some money for when you go to your in-laws." This was genuine concern for Xia Xiaolan. She didn't suggest that Xiaolan spend all her money on the Lu family. Xia Xiaolan felt warm inside. I know. I promise not to waste it. Lu Fun's eyes were itchy, and while Lu Yong and she were tidying up the grain, he lowered his voice and said, once the busy season is over, Xia Dajuan will definitely come looking for you. You need to think carefully. Life is looking up right now. Don't be too weak and just follow Xia Dajuan back. Lu Fun felt embarrassed, unable to lift her head at her brother's words. Lu Yong was surprised. What? Are you really going to go back with him? Her frustration was clear, and after a long pause, Lu Fun awkwardly said, Xiaolan will get married one day. How can a daughter bring her mother to her husband's family? I can't stay at my parents' house forever. Brother, where will I go then? Not wanting to follow her daughter or stay at her parents' house, she feared that over time, her brother and sister-in-law might grow distant, and she worried about what the villagers would say. Lu Fun felt lost about her future. She didn't want to burden her daughter or her family. Mom, do you miss Dad and want to go back to the Xia family? Xiaolan didn't know when she had stood behind Lu Fun. Lu Fun shook her head but remained silent, clearly not wanting to answer. It wasn't that she missed Xia Dajuan. She was used to being submissive and had a spirit of sacrifice for her daughter. If Xiaolan could have a good life, she would endure being in a low position in the Xia family just to ensure her daughter's happiness. Xiaolan could guess some of Lu Fun's thoughts. Luckily, her emotional maturity was beyond her actual age of 18. She had seen enough of the world to understand Lu Fun's concerns. Marriage? Of course, she wanted to get married. She hadn't experienced a harmonious relationship in her past life, and she wanted to feel that in this life. But did that mean she had to leave Lu Fun behind? Why would she marry a man who saw her mother as a burden? She wasn't that naive. Mom, I earned over 20 yuan today. You have no idea how thriving the business is in Xanadu. Once I save enough money, I'll buy an apartment there and bring you to live with me. Would your future son-in-law dare to complain about you? As long as you're happy, he'll agree to live with us. Buying a house was Xiaolan's long-term plan. Right now, Xanadu might not have real estate yet, but it was 1983, and in a couple of years it would come. The first commercial housing in China appeared in the mid to late 1980s. Xiaolan remembered her client in Xanadu saying that the first apartment they bought in the 1980s was only over 200 yuan per square meter. The houses were built and sold to workers, and ordinary people didn't qualify to buy them. But if you had enough money and played your cards right, you could get a purchasing permit from someone else. A price of over 200 yuan per square meter was something to dream about in the future. Buying a 100 square meters apartment would only cost over 20,000 yuan. Xiaolan didn't have that much now, but would she never earn it? This was the first time Xiaolan revealed her plan to settle in the city in front of her elders, and Lu Fun was stunned. But we have a rural household registration. The difference between rural and urban household registrations was significant. The factory is hiring, and various organizations are looking for workers, but they are only targeting residents with urban household registrations. Those with rural registrations can only scrape by in the fields. There are only two ways to change from rural to urban status: through marriage or education. Relying on marriage is unstable, and even families of urban workers may not be able to help with the rural to urban transition. The most reliable way, like Xia Ziyu, is to get into college, which allows one to escape rural life and become a city dweller. It's difficult to become a city person, and even though Lu Fun believes in Xia Xiaolan, she doesn't dare to dream about it. However, Lu Yong is quite interested. Moving to the city is fine. It doesn't have to be a big city, and it doesn't have to be an apartment. Buying 2 houses in the county town won't cost much. In a big city like Xanadu, with so many people, if Xia Xiaolan and her mother move there, no one will know them. Xia Xiaolan's poor reputation won't hinder her from finding a partner. Hearing Lu Yong's support, Lu Fun is half convinced. Can it really work? Xia Xiaolan nods seriously. I promise to help you live well, so of course it can work. Buying a house in Xanadu is nothing. If she had extra money, she could learn from the Wenzhou real estate investors and buy a whole building in Beijing or Shanghai before prices soar. The return on investment would be much better than any other business. Perhaps Xia Xiaolan's vision of the future is too appealing. Lu Fun is hesitant to believe it, but can't help wanting to. Life in the countryside is tough. After the household contract system, farmers' lives are better than in the 60s and 70s, but they're still far from a comfortable life with electricity and telephones. Especially in the rural areas of Anqing County, which are not like coastal regions with cash crops or many township enterprises. Lu Fen doesn't analyze the economic situation of the entire region. She only needs to look at Dahu Village and Qijing Village to see how people live. It's easy to predict Xia Xiaolan's future if she stays in the countryside. Because of Xia Xiaolan's poor reputation, Lu Fen can't imagine her finding a good partner. But Xia Xiaolan's words give Lu Fen hope. After all, she and Lu Yong are siblings, and their thoughts are aligned. If they move far away, no one will know about Xia Xiaolan's bad reputation. With her capable daughter free from the burden of a bad name, why shouldn't she be able to find a good partner? Lu Fen feels a weight lifted from her heart, and she doesn't have time to think about the Xia family's issues anymore. What will she do if Xia Dajuan comes? She won't go back. The Xia family hasn't split, so no matter how much she does or earns, it will still go to Xia Ziyu. Lu Fen knows she isn't very capable, but she wants to help Xia Xiaolan a little since running a business alone is tough for her. In the countryside, girls usually marry around 18 or 19, while girls in the city often wait until after 20. If someone has a stable job, marrying in their 20s is not too late. Lu Fen is full of energy. After eating, she actively walks around the village to see if anyone is selling eggs or has caught any eels. She wants to save enough money to buy a house in the city, so she doesn't delay Xia Xiaolan's important life events. Your mom is finally back to life, Lu Yong thinks to himself. He knows he wasn't very responsible when he was young and didn't teach Lu Fen well. Now that Lu Fen is motivated to improve their lives and actively participate in Xia Xiaolan's business, Lu Yong is very happy. Xia Xiaolan shares her experience from her trip to the city. She doesn't mention that she went with Zhou Cheng. She only says that the city has a large population and a better economy than Anqing County. If someone is willing to work hard or has skills, it's easy to develop there. This excites Lu Yong, who thinks, our family originally came to Kaijingshan village to escape hardship. This place is in our route. It doesn't matter where we live. If I can change your cousin's status to urban residency, it will be worth the effort. Lu Yong thinks for a moment and says he needs to go out soon. Xia Xiaolan suspects he is going to find money, but she can't believe he is a bricklayer. What does her uncle really do? Xia Xiaolan is very curious. However, before Lu Yong leaves, he worries about Xia Xiaolan and her mother, fearing trouble from the Xia family again. And those 3 troublemakers are watching you.
I feel something isn't right.
I need to wait until they are dealt with before I go out. Xia Xiaolan is also curious. She feels that the clues are starting to connect. The next day, Xia Xiaolan doesn't go to the city. She spends the whole day running around and collects a lot of eels and eggs. On the 3rd day, she goes to their usual meeting place and runs into Zhou Qing again. This time, he isn't alone. He is with Kong Wei, who is waiting in a truck. Are you guys leaving? Kong Wei seems a bit embarrassed. He previously misunderstood Xia Xiaolan and treated her poorly, so now he feels awkward around her. He really regrets the sour radish and pork dumplings she brought. Zhou Cheng jumps out of the truck. Yes, we received a telegram from Beijing. We've been in Anqing County for a while, and we need to hurry back. But don't worry, I will come back again. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit embarrassed after being teased by a young man. Being with Zhou Cheng wasn't uncomfortable. He was quite agreeable and matched her preferences well. He seriously mentioned coming back again, which made her wonder what could attract him to Anqing County. Xia Xiaolan thought to just go with the flow since she wasn't focused on personal feelings at the moment and didn't dislike Zhou Cheng. Be careful on the road, drive safely. I'll welcome you when you come to Anqing County, she said generously. Zhou Cheng smiled a bit. Wait for me. Next time I come to Anqing, I'll bring you something nice. He didn't give her a chance to refuse, jumped into his car and waved goodbye. The car started with a roar, and Kong Wei leaned out of the window, grinning. Goodbye, sister-in-law. If it weren't for Xia Xiaolan's experience, she would have turned red from embarrassment. The car drove off in another direction, leaving Anqing County to return to Beijing. Through the rear-view mirror, they saw Xia Xiaolan standing for a moment before riding her bike towards the county town. Kang Wei didn't understand. Brother Cheng, why didn't you tell sister-in-law that you took care of that troublemaker Zhang Erlai for her? Doing a good deed without recognition and being far apart, what if someone else pursued Xia Xiaolan? Kang Wei thought he should tell her to win her favor. They were supposed to leave yesterday, but Zhou Cheng waited for a long time at the town entrance, and since Xia Xiaolan didn't come, he delayed their departure until this morning. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Cheng asked him back. Aren't men supposed to quietly solve problems? Those who show off are usually clueless, and Zhou Cheng didn't want Xia Xiaolan to remember any unhappy things. He never thought about seeking praise. Kang Wei shook his head. Those girls are too much trouble. If I try to find a girlfriend today, my grandma would probably send me to the marriage registry tomorrow. Thank goodness the marriage law changed. I can buy some time. Kang Wei was only half a year younger than Zhou Cheng, and according to the calendar, he was already 20. He was born after his father died in the Vietnam War, and his grandmother almost cried her eyes out. When he was born, she finally had something to hold on to and treated him like a treasure. But she was also pushing him to marry quickly to continue the family line. Isn't it that men can marry at 20 and women at 18? Zhou Cheng thought about how suitable he and Xia Xiaolan were. They met just when he turned 20, which felt perfect. If Xia Xiaolan agreed, they could get married anytime. Kang Wei was pressured by his grandmother to marry. In other areas, he was clueless, but when it came to marriage law, he was an expert. It changed 3 years ago. Men can't marry before 22, and women before 20. It's a lifesaver. Kang Wei was feeling happy, but suddenly noticed that the atmosphere was off. Why wasn't Qingzi brother happy? Kang Wei suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that they had only known each other for a few days? It was too quick for a blind date. Although he called Xia Xiaolan's sister-in-law to please Zhou Cheng, he and Qingzi brother understood that Xia Xiaolan's bad reputation was due to false accusations.
Others didn't know that, though.
How could Xia Xiaolan smoothly marry into the Zhou family when Zhou Cheng was so invested? But Kang Wei wouldn't say anything. He didn't want to be the bad guy. Last time, Zhou Cheng rode her to the city, and Xia Xiaolan didn't realize it would be so tiring. Since she arrived in 1983, exhaustion had become the norm. Yesterday, she didn't go to the city. Instead, she rode her bike through over 20 villages and collected more than 50 pounds of eels. Today, her task was to sell the eels and a few hundred eggs she brought to the city. After the busiest days of rice harvesting, fewer people were willing to sell eggs to Xia Xiaolan. Besides, she had already visited all the nearby villages, and villagers needed time to gather their eggs. Once she sold the eggs, Xia Xiaolan could focus on selling eels, which were already grown and just waiting to be found in the fields and ditches. She thought about how selling eels was one thing, but carrying 2 baskets full of goods to the city and returning empty seemed unwise. Could she bring back some goods from the city to sell in the countryside? The purchasing power in the rural areas was terrible. Aside from essential items like oil, salt, and vinegar, people held onto every penny. They avoided spending whenever possible. Actually, they didn't even buy oil. Some families spent all year only on salt. Not eating vinegar or oil was fine, but without salt, people lacked energy. What could she bring back to encourage farmers to spend their money? Marketing in later years said that women's and children's money was the easiest to earn. Now, women hardly dressed up, and children were running wild. Family planning had just started, so every family had several kids. A single child is precious, and having more children means it's just good enough if they can be fed. There's not much extra money to spend on kids. That's why Tao Tao went to school with a new backpack, which made other classmates envious. They couldn't afford such an expensive backpack at home. As for children's clothes, there's no need to worry. The clothes worn by older kids are passed down to the younger ones. A piece of clothing can last for years, like a family heirloom, until it's too worn out to wear anymore. Xia Xiaolan thought for a long time without any ideas and rode her bike to the first place that sells eel noodles. Excuse me, do you still need eels today? She tried to sound serious, but her voice was still quite soft. When she called out, the owner of the eel noodle shop didn't come out, and all the customers eating noodles looked at her. Young people recover quickly. The cut on Xia Xiaolan's forehead had already scabbed over, leaving only a light pink mark. Although she didn't wear heavy makeup, she looked neat and clean, which was already quite rare. After waiting for a while, the person who came out was not the owner. She had bought eels from that day. It was a middle-aged woman with a not-so-nice attitude. "We don't need eels. Our shop has regular suppliers, so don't come here again." "But why can't you understand? We don't want the eels you bring." The middle-aged woman was rude, and the customers in the shop couldn't help but speak up. "If you don't want to buy, just say it nicely." Your loud voice scared this young lady. "Did you spill vinegar at home?" The middle-aged woman didn't argue with the customers, but there were sounds of things being dropped and banged in the kitchen. Xia Xiaolan understood. This woman was probably the boss's wife. She had thought the boss was honest, but now it seemed the boss's wife had a bad temper. Xia Xiaolan felt wronged, but if she argued with the boss's wife, it would affect her business in the area. What bad luck! Xia Xiaolan kept her composure, though her expression changed several times. As she was about to leave with her bike, the owner rushed out. "I'm really sorry. My wife can be unreasonable. We can't buy your eels anymore, but I have a relative who handles purchasing at the municipal guest house. His name is Hu Yongkai. If you want to try, just say Hu Zhuliang referred you." Mr. Hu felt embarrassed. His wife had publicly embarrassed Xia Xiaolan. It was rare for her not to hold a grudge, but they shouldn't take advantage of her kindness. The municipal guest house? The official offices are not easy to deal with, but if successful, they can become a long-term partner. "Thank you, Boss Hu." Xia Xiaolan expressed her gratitude, and Boss Hu did not dare to stay long as his wife was angry at the store. Xia Xiaolan did not go to the municipal reception center right away. It wasn't that she didn't trust Boss Hu's recommendation. It was just that upon inquiry, the reception center had a grand name but was actually located far from the city, in the outskirts. Who knows what the city leaders were thinking when they built the municipal reception center so far away. Xia Xiaolan also went to the previous farmer's market to sell goods.
There were quite a few people there today.
After paying the management fee for a small spot, Xia Xiaolan set up her sign and soon people came to choose items. She was quite memorable in appearance, and some customers recognized her, asking where her partner was. Xia Xiaolan responded to all such questions with a smile. "Is the eel a bit cheaper?" £1, just £1, and make sure your scale is accurate." Business picked up, and customers surrounded Xia Xiaolan, all talking at once, needing to weigh items, pay, and get change. Some were buying eggs, while others were buying eels, and those who were a bit slow could easily get confused. Xia Xiaolan was busy for 2 full hours, and her clothes were soaked with sweat before she had a moment to rest. Most of the customers were buying for themselves, and there were few bulk buyers. She still had over 100 eggs and about 20 pounds of eel left. The goods sold at the farmer's market were varied, but the best sellers were either essential items or rare finds, like the eels Xia Xiaolan brought from the countryside. If she brought small vegetables that cost just a few cents per pound, it would be hard work with little reward and no competition. After staying at the farmer's market a bit longer, Xia Xiaolan still had some eggs and eels left. Selling like this every day was indeed risky, and Xia Xiaolan wanted to find someone who could buy in bulk. She remembered Boss Hu's words and planned to check out the municipal reception center. Someone in charge of procurement there might not buy much, but they would surely know other suppliers. The 1980s were a time rich in personal connections. If she could connect with Boss Hu's relative, Hu Yongkai, it could open up more than just one market. Xia Xiaolan intended to use her sales skills to win over comrade Hu Yongkai. Gift-giving has its rules. For male colleagues, cigarettes and alcohol are always a safe choice. The most prestigious drinks are definitely Maotai and Wuliangya. Let's not even talk about the price. These 2 special wines are reserved for officials. Xia Xiaolan can't even touch the bottles with her money. They are available but not for sale, so she can't buy them. As for cigarettes, the Huangjini, Manhwa, and Kaidai brands produced by the Xanadu cigarette factory are notable. Huangjini, is a B-grade cigarette for lower and middle-level smokers. Manhwa is an A-grade cigarette used by leaders and for meetings, and Kaidai falls between the two. Although Kaidai is an A-grade cigarette with a retail price of 0.35 yuan per pack, Xia Xiaolan thought it would be suitable to give to Boss Hu's relatives. However, she was quickly faced with reality when people looked at her in disbelief upon hearing she wanted to buy a carton. A carton? We don't have that. You need to buy at least 2 packs, and you have to get a special note from me. Isn't Kaidai produced by the Xanadu cigarette factory? How can there be none in stock? A carton of cigarettes costs only 3.5 yuan, and Xia Xiaolan can afford it. Although she has knowledge far beyond her time, she doesn't understand the cigarette market of 1983. Tobacco is a state monopoly. For example, the Xanadu cigarette factory has a set annual production limit for Kaidai. Not all of the produced Kaidai is sold in Xanadu or even the province. It is distributed nationwide, yet it's hard for people in Xanadu to buy it. If you want to buy it, you need connections and to pay extra. It's difficult for locals to buy even a couple of packs. Xia Xiaolan asking for a carton is unrealistic. Cigarettes are not sold by the carton unless there is a government meeting and special approval from leaders to buy scarce cigarettes in bulk. The Dakiamin produced in Hushur is also
35 yuan per pack.
Xia Xiaolan's uncle smokes this brand, and it's considered quite respectable in Qijiang village. Dakiamin is well known nationwide, being a popular brand from Hushur. However, Xia Xiaolan can buy Dakiamin in Xanadu but not Kaidai. The thought of tobacco resale being very profitable crossed Xia Xiaolan's mind and wouldn't leave her. With hundreds of thousands of boxes of cigarettes distributed across the country, the cigarette industry has strong regional characteristics. Besides a few well-known brands, people have their own preferences for cigarettes. Xanadu locals prefer the 3 brands from the Xanadu cigarette factory, while nearby cities may favor their local products. If Xanadu people can't buy Kaidai, it might be unsold in other places. So, how about taking the Kaidai allocated to other places and selling it back in Xanadu? Xia Xiaolan felt a bit dizzy. Are you still buying cigarettes? The salesperson brought her back to reality, and Xia Xiaolan nodded, then give me a pack of de Qianmen. She could get a pack of de Qianmen, but Xia Xiaolan didn't have a cigarette coupon. The cigarettes were priced at 0.35 yuan per pack, but they charged her 0.50 yuan a pack. This was only because de Qianmen was produced in large quantities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to buy any at all. After finally getting the cigarettes she had worked hard to obtain, Xia Xiaolan took a while to calm down. Yes, tobacco was very profitable, but she needed to find a way in. This wasn't a private deal. She needed connections with officials. Xia Xiaolan couldn't do this in the short term, but that didn't mean she couldn't meet these people eventually. She would start building her network with Hu Yongkai. Her original goal was to find buyers for eels, but that didn't mean she could only sell eels. Xia Xiaolan rode her bicycle westward. The western suburbs used to be wasteland, but after the 1950s, large factories for cotton, grinding wheels, coal machines, and dyeing began to settle in the western suburbs of the city. The city committee decided to build new office buildings there. Since the office location had changed, they also needed to build a city committee guest house. By 1963, the guest house building was completed. Now, 20 years later, the appearance of the guest house was still well maintained. The 5-story building had a colonnade around it with a protruding eave, giving it a nice layered look, complemented by glazed tiles and carvings on the roof, making it both grand and elegant. This area had developed over the past 20 to 30 years and was not as desolate as Xia Xiaolan imagined. It was just that the old residents of the city referred to it as the western suburbs to distinguish it from the old city center. Of course, there were no bustling snack streets or farmers' markets here. Those coming to the city committee guest house were either attending meetings or on official business, mostly serious employees and government workers. Xia Xiaolan rode her bicycle there without an introduction letter, and despite being pretty, she looked like a farmer. The guest house didn't say farmers weren't allowed inside, but without an introduction letter, she couldn't expect to eat or stay there. It was simply impossible. When Xia Xiaolan said she was looking for relatives, the guest house staff told her to wait at the back door. After a while, A short man in his 30s came out the back door. He looked like many people Xia Xiaolan had seen in this era, except he was quite chubby. Everyone was thin back in 1983. There were more skinny people than fat ones. No wonder he worked in procurement at the guest house. It was a cushy job. With a round face, his eyes appeared smaller. Hu Yongkai widened his small eyes in surprise, not knowing when he had gained a relative like Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan is quite striking, and even if they are distant relatives, Hu Yongkai would definitely remember her after just one meeting. Xia Xiaolan didn't give him a chance to think too much. I'm Xia Xiaolan, and Uncle Zhu Liang sent me to find you. Hu Yongkai thought for a moment. You mean Hu Zhu Liang who sells eel noodles? He and Hu Zhu Liang are relatives, but their families don't interact often. Hu Yongkai has a bit of influence and is wary of others coming to him for help without reason. Xia Xiaolan quickly handed him a bag, saying, I need to ask you for a favor. When Hu Yongkai glanced at the contents of the bag, he was surprised. What's this? You brought a big gift? His first reaction was to decline, but Xia Xiaolan quickly explained that she wanted Hu Yongkai to help facilitate the purchase of eels. If you think it's okay, I brought some samples. What samples? They were clearly leftovers from the farmer's market. Hu Yongkai understood that buying some items wasn't a big deal, and Xia Xiaolan's gift was quite generous. The eels she brought were of decent size and met the purchasing standards. However, Xia Xiaolan made a special trip and brought a significant gift, so it couldn't just be for 20-some pounds of eels. How much profit could that bring? It wasn't worth such a big gesture to build a connection. Considering his relationship with Hu Zhu Liang and the value of the gift, Hu Yongkai decided to be honest with Xia Xiaolan. Don't be fooled by the size of the guest house. We don't use much eel for meals. Whether it's leaders or regular staff attending meetings, the daily meal budget is just 1 yuan. I can agree to buy the eels you brought, but we definitely can't consume that much every day. The guest house has its own meal standards. Besides accommodating leaders visiting the city, it also serves as a venue for various meetings organized by the municipal government and the city committee, including the People's Congress. Regardless of the level of officials, the meal standard is the same. 1 yuan per person per day, with diners only needing to provide a grain ticket. For 1 yuan, the meals are filling, and while there is meat and vegetables, they can't eat eels every day. Xia Xiaolan wasn't discouraged. Hu Yongkai's words implied that if they couldn't consume 20-some pounds daily, perhaps they could every few days. In business, one must consider investments. She wasn't looking for a quick profit. She wanted to establish a good relationship with Hu Yongkai, ensuring her eels would sell. I'll follow your advice. Hu Yongkai noticed she wasn't being overly persistent and was generous. Plus, she was quite attractive, so he had a good impression of Xia Xiaolan. Uncle Zhu Liang is older than me, so just call me by my name. Xia Xiaolan quickly climbed up the pole. Brother Hu. Hu Yongkai smiled, narrowing his eyes. You wait here for a moment. I'll call someone to weigh the eels. Hu Yongkai didn't say he wanted to buy Xia Xiaolan's eggs. It's not that he was stingy. The guest house couldn't guarantee the weight of the eels they used every day. Eggs were a staple, but the guest house was a government establishment, unlike ordinary people who had to buy expensive eggs. If Hu Yongkai bought Xia Xiaolan's eggs, it wouldn't help her make money. It would actually cause her a loss. He could easily lift over 20 pounds of eels with one hand, but he didn't want to get himself all wet and smelling fishy. Instead, he called a young man from the kitchen to help, which also made the weighing of the eels easier. The young man didn't dare look at Xia Xiaolan too much while weighing the eels. Xia Xiaolan brought 24 pounds of eels, and Hu Yongkai priced them at 1.2 yuan per pound, the same as her retail price. This showed the power of a big establishment. With these 24 pounds of eels, Xia Xiaolan could at least earn 9 yuan, which was hardly enough to buy a cigarette. In these times, there were few opportunities for people to thrive, which is why Xia Xiaolan had the chance to connect with Hu Yongkai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the opportunity. All right, be safe on your way home. Bring 20 pounds of eels in 2 days. Just let me know how much you need, and I'll tell you in time. It seemed Hu Yongkai had set a purchasing frequency of 20 pounds every 2 days, averaging 10 pounds a day, which would total 300 pounds a month. If she could ensure that amount, selling eels to the municipal guest house, Xia Xiaolan could steadily earn nearly 100 yuan a month. Her smile grew even warmer. Got it, brother Hu.
Goodbye.
She rode away on her bicycle, and Hu Yongkai called the young man who had helped to carry the eels. The young man looked dazed. Brother Hu, is she your relative?
Hu Yongkai shot him a glance.
Do you see my family's ancestral grave smoking? Could I have such a beautiful relative? This is a legitimate purchase, so don't talk nonsense. The young man awkwardly smiled. Brother Hu, I didn't mean that. I just think that lady is too pretty. Even our female staff at the guest house can't compare. Hu Yongkai thought to himself, you don't know anything. The female staff at the municipal guest house were all exceptionally beautiful, but they were the kind of beauty that was dignified and graceful, recognized by mainstream standards. From a man's perspective, someone like Xia Xiaolan was truly captivating, but who would dare hire someone like her as a staff member at the guest house? Being too attractive could lead to trouble for the leaders. For women, it doesn't matter if they are pretty. What matters is whether they can seize their 2 chances at rebirth. Once it was about being reborn, and the other time it was about getting married. For example, Xia Xiaolan doesn't seem to have much luck in her rebirth. The family that cares for their daughter should at least help her find a decent and easy job. A beautiful girl like Xia Xiaolan working as a vendor shows that her family couldn't arrange a job for her. With her looks, she could easily work as a sales clerk in a department store, even if her education isn't very high. It seems she probably has a rural household registration, which limits her job opportunities. Hu Yongkai, who works in logistics and procurement, has guessed a lot about Xia Xiaolan's background. He doesn't look down on her, as she is truly beautiful. Who knows, she might one day turn her luck around. Hu Yongkai thinks this girl is clever. The city is big, and yet she chooses to sell goods at the municipal reception center, where many leaders often appear. Xia Xiaolan doesn't care how Hu Yongkai views her. As long as she is business, his opinion doesn't matter. She calls out cheerfully as she walks, approaching potential customers to ask if they want eggs. After going around the city, she finally sold all the remaining eggs. No matter how careful she was, a few eggs still broke without any foam or plastic trays for protection. However, she decided not to continue selling eggs. Thinking of them as a secondary product made her feel much lighter. Her family also raises a lot of loaches and carp, and Li Fome has planted plenty of vegetables like radishes and greens. After looking around, Xia Xiaolan wasn't sure what vegetables to buy besides pork. So she decided to buy more meat. In the afternoon, the meat stall had no fatty cuts left, only lean meat. Lean meat can be quite tasty, and after eating sweet potatoes for a couple of meals and staying with the Liu family during the busy farming season, her appetite improved. Xia Xiaolan bought 2 pounds of meat and a few seasonings. Her aunt, Li Fengmei, cooks decently, but their meals usually consist of salt and vinegar, with maybe a bit of homegrown green onions, ginger, and garlic. They don't have any spices like star anise or Sichuan peppercorns, so Xia Xiaolan decided to bring some along. When people are well-fed, they start to care about the taste of their food. Improving their living conditions gives them the motivation to keep earning money. Going to the city every other day is a good plan. Today, the sun is shining brightly, and the Liu family's rice is almost ready to be stored. On this day, Xia Xiaolan earned over 20 yuan and was in a great mood as she returned to Kaijingshan village. As soon as she parked her bicycle at home, Lu Yong brought her some good news. Zhang Erlai from Shipozi village has been detained. He is likely to face a heavy sentence. Xia Xiaolan had gone shopping in Xanadu, and Lu Yong had made a trip to Anqing County during the day. He couldn't relax until the 3 thugs were punished. Today, Anqing County was cracking down on crime, and various offenders were paraded through the streets with signs, while loudspeakers announced their crimes as they went around and around. Lu Yong happened to witness this crackdown. He didn't know Zhang Erlai personally, but the sign in front of him had the name and identity from Shipozi village, which could only refer to Zhang Erlai. Lu Yong had wanted to deal with Zhang Erlai for a while, but he didn't want to involve his friends. Little did he know that before he could act, Zhang Erlai was already caught. Xia Xiaolan was understandably upset. That scoundrel had tried to harm her twice, The first time she was saved by Wang Jianhua, and the second time was sparked by rumors before her accident. Xia Xiaolan had been pushed to the edge, and Zhang Erlai played a big role in that. She had never done anything wrong with Zhang Erlai, but who would believe her? Those people spoke as if they had seen her with him. Xia Xiaolan was still thinking about how to take revenge when she found out Zhang Erlai had been arrested. What was the reason for his arrest? Xia Xiaolan felt anxious. If it was for misconduct, what if Zhang Erlai tried to drag her down with him? In the crackdown of '83, issues with relationships weren't just targeting men. There were young women who faced severe consequences too. Surely, she wouldn't have to go to the hospital to prove her innocence. Lu Yong's dark, thin eyebrows relaxed. He was caught for burglary. The police said the amount was huge. He will definitely face a heavy sentence. Burglary. Huge amount. These two key points relieved Xia Xiaolan. How could Zhang Erlai dare to commit a crime at such a time? He was truly digging his own grave. Xia Xiaolan wasn't worried that he would lie and drag her into it. Would he really think his crime wasn't serious enough? This news brought joy to the whole family, especially Lu Fun, who was usually submissive and hoped Zhang Erlai would be sentenced to death. Even if he didn't get the death penalty, locking him up for 10 or 20 years would mean no one would use Xia Xiaolan's name against her anymore. The police did well. These bad people should all be caught. Lu Fun wiped her tears as she spoke. How could Xia Xiaolan like Zhang Erlai, a man who is nearly 30 and still hasn't found a wife? In the past, Xia Xiaolan was delicate and competitive, but she had high standards. Unfortunately, only Lu Fun believed in her daughter. No one else in the Xia family stood up for Xia Xiaolan and thought she was ruining the family's reputation. Li Fengmei privately comforted her sister-in-law. When the Xia family regrets their choices in the future, I believe Xiaolan will succeed. Just because she doesn't go to college doesn't mean she can't do better than her cousin. The Xia family only favors Xia Ziyu and keeps pushing Xiaolan down. Lu Fun was honest, while Li Fengmei had a bit of cunning. After all, Lu Yong, who was not very ambitious, gradually became more responsible after marrying her. People said Xia Xiaolan was trying to win over her future brother-in-law. If you ask Li Fengmei, she would say that if you put Xia Xiaolan and Xia Ziyu together, the man would definitely prefer Xia Xiaolan. It takes two to argue. If Xia Xiaolan didn't feel like her cousin was getting in her way, she wouldn't have made such a big fuss. It's not uncommon for sisters to compete for a partner in the countryside. Everyone wants a good match. The difference is that the Xia family doesn't treat them equally and favors Xia Ziyu. This is the power that comes with being a college student. Li Fengmei also thought the Xia family would send someone over, so she kept encouraging Lu Fun, telling her not to be afraid when the Xia family arrived. If you don't support Xiaolan, the Xia family will bully her even more. Li Fengmei didn't particularly like her sister-in-law Lu Fun. Although Lu Fun was her sister-in-law, they were about the same age. Lu Yong married late, and Li Fengmei was his second wife. By then, Lu Fun was already married. The two sisters-in-law hadn't spent much time together and didn't have a close relationship. Lu Yong had secretly helped Lu Fun before, and although everyone was struggling, Li Fengmei didn't say anything but felt unhappy inside. Lu Fun was simple and didn't know how to please her sister-in-law. She had a daughter with a strong personality, and it was hard for Li Fengmei to genuinely like them. However, out of respect for Lu Yong, they only met a couple of times a year to maintain family ties. When Lu Yong suddenly brought his sister and niece back from the Xia family, Li Fengmei had her opinions, but held back her objections to avoid conflict with her husband. Of course, it also had to do with Lu Yong making good money recently. He had been out working a lot and brought home a decent amount of money, making their household a bit more comfortable. If they were struggling financially, even if it affected their marriage, Li Fengmei wouldn't have held back. She would have made things difficult for Xia Xiaolan and her mother. Moreover, Xia Xiaolan and her mother are not just freeloaders. Lu Fun took on many household chores, while Xia Xiaolan was generous. She was capable of making money through business and was willing to spend at home. Less than half a month after Xia Xiaolan and her mother moved in with the Lu family, Li Fengmei finally began to treat them as her own. When you consider someone family, you share kind words. Li Fengmei knew that Xia Xiaolan was ambitious and wouldn't want to live with her uncle forever. At the rate she was making money, it was very likely she could settle down in the city or buy a house in the county. The only one holding them back was Lu Fen. Everyone feared that if Xia Dajuan showed up, Lu Fen might return to the Xia family and endure a difficult life again. No matter how capable Xia Xiaolan was, she would still be vulnerable to the Xia family's influence. Li Fengmei noticed how Xia Xiaolan treated Lu Fen. If a daughter was ungrateful to her own mother, how could anyone expect her to treat her maternal family well in the future? Li Fengmei nodded while washing the dishes, listening to Lu Fen. The life they had at the Xia family was not easy. With so many people and fields, they shouldn't be going hungry. However, Grandma Xia used filial piety to prevent her 3 sons from splitting the family, so all the harvests were managed by her. After paying taxes, how the remaining food was distributed was entirely up to her. There were 12 people in the Xia family, but only 4 were real workers. Grandma Xia, a widow, raised her 3 sons without doing any fieldwork. The eldest son, Xia Changzheng, had a son and a daughter. His daughter, Xia Ziyu, spent most of the year studying in the county. After entering high school, she was seen as a promising student, so Grandma Xia wouldn't let her do any chores, believing it would interfere with her studies. The eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Cui, also went to the county to take care of Xia Ziyu with Grandma Xia's approval. Xia Changzheng's youngest son was only 10 years old and not a laborer. The third son, Xia Hongbing, had 3 children. His eldest daughter, Xia Hongxia, was 17 and stopped attending school after finishing the 2nd year of junior high. She stayed home with her mother, Wang Jinggu, cooking and feeding the chickens, avoiding heavy work. Xia Hongxia's 2 younger brothers were also quite young. The older one hadn't graduated elementary school, and the youngest was the same age as Tao Tao, so they couldn't contribute either. Only Lu Fen's family had 2 important workers, herself and Xia Dajuan. Lu Fen worked as hard as a man, taking on heavy and difficult tasks. Their family had 2 laborers, yet they received the least when Grandma Xia distributed anything. This time, when Xia Zi got into college, Grandma Xia called the 3 families together to ask for living expenses. She openly said their family had fewer members and was a burden, and since there would be no son to carry on the family, she asked Xia Dajuan to contribute more money. Xia Dajuan was very honest and ended up giving 300 yuan, emptying his savings. The money came from the hard work he did in various odd jobs, as the harvest was all given to the government. Lu Fen felt her eyes getting red as she thought about it. Xia Zi going to college meant her daughter wouldn't get married? They had emptied their savings, and now they couldn't even afford a few new blankets or a wash basin. What good family could they even talk about? Lu Fen had never dared to think deeply about these issues before, which was related to her long-standing habit of enduring hardships. Under the constant reminders from Li Fengmei, Lu Fen felt it was unfair. Xia Ziyu had parents, and while going to school in the capital, Xia Changzheng only contributed a little over 100 yuan, and Xia Hongbing only gave 100 as a token. She would go back with Xia Dajuan to continue working hard for the Xia family, using her hard-earned money to support someone else's daughter, while her own daughter lay sick in bed, without money for treatment. Lu Fen wiped her tears with the back of her hand. "Sister-in-law, I won't go back to the Xia family." Lu Fen's refusal to return to the Xia family coincided with the family discussing her and her daughter. The Xia family had over 10 members, many mouths to feed, but not enough workers. The 3 Xia brothers worked day and night to finish repairing the riverbank, but when they returned home, they faced the busy farming season with no time to rest. Even their strong bodies couldn't handle it. Without Lu Fen, who worked hard but ate little, even Zhang Cui, who hadn't worked much in years, had to go to the fields. Wang Jingwa from the 3rd brother's family couldn't slack off either. Grandma Xia and Xia Hongxia stayed home to cook and look after the children, and the whole family felt exhausted as they gathered all the rice into storage. Everyone thought this year's farming season was particularly tough. Xia Ziyu had taken the family savings, and the money the 3 brothers earned from repairing the riverbank was sent to her, leaving the family finances in dire straits. This year's autumn harvest would have little meat, and without enough oil in their stomachs, they lacked the energy to work. Finally, after the grains were stored, the Xia family could gather for a family meeting to discuss the situation of Xia Xiaolan and her daughter. Dajuan, what do you think? They've been at Lu's for so long during the busy season and haven't considered themselves part of the Xia family. How can we continue living like this? Grandma Xia said, her face full of worry. Grandma Xia had her own wisdom in life and showed different sides to different people. In front of her beloved granddaughter Xia Ziyu, she was a kind and generous grandmother. Of course, Grandma Xia didn't always care for Xia Ziyu. She held traditional rural views that favored boys over girls, so she loved her 3 grandsons the most. However, after Xia Ziyu finished middle school, she suddenly became more mature. Everything she said and did touched Grandma Xia's heart. She was good at studying and had a bright future ahead, which made Grandma Xia's affection for her grow stronger. By the time Xia Ziyu confirmed her acceptance into university, she had even come to value her granddaughter more than her grandsons. In front of her second daughter-in-law, who couldn't have a son, and the embarrassing Xia Xiaolan, she was a harsh old woman. How could she establish her authority if she didn't take advantage of people like Lu Fun, who was at the bottom of the Xia family hierarchy? In front of her son, especially her second son, who was strong but not very clever, Grandma Xia acted like a caring mother. She wasn't a saint, but whenever she did something harsh, she justified it as being for the good of Xia Dajuan and the whole family. With her motherly heart, she worried that Xia Dajuan wouldn't have a son to carry on the family name and that the spoiled Xia Xiaolan wouldn't find a husband. That's why she encouraged Xia Dajuan to treat the promising Xia Ziyu well and push Lu Fen to work harder, believing that if they contributed more, her nephews would eventually show respect to Xia Dajuan and his wife. At least in Xia Dajuan's mind, that was her image. He wasn't unaware of the hardships Lu Fen faced at home. But Xia Dajuan had grown used to it and thought Lu Fen should just endure it. He also felt that not taking Xia Xiaolan to the hospital this time was a bit too much, but the family really didn't have the money. That stubborn girl wanted to grab everything good for herself and ruined her own reputation. Was it too much for the family to say a few words? The more generous Ziyu was, the more Xia Xiaolan should show some humility. These were Xia Dajuan's thoughts. But when Xia Xiaolan threatened to leave the family with scissors to her neck, and when Lu Fen fiercely pushed him away for the first time, Xia Dajuan couldn't help but doubt if he had made a mistake. Harvesting rice left Xia Dajuan exhausted, and the family meeting afterward left him speechless. When Grandma Xia asked if they could still get by, Xia Dajuan felt humiliated. He couldn't have a son, and was mocked in the village for being childless. Was he unable to even be the head of his own family? I'll have them come back and apologize to you, Mom. In this family meeting, the younger generation of the Xia family was absent. Xia Hongxia was hiding outside the window, eavesdropping. She was furious that her uncle wanted Xia Xiaolan and the others to return. Why is Xia Xiaolan so arrogant? She doesn't even look decent enough to be worthy of helping her sister. Returning to the Xia family only complicates her own marriage prospects. Xia Hongxia refuses to admit it. Although she claims Xia Xiaolan looks inappropriate, she is actually jealous of her appearance. Xia Dajuan's words left the Xia family in silence. It was clear that he wanted to continue living his life and had no plans to change his wife. Wang Jingwu felt anxious. She didn't mind Lu Fen coming back, but Xia Xiaolan couldn't return and ruin her daughter's reputation. When she tried to speak, her husband Xia Hongbing shot her a glare. Zhang Cui gently tugged at Xia Changzheng's sleeve, and he nodded in a tone like an elder brother. Every family has its conflicts. Let Xiaolan come back and apologize to her grandmother. We are still family. This girl doesn't know how to behave. Regardless of her reputation, look at how upset she made her grandmother. Xia Dajuan looked at his mother eagerly, and the old lady huffed heavily through her nose. She doesn't need to apologize to me. After such a scandal, she should apologize to Ziyu. If Ziyu doesn't hold it against her, it shows Ziyu's generosity. This made sense. Since Ziyu and Wang Jianhua's relationship was public, they would surely get married after graduating from college. Family ties are strong. Could Xiaolan really cut off contact with her sister and brother-in-law? Being young and immature, she always wanted to compete with Ziyu, and now she refuses to admit her mistakes. How can the family like her? Xia Dajuan realized the old lady had softened her stance, and his heart felt at ease. He agreed readily. I'll go to the Lu family tomorrow to bring them back. She should write a letter of apology to Ziyu. If one isn't enough, then two, until Ziyu forgives her. Zhang Cui knew it was her turn to speak. Unlike Wang Jinghua, she was not loud. Xia Dajuan respected her as his sister-in-law. Ziyu isn't angry with her, but with Xiaolan's personality. Keeping her at the Lu family might cause trouble. It's better to bring her back, where we can keep an eye on her. She's still young, and with proper guidance, she can change. Zhang Cui took on the role of the good person, leaving Wang Jinghua very dissatisfied. With her at home, who would dare to come and propose for my Hongxia? Shouldn't the sister-in-law arrange for Ziyu to introduce a college student to Hongxia? At the mention of the latter, Wang Jinghua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhang Cui's eyelids twitched. Introducing a college student to Hongxia? Are college students really so easy to find these days? Hongxia is the least standout among the Xia sisters, hasn't even finished middle school, and has a rural household registration that makes her ineligible for work. Only a blind college student would consider dating her. Alright, enough talk. If Dajuan wants to live well, he should go to the Lu family to bring people back tomorrow. Lu Yong is tough to deal with, and Grandma Xia is intentionally sending Xia Dajuan to face difficulties. Xia Changzheng, however, is being insensitive, saying, I'll accompany Dajuan tomorrow. Zhang Cui noticed her mother-in-law's disapproval written all over her face and quickly added, I should go with Dajuan instead. You men can be too blunt, which can make things worse. Xia Dajuan looked at his sister-in-law with gratitude. Wang Jinghua chimed in, then I'll go too. Together with my sister-in-law, we can surely bring my second sister-in-law back to the Xia family. The family meeting at the Xia household concluded with a preliminary decision to bring back Xia Xiaolan and her mother. There was no choice. Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan had been stubbornly staying in Kaijingshan village for over 10 days without expressing any desire to return home. Grandma Xia strongly disliked the mother and daughter, but had to admit that Lu Fun was quite capable, aside from not being able to have a son. She worked harder than both Zhang Cui and Wang Jinghua combined. Wang Jinghua often slacked off, while Zhang Cui had become a bit out of touch with farm work after spending years in the county. However, it would be best if that little troublemaker didn't come back and embarrass herself. Staying with the Lu family would be better. She hoped her two daughters-in-law would understand her intentions and handle the situation well. Grandma Xia was still worried before going to bed. Since the Xia family all lived in the same courtyard, they had to speak quietly at night. Wang Jinghua shared Grandma Xia's thoughts. If Lu Fun could come back, Xia Xiaolan absolutely could not. Don't be fooled by my sister-in-law's reluctance today. If Ziyu can find Wang Jianhua, then my Hongxia is no worse. It's just that she didn't continue her studies. A girl only needs to read and write. Graduating from college makes her an old maid. Wang Jinghua muttered, while Xia Hongbing, feeling extremely tired, impatiently said, Hongxia isn't cut out for studying. You go to the Lu family tomorrow, and don't just focus on being the bad guy. That girl won't turn the world upside down. Lock her up when she returns and find her a distant marriage partner. The gossip will fade away over time. Wang Jinghua agreed verbally, but had no intention of changing her mind. Ironically, Zhang Cui and Xia Changzheng were discussing the same matter, but they wanted to bring Xia Xiaolan home. Just as Xia Hongbing suggested, they could keep Xia Xiaolan confined and find her a suitable marriage partner. After all, her reputation was already ruined. Even an old bachelor or widower would do. In fact, Zhang Erlai, who had tarnished Xia Xiaolan's reputation, could work too. If they married, it would be legitimate. Zhang Cui thought it was a suitable idea. We're not keeping her locked up forever. Women, after they marry and have children, settle down in the countryside. Xia Ziyu didn't want to see Xia Xiaolan leave Daya village. Zhang Cui felt that marrying Xia Xiaolan off to those older bachelors and widowers, even Zhang Erlai, would solve the problem. As long as they could bring Xia Xiaolan home, Zhang Cui was confident they could make it happen. The Xia family would receive a bride price, and Xia Xiaolan wasn't the type to cause trouble. After all, she knew better than to try to take Ziyu's partner. Xia Changzheng also thought it made sense, and the couple had no disagreements on this matter. Late at night, they talked about other things. Since Xia Ziyu was going to university in the capital, Zhang Chui could no longer stay in the county under the pretense of taking care of her. Xia Changzheng was quite worried about their business. Will your sister-in-law manage the store without any problems? What problems could arise? Ziyu's uncle and aunt are just trying to help. Without this store, where would your daughter's dowry and your son's bride price come from? Xia Changzheng thought Ziyu's uncle was always looking to profit, and any money that slipped through his fingers was a loss for their family. The store was started with guidance from Ziyu, growing from a small stall to a rented shop, and business was getting better. With the booming business, Xia Changzheng couldn't relax for a moment. You should keep an eye on things. Once we settle the matter with that girl, we can tell our family that it's your family's store and that you're helping out to earn some living expenses for Ziyu. Zhang Chui was eager to stay in the county instead of working hard in the fields. You should go too. The store needs more hands. Once you're there, we can ask Ziyu's uncle to go back. Just the two of us can manage the store. I'll think about it. Let's get some sleep. We have to go to Qijing village early tomorrow. Before dawn, Xia Dajuan got up. Wang Jinghui yawned, while Zhang Chui looked quite energetic. Xia Dajuan was going to the Lu family, which he rarely visited in a year, to pick up Lu Fun and her daughter. He couldn't go empty-handed. However, Xia Dajuan was so poor that he could barely afford anything, so Grandma Xia had to prepare some gifts for him. What gifts? Just some white sugar and noodles that Lu Yong had bought last time. The noodles were eaten, but the sugar was untouched, so Xia Dajuan took that along. At this time, gifts were usually the same items being exchanged back and forth. Everyone was used to it. However, returning the exact same items was considered quite rude. The gifts had to be wrapped nicely. Otherwise, it wasn't just rude, it was downright stingy. Old Lady Xia is such a frugal person, and Xia Dajuan didn't find it strange. The three of them carried a bag of white sugar and ate 2 steamed sweet potatoes. Before dawn, they headed to Kaijingshan village. After walking for about 3 hours, Xia Dajuan, along with the 2 women, hurried to Kaijingshan village, arriving before 8 o'clock. Just then, Xia Xiaolan was about to leave. She had already brought back some eels and was in a hurry to go to the next place. When she opened the door, she found Xia Dajuan standing outside with Zhang Chui and Wang Jinghui, and her expression immediately turned cold. Xiaolan, eat something more. You might get hungry on the way. Making money is important, but you can't ignore your health just because you're young. Lu Fen rushed out holding a porcelain bowl filled with dumplings, meant to prevent Xia Xiaolan from getting hungry on the way. Upon seeing the 3 from the Xia family, she was at a loss for words and froze in place. Xia Xiaolan sighed. No matter how rich the training was, practice was a different matter. Oh, second sister-in-law, are you happy to see us? We walked all the way here, our feet are sore, and you didn't even invite us in. Wang Jinghui looked at the porcelain bowl in Lu Fen's hands, her mouth watering. The smell of pork and green onion filling was tempting. No wonder Xia Xiaolan and her mother didn't want to go back home after experiencing such good food at the Lu family. Lu Yong had really struck it rich. He bought a bicycle, and they could even eat meat-filled dumplings at home. Wang Jinghui licked her lips. The sweet potatoes she had eaten earlier were nothing compared to the aroma of the dumplings, making her stomach growl. Second sister-in-law, you made dumplings? Just in time. We haven't eaten yet. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to give the Xia family any advantage. Li Fengmei, hearing something was off inside, came out to see the Xia family blocking the door. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Blocking the door so early in the morning. Are you looking for a fight? Let me tell you, the Lu family isn't large, but this isn't your Dahu village. The Lu family won't let you bully them. Li Fengmei stood with her hands on her hips, looking fierce, refusing to let the 3 from the Xia family in. Xia Xiaolan also parked her bicycle and quickly wanted to send the Xia family away. She still needed to go out to collect eels. Not to mention, She couldn't let down the 20 pounds of eels ordered by Hu Yongkai from the municipal reception center.
Aunt, let them in to talk.
Please help me call my uncle. If we don't clear things up today, there will be more trouble later. It's rare for people in the countryside to sleep in. Even though it was only 8 in the morning, many had seen the 3 from the Xia family blocking the door. Xia Xiaolan didn't think it was a big deal and felt no shame at all. However, her mother might feel uncomfortable, and Xia Xiaolan was somewhat considerate of Lu Fen's feelings. Zhang Cui walked at the back, secretly observing Xia Xiaolan. Her niece still looked quite unruly, but her calm demeanor made her seem more graceful. After the accident, Xia Xiaolan seemed to have changed. Zhang Cui felt anxious. She couldn't let Xia Xiaolan run wild outside anymore, or no one in the Xia family would be able to control her. Lu Yong went to the ditch early in the morning to catch eels. Li Fengmei found him there, and the couple hurried home, worried that Xia Xiaolan and her mother might be in trouble. When they reached their doorstep, they saw someone peeking outside. Lu Yong didn't dare to stop, so he pulled Li Fengmei aside. What's going on? Did your sister-in-law's family finally come to visit? Is it Xia Dajuan? This couple is causing quite a scene. Afen has been staying at her mother's house for many days. Fengmei, your sister-in-law, is also quite pitiful. Don't rush to push her away. Support her a bit. Lu Fen was honest and hardworking, not fond of dressing up. She looked plain and unremarkable, posing no threat to the village women. Speaking with her wouldn't spread gossip, but it was unfortunate she hadn't given the Xia family a son. If the Xia family couldn't accept a daughter-in-law like Lu Fen, it was truly unfair for women like her. It's often said that distant scents are better than nearby stinks. Lu Fen was that kind of person in Dahu village. After being married for 20 years, when Xia Xiaolan's issues came to light, no one from Dahu village spoke up for Lu Fen. They were just waiting to see the drama unfold. Kaijing's village was Lu Fen's hometown, where the Lu family had been rooted for 3 generations, shedding their status as outsiders. The villagers supported Lu Fen and her daughter. Li Fengmei thanked everyone for their kindness and finally managed to leave. When she got home, she saw several people sitting in the living room. Lu Yong was in the main seat, with Xia Xiaolan and her mother on his left, and Xia family members on his right. There were no signs of a fight. Li Fengmei sighed in relief. If there was a fight, her husband would definitely be at a disadvantage, and she would need to call the villagers for help. Well, what do you mean by coming here today? Didn't we clarify things before? Lu Yong's eyes showed disgust. The 2 women from the Xia family dared to come back. He knew well that Lu Fen had often been bullied by her 2 sisters-in-law when she was with the Xia family. Zhang Cui was a silent but fierce dog, while Wang Jingui was the worst of the bunch. Both were not good people. Xia Dajuan glanced at Lu Fen, who was looking down at the ants. They hadn't seen each other for over 10 days, and Lu Fen didn't show the same concern for him as before. She hadn't even spoken to him. Xia Xiaolan also didn't call out to him when she saw him. Xia Dajuan suppressed his anger and said, I came to take her and her mother back. The farm work is done, and her grandmother is much better. Xia Dajuan meant that his family was no longer upset with Xia Xiaolan. He brought 2 sisters-in-law to help ease the situation, so they could return home and live peacefully. Although Xiaolan's reputation was damaged, his sister-in-law, Zhang Cui, promised to find her a good match so she could settle down. Lu Yong felt a bit of a headache. Communicating with a stubborn person was not easy, and Xia Dajuan clearly did not take their previous conversation seriously. Afen doesn't want to be with you anymore. You 2 never had any official paperwork, so just write an agreement and put your fingerprints on it. From now on, you go your way and she goes hers. In the rural areas of the 1980s, many couples lived together for decades without ever getting a marriage certificate, and no one made a big deal out of it. Marriage was seen as a lifelong commitment, and even during tough times, few thought about divorce. A marriage certificate didn't hold much significance for them. Lu Fen also didn't want to stay with Xia Dajuan. She could just pack her things and leave. At least the law wouldn't bind her. However, Lu Yong was concerned that the Xia family might cause trouble later, so it was best to have a written agreement. Xia Dajuan found his brother-in-law's persistence troublesome and showed his displeasure. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Zhang Cui quickly intervened. Xiaolan's uncle, as the saying goes, it's better to keep a marriage intact than to break it apart. My sister-in-law has been with Dajuan for 20 years. Every couple has their disagreements. If you insist on separating them, think about Xiaolan. She will need to marry someday. If her future in-laws find out her parents aren't together, it won't look good, right? Lu Fun, looking down at the aunts, trembled slightly. Li Fomei laughed. So it turns out Zhang Cui is in charge of the Xia family. What's this? Can a big aunt decide if Xiaolan gets married or not? She spat, feeling frustrated that they were using Xiaolan's marriage as leverage. Zhang Cui seemed to think the Lu family was easy to bully. Xiaolan was anxious to go out and catch eels. Compared to her plans to make money, the Xia family's opinions were insignificant. I have something to say. I will not return to the Xia family, and I won't agree to my mother going back either. Even if she has worked hard for them all these years, she has paid her dues. Don't glare at me. Rumors are everywhere, ruining my reputation and pushing me to despair. The truth is, Aunt, you might already know it. First, I have no improper relationship with Zhang Erlai from Shipozi village. There never was one, and there won't be in the future. Second, even if all the men in the world died, I would never try to attract the attention of Xia Ziyu's man. I won't accept these two heavy burdens on my head. Xiaolan was annoyed that she couldn't just say things clearly and had to be so secretive. People in Qijing village had heard the rumors. They just hadn't brought them to the Lu family. Xiaolan didn't want others to guess wildly, so she decided to clarify everything. Although the original owner seemed flirtatious, she never actually acted on it. Her interactions with Wang Jianhua were mutual, and they hadn't crossed any final boundaries. Xiaolan would eventually confront Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua about all the twists and turns. She looked at Xia Dajuan and couldn't help but sneer. Have you even looked into what happened? When I was cornered by rumors and had no way out, did you show any love for your daughter? After all these days, do you want to confront Zhang Erlai, who ruined my reputation?
No, right?
So, why do you think I should return to the Xia family? To be a pitiful dog begging for mercy? Xia Dajuan opened his mouth in shock. Wang Jingui muttered, You did something so embarrassing. Who would care to ask? Does that mean that Aunt San thinks that even if Hongxia is burdened by these rumors, you won't care? Wang Jingui was furious. If Hongxia were treated so poorly, she would have gone out to fight. Even Zhang Erlai would be beaten half to death to see if anyone dared to speak nonsense. Wang Jingui realized she was being led astray by Xiaolan and scolded. My Hongxia is not improper. Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. If you have nothing unclear with Zhang Erlai, why does everyone talk about you? Aunt San, I won't argue with you, but you should come back with us, apologize to your grandmother, and let Ziyu forgive you. We are still family. Little sister. Zhang Cui was anxious. Wang Jingui was being foolish and might provoke Xiaolan. The urgent task was to calm Xiaolan down so they could smooth things over at the Xia family. What your aunt said was out of anger. Your grandmother would never hold a grudge against her granddaughter. Even your sister Ziyu has never blamed you. Xiaolan ignored the two women's chatter and only asked Xia Dajuan, Is it true? Should I go back and apologize to Grandma and Ziyu? Zhang Cui desperately signaled to Xia Dajuan. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Dajuan admitted his thoughts. Your grandmother is ill. Your sister doesn't hold a grudge, but you can't pretend nothing happened. He meant that both mother and daughter should go back and apologize. Home brings harmony, and if others forgive Xiaolan, there won't be any more arguments at home. Lu Yong was so angry that he looked like his eyes might pop out, and Li Fomei had never seen anyone act like a father this way. Xia Dajuan didn't listen to anything Xiaolan said. Xiaolan felt she couldn't reason with foolish people anymore. Lu Fun, who was counting ants, suddenly looked up as if she had been struck. Xiaolan won't apologize. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear her? She hasn't done anything wrong. People outside bully her, and her own family wants to push her to the edge. No one stands up for Xiaolan, yet you want her to go back and apologize. Who does she need to ask for forgiveness? Xia Dajuan, Xiaolan isn't going back, and I'm not going back either. I want a divorce.
Divorce.
Lu Fen took the initiative to say she wanted to divorce Xia Dajuan. Divorce is rare these days, especially for someone like Lu Fen, who usually goes along with everything. This was shocking. Those outside the Lu family yard were stunned. Xia Xiaolan herself didn't expect her mother to be so strong, let alone the three from the Xia family. Xia Dajuan thought maybe he hadn't hit her recently, making her forget who her man was. Walking from Dae village to Qijing village, he brought his sister-in-law and younger siblings to pick up the mother and daughter, giving Lu Fen some face. She couldn't have a son, and while Xia Dajuan was unhappy, he never thought of getting another wife. Now, Lu Fen actually said she couldn't go on living like this and wanted a divorce. Say that again. Xia Dajuan suddenly stood up, his strong build looking intimidating like a mountain. What are you doing? Trying to cause a scene in the Lu family? Lu Yong quickly grabbed a stick nearby to protect his sister. Li Fome ran out to call for help. Someone is bullying our Lu family. No one in Qijing village can stand up to this. After her initial shock, Xia Xiaolan walked over and held Lu Fen's hand. Lu Fen gained support and courage from her daughter. This was the Lu family, not the Xia family. She couldn't be afraid of Xia Dajuan. Even in the Xia family, Lu Fen would fight to speak the truth. I'm saying I want a divorce, Dajuan. I can't live with you anymore. Let's get a divorce. Xia Dajuan clenched his fists, ready to drag Lu Fen out. Lu Yong swung the stick at him, but he was no match for Xia Dajuan, who snatched the stick away. The two began to fight, while Xia Xiaolan protected her mother behind her. Zhang Cui looked worried. Xiaolan, tell your mom to calm down. Can't we sit down and talk things over? Bringing up divorce hurts feelings. Xia Xiaolan looked indifferent and said, was it not hurtful when he hit my mom? Aunt, I didn't see you stepping back then. Zhang Cui wanted to say that it has always been a rule for women to endure such treatment. Li Fome had returned with some villagers, and a few of them separated Xia Dajuan and Lu Yong. Some friends of Lu Yong even kicked Xia Dajuan secretly. What? Are you trying to bully us in our village? Let's teach that scoundrels a lesson. A man who hits his wife has no guts to stand up to Brother Yong. He's come here thinking there's no one in Kaijingshan village. It was unclear how Li Fome had called for help, but the villagers grew angrier and teamed up to give Xia Dajuan a beating. Outnumbered, Xia Dajuan was knocked to the ground. Lu Fen held her daughter's hand tightly, realizing that the man who scared her was not truly unbeatable. Xia Dajuan could be tough at home, but was a coward outside.
Stop it.
A man in his 60s walked into Lu's house with his hands behind his back. The villagers held Xia Dajuan down, preventing him from moving. Uncle Da is here. Uncle Da, this Xia guy is terrible. Don't speak. Uncle Da must have a plan. Uncle Da, whose full name was Chen Wangda, was the village chief of Kaijingshan. The Chen family was prominent in the village, and after many years as village chief, he had a lot of respect. He had served in the military when he was young. Although he hadn't achieved anything grand, he was a true veteran. While he was content to be a small village chief, no one knew where his old comrades had ended up. Not only in Kaijingshan, but even in the township and county, Chen Wangda held a notable position. He had even been elected as a county representative, and Lu Yong had never dared to act recklessly in front of him. Uncle Da, you've come. Please have a seat. Lu Yong offered Chen Wangda a place to sit, and he accepted without hesitation. Once seated, he looked at Lu Fen. Although your family moved here as outsiders and aren't under the Chen family's ancestral hall, after living in Kaijingshan for decades, you are part of this village. Your parents are gone, and I consider myself an elder, so I will speak on your behalf today. Lu Fen, tell Uncle Da, do you want to divorce your husband? Lu Yong rubbed his hands together, his eyes turning red. The villagers didn't treat their family as outsiders. They shared land and resources. Now that Chen Wangda was standing up for Lu Fen, Lu Yong felt grateful. Lu Fen felt the same way. Technically, she had been married for 20 years and didn't share the Chen surname, so Chen Wangda could have ignored her.
Uncle Da, e durante a divórcio?
Please be a witness. Chen Wangda nodded. I will only take care of this once. If you regret it one day, Uncle De will only think of you as a couple who have reunited happily. It will be impossible for you to ask me for help again. Lu Yong, go get paper, pen, and ink. Let's finalize the agreement today. Xia Dajuan shouted loudly, holding his breath. I don't agree. She married into our Xia family. Alive, she is a member of the Xia family. Dead, she is still with us. She is my wife. Zhang Cui and Wang Jingui did not expect things to escalate like this today. They were not familiar with the situation in Kaijingshan village, but Chen Wangda looked tough to deal with. They came to persuade Lu Fun and her daughter to go back, but somehow the conversation turned to divorce. Xiaolan, quickly talk to your mom. She is upset right now. How will a woman live after a divorce? Her household registration is still in Dea village, and you both have no land in Kaijingshan village. How can farmers live without land? Zhang Cui was not concerned about Lu Fun and Xiaolan. She just didn't want them to break free from control. Chen Wangda didn't even look up. It's not hard to move their household registration back. You're quite worried for your former sister-in-law. No need for you to worry. Once their registration is moved back, Kaijingshan village will naturally allocate land for them. Even if Xiaolan didn't care for a little piece of land and didn't plan to stay in the countryside long-term, she felt grateful for Chen Wangda's support. Looking at the villagers holding Xia Dajuan down and those peeking from outside the yard, Chen Wangda's promise to allocate land to Lu Fun and her daughter might not please everyone, but no one immediately opposed it. Chen Wangda had high prestige, and the people of Kaijingshan village knew they needed to support Lu Fun and her daughter together at this moment. Xiaolan didn't need to say a word. Once Chen Wangda stepped in, the matter was settled. Someone come out to write the agreement. A young man stepped forward from the crowd. Xiaolan recognized him as Chen Qing, the village chief's grandson and a high school student. When Chen Qing saw Xiaolan, he blushed, but now he stood confidently, looking quite scholarly. This was no joke. In the rural area of 1983, a high school graduate was considered educated. Chen Qing had failed the college entrance exam this year, but planned to help his family with farm work before returning to school for another attempt. High school graduates were not assigned jobs, so Chen Qing had two paths ahead: continue studying for college or return to being a farmer. Chen Wangda recited a line, and Chen Qing wrote it down. 3 copies of the agreement were made, resembling a modern divorce agreement. But Lu Fun and Xia Dajuan only had 2 broken houses, so there was really not much property to divide. Xiaolan didn't have to choose who to follow. She was already 18, and no one could control her. Zhang Cui tried to persuade, but Lu Fun remained unmoved. Xia Dajuan refused to sign, but Chen Wangda didn't care about his feelings and forced Xia Dajuan's hand to stamp on the paper. Lu Fun received the agreement, glanced at Xiaolan, then looked at her brother and sister-in-law, and no one opposed. She didn't even look at Xia Dajuan, dipped in red clay, and firmly pressed her thumbprints. Chen Wangda handed a paper to Zhang Cui. This is your copy, one for Lu Fun, and I will personally take one to the County Civil Affairs Bureau for filing. If you have nothing else, you can leave. The old man did a great job. Xiaolan didn't usually admire strong authority, as she had been a leader herself and knew that sometimes strength was necessary. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. After her rebirth, she encountered many bad people, but also quite a few good ones. Old Wang, who watched over the cattle shed in Dahu village, saved her, along with Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei. Hu Zhuliang, who sold eel noodles in the city, and now Chen village head, who stood up for her and her mother. These people were not related to her and didn't have to help like her uncle Lu Yong did, but they extended a helping hand, and Xiaolan quietly remembered their kindness. Chen Wangda looked at her. You are a good child. Take care of your mother. As Xiaolan started her business, Chen Wangda observed her. She was not the spoiled person people said she was. She could endure hardship and only earned what she deserved. Chen Wangda openly expressed his approval, and the mother and daughter could establish themselves back in Kaijingshan village. Uncle De Lu Fun's tears were on the verge of falling as she held the agreement. Did this mean she and the Xia family would no longer be connected? Lu Fun couldn't describe how she felt. She married Xia Dajuan at 16 and had spent more years with the Xia family than with her own. At first, their relationship was good, but somehow it turned into what it was now. She didn't mind her own struggles, but she couldn't let her daughter Xia Xiaolan continue to be bullied. Sister-in-law Li Fengmei was right. The Xia family could control Xia Xiaolan through her. So, divorce it was. She would sever ties with the Xia family, and they could no longer bully Xiaolan. No matter how eloquent Zhang Cui was, she couldn't change the outcome of the day. Wang Jingui was also stunned. Was it really that simple to get a divorce? Where did Lu Fan find the courage? She was almost 40, no longer able to have children and not particularly striking. Who would marry her after leaving Xia Dajuan? However, thinking about it, Lu Fan won't return to the Xia family, and she has managed to shake off Xia Xiaolan. Wang Jingui is the only one secretly pleased among the three. The people of Qijing village made sure they left the village safely, as if guarding against thieves. Xia Dajuan tore the agreement into pieces and threw it into the ditch by the road. Even Zhang Cui knew that the agreement was in 3 copies, and tearing this one didn't matter. Dajuan, don't rush. Once your sister-in-law calms down, you can still live your life together. Zhang Cui's words sounded dry, and even she didn't believe them. Xia Dajuan remained silent, and Wang Jingui thought Lu Fan was determined. She even said she would take the divorce agreement to the County Civil Affairs Bureau. What couple has such a big fuss over a disagreement? Lu Yong must have struck it rich. With this older brother supporting her, Lu Fan had the courage to pursue a divorce. Wang Jingui felt very jealous. How will we explain this to your mother? The people of Qijing village chased Xia Dajuan and the others away. Lu Yong wanted to invite the villagers who had beaten Xia Dajuan for drinks today and thank the village chief, Chen Wangda. Xia Xiaolan felt that today was her mother's farewell to the past and the start of a new life, even putting off business matters for later. "Aunt, I'm going to buy vegetables." Lu Yong stopped her. "You should do what you need to do. We're having a feast tonight. We don't need you, a young lady, jumping around to show off. Just wait for dinner." Could Lu Yong ask his niece to pay for the meal? Not to mention that Xia Xiaolan was struggling herself. Even if she had money, this meal had to be covered by Lu Yong. Li Fengmei had no objections. The couple pushed Xia Xiaolan out the door, and Lu Fan, unsure of what to do at home and still reeling from the divorce, decided to go out with her daughter to catch some meals. After they left, Li Fengmei opened her bedside box and Lu Yong came in. "How much money do you have left?" Most of the money Lu Yong earned went to Li Fengmei. He had been away 3 times in 6 months and brought money home twice, totaling about 700 or 800. Plus, Lu Yong bought a new bicycle, so he had brought back over 1,000 in total during that time. Li Fengmei quickly reported, "There's 690 left." In the past 6 months, she had only spent a little over 100, including medical expenses for Tao Tao and various household costs, including fertilizer. Lu Yong frowned. It wasn't that he thought Li Fengmei spent too much, but rather that he felt he wasn't earning enough. Zhang Erlai was caught, and today the Xia family was sent away. "I'll be leaving in a few days. Don't be stingy with the money. Spend it where it's needed. Dress casually, but don't be stingy with the food," said Xiaolan. "Give Tao Tao more bone soup to help him grow taller." "I'll follow your advice. We need at least 3 tables tonight, right? What should we consider for the guest list?" "For 1 table, we should have 4 or 5 meat dishes. You can handle the rest. I'll go to the county to buy some drinks." "How much meat do you want to buy?" Li Fengmei quickly thought to herself that if they were willing to use oil, they could eat crucian carp and loach, which they had plenty of in their water tank. Who says those aren't meat dishes? It's hard to find good meat in the city now. The sweet and sour ribs Xia Xiaolan made the other day were delicious. Maybe they could add some potatoes to the ribs for braising and serve it on the table. Buy 3 pounds of meat and 2 pounds of ribs. If there's pig liver, get some. If not, that's fine. Lu Yong would definitely buy drinks and cigarettes in the city. That's how it goes when hosting a meal. He also needed to buy some sugar and sunflower seeds for snacks. Li Fengmei gave Lu Yong 50 yuan, which should be enough for 3 tables of food. Lu Yong borrowed a bicycle in the village and quickly rode to Anqing County. Meanwhile, the hungry Xia family members walked back to Dahu village. They left feeling confident but returned feeling dejected. On the way back, they had to pass through Shipozi village, and Xia Dajuan wished he could shrink his head and walk quietly. The rumors about Xia Xiaolan and Zhang Erlai rolling in the hay came from Shipozi village. Xia Dajuan felt embarrassed. Who wouldn't feel awkward? They had to keep their heads down while passing through Shipozi village. Suddenly, Xia Dajuan remembered Xia Xiaolan's serious face when she said she had no relationship with Zhang Erlai and asked if he, as her father, had confronted Zhang Erlai. Xia Dajuan hesitated and stopped. Big sister, who started the rumor about Xiaolan and Zhang Erlai having an improper relationship. Zhang Chui's eyes flickered.
How can we trace it back?
Someone in the village saw them and spoke up. When someone asked Zhang Erlai, he admitted it. If there was nothing to it, would Zhang Erlai admit it? Wang Jinggu stood by the big sister this time. His uncle, I think Xiaolan is just too stubborn. She did something wrong and won't admit it. They had thrown away those old shoes. They must not bring them back. Wang Jinggu and Zhang Chui exchanged words, really dragging Xia Xiaolan through the mud, insisting on baseless claims. In the end, Zhang Chui had to mention Xia Ziyu. Xiaolan and Zhang Erlai were seen pulling and pushing each other on the road. Ziyu saw it too, but he never said anything about it. The rumors indeed started after Xia Ziyu and Wang Jianhua left home for school. Xia Dajuan had no doubts about his niece. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to acknowledge her father, and Xia Dajuan felt disappointed in this daughter. The chaotic relationships have brought shame to the Xia family, and yet they speak with such confidence, full of lies. The three of them wanted to leave Shipozi village quickly, but someone called out to them. They were from a neighboring village and everyone knew each other. This person looked curious and said, Dajuan, did you hear that Zhang Erlai was arrested? He's being publicly punished and I think he won't escape this time. Zhang Erlai was arrested? A bold thought suddenly crossed Zhang Chui's mind. Only the men are being caught for their chaotic relationships, while the women are ignored. If Xia Xiaolan were also imprisoned for a few years, she would never recover from it. Zhang Chui couldn't pretend anymore and grabbed the person's hand, asking, Did Zhang Erlai mention my niece? Will the police come after her? Big sister. Xia Dajuan was shocked. He was disappointed in Xia Xiaolan, but he never thought she would end up in jail. Zhang Chui, who was usually the most sensible, was now dragging Xiaolan into this mess. Zhang Chui seemed a bit flustered, saying, I was too anxious. I'm worried Zhang Erlai might lie. Xiaolan has nothing to do with that troublemaker. But the villagers of Shipozi didn't believe her. Everyone knew the Xia family was the most timid. Even if their daughter was bullied, they should confront Zhang Erlai. The Xia brothers were strong, yet they let Zhang Erlai act arrogantly while their daughter was left to suffer at home. This person wanted to see the Xia Dajuan brothers embarrassed and smiled mockingly. Zhang Erlai was arrested for burglary. Yesterday, he was publicly punished in the county, with a big sign showing his crime. Everyone in the village hates him, so this is a relief. As long as Zhang Erlai stayed away from the village over time, who would remember those rumors? This could truly save the Xia family's daughter. Once the storm passed, she could marry someone from a distant family, and this incident would be forgotten. Watching coldly, Xia Dajuan couldn't understand, but he was certainly glad that Zhang Erlai was caught. Zhang Chui's smile seemed forced, and San Auntie Wang Jinggui's expression changed repeatedly, leaving her thoughts unclear. Is this the Xia family that produced a female college student? The people of Shipozi village shook their heads secretly. Xia Dajuan didn't care. Xiaolan and the others don't know yet. I need to tell them this news. After taking a few steps, he remembered he had just divorced Lu Fun. The mother and daughter had watched him get beaten by the people from Kaijingshan village, remaining cold and indifferent. Xia Dajuan's happiness vanished. He dragged his heavy feet back to the Xia family. Zhang Chui had a lot on her mind, and Wang Jinghua seemed to be deep in thought as well. When Grandma Xia saw only 3 people return, she realized that they must not have brought anyone back. Xia Xiaolan had a bad temper.
What?
Are they still acting high and mighty? Do they expect me to go pick them up myself? Xia Dajuan shook his head. Wang Jingwa spoke quickly. Mom, Air Saw and Air Go are getting a divorce. Lu Yong brought a group of people from Kaijingshan village and beat Air Go, forcing him to sign some documents. The Xia family refused to believe it. But Xia Dajuan was still injured, so the three of them wouldn't lie about something like this. Grandma Xia immediately started groaning and began to scold Xia Xiaolan and her mother, calling Xia Xiaolan a little troublemaker and Lu Fen a disgrace. How could my sister-in-law bring up divorce? She must have been pressured by the Lu family. Xia Changzheng tried to save face, but Wang Jingwa foolishly countered. Oh, it was really Lu Fen who brought it up. She had a cold expression the whole time, as if our family owed her money. Wang Jingwa couldn't understand Lu Fen's actions and hoped someone would explain. Grandma Xia felt overwhelmed. Ever since Xia Zi got into college, she thought the Xia family was above others. She disliked Lu Fen for not having a son and wanted to kick her out, but the Xia family was supposed to be in control. How dare Lu Fen bring up divorce? Grandma Xia's loud voice could be heard throughout half the village. It was quite a spectacle. Xia Dajuan's wife had been gone for over 10 days, and he went to pick her up before dawn, but he didn't bring her back. Lu Fen had divorced him? This was the joke of the year for the Xia family, one that would be talked about for a long time. Xia Dajuan felt lost, his pride hurt. He decided that if Lu Fen ever regretted it and wanted to come back, no matter how pitiful she looked, he wouldn't soften his heart. The news of Lu Fen wanting a divorce shook the Xia family and caused a stir in Dahu village. Xia Changzheng awkwardly comforted Xia Dajuan for a moment, then privately asked Zhang Cui to explain what had happened. Is it really a divorce? Of course it is. They signed 3 identical documents, and both Xia Dajuan and Lu Fen put their fingerprints on them. The village chief from Kaijingshan said he would take the documents to the County Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhang Cui was worried. On the way back, I heard that Zhang Erlai was arrested for burglary and might face serious punishment. Should we send a telegram to Ziyu? Zhang Erlai's arrest was due to his messy relationships. Xia Xiaolan was no longer involved in this situation, so that card was no longer valid. Before Xia Ziyu went to the capital, she instructed them to keep a close watch on Xia Xiaolan. The family never expected that Lu Fen would divorce Xia Dajuan, nor did they think they needed to keep an eye on Xia Xiaolan. She wouldn't come back to the Xia family at all. Xia Xiaolan was already out of their control. Zhang Cui couldn't handle it, and Xia Changzheng had no ideas either. Tomorrow, I'll find an excuse to go to the county, send a telegram to Ziyu, and inquire more about Zhang Erlai, said one of them. The Xia family was in chaos. In Lu's family from Kaijingshan village, Li Fengmei, with help from neighbors, set up 3 tables of food to treat those who helped her today. Of course, it wasn't just men being invited. The women from the family were also included, and everyone agreed not to bring children. The family planning policy had only been in place for about 2 years, and with so few only children, bringing the kids would mean 3 tables wouldn't be enough. In the main room, 1 table was set up, with Chen Wangda sitting at the head. He didn't bring many people, just his wife and grandson Chen Qing. The guests were surprised by the abundance of dishes: braised pork ribs with potatoes, scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried loach, Crucian carp and tofu soup, stir-fried pig liver with green onions, and stir-fried vegetable hearts with garlic. In the center was a large bowl of lamb noodles as the main dish. Lu Yon couldn't find good meat, so he just brought back some lamb. The lamb noodles were piled high, with generous slices of meat. Even during the New Year, there wasn't such a lavish spread. Lu Yong also placed cigarettes and liquor on each table, making the invited villagers gasp in surprise. Yongge, you're really splurging today. This food is amazing. Chen Wangda didn't feel disappointed and joked that Lu Yong was wasting his money after earning a bit. Lu Yong raised his glass. Uncle Da, I'm really happy today. Afen is different from my sister. She has always been submissive. I regret not being capable when I was younger and not being able to support her. You know, my parents passed away early and both my sisters didn't marry well. I messed up. Before he even took a sip of his drink, Lu Yong started a self-criticism session. He wasn't lying, and Chen Wangda nodded in agreement. You were quite reckless when you were young, but at least you've grown up after starting a family. Your wife has worried a lot. Li Fengmei, still in her apron, felt a bit shy hearing the village chief's praise. She had been married once before, but her in-laws had kicked her out after 10 years of not having children. Later, she was introduced to Lu Yong, who was already over 30 and still immature. There were many nights she cried under the covers. Fortunately, the birth of their son made Lu Yong more responsible, and life at home improved in the last 2 years. Lu Yong also became more caring towards her. Lu Yong immediately thanked his wife for managing the household. He appreciated how Li Fengmei treated her sister and niece. Chen Wangda mentioned the issue of Summer Xiaolan and her mother's household registration, saying, "I'll accompany you to sort this out in the next couple of days. The sooner we handle it, the better." Lu Fen felt a bit uneasy, but Xiaolan poured her a glass of wine, and she took a small sip. The guests at the dinner were polite and didn't speak their thoughts aloud, but they all said Lu Fen was enjoying her hard-earned happiness and that good days were ahead. Xiaolan and her mother sat together, and across from them was Chen Qing. Xiaolan felt a spark of inspiration and said, "Brother Chen Qing, I'd like to ask you something in a bit." Chen Qing was so nervous that he couldn't even pick up his food. He had interacted with girls his age before, but none of them compared to Xiaolan. Sitting next to her made his face turn red, but thankfully, his sun-kissed skin hid it. When he realized Xiaolan wanted to ask him something, he hurriedly replied, "Sure," his voice barely above a whisper. "Xiaolan, come over and talk to the elders." Lu Yong called her. Xiaolan happily ran over, leaving Chen Qing staring at her back, feeling his heart race. Chen Qing didn't drink, so he was seated with a table of aunts and sisters-in-law. As Xiaolan stood up, Chen Qing gazed at her, and Aunt Chen Si teased him. "What's up? Want to get married?" "Aunt Si, that's not true." Chen Qing quickly defended himself, relieved that Lu Fen and Xiaolan weren't around. Aunt Chen Si chuckled. "Your uncle was already a father at your age. Wanting to marry isn't shameful." Chen Qing's face turned bright red, knowing that the village aunts loved to tease young men, but it was all in good fun. He gradually calmed down and said, "I still need to study. If I don't get into college, I won't be looking for a partner. Getting into college isn't easy." The college entrance exam had only been reinstated for a few years after a long pause, during which students lost motivation to study and teachers lost their drive to teach. The overall education level in the country was declining. In places like Anqing County, very few students managed to get into a university each year. Chen Qing was a repeat student himself. He had to compete with first-time candidates and those who had been repeating for over 2 years. This year, a total of 1.67 million people participated in the college entrance examination, with 390,000 being admitted to both vocational and regular universities. This sounds like a high acceptance rate of 23%, meaning that out of 100 candidates, 23 can get into college. However, Chen Qing still failed to get in, indicating that his scores were quite poor. Actually, this acceptance rate has its own tricks. Since the introduction of the pre-examination system in 1980, any candidate who did not pass the pre-exam before the main exam, whether a first-time or repeat student, is not even qualified to register for the official exam. The pre-exam has already eliminated over 60% of candidates, which explains the 23% acceptance rate. Anqing County is a small town in southern Hunan province, which is a major area for college entrance exams. There are many candidates, but the acceptance rate is low, making competition extremely fierce. In this situation, rural students who can get into college are indeed rare. That's why Xia Ziyu is so valued and why Chen Qing decided to repeat the year after failing. He has only 2 choices: either continue studying to get into college or return home to farm. Right now, Chen Qing has no other options. Even vocational school graduates are assigned jobs, let alone college students. High school graduates are stuck in between, feeling neglected. For those with urban household registration, not getting into college still allows them to find factory work, but Chen Qing has no other choice. When he mentioned the exam, Aunt Chen didn't dare to joke anymore. Chen Qing is a promising student from Uncle Da's family. If she said something inappropriate that discouraged his studies, not only would Chen Wangda react, but Aunt Chen's husband would also not let her off easily. Thinking about the college entrance exam, Chen Qing's youthful ambitions faded a bit. After finishing his meal, he put down his bowl and wanted to go home to study, but remembering Xia Xiaolan's earlier request, he patiently waited for her. Xia Xiaolan was also thinking about it and found a moment to talk to Chen Qing. What she wanted to ask was about the college entrance exam. Do you want to take next year's exam? Chen Qing was surprised. He thought Xia Xiaolan would continue working as a self-employed person. Yes, but I only finished middle school. I'm not sure if I can join the third year of high school. Can you help me ask the school, Chen Qing? Xia Xiaolan's age isn't a problem. Many first-time students are older than her, not to mention repeat students. However, it has been years since the college entrance exam was restored, and now most people complete high school in order before taking the exam. Xia Xiaolan hasn't studied for 2 or 3 years since graduating from middle school, and her grades were not good back then.
Now, she suddenly wants to take the exam.
Chen Qing didn't want to discourage her enthusiasm. It's great that she wants to improve. I'll ask at school for you. Even if you can join, you will definitely have to take the exam. Chen Qing didn't want to upset Xia Xiaolan, so he said this in advance to give her some reassurance. Seeing Xia Xiaolan looking a bit troubled, her misty, sparkling eyes were incredibly charming, and Chen Qing felt a surge of sympathy, saying without thinking, I'll lend you a set of high school textbooks. You can look them over in advance, just in case the school has exams, so you'll feel more prepared. Thank you so much, Brother Chen Qing. You're welcome. Chen Qing felt like he was being chased by a dog, so he quickly ran off after speaking. Xia Xiaolan had taken the college entrance exam before. At that time, her grades were decent. Although she didn't get into one of the top 10 universities, she did get into a first-tier university. She could have done better, but her parents passed away early, and she had to worry about tuition and living expenses while studying, so she couldn't focus entirely on her studies and ended up with an average university. To make matters worse, when choosing her major, she had no guidance and picked the cheapest, less popular one, which made it hard to find a job after graduation. She ended up starting as a general employee and took many detours before becoming an executive at a multinational company. It was tough. She entered university in 1995, and in 1996, the government stopped guaranteeing job placements for graduates, so Xia Xiaolan had to find her own way. Xia Xiaolan planned to take the college entrance exam in 1984, but she couldn't even remember the exam questions from 1995, let alone those from 11 years earlier. If she had known about reincarnation, she would have made sure to remember every set of questions she studied back then. After her rebirth, Xia Xiaolan tried to avoid recalling her past life. This time and space was indeed the same as her previous one. At least the country's leaders and various backgrounds remained unchanged. So, did the original version of her still live in this time? Xia Xiaolan is 18 years old this year, born in 1965. She was born in 1977, making her only 6 years old this year, the same age as Tao Tao. According to her previous life's timeline, her parents had already passed away, and she lived with relatives. Suddenly, Xia Xiaolan felt a strong urge to go see if she could find herself. If she could, she would definitely take care of her. That evening, Lu Fen put away her divorce papers. Xia Xiaolan had comforted her all day, and Lu Fen seemed to feel much better. In the future, when you go to the city, let Mom go somewhere else to collect deals. We need to save enough money to build our own house. Farmers rely on the land for their livelihood. Xia Xiaolan mentioned that settling in the city was still uncertain, but Chen Wangda promised to move the household registration of the mother and daughter back from Dea village, allowing them to settle down and receive land. It should not be difficult for them to get a small piece of land to build a house. With a home and land, they would have a foundation. Lu Fen didn't even think about the embarrassment of divorce. Her mind was filled with the idea of making money together with her daughter and having their own home soon. That would be her home, where she wouldn't have to worry about her in-laws' opinions. She wouldn't have to speak softly for fear of being overheard. Just thinking about it filled Lu Fen with hope. Xia Xiaolan didn't argue with her. It was good for her mother to have something to do. The autumn heat wasn't too harsh, but collecting eels in this weather was tiring. Let me give you some money, Xia Xiaolan said, pulling out all her savings. Initially, she only had a little over 70 yuan. After doing business for over 10 days, her biggest expense was buying a backpack for her cousin, followed by some eggs that were damaged when 3 troublemakers harassed her. When selling eggs, she made an average of 10 yuan a day. She had only sold eels in the city twice, each time making a profit of over 20 yuan. Buying basic cooking ingredients like oil and salt didn't cost much, and occasionally buying meat was only a couple of yuan. Xia Xiaolan was not stingy, but she turned small amounts of money into larger sums. After paying back her initial investment, she now had 156 yuan left. This didn't include the eels and eggs she had on hand. She had nearly 60 pounds of eels and 300 eggs to take to the city the next day. Her total assets exceeded 200 yuan. Her ability to handle risks was still weak, so Xia Xiaolan only kept 50 yuan for herself and gave the rest to her mother. As long as the purchase price doesn't exceed 90 cents per pound, we can make a profit. I think by the end of the month, we can pay back Uncle's money. Paying back the money now was fine. Xia Xiaolan felt confident with her ample capital and wanted to trade other items in the city to sell. Lu Fun was already amazed by her calculations. Earning so much money in just over 10 days was impressive. Money was easy to make. Xiaolan was working so hard, and as her mother, she couldn't hold her back. In mid-September, the hottest time of the year had passed. Many college students participating in the autumn harvest lived in a bubble. The Beijing Normal College, located on the West 3rd Ring Road, is often confused with Beijing Normal University. While the college is not as prestigious as the university, it is still a city-level undergraduate institution. Given the educational standards and teaching resources in Anqing County, it was a school that required significant effort to get into. In Dahu Village, Xia Ziyu and the educated youth Wang Jianhua were both accepted into the Normal University. It's a touching love story that a couple got into the same university, especially in Xia Ziyu's dormitory, where her roommates often teased her about her open relationship with Wang Jianhua after lights out. Xia Ziyu's roommates joked about her calling him Old Wang from Xia Ziyu's family. Wang Jianhua was 25 when he got into college, which is indeed a bit older. However, he was tall and handsome, making a good match with Xia Ziyu, who had an oval face, and her roommates were envious. Even though Xia Ziyu received a good amount of money from home, she still lived simply. She believed Wang Jianhua was a person with great potential, and investing in potential means making sacrifices. Wang Jianhua was a young man sent to the countryside, and his family situation was complicated, so Xia Ziyu had many expenses. She was modest, studied hard, and had a graceful appearance. Within just half a month of starting college, she made good friends in her class and even left a positive impression on her teachers. Everything felt new to her in college, and the effort she put into getting there was paying off, with her relationship with Wang Jianhua progressing well. If only it weren't for the troubles back home, Xia Ziyu would feel more at ease. When she first arrived at school, she received a telegram from home saying that her cousin, Xia Xiaolan, had attempted suicide by hitting a wall due to pressure from rumors, but she survived. Half a month later, Xia Ziyu received another telegram, short but full of significant information. Lu Fun is getting a divorce, mother and daughter are moving out, Zhang Er is arrested for theft. Xia Ziyu knew her parents were reluctant to spend money, even if they had started earning a bit. Receiving the telegram made her feel upset. What kind of person was her second aunt? She was someone who never stood up for herself, always submissive to her husband. How could she dare to mention divorce? It must not have been her uncle who suggested it. Otherwise, the telegram would have mentioned both their names, highlighting that Lu Fun was the one initiating the divorce. It seemed that Xia Xiaolan's incident had triggered long-standing family conflicts. Although Xia Ziyu didn't particularly like Xia Xiaolan, she never wished for her to die. Their lives had taken completely different paths, and she could afford to be generous as a successful person. Yet, she was still dissatisfied, particularly with her parents, who had such low execution ability. It seemed so simple to explain, yet they let things spiral out of control. Zhang Erlai was caught stealing, Lu Fen got divorced, and the mother and daughter moved out of the Xia family. How could she still keep Xia Xiaolan's fate firmly in her hands? Xia Xiaolan and her mother must have moved to Kaijingshan village. Lu Fen's family is small. She has a sister who is married and rarely visits, but her only brother takes good care of Xia Xiaolan and her mother. Thinking about their association with Lu Yong, Xia Ziyu felt much more at ease. Lu Yong is not a capable person, and Lu Fen has no chance of remarrying. Stuck in the countryside, Xia Xiaolan, with a damaged reputation, won't amount to much. A woman may gain temporary advantages with beauty, but having a good mind is even more important. Xia Ziyu tossed aside the telegram, remembering that Wang Jianhua's class was full in the morning, and the law teachers often ran overtime. She grabbed 2 lunchboxes and headed to the cafeteria. In the small flower bed in the corridor, she didn't wait long before she saw Wang Jianhua coming out of class. His classmates, familiar with him, were envious. "Jianhua, your girlfriend prepared your lunch again. Jianhua, you two have such a great relationship. You lucky guy. Where did you get such good fortune from?" Xia Ziyu greeted them warmly, and after a few jokes, they left. "We finished class late. You can eat first. I'll catch up later," Wang Jianhua said. Wang Jianhua is a typical northerner, tall with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a handsome young man, but he always has a distant air about him. Xia Ziyu looked at him with gentle and joyful eyes. "It won't be long. And besides, we are dating. If I don't think of you, who else would I think of?" Wang Jianhua had no reply. They found a spot by the flower bed to sit down, and Xia Ziyu handed him her lunchbox. Wang Jianhua opened it to find a large lunchbox with a clear division. One half was fluffy white rice, and the other half was greasy braised pork. Xia Ziyu opened her own lunchbox, which contained steamed buns with stir-fried cabbage. One was a high standard from the school cafeteria, while the other was the worst meal, steamed buns with stir-fried cabbage. Even the usually aloof Wang Jianhua felt a softening in his heart. Their relationship began by chance. He didn't intend to be unfaithful, he just had to take responsibility for Xia Ziyu. At first, Wang Jianhua was very reluctant because he liked Xia Xiaolan, but as he spent time with Xia Ziyu, his heart slowly warmed. Xia Xiaolan was spoiled, and they often had arguments that required Wang Jianhua to come for her. In contrast, Xia Ziyu was gentle and understanding, not only managing his life well but also showing great care for his family. "You give me all the meat, and don't eat any yourself." Wang Jianhua pushed the braised pork from his lunchbox to Xia Ziyu, but she refused, lifting her own lunchbox and laughing while dodging. "I just like to eat vegetarian." In the 1980s, not many people truly liked vegetarian food. Everyone was thinking about how to get more meat. Xia Ziyu was genuinely devoted to him. Wang Jianhua was touched, saying, "If you don't eat, then I won't eat either." The two of them were at a standstill, but in the end, Xia Ziyu took 2 pieces of braised pork to eat. This was the sweet daily life of a college couple. Xia Ziyu would never mention the telegram she received. The matters of Dahu village would stay there. This was the capital, and she had worked hard to leave her poor rural life behind. How could she go back? She also wouldn't bring up Xia Xiaolan in front of Wang Jianhua. Silly women always cling to certain things. The more you care about a man, the harder it is to forget him. Now, she was by Wang Jianhua's side every day, and over time, she would naturally occupy all his thoughts. Xia Xiaolan? She was no longer a rival. After finishing their meal, Wang Jianhua suddenly remembered something. "The money we sent to the farm has been received by my parents. Ziyu, you have done a great favor for the Wang family."
Xia Ziyu felt a bit shy.
"That little bit of money won't change much, but it can improve my uncle's living conditions." Xia Ziyu had taken 500 yuan from her family to the capital, yet she lived simply because she sent all the money to Wang Jianhua's family. Wang Jianhua had been sent to Dahu village as a youth worker, while his parents were in even worse conditions at the farm. Now that Wang Jianhua had been accepted into the capital's normal university, he had escaped Dahu village, but the rest of the Wang family had not yet returned to the city. But the Wang family would return to the city eventually. Xia Ziyu firmly believed this. Her current efforts would surely be rewarded. Xia's family had a golden phoenix in the ivory tower, wholeheartedly devoted to Wang Jianhua. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaolan rode her bike through the bustling streets of the city. On her way into town, she changed direction to deliver the eels ordered by Hu Yongkai to the municipal reception center, and then she would sell the rest at the farmer's market. This was her second time selling goods to the municipal reception center, and Xia Xiaolan was familiar with the route to the back door. "Comrade, I'm looking for Comrade Hu Yongkai." In less than 5 minutes, Hu Yongkai rushed out, looking hurried. "You came early today. I was worried you wouldn't make it." Hu Yongkai looked into the basket on her bike and saw that Xia Xiaolan's eels hadn't been sold yet. Lifting the bamboo cover, he saw they were all tangled together, looking quite lively. Hu Yongkai was very happy. "Xia family girl, you are lucky to come early today. Don't unload the eels yet. Come with me to the Huanghe restaurant. They have a big banquet tonight, and I guarantee you will sell all the eels you brought in one go."
Ah?
"Thank you so much, brother Hu." Hu Yongkai was introducing her to his contacts. Xia Xiaolan didn't expect things to move so quickly. She thought it would take more time to build a relationship before he would help her. In her previous life, when Xia Xiaolan graduated from university and entered society, it was already more than 10 years later, and the social atmosphere had changed. People like Hu Yongkai, who worked in procurement, were used to being tempted by sweet deals. In 1983, it was rare to see someone as generous as Xia Xiaolan with gifts. 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor could secure a job for someone. Xia Xiaolan's generous offer made Hu Yongkai think that after accepting her gifts, he needed to help her out. She wasn't asking for anything too big. She just wanted to find a stable buyer for her eels. The meal standards at the municipal guest house were regulated, and unlike the older municipal guest houses, the Huanghe restaurant, which opened in 1975, was a foreign-related restaurant. The restaurant mainly served Cantonese and Sichuan cuisine, which required a lot of eels. To put it simply, the people who came to the municipal guest house were powerful, while those who went to the Huanghe restaurant were wealthy. A serving of eel casserole could sell for 10 yuan, and a stir-fried eel dish was 6 yuan, which was much more profitable than the municipal guest house. Hu Yongkai briefly introduced the Huanghe restaurant, which was located on Zhongyuan Road, not far from the municipal guest house. He took Xia Xiaolan there, and since he might have communicated in advance, the buyer immediately purchased all of Xia Xiaolan's eels. They bought 57 pounds of eels at a price of 1.2 yuan per pound, and they also bought the 200 eggs she brought. The buyer was familiar with Hu Yongkai. Although he didn't promise to reserve eels like Hu Yongkai, he was quite straightforward. "In the future, if you have goods, come here first and ask for Zhu Fong." Zhu Fong was quite proud. Having been placed at the Huanghe restaurant meant his family had good connections. He and Hu Yongkai were friends in procurement, sharing resources. Hu Yongkai had visited him after work yesterday to ask if the Huanghe restaurant needed eels, as he had a relative selling them. Of course, the Huanghe restaurant needed eels. They served Cantonese cuisine, and if they didn't sell eel casseroles, they couldn't be considered authentic. If he can't handle this small matter, won't he lose face in front of Hu Yongkai? Zhu Fong didn't realize that Hu Yongkai's relative was so beautiful. She looked just like the stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan in those videos. Zhu Fong was surprised to see someone like her in real life and almost embarrassed himself in front of Xia Xiaolan. "Hu Go, how is she related to you? I've never heard you mention her before." "Great," another person captivated by Xia Xiaolan. Zhu Fong, who usually held himself high, even found himself joking with Hu Yongkai, who was amazed. "What's up? Do you have a crush on her?" Zhu Fong cleared his throat. "We could be friends." Hu Yongkai thought that with the current strict regulations, it was unlikely for a young lady to be looking for friends. He casually replied, "You'll see her often enough. Her business should last until November. Just don't take advantage of her. Keep it respectful." Zhu Fong had a bit of influence and was a desirable unmarried young man. Not bad-looking either. Who knows, maybe it was fate with Xia Xiaolan. Hu Yongkai didn't want to discourage him completely. Hearing this, Zhu Fong felt hopeful. Xia Xiaolan was definitely not married. If she were, Hu Yongkai would have warned him. He immediately regretted acting aloof earlier. He should have just arranged to have her deliver a certain amount of eels to the restaurant every day. That would have given them a chance to meet regularly. Xia Xiaolan was unaware that she had just gained a little advantage in her looks. She had no worries about selling her eels. She didn't expect to sell out her goods so easily today. Before coming, she had over 50 eels, and after selling them along with some eggs, she had around 150 yuan. It was still early, so she rode her bike straight to the farmer's market. Further out of the city from the market, there was an oil factory. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to return to Kaijingshan empty-handed, so she thought of making a side deal. She considered the rural market and realized that the only way to get money from farmers was to offer them something that could help them earn. What does Anqing County have? The two biggest factories are the agricultural machinery factory and the meat processing factory. Xia Xiaolan couldn't get involved with the machinery factory, but because of the meat factory, many farmers around Anqing County raised pigs. No family would be extravagant enough to keep a whole pig for the new year. Even if they had someone slaughter it, most of the meat would be sold, leaving only some scraps for their own celebrations. Most of the time, farmers sell whole pigs directly to the meat processing plant in Anqing County. Raising pigs might be the farmer's biggest source of income besides working in the fields. If the pigs are too thin, they won't sell for a good price, so farmers will fatten them up. Lu's family also raises 2 pigs. Xiaoxialan heard her aunt Li Fengmei say she wanted to buy some oil cake to feed the pigs. She went to the local market twice, but couldn't find any. Curious, Xiaoxialan asked what kind of oil cake it was. Oil cake is the leftover residue after pressing oil, Li Fengmei explained. After pressing oil from rape seeds, some oil residue remains. This residue can be fermented and used as pig feed, helping the pigs grow quickly when mixed in their food. Since Li Fengmei didn't find any after 2 tries, it showed that someone was selling it, but the supply wasn't stable. If there's a market, there's money to be made. There isn't enough oil cake around Anqing County, but there is in the commercial city. Xiaoxialan didn't come specifically to buy oil cake. She was just bringing back some after selling eels. She didn't need to go to the market just for that. Every day, she traveled around the villages collecting eels and could also sell oil cake to the farmers raising pigs. Being observant is important. Otherwise, how would Xiaoxialan know there was an oil factory in that direction? She rode her bike there, and her big front door strategy was clearly effective. Xiaoxialan had become skilled at using cigarettes to communicate. One cigarette was too obvious, so she bought another pack and split it into loose cigarettes. Entering the oil factory, the smell was incredibly inviting. "What do you want?" The guard at the factory was alert and called out to Xiaoxialan from a distance. The oil factory was a popular place. Oil was in high demand these days. Similar places like sugar factories, alcohol factories, and meat processing plants, which are closely related to people's daily lives, offer good benefits. "Hello, I would like to ask if you sell the oil residue from the factory?" Xiaoxialan asked naturally while offering a cigarette. The guard, a man in his 40s, was caught off guard by her gesture. Xiaoxialan was a very pretty girl, and besides her looks, she was warm and friendly. People are often willing to help someone who is kind, so the guard couldn't refuse her request after accepting the cigarette. Of course, the oil factory sells the residue. They wouldn't just keep it piled up. The meat processing plant only buys live pigs and other livestock for slaughter. They don't raise pigs themselves. There aren't many large pig farms, so the oil factory sells the residue in small amounts. However, this small amount means between 100 to 1,000 pounds. Regular farmers trying to buy just a few pounds of oil residue wouldn't even be allowed inside the factory. 3 cents per pound. How much do you want? The oil residue at the oil factory was piled up like a small mountain, only 3 cents per pound, while Li Fengmei used to buy it for 8 cents per pound. 1 pound of oil residue brings a profit of 5 cents. Xia Xiaolan only makes 2 cents profit from 1 egg. Moreover, the oil residue can be easily loaded into the basket on the back of a bicycle with no real loss. As long as Xia Xiaolan can carry it, she can buy as much as she wants. After considering her strength, Xia Xiaolan controlled her greed. "Let's load 300 pounds for now." 300 pounds of oil residue costs only 9 yuan. If Xia Xiaolan had discovered this low-cost business earlier, she wouldn't have started by selling eggs. But if she hadn't sold eggs, how could she have gradually expanded her business from Anqing County to the city and discovered this profitable opportunity? With around 10 yuan in capital, she could make a profit of 15 yuan. Riding back with 300 pounds of oil residue is tiring, but thankfully, the quality of the 28-bar bicycle from the 80s is good, or Lu Yong's bike would have been damaged by Xia Xiaolan. Without Lu Yong's financial support and bicycle, how could Xia Xiaolan have carried eggs and eels to the city to sell? That would have been extremely difficult. Xia Xiaolan wondered if no one else had thought of making money from oil residue. Perhaps they just didn't have a vehicle. After buying the oil residue, Xia Xiaolan was happy. She wouldn't have to return empty-handed and could make the most of both trips. With this convenient business, carrying 300 pounds each trip, she could earn 15 yuan, and by going to the city every other day, she could make an extra 200 to 300 yuan a month. With the eel business expanding, she wouldn't need to bring eggs to the city anymore and could focus on these two items, earning nearly 600 yuan a month. By November, she would have enough capital to wholesale clothing in Yangqing. With capital, there would be many business opportunities in 1983. In her spare time, she would review her studies, preparing for the 1984 college entrance exam in July, which was Xia Xiaolan's short-term goal. The money-making pace is still too slow. I need to focus on college. I must have some money in hand before the new year. Carrying 300 pounds of goods, Xia Xiaolan took several breaks along the way, driven by her desire to escape poverty as she pedaled her bicycle forward. Although she was also a college student in her past life, she didn't know how difficult the 1984 exam questions would be or how much of the knowledge she still remembered. To get back into college, she definitely needs to study hard for a few months. During that time, she will have to set her business aside. Without income, she needs to have enough savings to last for half a year. What can she earn money from now? She can only watch the cigarette business from a distance and can't get involved. If she were a man, she would surely dive into the booming smuggling trade, which is risky but has huge rewards. A few successful deals could help her make her first fortune. But she is just an 18-year-old girl with a pretty face. Getting into smuggling would not only risk the goods but also put her in danger. Thinking about smuggling, Xia Xiaolan unexpectedly thinks of Zhou Cheng. He has been gone for several days, saying he would return to Anqing County, but she doesn't know if that's true. Even if it's not, Xia Xiaolan isn't upset. They were just passing acquaintances, and Zhou Cheng doesn't owe her anything. In fact, she should thank him and Kong Wei for their help. Without the energy or funds to explore new business opportunities, Xia Xiaolan can only make the most of her current resources. The oil residue is exhausting enough. 300 pounds nearly wore her out. Unless she becomes a strong woman in a short time, she can't carry more. That leaves only the eels. The municipal guest house and the Yellow River Hotel have just opened a door for her. She should use the skills she developed in sales to find new big clients. Right now, she sells 50 pounds every 2 days. What if she could increase that to 100 pounds? That would add an extra 300 yuan to her monthly income. Although this small goal seems a bit challenging, Xia Xiaolan believes it is achievable. Today, since she didn't get delayed in the business city, she returned home by 2 in the afternoon. Lu Fen had gone out to collect eels, leaving only Li Fengmei at home. There were plenty of dishes from last night's dinner, but the guests ate everything, so nothing was left. Li Fengmei was simmering carp soup on the stove, waiting for her son to come home from school to drink it. Hearing some noise, she realized Xia Xiaolan was back. Why are you back so early today? Good luck. The restaurant's buyers took everything. Li Fengmei smelled something familiar and noticed Xia Xiaolan didn't come back empty-handed. She had 2 full baskets of oil residue. Surprised and happy, she asked, "Where did you get this? This must be 300 or 400 pounds. The 2 pigs at home can't eat all of this." Li Fengmei was about to say that this stuff loses its nutrition if left too long, but suddenly realized that Xia Xiaolan isn't foolish enough to buy so much oil residue just to let it sit. She must be using it to make money. Li Fengmei quickly swallowed her words. almost biting her tongue. Are you selling oil cakes? The oil residue had been pressed into cakes, each weighing about 2 pounds, and had already fermented at the oil factory. I'm not going back empty-handed. I'll bring some oil cakes to try. Aunt, didn't you say you couldn't find any? Just grab a bag and fill it up. We won't run out of this in our home. Li Fengmei shook her head repeatedly. This is your way of making money. It's not free.
I don't want it.
Xia Xiaolan shrugged it off. Please don't mention paying for it. This stuff is cheaper than sweet potatoes, only 3 cents a pound. Once I get familiar at the oil factory, I might even get it for 2 cents a pound. Li Fengmei thought, isn't that an instant profit of 5 cents? She didn't know that Xia Xiaolan had already decided to increase the sales of eels. With the business she knew, she could earn several $100s a month. In less than a year, Xia Xiaolan could build a few decent brick houses in the village. This was not the useless burden the Xia family claimed. She was clearly a money-making gem. If Lu Yong hadn't hinted to Li Fengmei that he had money tied up in someone else's business, Li Fengmei might have felt envious. But then she remembered that the eel business would end in November, and her jealousy faded. She heard that Xia Xiaolan planned to sell the oil cakes in another village, and slapped her thigh. Why not sell them to our villagers first? This is like salt. Families raising pigs need it. Li Fengmei ran out and called around, and quite a few people came to buy oil cakes. Xia Xiaolan charged them 7 cents a pound, cheaper than what they had paid before, so how could they not be satisfied? 300 pounds of oil cakes were almost sold out in Kaijingshan village, with 2 families asking Xia Xiaolan to bring more back and save some for them. Selling to the villagers meant she earned $3 less, but gains and losses in life aren't just about money. The people of Kaijingshan village were very happy, and Xia Xiaolan was pleased too. She had no investment and made money while building goodwill. Oh no, I forgot to save some for home. Xia Xiaolan was so busy that she lost track of time. Li Fengmei didn't refuse. She had just helped weigh the oil cakes, and her hands were greasy. After washing her hands, she didn't want to waste the water and poured it into the pig's trough. In a couple of days, you should bring back some oil cakes too. There's no rush. After finishing the business, Xia Xiaolan filled a basin with water and cleaned her bicycle thoroughly. She washed and dried the basket that had held the oil residue, and then she took care of herself. While taking a shower, both of my calves were trembling, showing that I had overexerted myself. Earning money is not that easy. I rode back from the city with 300 pounds of oil residue. In my past life, I was an executive. As people age, their metabolism slows down. I can't eat too much and have to find time to exercise to maintain my figure. With my current activity level and age, I really can't gain weight no matter what I eat. The benefits of returning to my youth are that I feel full of determination and energy. Lu Fen didn't return until 7 p.m. When she saw Xia Xiaolan, she felt a bit anxious. For some reason, there were many people selling eels to her today, and she collected over 80 pounds of them. Your business is quite well known in the area. Do you think others might try to sell eels too? Lu Fen's concern was not unfounded. Xia Xiaolan was happy that her mom was thinking independently. They can't sell them in Anqing County, so they have to send them to the city. The market there is so big that 1 or 2 imitators won't hurt my business. Xia Xiaolan had decided not to pursue retail anymore. After securing contracts with the city's guest house and the Yellow River Hotel, other similar establishments in the city were also opening up to her. I'm not worried about collecting more eels, as long as it doesn't exceed 100 pounds a day. I'm confident I can sell them. While Xia Xiaolan was boasting to her mom, Chen Qing called her from outside. Xia Xiaolan went out. Chen Qing, why are you back again today? Chen Qing is a repeat student, and Anqing County is not short distance from Kaijingshan village. Xia Xiaolan thought he wouldn't be back until next weekend, but he came back tonight. Did you skip school today? It was dark, so it was hard to tell if Chen Qing's face was red. He was carrying a large bag and handed it to Xia Xiaolan. I told you I would lend you some books. These are from my classmate who got into college this year. He doesn't need his high school books anymore, so I borrowed them for you. Chen Qing said it casually. He actually spent the whole day getting the books. Borrowing a set of ordinary old textbooks wasn't hard for him, but if the original owner got into college, it meant many people would want those old books because they contain notes from college students. Looking at those notes might help clarify some confusing points, and even a small improvement in exam scores could change one's fate. This set of textbooks was actually borrowed for himself. His classmate had already gone to school in another city, and Chen Qing just got the books today. But after thinking it over, he chose to lend the set with college notes to Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan wants to go to college, but Chen Qing doesn't know how much she struggles since she hasn't attended high school. She needs the study materials with college students' notes even more than he does. Chen Qing doesn't think Xia Xiaolan is dreaming. After his initial surprise, he admires her ambition. Xia Xiaolan is unaware of the many complexities in the study materials, but Chen Qing's quick delivery shows he cares about her situation. They don't have a deep friendship. They only really got to know each other in the past month. Feeling touched that someone is thinking of her, Xia Xiaolan says, "Chen Qing, I don't even know what to say." Chen Qing stands in the light, with the glow from Lu's house illuminating Xia Xiaolan's fair face. He feels his face getting warm and quickly steadies himself to discuss the matter at hand. "I asked about you today. The county's first high school doesn't accept transfer students, but since you only have a middle school education, you need to pass their exam. Whether you want to study arts or sciences, you must meet last year's vocational college score to be considered for transfer." Chen Qing lowers his head, feeling anxious and defeated. He worries he hasn't handled this well. High school students taking the college entrance exam can aim for 4 levels: key universities, regular universities, vocational colleges, and technical schools. To maintain a high graduation rate, the first high school has score limits for students from other schools. Meeting last year's vocational college score is not easy. Chen Qing ranks in the top 15 of his class and performed steadily last year, but he made a mistake in estimating his score and missed out on his desired school. With his rank, his total score is still below the undergraduate line. Can Xia Xiaolan score high enough on the entrance test after finishing middle school? Chen Qing is still a student himself, and he has no connections to help with this. He can only follow the school's rules. After a long silence from Xia Xiaolan, Chen Qing grows anxious. "Don't worry. I'll talk to my grandfather. He might know someone in the county. Even if you can't get into the first high school, you can definitely get into the second high school. The second high school has slightly lower teaching quality than the first, but if there are no other options, it's still a place to study." Xia Xiaolan came to her senses and quickly explained, "You misunderstood, Chen Qing. I don't want to trouble Grandpa Chen with this. It's not that I want to be distant. I just think that if I can't even reach the vocational college and trans score, there's no point in me joining the exam next year. By the way, what is the vocational college admission score in our province this year? Is it just my illusion? Or is it true that ignorance breeds courage?" It feels like Xia Xiaolan thinks passing the vocational college score is as easy as selling eggs in the county. But this isn't selling eggs. Doing business doesn't mean studying is easy. This year's vocational college score is 350 points, and the total score is 690 points. "Xiaolan, I suggest you study liberal arts instead. There are more subjects to memorize, unlike science where you have to learn physics and chemistry. Typically, when girls study science, subjects like physics and chemistry can be really confusing." Even Chen Qing felt confused when facing those questions. He was trying to kindly advise Xia Xiaolan, but she didn't take it in. "Is there a set date for the entrance exam?" "Next Monday. Then I'll look over these books and go for the exam next Monday. You have 7 days, and you're just a middle school student planning to take the entrance exam for the county's top school?" Chen Qing had nothing to say. He almost fled the scene. Xia Xiaolan was too confident, and Chen Qing worried that the entrance exam on Monday would disappoint her. Xia Xiaolan carried her books into the house, and her family watched her eagerly. It was already dark when Chen Qing came to find Xia Xiaolan, and the two of them whispered for quite a while outside. Xia Xiaolan returned home with a big bag of things, making it hard for her family not to misunderstand. Lu Fun hesitated to speak. She felt that Xia Xiaolan wasn't really suited to date Chen Qing. It wasn't that she thought Xia Xiaolan wasn't good enough for him. It was just that they hadn't yet settled in Kaijingshan village. If Xia Xiaolan got together with Qin Qing, people in the village would surely say she was trying to climb the social ladder. Lu Fen didn't want those rumors to follow Xia Xiaolan. They had just managed to leave Dea village and find a place to settle down here. What kind of family does Qin village's leader belong to? Qin Qing was determined to go to college, and if dating Xiaolan distracted him from studying, even Uncle De wouldn't approve of her, let alone how the rest of the Qin family would think. Lu Fen was anxious and didn't know how to express her concerns perfectly. Lu Yong signaled his sister to calm down and asked, "Is it Qin Qing from Uncle Da's family? I saw that kid going to school today. Why is he back in the village, and what did he bring you?" Xia Xiaolan placed a large bag of books on the table. "Qin Qing is a really good person. He brought me review materials. Since you all saw it, I won't hide it. I want to take the college entrance exam next year, and I'm asking Qin Qing if I can transfer to County No. 1 high school."
What?
College entrance exam? Cough, cough, cough. Li Fengmei was drinking water and suddenly choked. Her face turned red, and Lu Yong shot a stern look at his wife, trying to ask his niece kindly, "What made you want to take the college entrance exam?" Xia Xiaolan is knowledgeable, and her uncle knows it. She isn't good at studying, though. The Xia family produced Xia Ziyu, who seemed to take all the academic talent from the area. Lu Yong had seen no girl study better than her. Xia Xiaolan might feel confident in her business skills and wants to challenge the college entrance exam. She said matter-of-factly, "You need a town residency to buy a house later. Isn't it true that you get residency after getting into college? My dear daughter, is it really that easy to get into college? You make it sound as simple as buying a bag of salt. If it were that easy, wouldn't the eldest grandson of the village chief have passed? Look around. How many college students do you see? That's why Xia Ziyu is so precious. Others spend 3 years in high school and still can't pass the exam. Retaking the exam is a long battle, and even a second try doesn't guarantee success. You're just a junior high school graduate." Lu Yong felt a headache coming on. Lu Yong had a headache. Even if Lu Fen thought her daughter was wonderful, she couldn't believe this. They didn't understand the admission rates, but rural people have their own ways of judging. Just look at how many people around them got into college. Since the college entrance exam was restored, Xia Ziyu was the only one from Dea village who got in. Wang Jianhua wasn't from Dea village. He was just temporarily assigned there as a youth. Take Qijiao village, for example. Qin Qing grew up with strict family rules, and people in the village saw him as smart. His family was among the best in the countryside, yet even he, who was dedicated to studying, didn't pass the exam this year. When Xia Xiaolan said she wanted to take the college entrance exam next year, all 3 elders were shocked. Anne was a bit suspicious that Xia Xiaolan might have feelings for Qin Qing. Didn't she see how Qin Qing blushed when he saw Xia Xiaolan? Xia Xiaolan was overshadowed by Xia Ziyu and might feel embarrassed, wanting to find a college student as a partner. Since there were no suitable candidates, she turned to Qin Qing, who had potential. But it doesn't mean she has to follow Qin Qing to college. Qin Qing is certainly a good match. The villagers have watched him grow up and know his background well. Qin Qing's family is strict, and he is polite, showing no signs of being uneducated. If Xiaolan really chooses Qin Qing, it would be a good match. Li Fengmei thought for a moment and quickly supported Xiaolan. Isn't it a good thing that Xiaolan wants to go to college? It shows how blind the old Xia family is. Whether she gets accepted or not is another matter, but for young people to get closer, they need common topics and more interaction. Qin Qing plans to become a city person. How can he find a partner in the countryside? Nowadays, young people in the city are all about free love, and even matchmaking requires matching conditions. The more time they spend together, it becomes free love anyway. Qin Qing is not a loser who can't find a wife. Li Fengmei is quite clever. Lu Yong didn't know his wife's thoughts, but he felt he should encourage her, so he quickly changed his tone. Then go ahead and give it a try. If you get in, that would be great. Lu Fen hesitated. Xiaolan explained a bit more. It's not easy to get into County No. 1 high school. In a few days, I have to take their entrance exam. Only if I pass can I join mid-year, If I don't, I can't take the college entrance exam next year. Even if she passes, she still needs to continue her business. Xiaolan can't just leave everything for her uncle to support her and her mother while also paying for her education. How can she negotiate with County Number 1 high school? It seems she not only needs to score above the 350 vocational line, but also needs a higher score for them to agree to her conditions. When Xiaolan said she might not get in, Lu Fin became anxious. Of course you can. Let your mom sell eels these days, and you stay home to study. If she can really go to college, even if she doesn't get into a top university in the capital like Xiaoziyu, even a junior college would be great. After graduation, the government would assign her a job, and then Lu Fin wouldn't worry at all. Individual businesses can earn a lot, but nothing beats the stability of a government job. Xiaolan shook her head. I haven't finished my work in the city yet, so I'm not in a hurry these days. I'll just review these books for now. If she doesn't pass the entrance exam for County Number 1 high school in a few days, she can focus on studying for a few months and try again before the mock exam next year. Xiaolan has a solid plan, and Lu Fin couldn't argue with her. Even Lu Yong urged her to study quickly. Chun Qing was thorough and lent her a complete set of textbooks from freshman to senior year. As Xiaolan flipped through the textbooks, she slowly recalled some memories related to the college entrance exam in 1984. She thought she had forgotten everything, perhaps due to the effects of her rebirth, or maybe because Xiaolan's body was in such good shape that it actually helped her remember some things. Although Xiaolan took the college entrance exam in 1995, she had heard about the 1984 exam. The math test for the upcoming year was said to be the hardest ever, with legends about it filling the internet for years. It was rumored that the average score for math in 1984 was only around 20 points, and many students left the exam room feeling dizzy and crying in despair. Some students with weaker nerves even gave up on the following subjects. After the math exam, there were many empty seats in the testing room. The 1984 math paper became a model for future math competitions, but in the 1980s, students didn't even know what math competitions were. Xiaolan's heart raced. Back then, when they analyzed past exam papers, they skipped the 1984 math paper because the teachers thought it wasn't valuable, believing such difficult questions wouldn't appear again. However, Xiaolan had actually taken that test. She scored very low the first time, but her stubborn personality wouldn't let her give up until she understood the key points on the paper. She practiced that paper several times. While she had completely forgotten the questions from her 1995 exam, she could even remember specific numbers and answers from the first multiple-choice question about number sets. Unsure if she was right, Xiaolan quickly jotted down notes. The relationship between set x equals 2n plus 1 pi, where n is an integer, and set y equals 4k plus or minus 1 pi, where k is an integer, is. She could really remember it? Xiaolan thought it was strange. She didn't need to remember everything. If she could score over 90 out of 120 in math, she would likely outperform most students nationwide. Xiaolan studied math and Chinese from the first to the third year of high school until midnight, organizing the chapters. She had mostly forgotten the parts she needed to memorize for Chinese, but for math, which relied on understanding, she just needed to master the formulas again, which was quicker than for Chinese. Xiaolan had another advantage that others didn't. She was good at English. As an executive in a multinational company, she dealt with many international business matters, and she had worked hard on her English. Now, science students had to take one more subject than liberal arts students. Both Chinese and math were out of 120 points, while English, physics, chemistry, and politics were out of 100 points, and biology was out of 50 points, totaling 690 points. Xiaolan needed to score at least 350 points to transfer to the county's top high school. Xiaolan forgot a lot of the content she needed to memorize for her language studies, but she has a bit of a grasp on math. English and math are the two subjects she finds easiest to score in. Before going to bed, Xiaolan planned to review her English for the next day. She wasn't sure how much she still remembered about physics, chemistry, and biology. As for politics, she didn't even want to think about it. Why is politics still considered a science subject? Xiaolan really didn't understand. Anyway, when she took the college entrance exam, Those were subjects only liberal arts students needed to memorize. Before sleeping, Xia Xiaolan was still thinking about those math formulas, and she ended up sleeping very soundly. When she woke up in the morning, Li Fengmei told her that Lu Fun and Lu Yong had gone to collect eels. "Your uncle took the bicycle, so just stay home and study." Li Fengmei conveyed the family's collective opinion. With a 3-to-1 majority, Xia Xiaolan had no choice but to stay home and study all day. In the evening, Lu Fun and Lu Yong returned home with the collected eels, and even Tao Tao was kept quiet, not allowed to disturb Xia Xiaolan. The family was careful with their activities. Xia Xiaolan thought that if she didn't pass the transfer exam for County No. 1 high school, it would be a real shame. In the following days, Xia Xiaolan only needed to deliver eels to the city every other day and bring back some oil residue. She didn't have to worry about anything else. Even the oil residue she brought back was sold by Lu Fun in a nearby village. The divorce and Xia Xiaolan wanting to continue her studies made Lu Fun grow up quickly. She wasn't as good at selling as Xia Xiaolan, but the oil residue had a fixed price, so she didn't have to worry about finding buyers. Farmers raising pigs needed it. Delivering eels was even simpler for Xia Xiaolan. The buyer at the Yellow River restaurant, Comrade Zhu Feng, was a really nice person. When Xia Xiaolan mentioned needing to find a market for the eels, Zhu Feng offered to help. He actually connected her with 2 other restaurants, which, while not as high-end as the Yellow River restaurant, were also well-known in the city. The municipal guest house ordered £20, the Yellow River restaurant ordered £50, and the other 2 restaurants each ordered £20. Every other day, Xia Xiaolan had to deliver a total of 110 pounds of eels to the city. She could earn at least 40 cents per pound, which meant around 45 yuan for 110 pounds. On her return trip, she carried back 300 pounds of oil residue, earning about 18 yuan per trip. After giving 2 packs of cigarettes to the gatekeeper at the oil factory and the seller of the oil residue, the price of the residue dropped to 2 cents per pound. They were actually not too strict and only charged her for 300 pounds so she could take as much as she could carry. Xia Xiaolan lacked the physical strength. Otherwise, she could have carried 400 pounds. If she adds an extra 50 pounds without any cost, she can earn an additional 4 yuan. In fact, for each trip bringing back oil residue, she can earn at least 20 yuan. In 2 days, she made 65 yuan and her monthly profit is over 900 yuan. She plans to use a few dozen yuan to maintain relationships, so let's calculate based on a profit of 900. At the oil factory, she can easily switch to her uncle or someone else to handle deliveries. The guard only recognizes her bicycle, so she just needs to say a word. The place where she delivers eels requires a good explanation, as her relationship with them isn't close enough to change people freely. For example, the buyer from the Yellow River Hotel, Comrade Zhu Feng, is always very enthusiastic when she delivers goods. Summer Xiaolan may be a bit slow in emotions, but she understands others' feelings well. If she were socially clueless, she wouldn't have held her previous executive position. Zhu Feng is polite, but after meeting Xiaolan just a few times, he wears different clothes each time and even shows off a new watch and shiny new shoes during their 3rd meeting. Men want to show off their strengths when pursuing someone. Zhu Feng clearly believes his advantage is his good family background. It's worth noting that he's not foolish. Xiaolan works hard to sell eels, indicating her financial situation isn't great, so Zhu Feng is strategically showcasing his strengths. Unfortunately, his flirty gestures might as well be for someone blind, as Xiaolan's mind is filled with various formulas, leaving her no time to appreciate Zhu Feng's intentions. As someone from a sales background, she wouldn't dismiss a man in purchasing, but even if she were to find a man in purchasing in the 1980s, it wouldn't be because he can afford a new watch or shiny shoes. It would have to be because she genuinely likes him. To make money, Xiaolan can't reveal Zhu Feng's intentions. She previously thought those pretty female salespeople were just for show, but now she understands. Everyone is just trying to make a living, and it's not easy. Xiaolan, can you come early the day after tomorrow? My friend gave me 2 movie tickets, and I want to. I'm sorry, I will ask my uncle to deliver the goods the day after tomorrow. I have something to do. Zhu Fong wanted to invite Xiaolan to the movies, but was interrupted. He quickly focused on the key point in her words. Your uncle is coming to deliver? That's fine. An uncle is a close relative. If he can be recognized in front of Xiaolan's uncle, doesn't that bring him closer to her? Although he has only met Xiaolan 4 times, Zhu Fong is very fond of her. Zhu Fong had never seen such a beautiful girl. Xiaolan was stunning. No matter how many times he saw her, her exquisite beauty always left him speechless and amazed. Her eyes sparkled when she looked at people, her waist was slim, and she had a full figure. Despite being such a remarkable beauty, she spoke and acted very seriously. She wasn't trying to be cute. Her voice was naturally like that. If she were to act coy on purpose, Zhu Fong might impulsively order 100 pounds of eels just to see her every day. It was her straightforwardness and seriousness that made Zhu Fong, who wanted to attract her attention like a peacock showing off its feathers, always behave respectfully towards her. The way you treat others is how they will treat you in return. This rule applies when dealing with normal people. Zhu Fong was quite proud, but he was still within the realm of normalcy. Xiaolan would not tolerate teasing while trying to earn a living. After all, she had a strong character. Yes, my uncle came to drop me off. Is that a problem? Zhu Fong wouldn't dare say it was a problem. Xiaolan smiled and said goodbye, and Zhu Fong felt as if his spirit went with her. When he came back to reality, Xiaolan had already disappeared down the road on her bicycle. Zhu Fong felt a bit regretful. I forgot to ask her what she needed help with. If he wanted to show his abilities, he should have been more attentive. Xiaolan spent a week reviewing her high school textbooks. She temporarily set aside Chinese and politics, didn't need to review English, and focused mainly on math, physics, and chemistry. Since biology had a smaller weight in the scoring, she concentrated on the other 3 subjects. As she looked through the high school materials, she was surprised to find that she still remembered some of the knowledge she thought she had forgotten. For example, she recalled a math exam from 1984, even after so many years. The memories were waiting for the right moment to resurface, and she could slowly remember most of it. The knowledge from each subject was similar. As she took her time to review, she could refresh her memory and pick up what she had learned in her past life. Xiaolan felt confident, but Chunqing was quite worried. While Xiaolan thought she was reviewing, Chunqing saw it as her first time learning. The difficulty of high school knowledge was different from that of middle school. When Xiaolan was in middle school, her grades weren't particularly good. Without any teacher's guidance, Chunqing worried that she wouldn't understand the high school materials and might give up on taking the entrance exam for County No. 1 high school. When the agreed day arrived and Xiaolan appeared at the school gate on her bicycle, Chunqing finally felt relieved. The scar on Xiaolan's forehead had faded to a light mark, and she had cut bangs to cover it. The trendy bangs that young girls often wore in later years, combined with Xiaolan's naturally beautiful face, gave her a more innocent look. What could she do about her appearance? She was just trying to be a decent person. Xiaolan, you're here. Chunqing vouched for Xiaolan, allowing the school gatekeeper to let her in. Xiaolan didn't bring anyone from her family to accompany her for the exam. Lu Fun insisted that she wear new clothes, fabric Lu Fun bought in the county, and Li Fome borrowed a sewing machine to make them. The style of the clothes wasn't very trendy, but her family didn't want her to wear old clothes to County No. 1 high school, fearing she would be looked down upon. Xiaolan understood their concerns. In her past life, no one cared for her like this. Today, Xiaolan was full of confidence. Even when Chunqing introduced her to the teacher at County No. 1 high school, she didn't feel shy. The young female teacher didn't seem to take the exam seriously and pointed to a desk in the office. The test papers are over there. You can work on them yourself. Teacher Sunday. With people coming and going in the office, how could this be considered an exam? Chunqing wanted to talk to Teacher Sun, but Xiaolan stopped him. You can go back to class. I'll take my time with the test. If I hurry, I might make it to the cafeteria in time for lunch. Teacher Sun glanced at Xiaolan. It was now 9 a.m., and the cafeteria, at County No. 1 high school opened at 12 p.m., closing at 1 p.m. How many subjects could Xia Xiaolan finish in just 4 hours? You can't leave midway. All the test papers must stay on the desk. Teacher Sun was worried Xia Xiaolan might memorize the questions and go out to ask for answers. Xia Xiaolan didn't mind. It seemed she wouldn't be able to eat lunch anyway. No matter how skilled she was, finishing 7 subjects in 4 hours was impossible. Then I'll bring you lunch at noon and pass it to you through the window. Chen Qing, afraid Xia Xiaolan would refuse, quickly ran off after saying that. Thank you, Teacher Sun. Teacher Sun would have to supervise from start to finish, and Xia Xiaolan hoped Chen Qing would remember to bring a meal for Teacher Sun as well. Thinking about Xia Xiaolan's middle school education, Chen Qing must have worked very hard for this special exam to give her a chance at #1 high school. Young Teacher Sun was sent to supervise Xia Xiaolan, and it was natural for her to feel that it was a waste of time and be in a bad mood. Hearing Xia Xiaolan's words, Teacher Sun felt a bit better. If you need to go to the bathroom, just let me know. There are clean cups there, and you can pour yourself some water. Xia Xiaolan nodded and sat down in the chair. The desk was tidy, with nothing but 7 test papers. Xia Xiaolan took out her own pen and ink and opened the English paper first. It was really too easy. The first question was word pronunciation, where you had to find the word with a different vowel sound among 4 options: form, word, born, torn. Xia Xiaolan was almost moved to tears. Heaven must have sent her back to 1983 to help her become a winner in life. If she had returned 6 months earlier, she could have taken the college entrance exam in 1983 directly. How could there be stories of Xia Ziyu soaring to success while Xia Xiaolan was stuck in a low position? Xia Xiaolan drew a line under word. She finished the English test in 20 minutes. Then she took out the math paper. With people coming and going in the office, Xia Xiaolan focused on her work, writing quickly, which surprised Teacher Sunday wasn't it said that middle school graduates couldn't handle high school exam papers. Just then, Xia Xiaolan needed to use the restroom, so Teacher Sun stood up to accompany her, locking all of Xia Xiaolan's test papers in the drawer before they left. Xia Xiaolan was working on the Chinese paper, leaving many simple memorization questions blank. Teacher Sun shook her head secretly, thinking that with this level, how could she expect to transfer to #1 high school and take the college entrance exam next year? If she registered for first-year high school now, it would be a great achievement if she could pass in 3 years. Teacher Sun shook her head, accompanying Xia Xiaolan to the restroom, and had little hope for the girls' exam results. By noon, Xia Xiaolan had finished the English, math, and Chinese subjects. The math problems weren't particularly easy. She couldn't just glance at them and know the answers. She had forgotten many formulas and concepts, needing a lot of scratch paper to calculate the results. Although she struggled with the memorization part of Chinese, she could still manage the reading comprehension. Writing the essay also took some time. Teacher Sun, aren't you going to eat? Should I help keep an eye on things? A male teacher walked in with a smile, showing concern for the young teacher. Sunday teacher, Zhao, you go eat. I'll go later. Whether Xia Xiaolan can answer the questions is one thing, but according to Teacher Sun, this girl has been focused on writing, and her attitude is commendable. Teacher Sun plans to let Xia Xiaolan write for a while longer before taking her to the cafeteria for a meal. Teachers these days don't have much money, but treating Xia Xiaolan to a couple of buns in the cafeteria is still doable. The exam papers can be easily managed. Teacher Sun intends to lock them up and take the key with him, keeping an eye on Xia Xiaolan to prevent her from interacting with others, making it impossible for her to cheat. Teacher Zhao still wants to persuade him, but Teacher Sun is responsible. The two are at a standstill, and Xia Xiaolan is about to say something when Chen Qing shouts from the window, Teacher Sunday. Hello, Teacher Zhao. He brought food for Xia Xiaolan from the cafeteria. It shows that Chen Qing has good upbringing. He is more emotionally intelligent than other boys his age, and even remembers to bring a meal for Teacher Sun. Xia Xiaolan wants to continue answering questions and is worried about getting the exam paper dirty, so Chen Qing brings buns without soup. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Sunday. I brought you something too. Teacher Sun insists on giving Chen Qing a meal ticket, but Teacher Zhao quickly says, just eat, Xiao Sunday. I've heard about Chen Qing recommending middle school graduates to join the school. This task has been assigned to you. How much inconvenience does it bring to your teaching today? Eating a couple of buns from Chen Qing is nothing. Teacher Sun doesn't listen and forces the meal ticket into Chen Qing's hands before accepting the buns. Xia, come eat some buns before continuing with your exam. Hearing Teacher Sun's words, Xiaolan finally stops writing. She had been facing away from the office door, and when she turns around, Teacher Zhao is stunned. He has never seen such a beautiful girl. Teacher Zhao, who has been trying to win over the new young teacher, finds himself captivated. The young teacher has fair skin, a round face, and crescent-shaped eyes that are very friendly, even when she is serious. Teacher Xiao has been pursuing her since she was assigned to the school, but when she is compared to Xiaolan, there is simply no competition. Teacher Zhao's breath quickens. Xiaolan puts down her paper and runs to wash her hands, and Teacher Zhao's gaze follows her closely. The young teacher clears her throat a couple of times, and Teacher Zhao snaps back to reality, feeling flustered as he leaves the office, without inviting her to lunch. Xiaolan eats a bun, and then returns to her exam. Chen Qing, worried about distracting her, doesn't stay long in the office. He observes Xiaolan's calm demeanor. It seems this exam isn't causing her much stress. Could it be that the questions are easy? With this doubt, Chen Qing leaves. Xiaolan finished all the papers and handed them to Teacher Sun at 2:30 in the afternoon. Teacher Sun, when will I know my exam results? Teacher Sun thought to herself, with so many blank spaces on your Chinese exam, it would be a miracle if you passed. Chinese is the easiest subject for students to score in. However, Xiaolan was serious while answering and didn't cause any trouble, so Teacher Sun didn't dislike her. Leave your home address. Doesn't Chen Qing know you? If you pass, he will let you know. What else could be done? In 1983, in Kaijingshan village, even the village chief's house didn't have a landline phone. Xiaolan nodded. Thank you. Teacher Sunday goodbye. She wanted to say something to Chen Qing, who was organizing a test in his class. Xiaolan waved to him from a distance, and then went home. If she passes the exam for the county's first high school, she will have plenty of opportunities to thank Chen Qing. After finishing her exam, Xiaolan quietly returned home. She was wearing new clothes, while her family wore old ones. Xiaolan went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fabric, planning to make clothes at home. Nowadays, people in the countryside wear clothes made by tailors. Even young women have this skill. Buying fabric and making clothes saves money, so few people buy ready-made clothes. In the past, even fabric was rationed. Without fabric coupons, you couldn't buy it even if you had money. Dual-income families weren't extravagant enough to make clothes for everyone. The economy didn't allow it, and they couldn't save enough coupons. Now, things are better. Various rationing systems have been gradually lifted in southern Hunan province. For those that haven't been lifted, the rules aren't as strict. You can buy fabric without coupons, but it costs a bit more. Xiaolan didn't buy fancy satin. It wasn't just because it was expensive, but because it wasn't practical in the countryside. The price for a meter of work and farm blue fabric was only 1.9 yuan, while a meter of mixed wool BC fabric was 20 cents more expensive. Xiaolan returned home with a pile of fabric, and sure enough, no one asked her about the exam. They just said she was wasting money. They didn't dare to ask. They were afraid of discouraging Xiaolan's enthusiasm. Lu Yong had privately discussed with his sister Lu Fen, if Xiaolan wants to study, why not let her start from the first year of high school? You don't have to worry about the school fees. I, as her uncle, will support her. Lu Fen was reluctant to use her brother's money for her daughter's education. I can learn from the business Xiaolan is doing. Even if she goes to school, I can support her. Her business skills were not as good as Xiaolan's. For example, in the eel delivery business, even if Lu Fen tried her best, she wouldn't know how to get in touch with the municipal reception office. Faced with the same opportunities, character determines fate. Even if boss who of the eel noodle shop told Lu Fen how to approach Huyongkai, the buyer at the guest house, Lu Fen wouldn't dare to buy a cigarette and go find him. However, Lu Fen felt that she could handle the business of reselling oil residue. She had learned to ride a bicycle over the past few days, and although she fell and got bruised, she was stronger than Xia Xiaolan and could carry an extra 100 pounds without any problem. This oil residue business would ensure a stable life for the mother and daughter, and it could also help Xia Xiaolan save for her tuition and living expenses. Lu Fun was glowing with determination. Whether in the old society or now, regardless of how society changes, even the least educated farmers know that education is the right path. The poorer you are, the more you need to study, as education can lift you out of poverty and transform you from a rural person into a city dweller. This truth has remained unchanged throughout history. Xia Xiaolan no longer cared about her clothing or appearance. She kept herself tidy every day, but no longer spent time on her looks. In just one night, she had grown up and understood the importance of striving for success. If she didn't pass this time, she could start over in high school. Xia Xiaolan was only 18. Finishing 3 years of high school would make her 21. Those who had failed for years, those who worked for years and then took the college entrance exam, and those who had been delayed in their studies while supporting families, all of them were older than 21. Xiaozi was 20 when he got into college, and his partner, Wang Jianhua, was 25. It was not too late for Xia Xiaolan to finish high school and then take the college entrance exam. The siblings would never say this to Xia Xiaolan, fearing it would add pressure on her. Lu Yong privately met with Chen Wangda several times, but their meetings always coincided with the same day. Lu Yong went to deliver eels to the market at 4 a.m. for Xia Xiaolan. He returned in the morning and then went to Dahu village with Chen Wangda. Chen Wangda had help from someone in the county to move Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun's household registration out of Dahu village to Kaijingshan village. Grandma Xia was causing trouble, and Xia Dajuan, unusually supportive of the move, wanted to completely sever ties with the mother and daughter after the divorce, feeling he had lost all face. Xia Xiaolan took her exam at County No. 1 High School until 2:30 p.m. After that, she went to buy fabric and walked back from Anqing County, arriving home just after Lu Yong. Lu Yong had already told Li Fengmei about the successful transfer of the household registration, including some details. During the transfer, he didn't dare to mention Xia Xiaolan's desire to continue her studies, fearing that her family might cause trouble. In 1983, the household registration system included many things. Xia Xiaolan needed a certificate from her registered village committee whenever she went out. Without this introduction letter, she couldn't go to school, get married, or leave her hometown for another place. This system was like a noose around her neck. Although it could be resolved, it was still a hassle. Now that she was registered in Qijing village, she no longer had to be controlled by the Xia family. When Xia Xiaolan returned from her exam, she would have good news waiting for her. In return, Xia Xiaolan quickly shared her good news with her family. I think the exam questions weren't too difficult, and I did okay. Her aunt took the cloth from her hands, scolding her for being wasteful and showing doubt about her optimistic expectations for the exam. Now that you've finished your exam, you can tell your family about your plans. Your uncle and your mom both support you going to school. Let's start from the first year of high school and aim for you to get into college in 3 years. Even if you don't aim for a bachelor's degree, getting into a vocational school would still be a great achievement. Your uncle is talking to Uncle Emoda. He has connections, and when you transfer your registration to Dahu village, the county leaders will be involved. The village chief there wouldn't dare to oppose. Only Grandma Xia, relying on her family ties, shamelessly threw a tantrum. She constantly claimed that Xia Xiaolan was her granddaughter, insisting that Lu Fen couldn't take the Xia family members with her after the divorce. She also said Lu Yong was a terrible person, and after Lu Fen returned to her family for a few days, she found a new partner. The insults were harsh, and Li Fengmei could imagine the scene just from hearing about it. Fortunately, Xia Xiaolan was away for her exam, while Lu Fen was busy gathering supplies in other villages. The mother and daughter didn't have to go to Dahu village. Otherwise, it would have caused a big argument. Grandma Xia didn't really care about Xia Xiaolan. She had hated her granddaughter in the past. She was upset about Lu Fen wanting a divorce, feeling it brought shame to the Xia family, and wanted to make things difficult for others. How could she deal with Lu Fen? Xia Xiaolan was Lu Fun's lifeline. Grandma Xia rolled on the ground, insisting that Lu Yong agree to her demands. Otherwise, even with county leaders present, she wouldn't allow Lu Fun and her daughter to transfer their registration. No matter what, Xia Xiaolan couldn't change her surname. She wanted to annoy the mother and daughter duo, and Lu Yong was thoroughly disgusted by her behavior. However, everyone advised Lu Yong to take a step back, and he unilaterally agreed to her conditions. He felt guilty towards his niece, and Li Fengmei was anxious about it, but Xia Xiaolan herself didn't care much. The surname isn't important. I'm used to this name. She has the surname Xia, but it is not related to the Xia family. The surname Xia and the name Xia Xiaolan are just marks from her past life and have nothing to do with the Xia family. Xia Xiaolan didn't pay any attention to the old lady's unpleasant thoughts. She didn't argue with Li Fengmei. Her family wanted her to start from the first year of high school, but Xia Xiaolan thought it was a waste of time. She believed she would score more than 350 points, and when the notice from the county's top school arrived, her family would naturally know. And the fabric is here. You can decide what clothes to make. I have new clothes already, and these are for the four of you. When this came up, Li Fengmei clutched her chest and called her wasteful, and Xia Xiaolan just laughed.
Did you cheat?
Xia Xiaolan was quite confident. However, while waiting for the news from the county's top school, she continued her business and read whenever she had a little free time. When she went to the market to deliver eels, Zhu Fang was curious. Xiaolan, your uncle said you are going back to school. Does that mean you might stop this business? Xia Xiaolan quickly explained, I do have that plan, but I will definitely wait until November. By then, there won't be any eels anyway. Zhu Fang felt conflicted. For anyone, studying is important. It was unusual for a young girl like Xia Xiaolan to support her family. At her age, she had three options: find a job, continue studying, or get married. Xia Xiaolan clearly didn't want to choose marriage. Zhu Fang liked her ambition but was troubled by the thought that after November, he might not see her again. Even thinking about it kept him up at night. When Xia Xiaolan came to deliver goods, he quickly asked about her plans. Xia Xiaolan admitted she wanted to continue her studies, which made Zhu Fang a bit disappointed. But he also knew she was right. They had only met because Xia Xiaolan was delivering eels to the restaurant, and by November, there would be no eels left in the fields. Her supply would come to an end. Who knew if Xia Xiaolan would still supply the restaurant after that? If she did, what would she sell? Zhu Fang felt gloomy. When he got home, his mother noticed something was off. After some questioning, Zhu Fang, who was quite attached to his mother, couldn't hide his feelings and shared everything. Why don't we arrange a job for Xiaolan? She wants to go to college, right? Isn't that just to settle down in the city? Zhu Fang's mother was nearly upset by this suggestion. Just listen to these conditions. My goodness, she has a rural household registration, a middle school education, and she sells eels. The yellow eel has a strong smell and is slippery, something most women wouldn't want to handle. Yet, the village girl spends all day dealing with the stinky eels. Can she be easy to deal with? The only good thing about her is that she is pretty. A beautiful young village girl comes out to make a living and catches Zhu Fang's attention, completely enchanting him. Everyone says he should help her find a job, but Zhu Fang's mother suspects it's a trap set just for her son. Even delivering goods to the Yellow River restaurant seems to have a purpose, leading her naive son into a situation. Zhu Fang's mother is furious, but can't share her thoughts with him because he wouldn't believe her. At over 20, he has no plans to marry, and while he has good prospects, he seems to have high standards. Zhu Fang has his eyes on Xia Xiaolan, and he is openly attracted to her looks. His mother wants to meet this village beauty, but doesn't want to push too hard. Instead, she cleverly suggests she's pretty. Isn't the Yellow River restaurant hiring female waitstaff? The waitresses at the Yellow River restaurant are more attractive than those at the municipal guest house, but none can compare to Xia Xiaolan. Seeing Xia Xiaolan would surely catch the attention of the leaders, but Zhu Fang worries she might attract too much attention. Besides, he doesn't want her to be a waitress, as that's a service job. If Zhu Fang continues to insist, his mother is not easily swayed and says she needs to meet Xia Xiaolan first to decide. But would Xia Xiaolan meet Zhu Fang's mother? She's waiting for her exam results. With just 7 test papers, why hasn't the county's top high school released the grades after 2 days? When Xia Xiaolan submitted her paper, Teacher Sun was called away. Teacher Sun wanted to review Xia Xiaolan's paper carefully, but had to hurriedly pass it to Teacher Qi of the senior year group. Sister Qi, I've left the papers on your desk. Teacher Qi is responsible for the senior class and handles any transfers. Xia Xiaolan's foundation is too weak, and Teacher Qi had little hope for her, thinking that the county's top high school, where even average students could enroll, wouldn't be a good fit. However, since the higher-ups approved it, Teacher Qi arranged for one exam, feeling impatient and leaving the task to the new teacher Sunday. Teacher Sun handed the papers to Teacher Qi, who didn't think much of it. The senior class has a heavy teaching load, and every year the school hopes to see more students go to college. While the county's top high school is impressive, its teaching quality falls short on a city, provincial, or national level. This year, only 8 students from County No. 1 high school were accepted into university. This statistic includes both current and repeat students. The college entrance exam is very tough, and the competition is fierce. Teacher Qi really doubts that a middle school student can meet the requirements of County No. 1 high school. She didn't pay much attention to Xia Xiaolan's exam paper. With many tasks at school, Teacher Qi took the papers home to grade. There were also many chores at home, so she tossed the papers onto her desk and went to do other things. After 2 days, she still hadn't thought about it. Chen Qing was wandering around nearby, but he couldn't just ask why the papers weren't graded yet. Teacher Qi's husband is also a teacher at County No. 1 high school. Their teacher's apartment is small, only fitting a desk, so they take turns working at home. On the 3rd day after Xia Xiaolan's exam, Teacher Qi came home after work and found her husband grading papers at his desk. "Did your class have an exam today?" she asked. "No, this isn't from my class. I'm helping you with this paper. It's quite interesting, but I haven't heard you mention this student before." That's when Teacher Qi remembered she had forgotten about Xia Xiaolan's paper. Someone who wants to transfer but hasn't even attended high school yet wants to take the college entrance exam next year. The school really agrees to let anyone in just to find a promising student. This paper must be very poor, right? Her husband shook his head. "It's quite interesting. She has serious weaknesses in some subjects." "Isn't that true?" When grading the Chinese exam, it was clear she missed the memorization questions, and her reading comprehension was just okay. However, her essay was surprisingly impressive. It was on topic and had depth, not like what a typical high school student would write. The politics section was a disaster, nearly all wrong answers. But the English paper was excellent. English has only been part of the college entrance exam for 2 years, and many students still struggle with the 26 letters. The accuracy of this English paper was remarkable. Each word was beautifully written, and the student wrote with confidence and fluency. Teacher Qi's husband is the English teacher, while she teaches Chinese in the 3rd year. The Chinese and English papers turned out to be completely different, which shows how interesting the student is. Seeing the Chinese paper, Teacher Qi felt displeased. How could a student not know such basic knowledge? What kind of attitude is that? But upon looking at the other questions, Xia Xiaolan answered them quite seriously. After grading the Chinese and English papers, both Teacher Qi and her husband found it puzzling. 4 days after Xia Xiaolan took the exam at County No. 1 high school, Teacher Qi finally finished grading her paper with the help of other teachers. Looking at the score, Teacher Qi was a bit confused and called over Teacher Sun. "Sun, did you really keep an eye on that girl?"
Did she cheat? Cheat?
How could she cheat? Teacher Sun's round face turned red with worry. "Teacher Qi, I never left her side. I even followed her to the restroom and had lunch in the office. There's no way she could have cheated." Teacher Qi quickly reassured her excited colleague. "Calm down. I believe you are a responsible teacher. Her score is just surprising." Confident that Teacher Sun had been attentive, Teacher Qi submitted the exam paper and scores to the grade team. Teacher Wang from the senior year also had doubts. Did no one give her the answers? If not, this student could transfer in. Answers? This Friday, the seniors have a mock exam. I used that same set of papers, and the questions were created by the subject teachers, who could have gotten the answers in advance. Teacher Chi had taken the paper home. Moreover, her husband was an English teacher, and Xia Xiaolan had done the best in English. But her husband didn't write the exam, and there was no connection between their family and Xia Xiaolan. Teacher Chi believed that Xia Xiaolan could not have gotten the answers beforehand. Teacher Wang's expression was interesting. Self-taught after graduating from middle school? Xia Xiaolan lost points mainly in subjects like Chinese and politics, which require memorization. She also didn't do well in biology, but the total score for biology is low. In contrast, with some last-minute cramming in Chinese and politics, she could easily improve her score. Not to mention, her poor politics score, plus the points she could have gained in Chinese, could easily raise her total score by 40 points. 40 points. Teacher Wang smiled widely, accepting her as a promising student, even if she was self-taught. In the end, if she gets accepted, who cares about her background? People only know she came from County No. 1 High School, which has a high acceptance rate. Teacher Wang carefully stored Xia Xiaolan's exam paper. Quickly notify this student. Chen Qing from Class 3 recommended her. Then let Chen Qing show her the way. Today's teachers are quite responsible. After several years of restoring the college entrance examination, the teachers at County No. 1 High School may not match those in big cities in teaching quality, but most of them have excellent teaching ethics. Getting into college can definitely change a person's life. Some students repeat the year after year, never giving up on the college entrance exam. Now, there's hope for one student, but we don't know much yet. Once they find out about the county's top school, they will surely not let her go. Chen Qing was called out, and Mr. Wang and Teacher Chi couldn't wait for him to finish his break. They were eager to go to Kaijingshan village to find Xia Xiaolan. On the way, Mr. Wang kept asking about Xia Xiaolan, like why she wasn't in school before and how she studied at home. Chen Qing didn't know anything about her past in Dahe village. Maybe after dropping out of middle school, Xia Xiaolan really worked hard to study at home? But looking at the two teachers, it seemed Xiaolan had definitely passed her school exams. Mr. Wang was being mysterious and wouldn't say how many points Xia Xiaolan scored. When we get to her home, you'll find out. The three of them rode their bikes quickly to Kaijingshan village, sweating by the time they arrived. Chen Qing knocked on the door for a long time, but no one from the Liu family came out. It turned out Liu Yong was preparing to leave for a trip soon and wanted to help Xia Xiaolan before he left. Now that the autumn harvest was over, he took his child to school during the day while the adults went out to help Xia Xiaolan catch eels. Even though they sent about 100 pounds of eels to the market every other day, they already had hundreds of pounds stored in their water tank at home. Xia Xiaolan didn't have much money right now. She couldn't afford to buy meat or ribs anymore. Her family mostly ate loach, which they could catch while collecting eels because it was very cheap. The two teachers were getting impatient. Chen Qing then took Mr. Wang and Teacher Chi to his home for some water and a break. The teachers were visiting. Chen Qing's family treated the two teachers like honored guests. Chen Wangda insisted on preparing a meal, but Mr. Wang quickly stopped him. We're not here to eat. We just want to find Xia Xiaolan as soon as possible. Every day we delay could mean she loses points on her exam, and that can't happen. Mr. Wang was focused on helping. No matter how enthusiastic Chen Wangda was, it didn't matter. Xiaolan is a sensible girl. Her family isn't well off, but she knows the importance of studying. Chen Wangda then called someone to find Liu Yong. Liu Yong was so excited that he knocked over the basket he was using to collect eels. Xiaolan passed the exam? Can she really go to college next year? Eels were crawling everywhere, but Liu Yong didn't care. Of course, money is important, but in the long run, a little money doesn't mean much. If Xia Xiaolan can get into college next year, it will change her entire life. Old Wang cheerfully encouraged Liu Yong, saying, there are a few months left. If Xia Tongxue studies hard, she will definitely get into college. Normally, notifying Xia Xiaolan's family about her exam results and having her report to County No. 1 High School would complete the teacher's tasks. However, since only 8 students from County Number 1 high school were admitted to college last year, Old Wang was serious about his belief in Xia Xiaolan's potential. He wanted to meet Xia Xiaolan. He couldn't wait until tomorrow. Lu Yong slapped his thigh and said, Xiaolan went to Xanadu City to deliver goods. Then let's go to Xanadu City. Teacher Qi was also very curious. She wondered how someone could do well in English but poorly in Chinese. She wanted to meet Xia Xiaolan and explain things to her. Xia Xiaolan was spending a bit more time in Xanadu City today. Her family had hundreds of pounds of eels stored up, and she was feeling anxious. It was fine to keep them for a few days, but if they lost weight over time, she would be the one losing money. Besides, having so many goods was costly, and if she didn't sell enough, she wouldn't even have the capital to buy more. The money she made from selling oil residue was all going into buying eels. Today, she brought an extra 100 pounds to sell at the southern and northern farmers' markets. She also asked various restaurants if they wanted to buy eels. By noon, she finally turned the extra eels into cash. After wasting half the day, it was too late to deliver goods. At the Huanghe restaurant, Zhu Feng knew Xia Xiaolan would definitely come today. They hadn't set a specific delivery time, but Xia Xiaolan never missed a delivery, coming every other day. Even last time, when she had something to do, she sent her uncle instead, showing her business integrity. Zhu Feng's mother was quite anxious. She had a bit of authority and was prepared to meet the enchanting girl who had captured Zhu Feng's heart. Zhu Feng's mother dressed carefully, with a well-coordinated outfit and hairstyle, exuding an air of confidence that set her apart from ordinary workers. Zhu Feng, being somewhat dependent on his mother, thought she was just valuing Xia Xiaolan, but in reality, she intended to assert her authority. However, as time passed, Zhu Feng's mother's confidence began to wane. Xia Xiaolan had not yet arrived, and it felt like she was the one being challenged. When Xia Xiaolan finally appeared on her bicycle, Zhu Feng's mother's eyelids began to twitch. No, she's even more enchanting than I imagined. This kind of girl is too much for the Zhu family to handle. With a proud chest, a tiny waist, a fair face, and captivating eyes, Xia Xiaolan made a strong impression on Zhu Feng's mother. Zhu Feng's mom was on high alert. Often, what older generations dislike in appearance is exactly what young men find appealing. Zhu Feng liked Xia Xiaolan, and his eyes lit up when he saw her, while his mother felt overwhelmed. Xiaolan, you're a bit late today. Did you run into any trouble on the way? I'm sorry for making you wait. I had a lot of goods to carry today, which took some extra time. Xia Xiaolan smiled apologetically. She had interacted with Zhu Feng several times, and aside from the first time when Hu Yongkai was with them, they were usually alone. Seeing a dignified middle-aged woman, Xia Xiaolan thought she was from the Huanghe restaurant, but Zhu Feng said it was his mother. Hello, Auntie. I'll leave right after I deliver the goods. Xia Xiaolan had no idea what Zhu Feng's mother was thinking and didn't realize she had been waiting for hours. She felt like she was interrupting Zhu Feng and his mom.
Xiaolan, right?
Wait a moment. I have a few things to discuss with you. Zhu Feng's mom softened her tone and forced a smile. She couldn't be angry. Zhu Feng was sensitive and preferred a gentle approach. Xia Xiaolan was even more beautiful than she expected, completely captivating Zhu Feng. Xia Xiaolan wasn't sure what to talk about with Zhu Feng's mother, but since she called her over, she listened attentively. Why didn't you ask someone to bring the eels Xiaolan brought inside? Zhu Feng's mom wanted to send her son away, and Zhu Feng felt a bit shy. Although he was confident in himself and thought Xia Xiaolan didn't dislike him, if his family wanted to arrange a job for her, they needed to be clear about it. Zhu Feng cleared his throat. Mom, just talk nicely to Xiaolan. Don't scare her. Once Zhu Feng left, Xia Xiaolan felt a bit uneasy. Zhu Feng's mom, after her son left, spoke with a deeper meaning. Xiaolan, Zhu Feng has mentioned you several times at home. He said it's not easy for a young girl to sell eels. I understand and admire you for that. Who doesn't hope for a better life? But a good life depends on hard work and effort. Women can achieve a lot and shouldn't rely solely on marriage for happiness. Your aunt likes you, but historically, Marriage often depends on social status. She doesn't approve of your relationship with Zhu Fong. Zhu Fong is a good person. He feels bad seeing you struggle as a small business owner, without security. Your aunt can help you find a job. University is not easy to get into, and Zhu Fong mentioned your family's situation. It's important to be realistic and work hard. That is also valuable. Zhu Fong's mother is not likely to want her son to marry someone who seems restless. The Zhu family has some influence and can help with job placements, but Xia Xiaolan, being from a rural background, has little to offer besides her looks. She might barely qualify for a waitress position, but certainly not at a high-end restaurant. Zhu Fong's mother has everything planned out. Her behavior resembles that of the typical villainous mother-in-law seen in dramas, but unlike those wealthy characters who throw money around, she knows no one can offer a large sum to make a girl leave her son. With average wages being so low, who has seen $1 million? Zhu Fong's mother expected Xia Xiaolan to panic or feel ashamed when her intentions were revealed, but Xia Xiaolan's reaction surprised her. It was as if she hadn't heard anything at all. After a moment of surprise, Xia Xiaolan remained calm. She understood that Zhu Fong liked her, but she didn't feel the same way. While Zhou Cheng was straightforward about his feelings, Zhu Fong had never openly expressed his. Bringing his mother to talk to Xia Xiaolan seemed like a misguided approach that could backfire. Xia Xiaolan found the situation amusing. Having encountered many difficult people in her past life, she didn't see Zhu Fong as a significant issue. His mother just had a high opinion of herself. None of this felt like a major problem to her. Xia Xiaolan thought she should clarify things, especially since she didn't want to take the blame for misunderstandings. Auntie, I think you misunderstood. I haven't thought about finding a partner yet. I'm just saying that I will stop the eel delivery business in November. Zhu Fong's mom didn't believe her. She thought that Xia Xiaolan was playing hard to get. Well, let's say I made a mistake, but don't you want to hear what I have to say about work, Xiaolan? If she continued the eel delivery until November and let them get closer, wouldn't Zhu Fong be completely enchanted by her? Zhu Fong's mom wanted to keep Xia Xiaolan at a distance. Working as a waitress didn't seem suitable. She needed a tough job that would tire Xia Xiaolan out so she wouldn't have the energy to flirt with her son. Zhu Fong's mom held a high stance, waiting for Xia Xiaolan to plead with her. Xia Xiaolan thought, I am generous and won't hold grudges. While convincing herself, her tone wasn't very pleasant. She wasn't a pushover. Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I haven't thought about finding a job. A few $dozen a month isn't worth it. I didn't mean to say your job offer is bad. I really plan to go to college. Xia Xiaolan would only be in the eel business until November. She cared about the purchasing volume at the Yellow River restaurant, but if someone tried to control her, she wasn't afraid. Aren't there other restaurants in the city? She could clear out her family's stock and had a few $100s to start another business. It was tough to get rich from nothing, but now that Xia Xiaolan had some starting capital, she wasn't afraid to start over. Zhu Fong's mom was stunned by Xia Xiaolan's firm response and couldn't regain her composure for a long time. She felt anxious and frustrated. Xia Xiaolan wasn't the type to swallow her anger. She didn't use foul language, but she never let things go unaddressed. She would settle scores right away. Zhu Fong's mom wanted to scold her for being shameless, but what could she say? She couldn't really find Xia Xiaolan a good job just to prove her point, could she? Even if Zhu Fong's mom could find one, why should she help Xia Xiaolan? Using going to college as an excuse was just a way to save face. Is college that easy to get into? Every year, many students struggle to get in. Besides, if Zhu Fong could attend college, would he really be working as a small buyer at the Yellow River restaurant? Zhu Fong brought the eels to the kitchen and, after some delay, saw Xia Xiaolan smiling and thought they had settled the job issue. Xiaolan, I don't mean anything bad, and I don't think working for yourself is shameful. I just want to help you. Zhu Fong's mom was furious. Her son was so clueless. She was about to get angry when someone called out to Xia Xiaolan from a distance. Xiaolan, you're really here. Lu Yong was out of breath. It wasn't easy for him either. He had been searching for Xia Xiaolan in Xanadu City and was exhausted. Finally, he found her at the Yellow River Hotel. Uncle, why are you here? Old Wang tossed his bicycle aside and squeezed in to introduce himself. "You're Xia Xiaolan, right? You passed the transfer exam for County Number 1 High School." Xia Xiaolan was prepared for this and wasn't too surprised, but she was naturally happy. Old Wang introduced himself and then introduced Teacher Qi. Chun Qing was already a repeat student, so the teachers didn't want to keep him too long and didn't bring him to Xanadu City. Zhu Fang and his mother exchanged glances. Zhu Fang's mother didn't understand. She didn't think Xia Xiaolan could really go to college. The girl didn't seem like someone who focused on studying. With a face like that, there were too many boys trying to impress her, and with her mind wandering, how could she get into college? Which County Number 1 High School? Old Wang, feeling happy, casually replied, "Anqing County Number 1 High School." Zhu Fang's mother scoffed, looking at these people showing off. She knew Anqing County wasn't even close to Xanadu City. It was part of Fengxian City. People from the provincial capital often felt superior, and Zhu Fang's mother looked at Xia Xiaolan with disapproval, making a slightly rude comment. "Anqing County Number 1 High School? Does anyone from your school get into college? Schools in small places are just..." Old Wang thought this woman was someone important to Xia Xiaolan, and since elders care about their children's futures, he didn't mind her attitude too much. This year, 8 students got into university. Xiaolan is a good candidate. Do you know how many points she scored on the school test? She got 448 points. Chinese, 67, English, 100, Math, 89, Politics, 32, Physics, 56, Chemistry, 76, Biology, 28. Old Wang remembered Xia Xiaolan's scores clearly. How could he not? The school accepted repeat and transfer students who scored over 350 points. 350 points was the admission cutoff for vocational colleges in southern Hunan this year. In the 1980s, there were 2 types of vocational schools. Those for students who graduated from middle school and studied for 4 years, called small vocational schools, and those for high school graduates who entered through the National College Entrance Exam and studied for 2 years, called large vocational schools. Graduates from large vocational schools were also assigned jobs by the state. The 4 levels of college admissions were key, ordinary, specialized, and vocational. Although the 4th was the lowest outcome, at least there was still a chance to study. But Xia Xiaolan scored not 350 points, but 448. Old Wang thinks it's time to educate the family of Xia Xiaolan. This year, the admission score for science majors in Yunnan province is 441 points. The difficulty of Xia Xiaolan's recent test is not much different from the college entrance exam. She can improve in many subjects. If she focuses on studying now, she might get into a key university next year. The admission scores for key universities and regular universities are only about 20 points apart. Of course, there are also prestigious schools above key universities, and their admission scores are just the minimum requirement. For example, this year's college entrance exam in Yunnan province set the score for key universities at 465 points. Schools like Huqing and Jingdao require an additional 100 points above the key university line to be admitted. Old Wang doesn't expect Xia Xiaolan to get into a prestigious school, but if she improves her Chinese and political scores, her chances of getting into a key university are quite high. Old Wang explains all this not just for Zhu Fang's mother, but mainly for Lu Yong. On the way to Xanadu, Old Wang and Teacher Qi also inquired about Xia Xiaolan's situation. They learned that Xia Xiaolan currently lives with her uncle Lu Yong and are worried that Lu Yong might not want to support her education. She has the potential to get into a key university. Zhu Fang's mother looks surprised. Her gaze shifts among the people, suspicious that Xia Xiaolan might have hired someone to act. Xia Xiaolan doesn't care about outsiders' feelings. She wants to ask more about the situation at County Number 1 High School. The 3 of them surround Xia Xiaolan as they leave, and Zhu Fang opens his mouth but doesn't say anything. Is she really going to college? It sounds like her grades are pretty good. Zhu Fang is attracted to Xia Xiaolan's beauty and likes her, without minding her rural background or junior high diploma. But what if Xia Xiaolan actually gets into college? Zhu Fang doesn't feel inferior. He just thinks the possibility between him and Xia Xiaolan is shrinking. The teachers at school say Xia Xiaolan can get into a key university. What kind of job will she get after graduation? Xia Xiaolan wouldn't settle for a job as a restaurant buyer. She might even get assigned to a place far away and never return to Xanadu. Zhu Feng is quite affected by this news, and his proud demeanor quickly fades. His mother stubbornly says, "Is college that easy to get into? Just wait and see." However, if she does get into college, even coming from a rural background, being Zhu's daughter-in-law would be acceptable. But can Xia Xiaolan really make it? In that small county town of Anqing, you can count the number of students who get into college on one hand each year. After delivering the eels, Xia Xiaolan is supposed to bring back some oil residue. Old Wang and Teacher Qi bring good news, but they can't let Xia Xiaolan go back empty-handed. I heard she plans to bring back 300 to 400 pounds of oil residue to sell in the countryside. Teacher Qi looked at Lu Yong disapprovingly. University doesn't charge tuition, and you can receive a monthly living allowance. You just need to support her for 1 year, and I'm sure Xiaolan will be able to get into college next year. The conditions in the countryside are certainly not good. Lu Yong is her uncle, not her father, and Teacher Qi worries that Lu Yong might not allow Xiaolan to continue her studies. A promising student, the school can waive her fees, but she still needs to cover her living expenses, which is quite a bit for someone from the countryside. But if he can manage to support her for a year, it could change Xiaolan's life. Teacher Qi, I treat Xiaolan like my own daughter. With her grades, she definitely needs to continue her education. Lu Yong thought that the teacher underestimated her. Not only would he support her for a year, but if Xiaolan wants to take the exam, he would support her for as long as she needs. Lu Yong was still overjoyed. Xiaolan said she wanted to take the college entrance exam next year, and the family thought she should start from the first year of high school. Otherwise, Lu Yong wouldn't have rushed to transfer Xiaolan and Lu Fun's household registration from Daya village. But Xiaolan surprised Lu Yong greatly. No need to start from the first year. The teacher from County No. 1 High School said Xiaolan's study progress allows her to take the college entrance exam next year. She might even get into a key university. A key university would be the best. Even a regular undergraduate program would mean she is truly a college student. Lu Yong was so excited, he didn't know what to say. The two teachers traveled to Kaijingshan village and then rushed to the business city, clearly not out of boredom, but out of concern for Xiaolan. Xiaolan went to the oil factory to load her goods while Lu Yong and the other two waited outside. Old Wang also thought this girl was quite remarkable. Does she go to the market every day by herself? She's a self-employed individual. In today's view, workers are the most respected, officials are the most dignified, and self-employed individuals are often looked down upon. Isn't it embarrassing to be a small vendor? If Xiaolan had options, why would she be self-employed? Just look at her small business dealing with smelly eels and dirty oil residue. This girl has it tough. Even more impressive is that after graduating from middle school, Xiaolan continued to study on her own. Old Wang and Teacher Qi were moved by the image they had created in their minds. When Xiaolan came out with the oil residue, Old Wang encouraged her. Tomorrow, you should report to school. The third year doesn't have a break, and starting early will help you study more effectively. What a great student. She can't be delayed any longer. Old Wang thought for a moment and added, Don't worry about tuition, I will take care of it for you. Xiaolan felt Old Wang's support. Passing the transfer exam at County No. 1 High School was expected, but becoming a good student there wasn't part of her plan. Teachers Wang and Qi, I originally planned to discuss this at school, but since you both care about me so much, I want to share my thoughts in advance. You have seen my family situation. I will take the college entrance exam, but I might not attend classes at school for a while. Old Wang was very anxious, and Lu Yong looked extremely worried. What are you talking about? Just go to school and study. I will take care of everything else. You don't need to worry. How much does it cost to attend high school? Last year, Lu Yong definitely felt the pressure, but this year he found a way to make money. He hasn't taken out the money he earned yet, and while he can't do other things, supporting Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fun isn't a big deal. Having money gives him confidence, and he truly hopes Xia Xiaolan will have a better life in the future. In the past, there were no conditions, but now Xia Xiaolan has the chance to attend college. Even if he has no money, he would do anything to support her. Xia Xiaolan lowered her head. Uncle, I said I want to buy a house for my mom in the provincial city. This is my life, and I'm already 18. You should save your money for my cousin. If Lu Yong had to support her, Xia Xiaolan would feel very embarrassed. Lu Yong knew Xia Xiaolan was proud and had this attitude even before she faced difficulties. He didn't expect her to become more understanding, but that part of her hadn't changed. Old Wang thought this child had it tough, living with her divorced mother at her uncle's house, desperately wanting to change her life situation. Teacher Chi also felt soft-hearted. Being self-employed isn't very respectable, but Xia Xiaolan wanting to buy a house for her mother shows her filial piety. Xia, studying and settling down don't conflict. Once you graduate from college, the country will arrange a job for you, and the company will provide housing. It's just a matter of a few years. Being self-employed doesn't guarantee buying a house. Business isn't always profitable, and where does a college student's future compare? Teacher Chi didn't want Xia Xiaolan to make a hasty decision and sincerely advised her. Once you start working and earn a salary, you can pay your uncle back for your education. Xia Xiaolan was very sincere. I'm used to self-studying at home. The school environment makes me feel stressed. I struggled in middle school, but studying at home helped me find my learning method. Teacher, could we do it this way? I'll go to school for exams, and even if there are no exams, I'll visit school once a week to understand what I didn't grasp while self-studying. If Xia Xiaolan said she wouldn't attend school because she was doing business, neither teacher would agree, and even her uncle Lu Yong wouldn't support it. But when she said she preferred self-study, the two teachers were unsure, and Lu Yong was skeptical as well. Xia Xiaolan's grades in middle school were indeed average. To achieve good grades, I should have gone to a vocational school right after middle school. It's not possible to just stop studying after graduating from middle school. After 3 years since graduating from middle school, Xia Xiaolan was able to score 446 on the county's first high school exam. She surely didn't manage that by just studying at home for 2 days, but through self-study. Lu Yong couldn't ask too many questions in front of the two teachers, but he suspected it might be related to Wang Jianhua, the educated youth from Dahu village. Wang Jianhua also got into college, and Xiaolan used to be close to him, so they might have studied together. But could Lu Yong really say that? If he did, it would bring up the complicated relationship between Xia Ziyu, Wang Jianhua, and Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan lost out to Xia Ziyu in their love triangle, and she couldn't face the teachers at the county's first high school with the reputation of trying to win over her future brother-in-law. Xia Xiaolan's request put old Wang in a tough spot. However, Xia Xiaolan was firm. If the county's first high school didn't agree, she was fine with enrolling in the second high school. Old Wang couldn't let such a promising student go to the second high school, so he could only say he would discuss it with the school leaders. It was good that he could negotiate. Xia Xiaolan felt this would likely work out. She and the two teachers were parting ways in Anqing County, and Teacher Chi was not very pleased with Lu Yong. Teacher Chi thought the self-study excuse was just a cover. He believed Xia Xiaolan was worried about her family's financial situation. Having determination is good, but this girl was too determined. As her uncle, he needed to be firm and not let Xia Xiaolan ruin her future. Teachers still suggest you attend classes at school regularly. Thank you, Teacher Chi, but I have already made my decision. That was unnecessary talk. Her goal of going to college was not just for pride, but also to expand her network. In 20 or 30 years, this batch of college students from the 1980s would hold important positions in various fields and government departments. Xia Xiaolan knew that the connections she built now would be very useful in the future. One cannot always fight alone in life. Of course, going to college is important. Xia Xiaolan had to keep her long-term vision in mind, but she also needed to focus on the present. Quickly escaping poverty and achieving a better life was her top priority. Can I really get into college? Lu Yong kept smiling foolishly all the way. He even forgot that Xia Xiaolan's last name was Xia, because he genuinely saw her as family. He was filled with joy that the Lu family would have a college student, bringing honor to their name. He agreed with the teacher's suggestion that Xiaolan should attend school regularly. There were students who repeated 2 or 3 years and still didn't get accepted, but Xiaolan had good exam results. She shouldn't become arrogant. She needed to focus on her studies at school, work hard, and aim for a good university next year. Lu Yong didn't say much. He wanted to wait for Lu Fun and Li Fengmei to return so they could pressure Xiaolan together. Really? Lu Fun and Li Fengmei were out collecting eels, and their bicycle was taken by Xiaolan, so they had to walk. After a long day, they were exhausted, but when they got home and heard the good news, Lu Fun was so happy she was in shock. The news was true. A teacher from County No. 1 High School came to inform them that Xiaolan not only passed the school's transfer exam, but also had a great chance of getting into college next year. Go to school, study hard. Mom will support you. These were the words Lu Fun kept repeating. There was no logic or order to her thoughts. She was clearly overwhelmed with joy. Lu Fun felt like she was living in a dream. Previously, her daughter had been in despair, and they had nothing when they were driven out of the Xia family. Now, Xiaolan seemed to have matured overnight. Their lives were not getting worse. They were getting better. They had successfully divorced, moved out, and Xiaolan was making money from her business. All these positive changes had accumulated. Until today, when the teacher from County No. 1 High School brought the good news that Xiaolan not only had a chance to go to college, but was likely to succeed. A prestigious university? That seemed too extravagant. Even a vocational school would be a big deal. Xiaolan's fate would be changed. She hadn't even registered at County No. 1 High School yet, but Lu Fun could already see her bright future ahead. Education changes destiny. The country allocates jobs. Rural households can become urban ones, securing stable jobs, and saying goodbye to all the negative gossip. This future, though still unclear, matched Lu Fun's hopes. She was so emotional that she covered her mouth and cried loudly. Listen to your mom, study hard, don't worry about the business. If things get tough, you still have your uncle to help you. What are you afraid of? Yes, dear, we are family, we stick together. Lu Yong and Li Fengmei took turns encouraging her. Xiaolan hesitated. Was she being too hasty? Could she not run her business after getting into college? No. In this changing era, she wasn't one of those destined to shine. She just had a bit more knowledge than others. If she didn't seize the time, how could she achieve more than in her past life? She wasn't here to be a failure. Xiaolan's wavering heart became firm again. Earning money and studying didn't conflict. She would just need to put in more effort. So what? She could do it. She hugged her crying mother tightly. Mom, believe in me. County No. 1 High School was also worried. Such situations are rare. Teacher Wang and Teacher Qi have interacted with Xiaolan and don't want to give up on her potential, but the school thinks Xiaolan is a bit too stubborn. Even with a tuition reduction, it doesn't work. There are students at County No. 1 High School who are poorer than Xiaolan, yet they manage to study while eating cold buns and drinking free soup. Why can't Xiaolan endure some hardship? Xiaolan thinks she has already experienced such hardships in her past life. Why should she go through it again? She is not incapable of enduring difficulties. She just sees no need to force herself to suffer. If County No. 1 High School doesn't agree, she can enroll in No. 2 High School, which has even worse results this year, with only 2 students getting into university. Xiaolan feels indifferent. Previously, she worried about how much knowledge she still retained, but after reviewing the textbooks, she is confident in her abilities. People say it was hard to get into university in the 1980s. In the years right after the college entrance exam was reinstated in 1977, students didn't know how to study, and teachers were unsure of what to teach. Teachers were still figuring out the exam format, and their experience was built little by little. Xiaolan took the college entrance exam in 1995, 18 years after it was reinstated in 1977, and universities had not yet expanded their admissions. The experience of both teachers and students regarding the college entrance exam is incomparable to that of those from 1983. Xiaolan's previous diploma was valuable. She just chose the wrong major, but she has the ability to learn. She prefers self-study over attending lectures. She just needs to pick up the knowledge. she once learned. She has always been good at science, while her scores in Chinese and politics, which rely heavily on memorization, have been lacking. Not to mention prestigious schools, Xia Xiaolan believes she can easily get into a solid university. With this confidence, she is determined. The school had no choice but to let her take the exam again. This time, it wasn't a new teacher who didn't pay attention to her, and the exam papers were not handed out all at once. Instead, they were given one subject at a time, and as soon as she finished a subject, the corresponding teacher would grade it right away. She took the Chinese exam first and performed as usual. By the time she took the math exam, Teacher Chi had already graded her Chinese paper. "You scored 66 points," Teacher Chi said, quite upset. Xia Xiaolan's performance was surprisingly stable, just 1 point lower than last time. But Teacher Chi was frustrated. Those simple memorization questions were crucial for scoring, and Xia Xiaolan had wasted those opportunities. No, Xia Xiaolan must attend County No. 1 high school. This promising student cannot be held back by her Chinese score. Teacher Chi was determined to help her strengthen her foundation. After Xia Xiaolan finished the English exam, her math paper was also graded. Math score, 92, which is much better than many other students, 3 points higher than the first time. This shouldn't have lost points. I got the hard questions right, but messed up the easy ones? The math teacher was almost burying his face in the exam paper. This student still has room for improvement. With 10 months left, she might score over 100 in math. In the top county school, such a score in math is impressive. As for English, it was graded quickly. 100 points. The English teacher was flushed with excitement. When the college entrance exam first resumed, English was not included in the scores. Just last year, it only counted for 30% of the total score. However, the education department announced new rules nationwide. Starting from the 84th year of the exam, English will be counted out of 100. Regardless of the subject, it is a required exam, and students across the country are in despair. Students in big cities are better off, but those in smaller places only know the 26 letters, which form countless English words that have no connection to them. In Chinese, math, and English, Xia Xiaolan scored 258 points. There are still politics, physics, chemistry, and biology left, with 350 points still to be scored. Can Xia Xiaolan really not score 100 points in all 4 subjects? No matter how you calculate it, she can reach last year's admission line of 350 points for vocational colleges. Xia Xiaolan took 3 exams in the morning, and the supervising teacher told her to take a break, so she ran off to invite Qin to lunch. She stood at the classroom door waiting for Qin to finish class, causing quite a stir. She was truly beautiful. In all her years, where had anyone seen such a pretty girl? When the class bell rang, a vacuum zone formed around Xia Xiaolan. Students were sneaking glances at her, but didn't dare to approach. Talking to someone as beautiful as Xia Xiaolan felt like making a mistake. Chun Qing slowly made his way through the crowd. Xia Xiaolan made him the center of attention. Qing was well-liked, and some girls had a crush on him. Boys looked at Qing with envy, while girls looked at Xia Xiaolan with a hint of hostility. Qing couldn't help but quicken his pace. He already knew that Xia Xiaolan had passed the school's transfer test, and thinking about being classmates with her made him happy. "Xiaolan, how did you do today?" "About the same as last time." "Qing, I'm treating you to lunch." The two headed to the cafeteria, leaving behind whispers. "Who is that? Is she Qing's girlfriend?" "This guy, no way. Qing is going to college. How could he have a girlfriend?" "Don't talk nonsense." The girl was not convinced. Xia Xiaolan called him brother, but what if she was actually his sister? The boys thought, if there was such a beautiful person, why bother with college? Qing came from the countryside, so getting engaged at this age wasn't surprising. Xia Xiaolan's appearance was like a stone thrown into calm water, creating ripples. These students didn't know that Xia Xiaolan was not just a fleeting beauty. She was destined to shine at Anqing County No. 1 High School and leave a lasting impression on her peers. The cafeteria at Anqing No. 1 required food stamps. You could buy food stamps with money, Or you could bring food to exchange for stamps, but during busy lunch hours, the cafeteria wouldn't have time to exchange them. Even with money, you couldn't buy a meal. Xia Xiaolan wanted to treat Qingqing to lunch, but then he ended up treating her to a second meal. Qingqing's family was doing well, so he didn't mind a few food stamps. Qingqing was happy for Xia Xiaolan. Good luck on your exam this afternoon. Xia Xiaolan nodded. Qingqing was a nice person. Even though he often blushed, she could feel his kindness. Chen's family had helped her a lot. Her mother had a smooth divorce, and they moved their household registration, all thanks to Qingqing's grandfather. Xia Xiaolan remembered this kindness. Brother Qingqing, you'll definitely do well next year. Qingqing's score last year was not low. He scored over 400 points, but didn't fill out his application correctly and missed out. However, repeating a year wasn't a bad thing. If he had been accepted last year, he would have gone to a vocational college. This year, if he worked hard, he could aim for a bachelor's degree. A bachelor's degree and a vocational degree were definitely different. Not only was there a difference in salary after graduation, but the gap would grow over time. Speaking of next year's college entrance exam, Qingqing felt a bit anxious. I'm not good at English. I don't know how I'll do next year. You're worried about that?
Don't worry.
My English is decent. If you need help, just ask. Xiaolan. Qingqing looked touched. Xia Xiaolan thought, brother, you blush so easily. How are we supposed to be classmates? County number 1 high school agreed to Xia Xiaolan's request. What could they do if they disagreed? She scored 457 points on her second attempt. Students had to let their grades speak for themselves, and County number 1 high school quickly processed Xia Xiaolan's enrollment. She made her first appearance and was placed in Qingqing's class, shocking everyone in Class 3. They had to continue their lives and business as usual. Xia Xiaolan had her own study plan. She just needs to show up regularly, take various tests, and let the teachers at school know that her grades haven't dropped. The teachers, including Mr. Wang, feel regretful, believing that her closed-off learning at school will lead to better results next year. However, Xia Xiaolan is determined and has convinced her elders at home, leaving no one able to change her mind. Saying goodbye to Zhu Fong feels a bit awkward. Zhu Fong isn't a bad person, but his mother has high expectations, and Xia Xiaolan doesn't want to feel like she's trying to climb a social ladder. She really doesn't have any romantic feelings for Zhu Fong. It feels like an unnecessary burden. Zhu Fong didn't hear what his mother said, and his attitude towards Xia Xiaolan hasn't changed. After thinking it over, she hinted, I might stop delivering goods soon. The eel business can last until November, but if Xia Xiaolan ends it early, Zhu Fong will surely be reluctant. But what can Zhu Fong say? Xia Xiaolan hasn't said she dislikes him or that she doesn't want to make money. He has to go back to school. Compared to being self-employed, going to college is the right path. Zhu Fong might want to confess his feelings, but the words get stuck in his throat. He only has a middle school education. His family is well off, and his salary is decent, but it depends on who you compare it to. A true second-generation official wouldn't be allowed to stop at middle school. Even if there were a year when the college entrance exam was cancelled, how could Zhu Fong work as a buyer at the Yellow River restaurant? Zhu Fong's family is considered good among ordinary workers in town, enough to look down on rural people, but it's really just a bit of small power. Xiaolan, I wish you success in getting into your dream university. If you're too busy, you can have someone else deliver the goods. I'm still the buyer for the restaurant, so this business won't go under. Zhu Fong still holds on to hope. Just in case Xia Xiaolan doesn't get accepted, he wants to keep a connection. The person Xia Xiaolan arranges to deliver goods won't be a stranger. It will likely be her uncle. By building a good relationship with her uncle, Zhu Fong can stay connected to Xia Xiaolan. He may be proud, but he's not foolish. With his words, what can Xia Xiaolan do? As she left the Yellow River restaurant, she couldn't help but pat her face, thinking about how her looks would have been unimaginable in her past life. Zhu Fong is mistaken. Lu Yong won't always deliver goods for Xia Xiaolan because he has his own family to support. With Li Fengmei and Lu Fen buying eels everywhere, even the leftover oil residue Xia Xiaolan brings back can be sold by them. Xia Xiaolan doesn't need to make a trip to the business city every other day. She focuses on selling the hundreds of pounds of eels she has stored at home. With the high demand for oil residue in the countryside, she quickly recovers several hundred yuan. Lu Fen learned how to ride a bicycle. The supply channels are still in place, and it doesn't matter who delivers goods to the city. Zhu Feng discovered that the delivery person was Xia Xiaolan's mother. He couldn't afford to be careless. With other intentions, Zhu Feng could only be more enthusiastic towards Lu Fen. She listened to everything he said, but in her heart, she believed that her daughter's priority was to get into college. No matter how good a partner is, can they compare to getting a college education? Relationships can end, but a college degree guarantees a job. Lu Fen has her own simple values. They may be straightforward, but they are effective. Lu Yong is going on a long trip. Before that, Zhang Erlai and his gang were sentenced. The thugs who had blocked the road received 20 years, while Zhang Erlai got a life sentence. He wouldn't dare to falsely accuse Xia Xiaolan of having a relationship with him again, as that could lead to a death sentence. This troublesome issue was unexpectedly resolved. As time goes by, new gossip will naturally replace the rumors about Xia Xiaolan. Lu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. If I go quickly, it will take a month. If slowly, it will be more than 2 months. You 3 women take care of Tao Tao at home. If anything happens, don't handle it alone. Ask the villagers for help. Lu Yong was anxious. His friends had been urging him, and he had already delayed long enough. Now that Lu Fen is divorced, the mother and daughter have moved their household registration, and Xia Xiaolan has a school to attend. With several thugs sentenced, Lu Yong could not delay any longer. Why do people in the countryside want to have sons? It's not just because of old feudal beliefs or the need for labor. Without a man at home, it's easy to be bullied. It's not about fighting for benefits. If Lu Yong is not home, leaving 3 women, including the delicate Xia Xiaolan, will attract unwanted attention. Of course, the Xia family isn't short of men. The 3 brothers are strong, but with Xia Xiaolan's reputation tarnished, the men of the Xia family haven't stepped up, which is almost worse than having none. Before leaving, Lu Yong not only brought back 2 dogs to guard the house but also greeted the neighbors, asking them to keep an eye on things. Tao Tao's dad, take care of yourself while you're away. I'll be here at home. Li Fengmei's eyes were a bit red. She certainly didn't want Lu Yong to go far, but he was the head of the family, and he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. He had to go out and earn money. If a couple wants to stay together all the time, they must be prepared to be poor. It's one thing for adults to be poor, but Lu Yong and his wife have a son, and parents must consider their child's future. Lu Yong told others he was going out to work as a mason. Xia Xiaolan felt that her uncle was acting mysteriously, which didn't seem like the behavior of a laborer. Everyone has their secrets, and Xia Xiaolan just hoped that Lu Yong would have a smooth journey. Lu Yong has left, but life goes on as usual. At the home of the village chief, Chen Wangda, there were discussions about Xia Xiaolan. What a troublemaker Lu Yong was before. Now he seems to be improving, Chen Wangda's daughter-in-law whispered to her husband. Of course, Chen Wangda has more than one son, but the position of village chief will definitely go to the eldest. Chen's eldest son and his wife have a good son, Chen Qing, who is the eldest grandson and will be the future college student of the Qin family. Chen Wangda rolled up some scrap paper his son used for homework to smoke. Most farmers smoke this way. A pack of cigarettes is expensive, and since there are no cigarette coupons in the countryside, they are used to smoking hand-rolled tobacco. Without filters, these cigarettes are strong. Chen Wangda puffed out smoke. Even though he was a troublemaker, he never harmed the village. Since he's not home, we should keep an eye on his family. Before Lu Yong left, he brought gifts to the house. With cigarettes and wine, it was quite a respectable gesture. Chen's wife softly agreed. What goes around comes around. I believe Lu Yong's family will do well in the future. Lu Yong is making progress. He brought his sister-in-law Lu Fen back home to live. Initially, she had a bad reputation, but it turned out she wasn't as terrible as rumored. She is capable, smart, and can earn money. Teachers from County Number 1 Middle School came to the village to encourage Xia Xiaolan to attend school, saying she has a great chance of getting into college next year. Chen's wife pondered this matter, noticing how her son Qin Qing looked at Xia Xiaolan. As a mother, she could tell. In the past, she would have absolutely opposed it. However, if Xia Xiaolan gets into college, it's not impossible. For this reason, she certainly wants to take good care of Lu Yong's family. Chen's wife nudged her husband. Is there any decision about the land for Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan? The village hasn't made a statement yet. In front of the Xia family, Chen Wangda announced he would help Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan settle in Kaijingshan village and promised to allocate land to them.
He was serious about it.
This matter first needs the village's approval before being reported to the township. Chen Wangda has his own procedures. Lu Fun and Xia Xiaolan cannot rush this. Xia Xiaolan doesn't have a strong attachment to land, but if the village wants to allocate farmland to them and give them a piece of residential land, she won't foolishly refuse. She plans to buy a house in the city, while Lu Fun is attached to the land. For farmers, having land means that as long as they work hard, they can at least feed themselves. Lu Yong left in such a hurry that the day after he left was the grain tax deadline. This caused some arguments among the Xia family. Every year, after the rice harvest at the end of summer, the village sends a notice of public grain taxes to each household. In 1983, the area in southern Henan had mostly completed the land distribution, and although the Xia family had not split up, the land was assigned to individuals. After Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fin moved their household registration, there was no land left for them in Dea village, but this did not affect the previous grain output. By the time Lu Fun and her daughter lost their land, it was already after the rice harvest. The public grain tax notice was naturally based on the previous amount of land. This stirred up trouble, as Grandma Xia was already upset and refused to agree. The public grain from those two women, the Xia family will not pay. Their household registration is gone and they lost their land, so why should Dajuan pay the grain tax? The more land one has, the more grain tax one has to pay. Grandma Xia kept a close watch on how much grain the Xia family harvested each year. Once the grain was handed over to her, it was difficult to get it back. She did not dare to cause a scene with the village, but she made a fuss because she did not want Xia Xiaolan and her mother to live comfortably. Xia Dajuan kept his head down and said nothing. After Lu Fun and her daughter moved, although their land was taken away, it could not be planted next year and had nothing to do with this year's harvest. The rice was piled in the Xia family's granary, yet Grandma Xia still demanded grain from Lu Fun and her daughter. She cried and made a scene, leaving Xia Dajuan feeling helpless. Could he ask Lu Fun and her daughter for grain? Lu Fun was no longer living with him. It was what people today call leaving with nothing. The mother and daughter left the Xia family with only 20 pounds of sweet potatoes. That was just 20 pounds of low-value food, not 20 pounds of gold bricks. If it weren't for Lu Yong's generosity and Xia Xiaolan's hard work, they would have starved to death living off those 20 pounds of sweet potatoes. When they divorced, Lu Fun just wanted to leave the Xia family quickly and did not ask for any property. This year's harvest was considered good, and Xia Dajuan should have at least sent some grain to Lu Fun and her daughter. After all, Lu Fun was his ex-wife and Xia Xiaolan was still his daughter, right? If he didn't send grain, Grandma Xia would only create more trouble. She was taking advantage of Lu Fun and didn't want the mother and daughter to live peacefully. But what if they actually gave some grain? The Xia family could save some grain. Grandma Xia was unreasonable and forced Xia Dajuan to make a scene. One moment she was throwing a tantrum, and the next she was pretending to be pitiful, pulling Xia Dajuan to say how hard it was for Xia Ziyu to study in the capital, and that the family should save a little so that Xia Ziyu could have a better life at school. Wang Jinggui's eyes flickered. Others said that going to college didn't cost much at all, with no tuition fees and monthly subsidies. Xia Ziyu is in college, and it feels like the old Xia family is being drained dry. But Grandma Xia isn't pushing her. It's Wang Jinggui who doesn't plan to say anything. Mom, Xiaolan and the others live with the Lu family. They don't have any food. Xia Dajuan is almost out of options. Grandma Xia wipes her tears sadly. Is you going to starve at school? I see Xiaolan's uncle is doing well. What's a little food? He shouldn't have agreed to their household registration change. Grandma Xia has no idea that changing the household registration means that the land under Lu Fun and Xiaolan's names would disappear too. As a rural elder, she doesn't understand government policies and feels cheated by Lu Fun and her daughter, which is why there's so much arguing today. In Dahu village, each person has about 2 acres of land, and with Lu Fun and Xiaolan's registration moved, the Xia family lost a whole 5 acres. How much food could that produce? What hurts Grandma Xia is seeing the grain tax receipt. It feels like someone is cutting her deeply. Mom, so you can manage her expenses at school. Please don't pressure my younger brother to ask for food. Those people aren't easy to deal with. The one speaking up is the understanding sister-in-law, Zhang Cui. Xia Dajuan looks at her gratefully. Now that he's divorced, he can't just confront Lu Fun like before, and even his daughter Xiaolan has become independent. She hasn't returned to Dahu village in days. Isn't Xia Dajuan frustrated? The people from Kaijingshan village are tough. Last time, they gave him a good beating. That old man Chen from Kaijingshan is hard to deal with and knows officials in the county. Otherwise, Lu Fun and Xiaolan wouldn't have been able to change their registration so easily. Xia Dajuan has always been timid outside and doesn't dare to cause trouble for Lu Fun and her daughter right now. Besides, asking them for food doesn't really make sense. Grandma Xia changes her tone. Then how will Ziyu manage her expenses? You all are good people, but I'm the only one who seems to be the bad guy. I'm doing this for Ziyu. The eldest, Xia Chongjing, speaks up. Ziyu's uncle has set up a snack stall near the county school. Business is pretty good. I can't guarantee how much he makes, but it's definitely better than farming in the countryside. Mom, Ziyu's uncle wants me and Zhang Cui to join him. I want to give it a try. The snack stall is actually run by Zhang Cui. Zhang Cui's brother and his wife are just helping out, but Zhang Cui and Xia Chongjing have their own interests. Since the Xia family hasn't split, they don't want to earn money for others. They plan to run their own business under a different name, avoiding sharing profits with others. 10 Xia Dajins combined wouldn't be as clever as this couple. Wang Jinggui's eyes light up, and Grandma Xia temporarily sets Xia Dajuan aside. So this is what they call a private business? The most honorable are the poor farmers, and they achieve the best results. The Xia family is made up of poor farmers. Capitalism should be criticized. Of course, Grandma Xia longs to be a city person, but she dreams of being a worker in a town. Is being a self-employed person a bit embarrassing? Zhang Cui knows what Grandma Xia is thinking. At first, Zhang Cui also felt that being self-employed was shameful, but after being persuaded by Xia Ziyu, she opened a snack shop in front of the county high school. The money everyone earned eased Zhang Cui's worries. Look down on self-employed people? With a good income, who can look down on whom? According to Xia Ziyu's guess, the number of self-employed people will only increase. Right now, the poorest are farmers, and in 20 years, farmers will still be the poorest. Mom, being self-employed may not seem impressive now, but it's all for Ziyu. The hardships that Chongjing and I endure are worth it. Once Ziyu graduates from college, our family will have made it through. Grandma Xia loves to hear such words. The Xia family believes that Xia Ziyu will achieve great success. In the 1980s, college students were indeed valuable, but to achieve even a little success, one must work hard for 10 to 20 years. The jobs assigned by the state only pay so much. Xia Ziyu can take care of herself, but how will she support a whole family? Grandma Xia is too naive. Mom, I'm not afraid of being embarrassed as a self-employed person. If not, I can help out. My sister-in-law is at home. Wang Jingwa stepped forward, and Grandma Xia glared at her fiercely. Is that your maternal brother? That's Ziyu's uncle. Zhang Cui and Xia Chongjing's snack business was thriving at home. Xia Dajuan still faced blame. He didn't dare to go to Qijing village to ask his ex-wife and daughter for food. Grandma Xia sent him to do odd jobs to help Xia Ziyu save for living expenses. Xia Dajuan didn't object at all. He may not have many skills, but he had strength. Among the grandchildren, Grandma Xia favored Xia Ziyu the most, and among her 3 sons, she definitely favored the youngest, Xia Hongbing. Before Xia Dajun left, he heard his mother say, "Hongbing doesn't need to go out. Your older brother and second brother are already gone, and the farm work needs people." Xia Hongbing readily agreed. It's not the busy farming season now. There isn't much heavy work in the fields, and the weather is just right. It's the most comfortable time of the year, and Grandma Xia is being partial, wanting Hongbing to enjoy a few relaxing days. Why did Zhang Chui kindly help Xia Dajun out? Xia Ziyu's telegram had come back, asking Zhang Chui and Xia Chongjing to temporarily not worry about Xia Xiaolan's side. Zhang Chui didn't want the family to pay too much attention to Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen. After a lot of effort, the mother and daughter were finally pushed away. What will happen when Xia Dajun has more chances to interact with them and Lu Fen brings Xia Xiaolan back to the Xia family? A divorced middle-aged woman living with her dependent daughter at her parents' house will face many difficulties, especially since Xia Xiaolan is lazy and competitive. Life will be tough for them. The Xia family doesn't need another granddaughter. Grandma only wants to see Ziyu. The whole family supports Xia Ziyu's education, which is Zhang Chui's goal. With this mindset, even Xia Hongxia finds it annoying. Their teenage daughter can be married off. Before going to the county, Zhang Chui mentioned this to Grandma Xia. Xia Hongxia is the least outstanding granddaughter. Xia Ziyu is a good student, and Xia Xiaolan is very pretty, while Xia Hongxia doesn't stand out in either way. However, Wang Jinghua and Xia Hongxia both want her to marry someone with good conditions. It's better if Grandma Xia doesn't bring it up. When she does, Wang Jinghua finds an excuse. Ziyu is already a college student. Hongxia can't just marry any random person from the countryside. Sister-in-law, let Hongxia work in the store for a bit. We can pay her well since it's close to school. Who knows, maybe our Hongxia will have good luck too. Zhang Chui's smile is almost gone. Does the small eatery really need that many people? Asking her brother and his wife for help is just Zhang Chui trying to rely on her family. Xia Hongxia's looks are far behind Xia Xiaolan's, and when it comes to being lazy, the two sisters are equally matched. Even if the store needs help, it wouldn't hire Xia Hongxia. However, Grandma Xia is a bit tempted. The better her granddaughter marries, the more benefits for the family. Although she favors Xia Ziyu, Xia Hongxia also has her father Xia Hongbing's influence, which keeps her in Grandma Xia's thoughts. The eldest couple is just helping out. What does Hongxia need for pay? Since they are family, take Hongxia to see. If your brother wants to keep her, let her stay in the store and just provide her meals. Xia Hongxia pouts. No pay for work? She pulls on Grandma Xia's arm, trying to act cute. Grandma Xia thinks she's foolish. If she stays in the store, they are all relatives, and Ziyu's uncle wouldn't refuse to pay her. If you don't want to go, then stay home and take your time to find someone. Xia Hongxia opens her mouth, and Wang Jinghua pushes her. Listen to your grandma. Sister-in-law, I leave Hongxia to you. If she misbehaves, don't hesitate to discipline her.
Zhang Chui feels frustrated.
Right now, Grandma Xia has the final say in the Xia family. When she speaks, Zhang Chui has no choice but to take Xia Hongxia to the county. Zhang Chui's eatery is in a great location. Anqing County has two main consumer groups, workers from the agricultural machinery factory and the meat processing plant, along with students. County No. 1 High School is the best high school in Anqing County. Xia Ziyu didn't do well in middle school and had to repeat a year before being admitted to County No. 1 High School. At 20 years old, she is already starting college this year. Even a top student like Xia Ziyu had to repeat a year to get into the school. Although it is looked down upon by people from the provincial city, it is considered a good school in Anqing County and the surrounding areas. Some students at County No. 1 High School come from difficult backgrounds, while others are better off. They may not have a lot of money, but they can still afford to buy snacks. Zhang Chui opened a snack shop based on Xia Ziyu's suggestion, located right at the entrance of County No. 1 High School. Although it is more than 30 meters from the school gate, it is convenient for workers coming and going. To the left is a meat processing factory, and to the right is a farm machinery factory, making it a busy intersection and a prime location for business. Xia Hongxia wore her best clothes and followed Zhang Chui to the county town. The sign for Zhang's Snacks could be seen from far away. Compared to other snack stalls, Zhang's two storefronts looked quite impressive. It wasn't always this grand. In the beginning, Zhang Cui and Xia Chongjing had little capital, and Xia Ziyu didn't need Zhang Cui's help while studying at school, so she set up a stall outside. After 3 years of growth, Zhang's snacks reached its current scale. It transformed from a small stall to a storefront, and from Zhang Cui managing everything alone to hiring Xia Ziyu's uncle and aunt for help. Zhang Cui looked at her shop with great satisfaction. "Sister-in-law, you're here." It's been half a month. Zhang Cui's sister-in-law rushed out to show off her work and report on recent business. Seeing Xia Hongxia, she fell silent. "Is that Hongxia from the Lao San family? You haven't seen her in years, have you?" "Aunt, it's me, Hongxia." Zhang Cui's sister-in-law swallowed her words. They had agreed not to mention that Zhang Cui was the boss in front of outsiders. Xia Hongxia was definitely an outsider. "Has Hongxia grown so much? You must be hungry. Come in, I'll get you some buns." As she pulled Xia Hongxia into the shop, she glanced at Zhang Cui. Zhang Cui sighed. Ziyu's grandmother said Hongxia is old enough and wants her to help in the shop. "I didn't know if you were hiring, so I brought her to take a look." Xia Hongxia looked down at her toes, her eyes secretly scanning the shop. The two storefronts had 7 or 8 long tables, and the walls were covered with colorful price lists. The breakfast rush had passed, and the tables were piled with dirty dishes that hadn't been cleared. "Aunt, please keep me here. I promise to work hard." Xia Hongxia is a bit clever. When Zhang Suidi's sister-in-law asked her to eat buns, Xia Hongxia ignored her and went to work instead. Zhang Suidi's sister-in-law couldn't just kick her out. She felt suspicious. Could it be that her sister-in-law was worried about her and her husband running the shop, so she sent Xia Hongxia as a spy? Zhang Suidi's sister-in-law is named Jiang Lianxiang. The snack shop is doing well, and every day, there is extra money coming in from Jiang Lianxiang and her husband, Zhang Manfu. Especially during the half-month when Zhang Cui returned to Daya village, Jiang Lianxiang and her husband made quite a bit of money. Jiang Lianxiang hoped her sister-in-law would stay in the countryside and never come back because the Zhang snack shop is like a golden goose. With these suspicions in mind, Jiang Lianxiang didn't want to ask Xia Hongxia to leave. Zhang Cui thought her sister-in-law was not very smart. She couldn't be the bad guy and refuse Xia Hongxia. Jiang Lianxiang could just make up an excuse, right? If it weren't for her brother Zhang Manfu, why would she even ask Jiang Lianxiang for help? Xia Chongjing arrived a day earlier than Zhang Cui. He went early in the morning to buy supplies for the snack shop. When he returned and saw Xia Hongxia, he thought for a moment and decided to let her stay. Xia Hongxia is lazy and greedy, but she is still a Xia. The shop sign says Zhangji, and Xia Chongjing knows the reason, but still feels uncomfortable. His brother-in-law Zhang Manfu is opportunistic, and by keeping Xia Hongxia around, he also gives Zhang Manfu and Jiang Lianxiang something to think about. By chance, Xia Hongxia ended up helping at the snack shop. Although Xia Chongjing kept his niece, he is stingy and never mentioned giving her a salary. Xia Hongxia only lasted a day before her true colors showed. She worked lazily but was very sweet-tongued, especially to a male student who came to eat. She was extremely enthusiastic. Xia Xiaolan still didn't know she had avoided another round of trouble with her family. Xia Dajuan really came to ask the mother and daughter for grain, and he wouldn't get anything good from them. Of course, it's always better to have one less hassle. Xia Xiaolan's time is precious and shouldn't be wasted on unrelated people. Thanks to the Xia family's various plans and their inability to work together, they didn't often disturb Xia Xiaolan's life. The notice for grain delivery was sent to every household. Xia Xiaolan planned to go to the village grain station with her Aunt Li Fengmei to deliver the grain. This was a new experience for Xia Xiaolan, something she hadn't done in her past life. The rice must be dried thoroughly, without any sand or stones, and free of other impurities. Only plump, golden grains without any shriveled ones count as qualified grain. How many times a year do we have to pay grain taxes? After harvesting rice, we pay with the rice, along with the wheat and rapeseed from earlier. A portion of the harvest is given to the government for free to replace the agricultural tax. The grain tax may not fully cover the tax, so any shortfall must be paid in cash. Previously, the production team collected the grain tax and agricultural tax together, but after the household contract system was introduced, each family pays their own grain and tax. Now we don't pay taxes. Instead, we pay a retention fee, said Lu Fun, who went to collect deals, while Xia Xiaolan helped her aunt pack the rice. The rice was carefully dried and sorted, with no damaged grains or even small bits. Li Fengmei mentioned that this year they had to pay a retention fee, leaving Xia Xiaolan confused. In the rural areas of the 1980s, there were many things she didn't understand. She didn't know how to farm or how difficult life was in the countryside during that time. It wasn't just the hard work. The amount of grain required felt like a huge burden for farmers. The technology for hybrid rice was developed in the 1970s, and in southern Henan province, it started being demonstrated in 1976, but it has not been widely adopted yet. In Anqing County, farmers mainly grow conventional rice. Hybrid rice can yield over 1,000 pounds per acre, while the best conventional rice yields only about 700 to 800 pounds. After processing, 100 pounds of rice yields less than 70 pounds of white rice. A family of 3 might have about 5 acres of land, but not all of it can grow rice. There are poor quality slopes and unproductive fields. The grain tax is given for free, and any surplus grain is sold to the government at low prices. Without selling grain, how can farmers have money? The money from selling grain doesn't last long due to expenses for pesticides, seeds, fertilizers, and the retention fee mentioned by Li Fengmei. The full name of the retention fee is Coordinated Retention Fee, which consists of 2 parts. The 5 coordinated fees include education surcharges, family planning fees, militia training fees, civil affairs subsidies, and transportation fees. The village retention fees include 3 items: housing fund, public welfare fund, and management fees. The housing fund is not the same as the modern housing fund. It is used for agricultural water conservancy construction, afforestation, and purchasing fixed production materials. The Public Welfare Fund supports the 5 guarantee households, assists the extremely poor, and funds cooperative medical care and other welfare projects. Management fees are for the compensation and expenses of village leaders. Li Fengmei probably doesn't know these details. Everyone just pays what the village requires. Xia Xiaolan is even more clueless. During her first days after her rebirth, she was worried about going hungry. Later, she became quite successful in her business and never experienced real rural poverty. Several bags of carefully selected golden rice were packed. Xia Xiaolan refused to study at home. Recently, Li Fengmei and Lu Fun didn't want her to go out. Xia Xiaolan was restless and wanted to go with her aunt to deliver the grain to the village. Li Fengmei, worried that Xia Xiaolan might feel cooped up, agreed to let her go. Having a bicycle was really convenient. A sturdy 28-inch bike could carry hundreds of pounds of grain. Without a bicycle, they would have to use a cart to transport it to the grain station. On the way, they met a grain delivery team from Chen Wangda's family. Chen Qing's mother called out to stop Xia Xiaolan and Li Fengmei. "Let's go together. It's nice to have company on the road." Li Fengmei was quite happy and called her sister-in-law. Xia Xiaolan politely called her aunt. She liked the people from Qijing village. They might gossip a bit, but they weren't malicious. Compared to Dahu village, Qijing village had a very different atmosphere. Xia Xiaolan felt that her connection with Chen Wangda was due to his role as the village chief. Chen's wife seemed to care about Xia Xiaolan and asked her about her studies along the way. Xia Xiaolan had scored full marks in English on both of her tests, a subject that Chen Qing struggled with. Remembering how Chen Wangda helped her and her mother, Xia Xiaolan offered to tutor Chen Qing. "If Andy is okay with it, I can help Chen Qing with English during his break." The English exam for the college entrance test wasn't too difficult. Even in later years, knowing over 3,000 words was usually enough. However, later students built their vocabulary from elementary through high school, and by the time of Xia Xiaolan's rebirth, there were many apps to help memorize words. For students in 1983, especially those from remote areas, it was much harder. No matter how poor their scores in Chinese were, students could always earn some points in their native language. But with English, there was no foundation. In the years leading up to the reinstatement of the college entrance exam, English scores didn't count, which caught students off guard, and teachers were unsure how to teach it systematically. Rote memorization didn't work effectively. Vowels and consonants? If they couldn't even read the words, how could they distinguish between vowels and consonants? English was not just a hurdle for Chen Qing, it was a challenge for other students too. Even if they wanted to find a teacher for extra help, it was difficult to find one. Although Chen Wangda knew people in the county, he couldn't find such resources. He was just a village chief, not a county leader. No one knew how Xia Xiaolan learned English, but her perfect scores showed she was doing well. Chen Qing's mother was overjoyed and held onto Xia Xiaolan tightly. Chen Qing's grades are not bad. If his English scores improve a bit, he will do even better in next year's college entrance exam. Xiaolan, when we go to deliver the grain later, you should stand behind Annie. Xiaolan couldn't understand her aunt's expression. Li Fengmei was smiling, thinking it was just a line to wait in. Was it really that important? When it was time to deliver the grain, Xiaolan realized the advantage of being behind Chen Wangda's family. Outside the grain station, there was a long line. The Chen family waited patiently without cutting in, chatting casually while waiting. Inside the grain station, it was noisy, with local leaders and village heads checking the grain. Xiaolan thought it was just a matter of weighing the grain according to the list, and after inspection, they would keep the grain. Wasn't that how it worked? She was so naive. Delivering grain was not that simple. When it was a family's turn, the staff at the grain station would use a hollow iron tube to take a sample from the sack for inspection. In southern Hunan, wheat matures in June, and they had already delivered wheat at the end of June. This time, it was rice. The staff took out some rice with the tube and looked at it in their hands, not up to standard. The person delivering the grain smiled and said nice things, but somehow it was downgraded to third-class grain. Third-class grain is considered acceptable, but with a lower grade, they had to deliver more. The evaluation standard was in the hands of the grain station inspectors, who almost always rated it lower, with very few first-class grains appearing. By noon, it was finally the Chen family's turn. When the staff saw Sister Chen, their expression remained serious, but they rated her rice as first class. Xiaolan couldn't tell the difference in the rice, and the people around her were clearly not convinced, but no one argued with the staff. They whispered, "That's the Chen family from Kaijingshan. Chen Wang." "Sho, don't talk." Chen Wangda didn't even need to come over. The old man was with the local leaders. When it was their turn, the staff automatically rated it as first class. Xiaolan understood the situation. The old man's reputation was strong, and the staff didn't dare to be dishonest. The Chen family's grain inspection was very quick, and soon it was Li Fengmei's turn. Li Fengmei and Xiaolan had weighed the rice at home, and each bag was supposed to be 100 pounds, but at the grain station, it weighed less than 80 pounds. Li Fengmei's face looked bad, but she didn't say anything. Xiaolan had already figured out the trick. Could she expose it? The workplace competition wasn't always about positive energy. Xiaolan knew that some people could be quite tricky. "This is also for my family," Sister Chen casually added. The people at the grain station looked at the grain receipt. The head of the household is named Liu, and there is no connection to Chen. How could they be related? How can someone with the surname Liu become part of the same family as someone with the surname Chen? Different surnames can still form connections through marriage. Sister Chen is clearly lying, and the grain station staff are turning a blind eye. They finished checking the public grain from Li Fengmei's family, and there was no short wait, but they rated it as second class. Despite this, Li Fengmei was very happy. "Sister, your words have saved us a lot of trouble." Sister Chen was relying on her father-in-law, Chen Wangda's influence. When delivering public grain, the staff at the grain station would benefit in some way. Everyone knows this. No matter how powerful Chen Wangda is, he can't prevent the people of Kaijingshan village from being troubled by the grain station. However, because Chen Wangda speaks firmly, the people of Kaijingshan village face the least trouble. For every 100 pounds of rice, they can at least get 80 pounds counted. In other villages, When delivering public grain, it's common for 100 pounds to be counted as only 70 pounds. What could Xia Xiaolan say? In another 30 years, these complicated issues in rural areas won't disappear. It's not just in the countryside. Everywhere in the world has similar unwritten rules. Xia Xiaolan also benefits from these unwritten rules. She has a sense of morality. She thinks a score above 60 is acceptable, but expecting her to hold herself to a saintly standard is unrealistic. Sister Chen didn't go home after delivering the grain. Several men from her family were helping at the grain station, so Xia Xiaolan and her aunt left first. On the way, Li Fengmei couldn't hold back and subtly reminded Xia Xiaolan, "Auntie is saying this for your own good. Chen Qing is a good boy, but you have the chance to go to college. Let's put the dating aside until after the college entrance exam, okay?" Xia Xiaolan was both amused and helpless. "Auntie, I really am not dating Chen Qing. Why would you think that? Chen Qing's mother treats you like a future daughter-in-law. Uncle Wang Da has that influence, but the Chen family's goodwill isn't easily given away. In this kind of closeness, the Chen family in Kaijingshan village wouldn't even consider someone with the surname Liu." Li Fengmei could see how Chen Qing felt about Xiaolan and how the Chen family treated her. After her aunt's analysis, even if Xia Xiaolan didn't believe it, she had to accept it. Grandma Xia scolded her, saying no family would agree to let Xia Xiaolan in. Once she left the Xia family, opportunities for romance would come her way. Let's not talk about Zhou Cheng. Xia Xiaolan realized she had been introduced to parents twice. In this day and age, when women can stand on equal ground, why shouldn't she have her own career? To have a career, she needs to interact with people, regardless of gender. Xia Xiaolan treats everyone equally. Her looks can open doors for her and sometimes bring her advantages, but they can also lead to misunderstandings. Just because she talks to someone doesn't mean she's interested in dating. Fortunately, Aunt Chen and Zhu Fang's mom are different. They seem to like her. But what do they like about her? It can't just be her looks. Xia Xiaolan can guess that Aunt Chen appreciates her hard work and her potential to go to college. Xia Xiaolan doesn't feel uncomfortable about this. Good looks won't last forever, but her skills will always be hers. However, she doesn't have feelings for Chen Qing, so to avoid misunderstandings with the Chen family, she needs to keep some distance. "Aunt, I'm not thinking about dating right now. I see Chen Qing as an older brother. But since Grandpa Chen helped my mom and me a lot, I owe the Chen family. I promised Aunt Chen I would help with English tutoring. I have no other intentions and don't want to cause misunderstandings. What should I do? Seeing him as an older brother?"
Li Fengmei understood.
It's like a nice guy card. Chen Qing is great, but Xia Xiaolan doesn't see him that way. Then don't let the Chen family make things clear. If the Chen family brings up Chen Qing and Xia Xiaolan refuses, they might start to think negatively. As Xia Xiaolan said, she and her mother owe the Chen family. Chen Qing is a good kid from a good family, and if they are rejected, they might wonder what's wrong with him that he doesn't deserve Xia Xiaolan. That would create bad feelings, and it's important not to have issues with the Chen family. Their relationship affects daily life, as seen with today's grain payment situation. Li Fengmei thought for a while and chuckled, "Unless you find someone to date before the Chen family brings it up." Xia Xiaolan felt a bit lost. Where could she find someone to date? Zhou Cheng? She suddenly thought of his name. Besides knowing he was from the capital and was 20 years old, she didn't know much else about him. Zhou Cheng had been gone for more than half a month without any news. Xia Xiaolan thought it was no surprise that others liked her for her looks. She also remembered Zhou Cheng because he was handsome. "Anyway, I don't plan to date until I get into college." Li Fengmei nodded. "All right, I understand. I'll think of a way to handle this." She could casually bring it up during chats in the village. What else could she do? If Xiaolan really got into college, would Li Fengmei worry about her finding a good partner? What if she didn't like Chen Qing now, but developed feelings over time? Young girls' feelings change quickly. Li Fengmei knew this from her own experience. In the capital city, after a trip to the stock market where he made a lot of money, Conway felt a bit more confident among his friends. Conway's family wasn't poor. However, his father had died early, and his grandfather had retired from his position. Now, the most influential person in the Kong family was Kong Wei's uncle. Since uncles have their own children to care for, they couldn't always look after Kong Wei. He was given a job that was neither good nor bad, so he just went with it. Fortunately, Kong Wei was determined. People said he knew how to make the most of opportunities. In the big courtyard, he had always looked up to Zhou Cheng and liked to follow him around. The Zhou family was well known, and Zhou Cheng had always been the leader among the kids. Even those older than him had to acknowledge him. Now that they were older, some people felt shy and politely called him Zhou Cheng. The Zhou family was at the height of their influence, and unlike the unfortunate Kong Wei, Zhou Cheng had his future all planned out. Recently, Zhou Cheng had faced a disciplinary action and quietly returned home from work. Others thought he had been kicked out, not realizing he was just confused about his situation. He hadn't done anything wrong. He was unhappy about the punishment, so he submitted a leave request and stayed home. Kong Wei had grown up with Zhou Cheng. His father had died on the front lines, and his grandmother strongly opposed Kong Wei following in his father's footsteps. He wasn't smart enough for school. With no clear direction, his job was quite ordinary. It wasn't bad yet, but in a few years, their differences would become clear. Kong Wei was feeling quite negative and sought help from Zhou Cheng, who took him on a trip to the stock market. On this trip, they made enough money to fill Kong Wei's pockets. Others might laugh at him for flattering Zhou Cheng or trying to get close, but Kong Wei knew in his heart that Zhou Cheng genuinely cared for him. Having received Zhou Cheng's kindness, Kong Wei felt he should consider Zhou Cheng's needs as well. Zhou Cheng previously said he would only make one trip, but now he is planning a second one. Kong Wei felt nervous, fearing that the Zhou family would hold him accountable. Brother Cheng has a bright future ahead. This kind of work can make money, but nothing is more important than Brother Cheng's future. Kong Wei was at home, feeling restless. Unable to stand it any longer, he went to find Zhou Cheng. He often visited the Zhou family and they were familiar with him, but he was a bit afraid of Zhou Cheng's father. He deliberately chose to go at noon, knowing that Uncle Zhou would likely not be home at that time. When Kong Wei arrived, Zhou Cheng was in his room fiddling with a bunch of small gadgets. "Brother Cheng, what are you doing?" Zhou Cheng put the items into a bag. "Your sister-in-law is independent, so I'm getting her some self-defense tools." These items were not easy to obtain and were not available for civilian use. Zhou Cheng had put in a lot of effort to get them. If it weren't for waiting to receive the goods, he would have already gone to Anqing County and wouldn't have stayed home for 2 weeks. Kong Wei nervously closed the door. "Brother Cheng, are you still going to Anqing? Do you find me annoying? Think you can go solo now that you feel confident? Fine, I'll find my own vehicle, and we can each carry our own goods. What I said before still stands. That route is yours, and I'll look for new opportunities." Zhou Cheng's words nearly made Kong Wei cry. He knew better than anyone how much money Zhou Cheng could make. Even brothers might not share profitable paths. The profits were substantial. Zhou Cheng had cousins, but no biological brothers to share with. He was helping Kong Wei out of sympathy. "I misspoke as a brother. I apologize. Please don't leave me out. Brother Cheng, if you run with me, I would be very grateful." "All right, I understand what you mean." Zhou Cheng did not deny his infatuation with Xia Xiaolan. When a man pursues a woman, he needs to create more opportunities to meet. Delaying his return could affect his future, and Zhou Cheng understood that the disciplinary actions he faced had new developments. It wasn't just the Zhou family. There were higher-ups who liked Zhou Cheng and were willing to intervene on his behalf. But this was his first crush, and he couldn't control his feelings, nor did he want to. "I'll only make 2 more trips. It won't interfere with my main responsibilities." Zhou Cheng was at least giving Kong Wei some reassurance. He wasn't one to explain himself to anyone, but he noticed Kong Wei was under pressure and wanted to ease his mind. In Zhou Cheng's view, a man's future isn't defined by just one path. However, the family has high hopes for him. Zhou Cheng was sent to carry a gun in his teens, and that uniform isn't something he can just take off whenever he wants. Since he has some time, he should spend more time with his future wife. Zhou Cheng packed his things and asked Kong Wei to get ready. They would set off tomorrow. Conway felt both happy and anxious. He was happy to be able to eat well with Zhou Cheng again, but worried that the Zhou family would take it out on him if they found out. The Zhou family has high standards. Would they accept Xia Xiaolan? Conway thought about it and realized the chances were slim. Not to mention the marriage alliance, the Zhou family surely has requirements for Zhou Cheng's partner. No matter how you look at it, Xia Xiaolan doesn't meet their standards. His own family situation is somewhat similar. His father has passed away, and his grandparents can't handle his antics. His mother might oppose it, but Conway is confident he can manage that. Stop thinking about it. No matter how pretty she is, he can't think that way about his future sister-in-law. Conway is quite amusing. While he believes the Zhou family won't accept Xia Xiaolan, he has also been influenced by Zhou Cheng. Whatever Zhou Cheng wants to do seems to work out, and Conway has blind trust in him. Zhou Cheng shoved the things he brought for Xia Xiaolan under the bed. Did you find out anything about what I asked you to check? Zhou Cheng asked Conway to look into Xia Ziyu, a college student from Anqing County in Yunnan Province. Xia Ziyu is studying in the capital at Beijing Normal University. Conway shrugged, thinking he would have expected her to get into a better school. They were praising Xia Ziyu to the skies, but Conway didn't think much of it. If he really wanted to go to college, he wouldn't be getting into Beijing Normal University. After all, he is the son of a martyr, and even if the Kong family isn't doing well, he should still enjoy some privileges. Xia Ziyu's partner is also at Beijing Normal University, and we both know him. It's Wang Jianhua. Names like Jianhua and Zhangwo are very common, and Wang is a common surname. At first, Conway didn't pay much attention to Wang Jianhua, but since he was looking into Xia Ziyu, he naturally checked on the rumored future brother-in-law who allegedly tried to charm her during the day. It turned out to be interesting. It was someone he knew, Wang Jianhua. What a small world. The Zhou, Kong, and Wang families were all similar in the past. Now, the Zhou family is the best, the Kong family is a bit worse, and the Wang family was kicked out of the circle long ago. Wang Jianhua is a bit older than them. They didn't play together as kids. After the Wang family fell on hard times, Conway heard that Wang Jianhua was also sent away. He hadn't paid much attention, so he didn't expect to hear about him again in this context. Wang Jianhua? Since the Wang family had their troubles, Zhou Cheng hadn't seen Wang Jianhua and was almost forgetting what he looked like. Anyway, he wasn't as handsome as Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng quickly stopped caring. He remembered Wang Jianhua being quite proud, looking down on others. After a few years in the countryside, had he changed at all? Zhou Cheng was confident that if he and Wang Jianhua were compared, Xiaolan would definitely choose him. As long as we can find these two, we don't need to worry about them for now. Zhou Cheng wouldn't forget who had bullied his wife, but he wanted to ask Xiaolan how to deal with these two. Xiaoyu and Zhang Erlai were different. Zhang Erlai was a real troublemaker, while Xiaoyu was Xiaolan's cousin. Zhou Cheng felt something was off, but he wasn't clear on what exactly Xiaoyu had done. He decided to investigate slowly, making sure neither of them could escape. Xiaolan didn't know she had support. Even if she did, she wouldn't truly rely on Zhou Cheng. When support falls, people run away. Who can depend on someone forever? It's better to rely on oneself. After paying their taxes, the farmers couldn't really rest. In a few days, they would need to plant wheat and rapeseed, and the land needed to be prepared. Li Fome had a lot of work ahead and refused to let Xiaolan help, saying Xiaolan's hands were for writing, not for farming. This business relies solely on you and your mother. Can you handle it alone? Li Fome not only wouldn't let Xiaolan help, but she also worried about Xiaolan's business. Right now, Lu Fun was delivering goods, while Xiaolan was busy collecting items during the day and studying at night. When Lu Fun wasn't delivering, she would collect goods, allowing Xiaolan to study at home all day. The hardest worker was actually Lu Fun. Xiaolan knew that the use of farming machinery was very low at this time. Before planting wheat and rapeseed, the fields needed to be plowed. Some used hoes, while others used oxen to plow. The Lu family didn't have oxen, so Li Fome had to hire someone to help. Those oxen weren't raised for free. It took effort to feed them. Plowing an acre of land had its costs, and even if it was hard to part with the money, It had to be spent. With one strong laborer missing, all the farm work fell on Li Fengmei. Lu Fen was also skilled at farming, and since Lu Fen and Xiaolan's fields hadn't been divided yet, Lu Fen could help. But Lu Fen was now busier than farming, so how could Li Fengmei ask her sister-in-law to work in the fields? Lu Fen and Xiaolan weren't just living off others, they were both contributing financially in their daily lives. The mother and daughter were simply finding a place to stay with the Lu family, not relying on Li Fengmei and her husband to support them. Xiaolan was worried that her aunt didn't have any money. Earlier, her uncle Lu Yong had given her 50 yuan as capital, but the family didn't have much eels to sell, so Xiaolan decided to pay it back. She borrowed 50 yuan and prepared to return it with 10 large bills. "What are you doing? Quickly take it back. Your uncle said that money was for your pocket money. If you do this, I will be upset." Li Fengmei firmly refused. 50 yuan is a decent amount, but not too much. Even if it were 5,000 yuan, Lu Yong, as the uncle, could give it, but Li Fengmei would never take it back. A couple is one unit. If Lu Yong makes a decision, Li Fengmei would definitely agree. If there were really 5,000 yuan to give, Li Fengmei would feel sorry, but not in front of Xiaolan. Since her aunt wouldn't accept the money, Xiaolan smiled and said, "If you don't want it, that's fine. In a while, I want to start another business, and this money will be like my uncle investing in it." Xiaolan wanted to start another business. Li Fengmei thought this girl was too restless. When the eels can't be sold anymore, and there's still oil residue, what other business will you do? Just focus on studying at home. Preparing for college next year is the most important thing. The oil residue business might not make as much money as the eels, but it was stable. Every day, hundreds of pounds of oil residue could be easily sold at the local market, earning hard-earned money. Farmers, especially those like Lu Fen who worked tirelessly, were not afraid of hard work. Even if it was tough, earning a few hundred yuan a month was more than many workers made, and Li Fengmei thought this business was fantastic. What did earning a few hundred yuan a month mean in 1983? From Li Fengmei's perspective, she had never seen a higher income. Even when her husband Lu Yong claimed to earn money outside, most of it was tied up in business, and the money he brought home was rarely more than a few hundred yuan a month. This income was enough for Xiaolan's education, and if Lu Fen couldn't keep going, there was still Lu Yong and Li Fengmei. Xiaolan thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. "Aunt, I will definitely manage my time well. Actually, I study really well on my own. If I have to study in a classroom with others, I can't focus. I want to let my mom handle the oil residue business, not for her to earn much, but just to keep her busy. The new business I want to start is selling clothes." Xiaolan shared her experiences from the Shanggu agricultural market. She had been running around there recently and had gathered a lot of useful information. Xiaolan had a plan for what kind of clothes to sell, their price range, and where to set up her stall. She was eager to make a name for herself in the 1980s and prove her worth. Going to college was not her main goal. She had already achieved that in her past life. Although she had worked hard to reach a high position before, she ultimately worked for someone else. Xiaolan wanted to be in charge. Xiaolan spoke confidently, leaving Li Fengmei stunned. How many girls from the countryside knew about these things? That realization was truly a blessing. Xiaolan had really figured things out. Xiaolan was very determined, and Li Fengmei worried that being too controlling might backfire, so she set 3 rules. If your grades in school drop, you can't do any business. Xiaolan readily agreed. Li Fengmei didn't want to take advantage of the investment. How many clothes can you buy for 50 yuan? Don't even mention investing. Your uncle can still make some money. Would an elder let you lose out? Selling eggs could definitely bring in a decent amount of money. But selling clothes? How expensive were ready-made garments in the county? Li Fengmei thought she might not even be able to buy 2 pieces, so how could they talk about investing? The clothing business had high profits, even in the 1980s and 30 years later. The factory price, wholesale price, and retail price varied greatly. Xiaolan didn't really need to convince Li Fengmei. She just wanted her support. There were only 4 people in the family, and since Tao was too young to vote, she and Li Fengmei outnumbered Lu Fen 2-1. Lu Fen could easily out-talk Li Fengmei and confuse her with just a few words. Xia Xiaolan was considering a trip to Yangcheng. Lu Fen and Li Fengmei were very worried. There's a wholesale market in Xanadu. Can't you get goods there and sell them in Anqing? Xia Xiaolan shook her head. The styles in Xanadu are not unique at all. Other vendors also get their goods from the Xanadu wholesale market, so the same items won't be competitive. If I'm going to sell, I want to offer something one of a kind. It's not about customers choosing my goods. It's about me choosing my customers. Just like the clothing stall she saw at the farmer's market, the prices weren't cheap, but the styles didn't attract female customers. What good was having unsold stock? Her capital wasn't very large, and she couldn't bring back too many items from Yangcheng at once. If the styles were fresh and appealing, every piece sold would mean profit. If the goods were good enough, she could afford to be picky with customers. If someone thought it was too expensive, if they didn't buy, others would. People were short on money these days, but they also lack supplies. Nice clothes are what can get money out of customers' pockets. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen don't understand this. They only know that it's not appropriate for a young girl to go out alone. Right now, they see the downside of not having many people around. The Lu family is new to the area and has no relatives to help. Lu Fen needs to send eels to the provincial city and bring back oil residue to sell, while Li Fengmei has to manage the fields and household chores, plus take care of Taodao. There really isn't anyone to go with Xiaolan to Yangcheng. Who can go with Xiaolan to Yangcheng? Li Fengmei feels very troubled. The Lu family has 3 siblings, and Lu Yong has 2 sisters. In the past, Li Fengmei thought her sister-in-law Lu Fen was simple and not very appealing, while Lu Yong's other sister, who married into Lin County, has little contact with her family, almost completely cutting ties. Li Fengmei has been married for 7 or 8 years and has never seen Taodao's second aunt, Lu Feng. Can she rely on such relatives? As for her own family, there's even less to say. Besides, there's no reason to ask her relatives to help Xiaolan. Li Fengmei doesn't even trust her own family. Even if she envies Xiaolan for making money, she wouldn't want to risk taking away Xiaolan's opportunity. Xiaolan doesn't think there's a problem with traveling alone. Yes, she is very pretty and train stations and trains are usually crowded and chaotic. But Xiaolan isn't a naive country girl. She knows to stay alert, ignore strangers' advances, avoid walking alone at night, and not accept drinks or food from strangers. Bad people won't just take her in front of everyone. With the cold weather approaching, if they don't sell this batch of winter clothes quickly, they will miss the business opportunity. Xiaolan carefully counts her money. After setting aside a small amount for the eel business, she has 600 yuan in cash. This isn't just a few thin bills. It's quite thick, with the largest denomination being 10 yuan. When out and about, she needs to keep her money safe. Lu Fen even sewed a pocket outside Xiaolan's underwear for her to hide money. Xiaolan is shocked by this method. In her past life, she often traveled for work by train but never carried large amounts of cash. Payments were usually made directly between companies after agreements. Hiding 600 yuan in her underwear pocket? Xiaolan can't accept that and asks Lu Fen to sew 2 in her pockets and her top instead. Let's keep the money separate. It's unlikely that both places would be robbed, right? Li Fengmei didn't ask for the money back from Xiaolan. Instead, she took out 300 yuan and gave it to her, saying, "This is a loan from you. It's not a big investment." Lu Yong didn't leave much money at home, but Li Fengmei wanted to keep some cash on hand. After thinking it over, the only money available was 300 yuan. When traveling, especially with a pretty girl like Xia Xiaolan, boys without money might sleep under a bridge, but Xia Xiaolan couldn't do that. Xia Xiaolan didn't refuse. An extra 300 yuan was like her aunt investing more. To go far, she needed a letter of introduction. Xia Xiaolan went to the village to get one, and the mailman happened to be delivering letters. "I have a telegram for Xia Xiaolan." The mailman handed her an envelope, watching her with a curious look. Sending a telegram costs 7 cents per word, so it must be important. The telegram sender only needed a note to do the job. This was the first time he had delivered a telegram that needed an envelope. How many words could that be? How much would that cost? He had never seen someone waste money like that. He thought she could just write a letter. So beautiful. The mailman didn't dare to look too long. Sticking to his professional ethics, he offered a sincere suggestion. If it's not an urgent matter, you could write a letter. Letters can also be sent to the countryside. Xia Xiaolan took the telegram, and the mailman thought the sender was foolish for spending so much. He wondered who would send her a telegram with such extravagance. Only Zhou Cheng would do that. Xia Xiaolan didn't have time to read the letter and quickly mentioned needing the letter of introduction. Chen Wangda, hearing she was going to Yangcheng, looked a bit serious. Young lady, traveling far can bring many situations. You need to be alert. Don't worry, Grandpa Chen. I'll take care of myself. Xia Xiaolan was polite. Although Chen Wangda didn't agree, she wasn't his family, so he could only remind her but couldn't make decisions for her. Since the Qin family was close, getting the letter of introduction wasn't difficult. Xia Xiaolan's trip was more impactful than the telegram she received. Anyway, the Qin family knew about it. Chen Dazhao worriedly said to her husband, "Social connections are quite complicated. Our son is honest. Can he handle this girl?" Every mother-in-law thinks similarly. If their son finds an ordinary wife, they feel it's not enough, but if he finds someone too impressive, they worry she won't settle down. Chen Dazhao didn't have such complicated thoughts. Didn't Lu Yang's family say they would wait until their niece gets into college before considering her dating? Chen Dazhao shot her husband a glare. She had hoped that if Xia Xiaolan got into college, she would be worthy of Qin Qing. Right now, it seems that Xia Xiaolan has other social connections, and with people competing for her attention, her value appears to increase. Who do you think sent her the telegram? No wealthy family would do such a thing. Aunt Chen stayed at home, but her thoughts flew to the Lu family, wishing she could grab the telegram Xia Xiaolan received to see it. "Hello, Xiaolan, it's me. Since we last parted, I've wanted to visit you in Anqing, but I've been caught up in matters from the capital. I miss you very much, and wonder if you feel the same. By the time you read this letter, I will be on my way to Anqing County, expected to arrive in 3 days. I will still be staying at the guest house, and hope to see you. I miss you, Zhou Cheng." Zhou Cheng's telegram was quite lengthy, over 1,000 words. Besides inviting Xia Xiaolan to meet, most of it was about how much he missed her and his hopes for their future together. Xia Xiaolan felt a bit sour, but didn't dislike it. She thought her encounter with Zhou Cheng was just a fleeting moment, and after he left Anqing, there was no news. She didn't expect his return to be so grand. Zhou Cheng was so clever. If he was to meet her in 3 days, he could have simply sent a short telegram. Why make such a fuss with a long telegram letter? The people of Qijing village would definitely gossip, claiming his interest. The phrase popped into Xia Xiaolan's mind. What happened to just being friends? Zhou Cheng was truly inconsistent in his words and actions. Xia Xiaolan found it amusing and intriguing. Another reason she didn't mind the flashy telegram was that if the people of Qijing village gossiped, it would be best since they didn't know Zhou Cheng. All kinds of speculation would eventually reach the Qin family, and Xia Xiaolan had no romantic feelings for Qin Qing. The Qin family had helped her and her mother a lot, and she didn't want any rift between them. Aunt Chen was right. She needed a semi-fictional person to ward off unwanted attention. Xia Xiaolan carefully put away the letter and returned home with the introduction letter. The telegram wasn't the most important thing. Without this introduction letter, buying a train ticket would be difficult, let alone finding food and lodging in another place. At that time, people didn't have ID cards, and the introduction letter was the only way to prove one's identity, containing basic information about the holder and their travel destination. Xia Xiaolan was registered in Qijing Village, Anqing County, Fengxian City, Hunan Province, and her purpose for travel was visiting relatives. There were no local enterprises in Qijing Village, so she couldn't say she was going to wholesale clothes or procure supplies for the village. And the introduction letter has arrived. Li Fengmei could read and carefully looked over the introduction letter before handing it back to Xia Xiaolan. "You stubborn girl." Li Fengmei asked Xia Xiaolan when she would go to buy the train ticket, and Xia Xiaolan felt a bit awkward. Maybe in a couple of days. Only Xia Xiaolan and her uncle Lu Yong knew the details about how Zhou Cheng and Conway helped her, Li Fengmei and Lu Fun were unaware of the specifics. The favor of carrying her back after she sprained her ankle could be repaid with some pickled radish and pork dumplings, but the favor of saving her from a thug was not something that could be settled with just a meal. Xia Xiaolan had no plans to let Zhou Cheng visit her home, so she didn't explain much to Li Fengmei for now. Estimating the day Zhou Cheng would arrive, Xia Xiaolan packed some food prepared by her family and headed to the county town, planning to buy tickets at the Shandong train station after meeting Zhou Cheng. When traveling, everyone was used to bringing their own supplies: a military green water bottle, boiled eggs, baked bread with pickled vegetables, and braised ribs. Train food was not tasty and expensive, while the snacks sold at the platform were cheap but raised concerns about hygiene and safety. Xia Xiaolan felt more at ease with her own food. Not knowing how long she would be delayed, she first went to the school after arriving in the county town. Li Fengmei and Lu Fun both said they wanted to see her off at the train station, but Xia Xiaolan did not agree. This was her second visit to the school after being allowed to review at home following the transfer exam at County No. 1 High School. Previously, Xia Changzheng and his wife, along with Xia Hongxia, were still in Daya Village, and the Zhang snack shop was run by Zhang Fumin and Jiang Lianxiang. The couple was too busy to pay attention to Xia Xiaolan's whereabouts, focusing all their energy on making money from the snack shop. Xia Xiaolan had visited County No. 1 High School a few times without the Xia family knowing. However, this time, she was spotted by Xia Hongxia. Xia Hongxia was helping out at the snack shop and had her eyes glued to the entrance of County No. 1 High School, watching for potential college candidates. When Xia Xiaolan appeared at the entrance, Xia Hongxia was the first to see her. "What is she doing here?" Xia Hongxia looked at the person walking past the snack shop with a mix of confusion and jealousy. The Xia family thought that Lu Fun and Xia Dajuan had divorced, and the mother and daughter must be living very frugally. In Xia Hongxia's mind, the annoying Xia Xiaolan was now living a hard life, possibly struggling to get by. With endless farm work and a bad reputation, she should be worse off than when she was with the Xia family. So why did Xia Xiaolan, who appeared before her now, look clean and well-dressed, with good spirits, confidently arriving at County No. 1 High School? Could someone with a bad reputation really come to such a place? Xia Hongxia assumed that Xia Xiaolan must have gotten involved with a prospective college student from County No. 1 High School. How shameless. She couldn't attract her target, so now she's found a new one? The entrance to County No. 1 Middle School is very strict. Xia Hongxia tried several times to sneak in but was recognized by the guard. They knew she worked at a snack shop and wouldn't let her enter the campus. But Xia Xiaolan? The school guard didn't stop her at all. Why does she get to come and go freely at County No. 1 Middle School? Xia Hongxia felt a fire burning inside her. Jealousy made her uncomfortable. "And I'm going out for a bit." Xia Xiaolan. Xia Hongxia rushed to the school gate and waved at Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan walked a bit too quickly and didn't hear Xia Hongxia. She turned and entered the teaching building. Xia Hongxia stomped her foot, feeling very dissatisfied, and shouted at the school guard. "Why did you let her in?" The guard glanced at Xia Hongxia with a meaningful look. What does a girl always hanging around the boys at the school mean? The boys who are about to take their college entrance exams. No matter who Xia Hongxia tries to win over, they'll be distracted. Why would the guard let her in to cause trouble? Xia Hongxia felt both embarrassed and angry from that look. But with her family's thick skin, she wouldn't give up easily and acted as if she had been wronged. "You look down on me because I'm from the countryside. You treat us differently. Is it because she looks good that you favor her? Let me tell you." Xia Hongxia's voice was loud, and passers-by looked at the guard with surprise. The guard, being in his 50s, couldn't accept such accusations. He found Xia Hongxia very annoying. "She is a student here, unlike you." "A student here?" Xia Hongxia would never believe it. Xia Xiaolan isn't the type to study. She can't focus and can't compare to Sister Ziyu. Xia Hongxia firmly believed that Xia Xiaolan had found a new target at school. That girl is so reckless that even the school guard is lying for her. Xia Hongxia couldn't stand Xia Xiaolan the most. She felt the need to expose her true nature. You've all been fooled by her. She has a bad reputation that everyone knows. If someone like her can enter the school, then I can too. Xia Hongxia shouted, just as a school leader happened to pass by. What's going on? There's a commotion at the gate, disrupting the order of the school. The school leader wouldn't scold Xia Hongxia. They knew who she was, and this was directed at the guard. The guard felt troubled and defended himself. Director Yu, this young lady comes to the school all the time. She just wants to get in but doesn't have a valid reason. I can't let her in to disturb the students. Director Yu looked at Xia Hongxia with disdain. Old Zhao, you need to take your job seriously. Only students and teachers can enter the first high school. Anqing County No. 1 High School is not a secret place. A solid iron gate separates the school from the outside world. Inside, there are students focused on their studies, not just anyone wandering in like at a market. If you want to walk in confidently, then you need to get accepted into the first high school. Director Yu didn't scold Xia Hongxia, but she felt as if her dignity had been stripped away. The words of educated people can be harsh. Xia Hongxia thought angrily, what does it matter to go to high school? Not everyone is like her cousin, Ziyu. Holding back her anger, Xia Hongxia's face turned red. She wouldn't stop until she exposed Xia Xiaolan's true nature. Whether Xia Xiaolan was a student at the first high school or had a boyfriend there, she wanted to make sure the other person couldn't stay at Anqing County No. 1 High School. The girl who just went in, named Xia Xiaolan, has poor morals. In the countryside, Director Yu frowned and interrupted her. What proof do you have that what you're saying is true? Xia Hongxia's eyes sparkled with confidence. She's my cousin. I know all about her. Director Yu's dislike was clear, and the guard, Old Zhao, was also upset. What kind of person does that? Even if Xia Xiaolan had done something wrong, why would her cousin expose her? That's family, not an enemy. Words from an enemy are not trustworthy. Director Yu didn't want to waste time with someone so foolish, gave Old Zhao a look and walked away. Old Zhao no longer felt the need to be polite to Xia Hongxia and directly told her to leave. Are you working at Zheng's place? If you cause any more trouble, I'll report it to your boss. Xia Hongxia couldn't believe it. What did she say wrong? Everything she said was true, yet the people from the first high school were being rude to her. It felt unreal, as if Xia Xiaolan had put a spell on them. Feeling wronged, Xia Hongxia stomped her feet and ran back to Zhang's snack shop. Originally, she wanted to complain to Zhang Cui, but her mind raced with other ideas, and she didn't mention seeing Xia Xiaolan for now. Zhang Cui also looked unhappy. Jiang Lianxiang had just stirred up trouble again, saying that Xia Hongxia was careless. Although there weren't many customers in the shop, it was the perfect time for them to clean the tables, floors, and dishes. Instead, Xia Hongxia threw down her cloth and ran to the entrance of the first high school. She's not good at her work but has plenty of schemes. She's just not very smart, and her thoughts are written all over her face. It's fine for a young woman to want a good partner, but before dreaming of a prince, she should check if she's a frog. Xia Hongxia is ordinary-looking, has no special skills, comes from a rural background, and has a low education level. How could she attract those college-bound boys? If she wants to find a target, she should first check which boys actually have a chance of getting into college. Every time a boy from the top school comes into the snack shop, he seems so enchanted. Some shy boys are almost too scared to enter because of Xia Hongxia. Zhang Cui really wants to get rid of Xia Hongxia. She's just taking up space and could cause trouble if she gets involved with a boy. If that boy's parents come to complain, what will happen to the business? Hongxia, you shouldn't wander around the school gate. It's better for a girl to be modest. Don't follow Xiaolan's example, Zhang Cui advises earnestly. Xia Hongxia nods absent-mindedly, thinking that Xiaolan doesn't seem to have suffered any consequences and has managed to get into the top school. Xia Hongxia waits and watches the entrance of the top school. After almost 3 hours, she finally sees Xiaolan's figure. A tall, slightly tanned boy walks Xiaolan to the gate, and she waves goodbye to him as he reluctantly heads back to school. Xia Hongxia feels a fire of jealousy growing inside her. Just as she thought, Xiaolan has found a new boyfriend at the top school. Who is this boy? Does he come from a powerful family? Why did the director and the guard speak up for Xiaolan? Xia Hongxia decides to find out more. She throws down her rag and rushes out to follow Xiaolan. Zhang Cui feels frustrated, while Jiang Lianxiang holds back a laugh. Xia Changzheng, her brother-in-law, is too protective, trying to keep the Xia family close to prevent any trouble with Zhang Fumin, but his niece Xia Hongxia is making things difficult for him. Xia Hongxia slips away like a fish, and Zhang Cui thinks she can't tolerate this anymore. She must send her back to Dea Village. Xiaolan walks slowly on purpose. She likes to use social skills from the future. Being polite never hurts. The guard, Old Zhao, has even accepted her gifts before. Old Zhao just told her that someone claiming to be her cousin is causing trouble at the school gate and advised her to be careful. He also mentioned that this cousin is working part-time at Zhang's snack shop nearby. Zhang's snack shop? Xiaolan remembers noticing it when she first came to the top school. The location is great, so the business must be good. Xiaolan felt a bit regretful back then, as she had considered opening a similar shop selling snacks, leaving it in Lu Fen's care. Running a snack shop is hard work, but it's better than dealing with harsh weather and is easier than reselling goods. If Lu Fen opens a snack shop and sells leftover oil, Xiaolan will have to give up. She plans to use this business to repay the Qin family's favor. Unfortunately, the good spot in front of County No. 1 Middle School has already been taken. For now, Xiaolan puts this idea aside. If Anqing County doesn't work, she will go to Xanadu City or Fengxian City to help Lu Fen open a shop. It doesn't have to be a snack shop. Making money is secondary. The main thing is to give Lu Fen a place to focus her energy. Someone grabbed her from behind. Xiaolan, I've caught you. It was indeed Xia Hongxia. Her tone and demeanor were just as annoying as Xiaolan remembered. Xiaolan slapped her hand away, causing Xia Hongxia to let go in pain. How dare you hit me? Xiaolan sneered. Who do you think you are? I have nothing to do with the Xia family anymore. If you're rude to me, I don't care who you are. Xia Hongxia was left speechless. Back at home, Xiaolan was always competitive and often clashed with Xia Hongxia. They were evenly matched in their arguments. Xiaolan was not an easy target. After pretending to bump into a wall, she seemed even less concerned. Xia Hongxia shrank back, but then remembered that Xiaolan had some secrets. She looked Xiaolan up and down. You're just good at talking back. Does your boyfriend know about your past? Boyfriend? It seemed Xia Hongxia had seen Qin Qing and mistook him for Xiaolan's boyfriend. Xiaolan didn't bother to explain. She felt no one in the Xia family had the right to ask her to explain. She wasn't afraid of Xia Hongxia's gossip. Reputation? Her reputation was already terrible. County No. 1 Middle School didn't admit students based on reputation. Xiaolan didn't even need to attend classes every day. She wasn't worried about how others viewed her. County No. 1 Middle School wanted results. They wanted her to help the school produce a college graduate next year. Reputation? Reputation doesn't affect exam scores. In the eyes of village women who judge a woman's worth by her marriage, reputation is very important. But stepping outside that circle and seeing the world, reputation has little impact on success or failure in life. It won't affect Xiaolan's ability to make money, nor will it stop her from going to college. She looked at Xia Hongxia with disdain. Talking to such a village girl was a waste of her time. Mind your own business. I heard you're working at Zhang Ji's snack shop?
Jamais.
Interesting. I want nothing to do with anyone from the Xia family. If you still have any shame, don't come and bother me. No matter if Xia Ziyu will lead the Xia family to success in the future, I won't benefit from their glory. If they come to bother me, they can't blame me for turning against them. Some people just don't know when to stop. Xiaolan has no good feelings towards anyone in the Xia family. She hasn't taken revenge on the original owner yet because she hasn't had the chance. If the Xia family insists on bothering her, Xiaolan is not a saint. She will deal with them harshly. Xia Hongxia is indeed just a helper, but she won't admit it. The Zhang snack shop is a small business, and being a helper is not respectable at all. But Xia Hongxia doesn't want to lose face in front of her old rival, so she defiantly retorts, It's the Zhang family shop. You're jealous that Ziu's sister got into college and found a good partner, while her uncle's family is making a lot of money. Haha, you got kicked out and now want to find a new partner to compete with Ziu's sister? It is indeed the Zhang family shop. Without family ties, who would hire someone as lazy as Xia Hongxia? Xia Hongxia claims the shop belongs to Xia Ziu's uncle, but Xia Xiaolan remembers her aunt Zhang Cui, who has simple clothing and hands without calluses. Is Zhang Cui taking care of Xia Ziu's schooling in the county? This shop might belong to Zhang Cui and Xia Changzheng. Xia Xiaolan got the information she wanted and didn't want to deal with Xia Hongxia anymore. Remember what I said, don't provoke me, and we can live peacefully for now. Xia Xiaolan's eyes, which seemed so gentle, suddenly flashed with fierceness. She had been a manager before, and her calm authority was intimidating. Xia Hongxia, a 17-year-old girl from the countryside, felt scared when Xia Xiaolan became serious. You. Xia Hongxia stood frozen, stuttering as she watched Xia Xiaolan leave. After a while, she snapped back to reality and regained her thoughts. She had intended to threaten Xia Xiaolan to help her get into the top school. If Xia Xiaolan could find a partner there, why couldn't she, Xia Hongxia? Xia Hongxia knew she wasn't as attractive as Xia Xiaolan, but she was a decent girl and didn't think she was any worse. She stood there biting her lip, knowing Xia Xiaolan had high standards. She had previously liked her future brother-in-law Wang Jianhua, and the next person she liked wouldn't be much different. Although he was a bit dark-skinned, it didn't matter. He had good features. Xia Hongxia tried to remember Chen Qing's appearance. She had to expose Xia Xiaolan's true self in front of that boy. He was deceived by Xia Xiaolan, and once he learned the truth, he would surely appreciate her. Little by little, she would have a connection with that boy. The boy was tricked by Xia Xiaolan, and he took the chance to come for him. Thinking about how quickly their feelings were growing, Xia Hongxia couldn't help but smile. Now, Xia Xiaolan was quite curious about her cousin, Xia Ziu. In a place like Dahu village, it was rare to get into college, but it was still imaginable. If Zhangji was a shop run by Xia Ziu's family, it would be quite interesting. With that many customers, a small eatery like this could easily earn 400 to 500 yuan a month, even after costs. Xia Ziu's parents could earn in a month what a rural family might make in a year, several thousand yuan. Xia Ziu wouldn't need all that money for college. But this family was very calculating. Even though they had money, they still wanted to take from the Xia family's resources. The biggest fool was the original owner's father, who really gave away all their savings to others. If they didn't split the family assets, who wouldn't keep some for themselves? Could Xia Changzheng and Xia Hongbing really only contribute a little over 100 yuan? Even if Zhang Ji wasn't entirely funded by Zhang Cui and Xia Changzheng, the two were definitely among the owners. The entry barrier for small eateries is low, but it takes time to really get started. Rural people starting small businesses, whether from the Xia family or Zhang Cui's family, didn't have enough capital to run a shop like this without some time for growth. So, who came up with the idea in the first place? Even Xia Xiaolan, when she first came back, didn't plan to run a small eatery until she started selling eggs, mainly to workers from the Anqing County Agricultural Machinery Factory and the meat processing plant. If she wanted to run a small eatery, she planned to get some cheap offal from the meat plant. While cheap meat from the meat plant was hard to come by, they slaughtered many pigs, cows, and sheep every day, so she should be able to buy some offal. Offal can be delicious if prepared well. In those days, livestock offal wasn't as popular as it would be later, and it wasn't expensive. If someone else took that idea, Xia Xiaolan would feel a bit regretful but wouldn't care too much. She knew many ways to make money and could just find another. But if the Xia Ziu family got ahead of her, Xia Xiaolan wouldn't feel good about it. She wasn't a saint. Why should she congratulate Xia Ziu's family on their wealth? The business might have started when Xia Ziu got into County No. 1 high school and Zhang Cui began accompanying her in the city. Xia Xiaolan walked to Aunt Huang's noodle stall, ordered a bowl of noodles, and casually asked about Zhang Ji. Since they were in the same line of work, she thought Aunt Huang might know something. As soon as Aunt Huang mentioned Zhang Ji, she opened up and spoke with admiration. Now that the business has grown, It started with a small stall on the street. A rural woman managed a little stand by herself, and in just 2 or 3 years, she turned it into a big store and even helped her family earn money. Zhang Ji is Aunt Huang's goal, and she knows all about it. Xia Xiaolan smiled as she ate her noodles, confirming her guess. Zhang Ji belongs to Zhang Suikai, not to Xia Ziyu's uncle's business. I wonder if Grandma Xia knows? It seems she doesn't. Or maybe she does, which would be worse. Zhang Cui earns a lot, and Grandma Xia still wants to take advantage of others. Xia Ziyu is her granddaughter, but others are just like weeds picked up from the roadside. After finishing her noodles and paying, Xia Xiaolan said, "Aunt, your cooking is great. Have you thought about expanding your business from a noodle stall to a noodle shop?" Aunt Huang wished she could. Zhang Ji makes a lot of money in a day, while Aunt Huang's stall makes some, but it's nowhere near that amount. Aunt Huang wanted to discuss this more with Xia Xiaolan but held back and vaguely replied, "Opening a shop requires capital, and it's hard to rent a place. It's not easy." Xia Xiaolan understood and realized that continuing the conversation would lead nowhere. She thought to herself that she hadn't even earned enough capital yet, so she couldn't rush into disrupting Zhang Ji. Xia Xiaolan had a feeling that the Xia family's issues would not let her easily move toward a new life, so they would have to compete against each other. After spending half a day at school, Aunt Huang finished her lunch at the stall, and Xia Xiaolan headed to the Anqing guest house. If she didn't meet Zhou Qing today, she wouldn't wait and would head to Yangqing first. From a distance, Xia Xiaolan spotted the familiar Dongfeng car and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Qing had been waiting for a while and thought about going directly to Qijing village to find her, but since Xia Xiaolan might not be there, he waited at the Anqing guest house, as agreed in the telegram. His patience was wearing thin when Xia Xiaolan finally appeared. Zhou Qing looked at her eagerly, admiring her from head to toe. He loved every part of her.
Xiaolan.
Zhou Qing walked up to her, unable to embrace her tightly in public. "You finally made it." Xia Xiaolan smiled at Zhou Qing. She wasn't sure if she liked him, but he was quite pleasing to the eye. Among her peers, no one was as charming as Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing is an open and enthusiastic young man, a bit mischievous, but not sleazy. With such genuine friendliness, Xia Xiaolan finds it hard to dislike him. "Brother Zhou, have you been here long?" Zhou Qing shakes his head, "Just arrived a little while ago." Kong Wei, returning with lunch, overhears this and is impressed by Zhou Qing's ability to stretch the truth. Just arrived a little while ago? They had clearly waited for 4 or 5 hours, driving all night to Anqing County. Upon arriving at the guest house, Zhou Qing couldn't bear to go to his room for a nap and insisted on staying in the car, afraid of missing Xia Xiaolan's visit. "Sister Xiaolan, I brought lunch. Want to eat together?" Kong Wei casually calls her sister, and Xia Xiaolan gives him a glare, but her soft look lacks any real power. "Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Go ahead and eat. I already had something before coming." Zhou Qing thinks that Kong Wei is clueless. He clearly isn't in the mood for food right now. However, when the lunchbox is opened and the aroma of the food fills the air, Zhou Qing feels hungry. They use the coffee table on the first floor of the guest house as their dining table. While eating, Zhou Qing looks up at Xia Xiaolan, and just seeing her makes the food taste better. After they finish eating, Xia Xiaolan shares her plans. "I'm going to the train station soon to buy a ticket to Yangqing. If I hadn't received your telegram, I might have left a couple of days ago. You're just passing through Anqing this time, right?" Deliberately waiting for 2 days to ensure Zhou Qing wouldn't miss her shows how much she values him. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay in Anqing and play host any longer. Zhou Qing pauses, then smiles. "Are you going to Yangqing to buy goods?" He had planned to stay in Anqing for 2 days before heading south, but he didn't expect Xia Xiaolan wouldn't have the time. Just a brief meeting doesn't ease his longing for her. He is quite possessive, but knows it's not the right time to show it. Zhou Qing senses Xia Xiaolan's seriousness. Her delicate appearance makes people want to protect her, but she has her own opinions. Especially when it comes to important matters, Zhou Qing doesn't think he holds a more significant place in her heart, at least not for now. Zhou Qing's judgment is correct. Kong Wei opens his mouth to say something, but Xia Xiaolan pretends not to notice. Zhou Cheng's attitude makes her feel satisfied and relaxed. Yeah, I want to go to Yangqing to buy some women's clothing to sell. When she says this, there's no pride or bragging, yet she shines with confidence. Conway thinks that Zhou Cheng has good taste. She really knows how to make things happen. Wasn't she just selling eggs not long ago? Later, he started reselling eels and became bolder, planning to go to Yangqing alone to buy supplies. How much profit could there be in those small businesses? Conway couldn't understand why Xia Xiaolan couldn't see how much Chengzi liked her. If she just asked, Chengzi would gladly give away their entire load. The value of this load would take Xia Xiaolan a long time to earn on her own. The real treasure was right in front of her, yet Xia Xiaolan refused to acknowledge it, which left Conway amazed. What Conway thought, Zhou Cheng surely understood. Zhou Cheng had already mentioned that he didn't want Xia Xiaolan to struggle. But Xia Xiaolan clearly enjoyed it. He admired her spirit. A momentary attraction might just be a fleeting infatuation, but lasting affection, regardless of gender, comes from recognizing the special qualities in each other. Women's clothing. Have you saved enough money already? Not much, but it's my first time buying, just testing the market. When Xia Xiaolan first visited the agricultural market in the city, she was drawn to this business. Zhou Cheng understood her situation well. After being driven out of the Xia family, she wouldn't have received any money, which is why she chose a business that required little capital but was hard work. Compared to reselling eggs and eels, going to Yangqing to wholesale women's clothing clearly needed a larger investment. Xia Xiaolan must have saved up some money. Zhou Cheng had seen the profits from eggs and eels. They hadn't been apart long, but Xia Xiaolan had clearly been working hard, which explained why she looked a bit thinner this time. We're actually going to Yangqing too, but it might not be suitable for you to come with us. Have you bought your train ticket? When are you planning to leave? Even if he hadn't planned to go to Yangqing, Zhou Cheng had to make the trip. He would love for Xia Xiaolan to sit in the passenger seat and travel together, but the journey with Conway was filled with unknown risks, making it safer for Xia Xiaolan to take the train south. I want to leave today, if I can still get a ticket. Who plans a long trip and hasn't bought a ticket by noon? Zhou Cheng felt happy. She must have been waiting to see him. Xia Xiaolan spoke seriously, but Zhou Cheng's thoughts were lighthearted, and he heard sweetness in her words. His voice was as sweet as honey. Let's go, I'll help you buy a ticket. If there are no tickets today, it's fine. We can rest at the guest house and leave tomorrow. In 1983, traveling far wasn't very convenient. Xanadu and Yangqing are over 1,000 kilometers apart. There are not many direct trains between the two places, and sometimes there might not be any in a day. However, Yangqing is a large city in the south, while Xanadu is a railway hub in the Central Plains. In addition to direct trains, there are also passing trains that do not start from Xanadu. Xanadu has a well-developed railway system, but Anqing County does not have a train station. The distance between Anqing County and Xanadu is short. If there were trains, it would be convenient for Xia Xiaolan to sell her goods. She wouldn't need to rely on a bicycle, as short train tickets are not expensive, while long-distance tickets are costly. Zhou Cheng drives Xia Xiaolan to Xanadu quickly. The Xanadu train station, as a central railway hub, may seem modest compared to major train stations in the future, but the crowd is even more intense. In 30 years, people will have more diverse travel options, with developed roads, high ownership of private cars, and affordable plane tickets for long-distance travel. Zhou Cheng asks Conway to stay in the car while he and Xia Xiaolan enter the station. Carrying large bags and squeezing onto the train, families with noisy poultry can be seen, sometimes causing a mess on the ground or on someone's shoes. Arguments, people pushing forward, those being scammed, and thieves can all be found at the train station, which also has a mix of strange smells: poultry, sweat, the smell of old cigarettes, and the sourness of pickled vegetables. Xia Xiaolan holds her breath. Zhou Cheng protects her, worried she might be taken advantage of by thieves or slip on the ground. When they finally reach the ticket hall, even though it's almost November, they are sweating from the heat. Someone carrying a child pushes past Xia Xiaolan, nearly knocking her over. Xia Xiaolan stumbles, and Zhou Cheng supports her arm. Stay close to me. Don't get lost. What started as holding her arm naturally turns into holding hands. Xia Xiaolan's hand is not delicate, but Zhou Cheng has never held another girl's hand, so he has no comparison. He only knows that his hand can wrap around her small one, and the sensation feels good, making him feel lightheaded. Amidst the noisy surroundings, he can hear his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The sound is like a drum, growing faster and making Zhou Cheng dizzy. Other sensations fade away, leaving only the feeling of holding Xia Xiaolan's hand. Even Zhou Cheng, who can remain calm in the face of danger, is now overwhelmed by the adrenaline coursing through him. What is love? Zhou Cheng didn't realize it, but he felt overwhelmed by a great joy. It was just holding hands. But it was more than just holding hands. His palms were slightly sweaty, and Xia Xiaolan felt a bit awkward. Zhou Cheng's actions were so confident. Was he actually nervous? Realizing this, Xia Xiaolan also became tense. Although she had the mental age, she wasn't experienced in relationships. Her previous romances ended without much happening, and pure affection was unfamiliar to her. Zhou Cheng was bold, seizing the chance to hold hands, yet he was nervous enough to sweat. Bold yet innocent? Which side of Zhou Cheng was real? Xia Xiaolan felt mixed emotions. Zhou Cheng pulled her into the ticket office. Excuse me, can I still buy a train ticket to Yangqing today? From Xanadu to Yangqing? There's a ticket for 6 p.m. available. Please show me your introduction letter. As Xia Xiaolan reached for the letter, the hand Zhou Cheng was holding moved slightly. He was reluctant to let go, feeling a sense of loss. The ticket seller handed back Xia Xiaolan's introduction letter. One hard seat ticket is 25.6 yuan. Is there no sleeper? It takes over 30 hours from Xanadu to Yangqing, and a hard seat would be uncomfortable. Zhou Cheng wanted Xia Xiaolan to be more comfortable on the journey. The ticket window was crowded, and the seller was in a bad mood. Only hard seats. Do you want it or not? If not, next. Sleeper tickets? Train resources were tight these days, and there weren't many sleeper spots on each train. It was a dream to get a sleeper ticket without connections. Excuse me, please give me a hard seat. Xia Xiaolan handed the money through the window. A hard seat was better than she expected. For over 30 hours, people in a hurry would even buy standing tickets. Standing tickets were much cheaper, so buying a hard seat to Yangqing was already quite extravagant. A ticket costing 25.6 yuan was more than half a month's salary for an average worker. The seller took the money and handed Xia Xiaolan a ticket. Zhou Cheng didn't say anything. The previous ambiguous atmosphere was rare. He protected Xia Xiaolan as they squeezed out of the station. The train station was complicated, and Conway hadn't left. Did you get the ticket? A hard seat to Yangqing. The train leaves at 6 p.m. We still have over 2 hours. How did you end up with a hard seat? Conway and Zhou Cheng had a good understanding. He placed his hand on his stomach. Good thing you two are back. I need to go to the restroom before boarding. Conway disappeared, leaving only Xia Xiaolan and Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng opened the car door and said, Xiaolan, come in. I have something to show you. He showed Xiaolan a small flashlight. Unlike the large, battery-operated flashlights, this one was compact and elegant, with a high-quality black plastic shell and a square design that gave it a modern look. What is this? Xiaolan wondered. Is this already available now? Zhou Cheng didn't hand her the flashlight right away. Instead, he demonstrated how to use it. There are 2 buttons here. Press the green one for normal light, and the red one is for a high-voltage current. If it touches someone's skin, it can stun an adult in under 3 seconds. Just remember to recharge it after use. What kind of flashlight is this? It looks just like a stun device. Xiaolan was surprised by how advanced the technology seemed. Zhou Cheng thought he might have scared her. Don't worry, just hold the handle when using it and it won't shock you. Xiaolan held the small stun device in her hand, feeling Zhou Cheng's thoughtful gesture. This summer, the city opened its first paging service, a tool that allows instant communication, about the size of a cigarette box. If Yunnan also sets up a service, we could contact each other anytime. They already have pagers in the city. Xiaolan knew that 1983 was a time of change. In the future, smartphones would be everywhere, but for now, old pagers were just entering the Chinese market. Coming back to reality, she felt a bit hopeful. If they promote good communication tools here in Yunnan, I might be able to apply for a landline if I move to the city next year. Delayed communication can be very troublesome. Xiaolan's small business wasn't affected much yet, but she wouldn't stay in Qijing village forever, as rural transportation and communication were lagging behind. Xiaolan understood very well how communication tools would improve in the future. There was no barrier in their conversation. Even though Zhou Cheng was talking about the newly emerging paging system, Xiaolan was able to keep up with the topic. He didn't know why she understood, but their conversation flowed smoothly, which made Zhou Cheng feel even better. Moreover, Xiaolan mentioned her plans to move to the city, which felt like they were discussing their future together. Zhou Cheng had already shared his recent life in the telegram, and he wanted to know if anything had happened on Xiaolan's side. Zhang Erlai and those 3 troublemakers have been sentenced, and Zhou Cheng learned about it through other means. Hearing that Xiaolan plans to take the college entrance exam next year, Zhou Cheng feels a bit strange. Xiaolan wants to go to college? Could it be related to Wang Jianhua? Zhou Cheng tries to remember Wang Jianhua's appearance. People from the north are generally tall and have good features. No one could compare to Zhou Cheng when it comes to looks. What university do you want to apply to? Maybe one in the capital or Shanghai, but it depends on my exam results next year. Brother Zhou, you don't think I'm being unrealistic, do you? Wang Jianhua is in the capital. But Zhou Cheng's family is also in the capital. Zhou Cheng encourages Xiaolan to apply to a university in the capital. You're very smart. If you want to go to college, go for it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and take care of your health. Don't overwork yourself. Aim for the capital. The schools there are really special. Zhou Cheng speaks the truth. The best universities are in the capital. There are better job opportunities after graduation. He thinks Xiaolan would be great in business, as the southern region is more open to commerce, but she could also do well in the capital. Plus, they would have more time together, which Zhou Cheng values. Xiaolan is so beautiful. Zhou Cheng worries that others might compete for her. He feels more at ease having his future wife close by. His future wife is impressive. She can already score over 400 points. What's the problem with her taking the college entrance exam next year? Zhou Cheng doesn't look down on the Capital Normal University like Conway does. It's already impressive to get into college from a small county with poor educational resources, but would a name like Capital Normal University really impress someone like Zhou Cheng? That's clearly impossible. Zhou Cheng has never taken the college entrance exam and isn't very interested in it. Now that Xiaolan is preparing for it, he thinks he can help gather some information. He keeps this in mind. Knowing that it's Xiaolan's first time traveling far, Zhou Cheng shares some tips for the train journey. Although Xiaolan is aware, she appreciates his concern. Conway, who had been feeling unwell, finally returns. It's done, Brother Cheng. Seeing Xiaolan's confusion, Zhou Cheng casually explains, I had Conway ask someone to change your ticket to a sleeper. It seems there are still sleeper tickets available for this train. Conway thinks about how much effort it took. He called the capital and transferred the call multiple times just to get a sleeper ticket. Brother Cheng doesn't even acknowledge his effort. Just like with the Zhang Erlai situation, it was clearly he and Zhou Cheng who handled it quietly, and Xiaolan still doesn't understand the details, right? When it comes to relationships, one should always treat their partner well. Conway wants a girlfriend and would treat a girl well, but being nice and showing it are different. If he doesn't show his efforts, how will his girlfriend like him more? Conway can't understand this. But Xiaolan is not really an 18-year-old village girl. She understands social matters. Changing her ticket from a hard seat to a sleeper requires knowing the right person, maybe someone with a bit of power in the railway management. However, Conway and Zhou Cheng are not from Xanadu, so no matter who they ask, it will take a lot of effort. Zhou Cheng speaks lightly of it, but Xiaolan feels like someone is trying to please her. Where did Zhou Cheng learn these tricks? He really seems to win girls over easily. Xia Xiaolan doesn't dislike Zhou Cheng at all. With someone treating her well and being handsome, it's hard for her to feel negative. Xia Xiaolan's eyes are already bright, and with a little change in her mood, they seem even more affectionate. Kang Wei senses something is off. As a sensitive single guy, he notices the shift in the atmosphere between the two. Is getting a sleeper ticket really that important? Then, he has helped Zhou Cheng a bit, right? Even Kang Wei feels happy, and Zhou Cheng, being directly involved, can sense the subtle change in Xia Xiaolan's attitude. At this moment, if he doesn't take advantage of it, that would be foolish. Xiaolan, I know you're smart, but it's always good to be extra careful. The train from Xanadu to Yangqing takes about 30 hours, and you'll arrive in Yangqing before us. I'll see if I can find a local guide to help you get familiar with the area. I'll meet you in Yangqing. Zhou Cheng hasn't found a suitable guide yet, but he is confident he can solve this before the train arrives in Yangqing. Xia Xiaolan nods. Going to Yangqing for supplies is quite a journey. She isn't impressed with the clothes from the Xanadu wholesale market. The styles in Yangqing should be the latest in the country. Xia Xiaolan is willing to spend a bit more to check it out in person. The economic environment in the south is more open. While she is currently reselling clothes, she has other plans as well. With Zhou Cheng getting involved, she feels it might be difficult to pursue those plans now. She feels anxious but also hesitant about returning home. Next time she can verify things then. Zhou Cheng explains how to contact the guide, and at 5:30, he first helps Xia Xiaolan change her hard seat ticket to a sleeper ticket and then takes her to the platform. Xia Xiaolan brought some food to eat on the train, but Zhou Cheng still bought her a bag of pears and jujubes. The jujubes from Yunnan province are quite tasty, and pears are refreshing fruits, perfect for the train ride. Xiaolan, see you in Yangqing. He walked Xia Xiaolan to her sleeping berth. As the train was about to depart, Zhou Cheng quickly gave her a hug, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Although it was a serious goodbye, his voice sounded playful. He seemed worried that Xia Xiaolan might be upset, so he jumped off the train and waved to her through the window. Xia Xiaolan swore she saw a mischievous and proud look in Zhou Cheng's eyes. Was he flirting with her? Zhou Cheng was a bit reckless today. Holding hands and sneaking hugs felt completely natural. As the train whistle blew, Zhou Cheng walked a few steps with the crowd, his figure slowly disappearing as the train started moving. Seeing that person's face, Zhou Cheng's playful demeanor suddenly vanished, leaving Xia Xiaolan feeling a bit lost. Kang Wei found Xia Xiaolan a lower bunk so she wouldn't have to climb up and down, making it the most comfortable for resting. Switching from a hard seat to a sleeping berth saved Xia Xiaolan a lot of trouble. Anyone who could buy a sleeping ticket, regardless of their background, at least had some connections. This area was also where the attendants would pay special attention. For a young and pretty girl like Xia Xiaolan, safety was the top priority. Moreover, a sleeping berth was the best experience on the train. She wouldn't complain at all. After Xia Xiaolan's train had gone far, Zhou Cheng finally left the platform. He was managing his connections, thinking about who he could trust in Yangqing. After considering everything, by the time Zhou Cheng had arranged everything, it was already 9 o'clock at the station. Kang Wei was yawning next to a freight car when he suddenly jumped up. Qingzi, is everything settled for your sister-in-law? Zhou Cheng nodded. Thanks for your hard work.
Who did you contact today?
My aunt has a classmate working at the Yunnan Railway Bureau. It was just a matter of asking, Kang Wei said casually. Kang Wei didn't think much of it, but Zhou Cheng appreciated the favor. Kang Wei was a posthumous child and held a special position in the Kang family, as his grandparents favored him greatly. The attitudes of the other family members towards him were a bit complicated. While his uncles and aunts had good jobs, Kang Wei rarely asked them for anything. Make sure to thank your aunt properly when you return to Beijing. It's a small matter, but she still cares about you. Kang Wei was reluctant, but Zhou Cheng never spoke carelessly and wouldn't harm him, so Kang Wei decided to listen to Zhou Cheng. Kang Wei reluctantly nodded, and Zhou Cheng patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Grab something to eat before we hit the road. We need to head to Yangqing, and time is tight. It will be tough for us on the way. The original plan was to travel from the capital to the city of Hu, following a familiar route with set places for loading and unloading. They had a plan for stopping in several major cities along the way, and their cargo was to be loaded and unloaded as needed. They had not intended to go to Yangcheng. This business was particularly profitable, with high returns but also high risks. The route from the capital to Hu was well organized by Zhoucheng, but Yangcheng was not. Kang Wei hesitated. Going to Yangcheng, are we crossing any lines? If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. Yangcheng has its own business opportunities. Your sister-in-law is limited by her capital and connections, but she has a much better business sense than you. Kang Wei didn't believe it, and Zhoucheng didn't explain further. Some things take time to see results. Zhoucheng thought Xia Xiaolan was very smart. Being clever and shrewd are two different things. The former earns respect, while the latter can be annoying. What could a clever person achieve if given a stage? Zhoucheng looked forward to that day, but he also felt invisible pressure. From the moment he first saw Xia Xiaolan, he felt a strong possessiveness. He believed a man should be stronger than his woman to protect her from the storms of life. Xia Xiaolan would grow, and Zhoucheng pushed himself to be even better. Xia Xiaolan switched from a hard seat to a quiet sleeper ticket, but she still caught someone's eye. The sleeper car was particularly quiet, with passengers not disturbing each other. Across from Xia Xiaolan sat a middle-aged man who looked like an intellectual, wearing glasses and reading a newspaper. Even though Xia Xiaolan was beautiful, he only glanced at her a couple of times and didn't bother her. The peaceful night passed, and after finishing her water, Xia Xiaolan noticed a place in the car where she could get hot water. There, a plump, middle-aged woman struck up a conversation with her. The woman had a kind face, wearing a reddish-brown coat, with a face that was well made up, and she had neatly drawn eyebrows. She came to get water with sleepy eyes, grumbling under her breath. But when Xia Xiaolan turned around, the woman suddenly perked up.
Wow.
You're beautiful. There are many pretty girls in the world, but true beauty often relies on clothing and makeup. Xia Xiaolan hadn't yet experimented with those, and her face was naturally captivating. Delicate and charming, the plump woman couldn't help but notice Xia Xiaolan's attractive figure wrapped in her clothes. How had she not noticed such a gem on this trip before? Hey, did you not get your hot water? How about we change to another compartment to chat? I felt a connection with you as soon as I saw you. It's boring on the train, so let's talk. The plump woman was very enthusiastic. Summer Xiaolan was pretty, but dressed simply. The plump woman thought this must be a young girl traveling far for the first time. Was there anyone else traveling with Summer Xiaolan? This was the first thing the plump woman considered. It didn't matter. As long as Summer Xiaolan talked to her, she could slowly gather information. When someone is overly friendly, it can mean trouble. If a man is friendly, he might be interested, but what about a middle-aged woman? Summer Xiaolan firmly declined. No, I'll get water later.
Hey.
Young lady? This little comrade. The plump woman persisted, following a few steps, but saw Summer Xiaolan slip into a sleeper compartment. The plump woman stomped her feet in frustration. Dressed like a poor person, she didn't expect to afford a sleeper ticket. Someone like her wouldn't mind spending a little more for sleeper, but unfortunately, she couldn't get a ticket. The plump woman returned to her seat with an empty water bottle, where a thin man was particularly impatient. Where have you been all morning?
I'm starving.
Bring me some money for breakfast. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. This compartment was not as quiet as the sleeper cars. The plump woman and the thin man were just an ordinary, noisy couple. No one paid special attention to their conversation. The plump woman slammed the water bottle on the table. I just saw a really beautiful young girl. The man's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight. Where? Is it convenient? If she was alone, it would be best if there was a strong male companion to lure her away. If that didn't work, they could still handle a young girl as long as she was traveling alone. The plump woman felt a bit annoyed. This girl is too cautious, looking at me like I'm trash. Once she had her, there would be no good outcome for her. The plump woman was indignant. She wouldn't give up easily. Since Summer Xiaolan ignored her, She tidied herself up, applied makeup, styled her hair carefully, and wore a gold chain. At first glance, she looked like a wealthy woman of status. Then she went to wait in the next two compartments. Summer Xiaolan would eventually need water or a restroom. She couldn't hide in the sleeper forever. By noon, the plump woman's legs were numb from standing, but she finally saw Summer Xiaolan come out to use the restroom. The plump woman squeezed forward and grabbed Summer Xiaolan's arm. "Hey, you girl. Even if I said something wrong, you don't need to be so angry, do you? Let's go, sit over there with me, and we can clear up this misunderstanding." The overweight woman was very skilled at using this tactic of retreating to advance and forcing an apology. If everyone around mistakenly thought that Xia Xiaolan knew her, it would be easier to handle. Her words were vague, making it hard for most people to explain, especially for a young girl who might be frightened by such an attitude and easily led astray by the woman's thinking. Xia Xiaolan noticed that the woman was gripping her arm tightly and immediately responded loudly, "I don't know you. You've tried to get close to me several times. Are you a human trafficker?" Xia Xiaolan felt unlucky to encounter a human trafficker just while getting a cup of hot water. What did this woman want? Xia Xiaolan refused to tolerate any games with her. She didn't have time for that and directly asked if she was a trafficker. The overweight woman was embarrassed and angry, trying to pull Xia Xiaolan aside. "Come on, let's go talk to someone about this. You are a trafficker." Xia Xiaolan couldn't match the woman's strength, but her other hand had already reached for the stun device given to her by Zhou Cheng. Just as she was about to use it on the woman, people around began to discuss the situation, and some stepped in to mediate. "Hey, it seems like the young girl doesn't know you. Why are you holding her arm like that? Could she really be a trafficker? I heard there are people on trains who steal children and trick women, saying they can help them make big money in the South, but they end up selling them. Where's the train police? Someone call the train police." Xia Xiaolan knew she couldn't be dragged away and was wary of those trying to mediate. She couldn't be sure if any of them were the woman's accomplices. The overweight woman didn't clarify whether she knew Xia Xiaolan. Instead, she threw a tantrum, demanding an apology. "Who are you calling a trafficker? It's not good to falsely accuse someone at such a young age." Xia Xiaolan was extremely annoyed by her. Instead of pulling out the stun device in public, she kicked the woman's calf hard. The pain made the woman release her grip, but she tried to grab Xia Xiaolan again. Xia Xiaolan shouted, "Help! A trafficker!" and took the chance to escape the crowd. "Stop right there." The train police arrived, brought by a middle-aged man with glasses who hadn't spoken to Xia Xiaolan. He stood with his hands behind his back and spoke with authority. "Comrade, we bought sleeper tickets for peace and quiet, and this woman is causing a disturbance. She might really be a trafficker." They were on a train, with no place to run, and the overweight woman immediately lost her bravado. However, she still seemed a bit fierce but timid inside. "Who are you calling a human trafficker? You're all in this together, slandering good people. Whether she is a trafficker can be verified." Xia Xiaolan first explained her situation and showed her identification to the train officer. "I met her this morning when I was getting hot water. She kept asking me questions, and just now she wouldn't let go of me. Officer, I really don't know her and don't want to have anything to do with her." The overweight woman naturally wanted to defend herself. With no evidence, the train officer could only give the woman a warning, telling her not to approach Xia Xiaolan again. "What's so great about it?" the overweight woman muttered, glaring at Xia Xiaolan before sulking back to her compartment. The train officer was watching too closely, so the overweight woman and her husband got off at the next stop. This wasn't a victory for Xia Xiaolan. She had just escaped a crisis. Who knows if someone else might be deceived by the overweight woman. "Thank you." After returning to her sleeping compartment, Xia Xiaolan broke the silence and thanked the middle-aged man with glasses. He nodded while holding a newspaper, but didn't say anything else. They were just fellow travelers, and their brief interaction during the train ride showed that he had a sense of justice by calling the train officer. He seemed different from ordinary people, possibly someone of status. Since he didn't want to talk much, Xia Xiaolan didn't want to annoy him. However, when she took out her food, she placed it on the small table by the window. Would you like to try some? The middle-aged man completely ignored the fragrant food and happily ate his train meal. Xia Xiaolan realized he truly didn't want to engage with her. Well, she wasn't one to chase after attention. After the incident with the overweight woman, people in the nearby compartments recognized Xia Xiaolan's strength and no similar incidents occurred. The next morning, Xia Xiaolan safely arrived at Yangqing train station. A dark-skinned woman was holding a sign that read Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan squeezed through. "Hello, I am Xia Xiaolan." The woman smiled widely, her bright white teeth standing out. "My brother asked me to pick you up. He said Zhou Qing needed his help." After asking a few more questions, Xia Xiaolan confirmed that the answers matched what Zhou Qing had said, so there was no doubt this woman was sent by him. "My last name is Bai, and my name is Bai Xinju. I was born in 62. She was 3 years older than Xia Xiaolan, making her 21 this year. Compared to Xia Xiaolan, her name and skin tone left a strong impression. The sunlight in Yangqing was abundant, and girls here had skin that was not as fair as those from southern Hunan. Bai Xinju also appeared older than her actual age. But the person Zhou Qing found also had her strengths. She didn't talk much, but didn't ignore Xia Xiaolan either. Bai Xinju had a bit of a tomboy personality and was quite strong. When Xia Xiaolan said she came to Yangqing to buy women's clothing in bulk, Bai Xinju took her directly to the train station nearby. The wholesale market is usually not far from the train station, as it makes sense for large goods to be transported by train. For many years to come, Yangqing's clothing wholesale market would control over 50% of the national supply, with wholesale markets in various provinces sourcing their goods from here. However, the well-known large clothing wholesale markets were not yet under unified management, lacking tall buildings and signposts. Bai Xinju found a guest house for Xia Xiaolan and took her to the famous Shihu night market and Huanghua night market in the afternoon. The stalls were simply lit with electric lights, and there were many roadside stands with clothes piled on the ground. Buyers hardly looked at the clothes. They just grabbed items and stuffed them into plastic bags. "Everything is 5 yuan each. Come choose, come see." Suit pants for 8 yuan. Autumn jackets. The sounds echoed, distracting. Xia Xiaolan wasn't in a hurry to buy. She looked through each stall without putting anything in her bag. Bai Xinju closely followed her, worried she might be taken advantage of by the locals. Bai Xinju had a typical Yangqing appearance, and her strong local accent made it hard for anyone to fool her. Xia Xiaolan didn't like the particularly cheap clothes. There was no need for her to travel this far for such items. After checking all the stalls, she finally chose 2. Unlike the others, these stalls had neatly hung clothes that looked well-pressed and of good quality. Xia Xiaolan gently touched the fabric. "How much is this one, boss? Are you buying retail or wholesale?" "Wholesale. I want more than one." "Wholesale is 13 yuan, retail is 16 yuan. At other stalls, a similar round-neck sweater would only cost a few yuan, but this one was priced at 13 yuan, double the wholesale price. Bai Xinju held the clothes and said, "Don't treat us like outsiders." The boss chuckled as Xia Xiaolan felt the sweater's fabric. This sweater was made from softer yarn, with a lace trim around the neckline and colorful beads sewn on with transparent thread. Such sweaters would appeal to women in the city, so a higher price was acceptable. "What colors do you have?" "I'll take 2 of each color. Red, white, and black are the main colors, and Xia Xiaolan really likes this style." She even picked up 2 pieces in ginger yellow. She took out cash to buy, and the shopkeeper greeted her with a smile, saying, "You're a straightforward girl. I have new stock here." The shopkeeper pulled out a large bag from under the stall and took out what he called the new styles. Xia Xiaolan shook out the clothes and laid them flat. They were indeed beautiful, with white and green threads woven into a maple leaf pattern. The collar was a lapel instead of a round neck, making it suitable for autumn wear. When it gets colder, it can be worn underneath other clothes. This style is sure to sell well. Xia Xiaolan thought the green one looked the best, followed by the sky blue, which was vibrant and lively, different from the dull military green and blue ant colors. Women in the 1980s didn't prefer workwear colors, they just didn't have many options in the market. Xia Xiaolan specifically chose bold and unique colors, believing these clothes would sell. Bell-bottom pants were also a trendy item. The Japanese films Wang Xiang and Zhuai Bu from 1978 made bell-bottoms popular among young people. Bold and unconventional? Young people deeply desire to stand out. They need different outfits to express themselves. Some in the commercial city would accept these new trends. Xia Xiaolan decisively bought several pairs of bell-bottom pants. Thankfully, people at that time generally had slim figures, so she could buy 2 sizes of one style. Most customers could fit into small and medium sizes, while women in larger sizes were considered curvy. Sizes above XL? They were either wealthy and indulged in food, or had a body type that gained weight easily. Xia Xiaolan had 2 large bags of goods. Bai Jinju was very strong and helped her carry them to the guest house. On the first day, Xia Xiaolan chose mostly sweaters and pants, not daring to buy too many outerwear pieces since good coats were expensive, and winter in Yunnan was colder than in Guangzhou. Thin coats wouldn't be warm enough, so Xia Xiaolan planned to buy thicker coats on her next trip. She brought out 900 yuan and spent over 500 yuan in one go. After deducting travel and accommodation costs, she had no more than 300 yuan left to spend. With the remaining money, Xia Xiaolan planned to buy 2 goodwill coats. Although they were costly, each piece would earn her more profit when sold. Xia Xiaolan wanted to treat Bai Jinju to a meal. At first, Bai Jinju refused, but since Xia Xiaolan insisted, she ended up having some cheap rice rolls. She was going to share a room with Xia Xiaolan that night and explained a bit. Guangzhou can be quite chaotic at night. If you prefer not to share a room, I can sleep in the next room. Before Zhou Qing arrived, Bai Jinju had to stay with Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan wouldn't send her away, saying, "Sister Bai, it's great that you can keep me company." After browsing some wholesale stalls, Xia Xiaolan was quite tired. The guest house was average, but had hot showers, and she felt very relaxed. She was also curious about how Bai Jinju knew Zhou Qing, but Bai Jinju had never heard of him before. "My brother asked me to come pick you up and take care of you, so here I am." Bai Jinju's family used to run a martial arts school in the old days. Her brother was serving in the army up north, and she was the only one left to support the family. Now, since people no longer practiced martial arts and instead favored qigong, Bai Jinju had to switch to selling fruit to make a living. She never looked down on small business owners because she was one herself. "Sister Bai, you're amazing." Bai Jinju shrugged it off, saying, "If someone messes with me, I'll stand up for myself. Whoever is stronger is right." Xia Xiaolan wanted to sell clothes, but Bai Jinju felt she couldn't help much. If Xia Xiaolan were to sell fruit, Bai Jinju was confident she could get the best prices. Bai Jinju wasn't reborn or anything. She was a native girl from Guangzhou, where the atmosphere was more open compared to southern Hunan. Many people like Bai Jinju were small business owners. Money was easy to make in the 1980s. As long as you weren't scammed and worked hard with a bit of common sense, you wouldn't lose out. However, no matter how well Bai Jinju's fruit business was doing, she was most proud of her brother in the army. He got promoted, and now he needs a sister-in-law. "What else could my brother want in life? I'll work hard to earn money so that when he gets married, his future sister-in-law's family won't look down on us." She was indeed a selfless girl. The limitations of the times made it hard for Xia Xiaolan to explain her views. Xia Xiaolan believed one should live for oneself first, while Bai Jinju felt happier contributing to her brother. Xia Xiaolan didn't intend to correct her. As they chatted, Xia Xiaolan slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, Bai Jinju accompanied her again, and Xia Xiaolan explored several wholesale markets in Guangzhou. The variety of products was dazzling. Electronic items were more profitable than clothing. From small items like watches and calculators to larger ones like radios and televisions, you could find almost anything in Guangzhou. The restrictions on purchasing tickets have almost disappeared in Yangqing. The market here is filled with various smuggled goods, with boats arriving daily from Hong Kong. Customs confiscates most of them, but some still slip through. If you have connections, you can buy anything at a low price from the customs warehouse. Seized smuggled items are not destroyed. Instead, they are sold cheaply to insiders. Items like electronic watches are sold by the box, and there are plenty of washing machines, televisions, and refrigerators. With a bit more money, you could even buy confiscated smuggled cars. Xia Xiaolan is bold and dares to sell anything others do. But she lacks the capital. Looking at the abundant opportunities in Yangcheng, which is even more prosperous and open than the business city, her heart aches. She doesn't want to stay in Yangcheng. She has already chosen her goods. The guest house costs money every night just to meet Zhou Chen. She could easily return to Anqing County and wait for him there. Unfortunately, there are no mobile phones. Even the big mobile phones aren't available yet. Pagers have just started to become popular in Shanghai, and landlines are the fastest means of communication, followed by telegrams. No matter what, one party must remain stationary. Who knows where Zhou Qing has driven off to? Zhou Cheng is in trouble. His and Kong Wei's car has been stopped. Without hesitation, Zhou Qing fires his gun, saving both their lives, and then he finds someone familiar on the roadside. Kong Wei's eyes nearly pop out. Isn't that your sister-in-law's uncle? Lu Yong is soaked in blood. Most of it is from others, but some is his, and it looks very frightening. He has a large wound on his back, and blood is flowing heavily. Zhou Qing finds someone to treat Lu Yong's injuries. Lu Yong has a high fever, and he and Kong Wei can't just leave him at a hospital halfway. Lu Yong must have been attacked by the same group that tried to rob him and Kong Wei. Xia Xiaolan said her uncle went out to work as a mason. Running from Anqing County to the outskirts of Shanghai to work as a mason? Zhou Cheng has no choice but to contact someone and call the guest house in Yangcheng. Xiaolan, I can't go to Yangcheng this time. You should go back to Anqing by yourself, and I'll see you on my way back. Okay. His future fiancé hung up the phone so cheerfully. Zhou Qing couldn't help but smile. But with his luck, isn't it destined that Xia Xiaolan will be his wife? Although Lu Yong is just an uncle, he clearly holds more importance in Xia Xiaolan's heart than Xia Dajuan. By saving Lu Yong, Zhou Cheng has essentially saved his future father-in-law. Uncle, you really are. Kong Wei thought that Qingzi's smile was quite unsettling, almost like a weasel that had successfully stolen a chicken. On the hospital bed, Lu Yong was restlessly moving in his sleep. Xia Xiaolan was completely unaware of the situation with Zhou Cheng and didn't know he was trying to honor her family. When someone does a favor, they expect a return. If the favor is too great, it can lead to enemies or force them to become family. Bai Jinju did her best to help Xia Xiaolan get on the bus, and Xia Xiaolan, carrying 3 large bags of clothes, took the train back to Xanadu. These 3 bags of women's clothing represented all her current capital, plus the 300 yuan borrowed from Li Fengmei. If anything went wrong with the goods, Xia Xiaolan would be back to square one. Xia Xiaolan's trip to Yangcheng wasted most of her 4 or 5 days on the train. Meanwhile, Xia Hongxia kept an eye on the gate of the first high school every day and finally spotted Chen Qing. Chen Qing hadn't been home for 2 weekends. A few days ago, when Xia Xiaolan visited the school, she gave him some English materials she had compiled. Following her method, Chen Qing not only made progress, but also started to feel more confident. Excited, Chen Qing decided to go home this week and find a chance to ask Xia Xiaolan for more help. But as soon as he left the school gate, he was caught by Xia Hongxia. Are you Xia Xiaolan's boyfriend? Chen Qing's ears turned red. He could tell from her expression that she was right. Xia Hongxia, like a successful hunter, tried to contain her excitement. Did I have some things about Xia Xiaolan to tell you? Xia Xiaolan's matters? Chen Qing was interested in Xia Xiaolan's situation, but he wasn't foolish. In fact, he was quite smart.
Who are you?
He kept his distance from Xia Hongxia, sensing a calculating look in her eyes that made him wary. Don't worry about who I am. What I say is the truth. Xia Xiaolan is not a good person. She ruined her reputation in the countryside and was kicked out by her family. Her mother was also affected and was driven away by the Xia family. Xia Xiaolan not only has ties with troublemakers, but also tries to charm her future brother-in-law. She just likes to deceive men. I'm warning you so you don't get tricked. Xia Hongxia didn't mention that she was Xia Xiaolan's cousin. Last time, When she spoke ill of Xia Xiaolan in front of the gatekeeper and school leaders, she revealed her identity, and their attitudes changed drastically. Not understanding why, Xia Hongxia decided not to mention that she was Xia Xiaolan's cousin. With a cousin like that, she felt embarrassed and preferred to keep it vague. Xia Hongxia was just short of swearing an oath. She described the details clearly, and Chen Qing's dark face turned as red as if it would explode. He was certainly unhappy and had vaguely heard these rumors, but after spending time with Xia Xiaolan, Chen Qing trusted his judgment. He was so angry that his face turned red. Xiaolan was not like that. Being beautiful was not her fault. Just because she was pretty, did that mean men could like her, and then blame her for it? She didn't rely on her looks to get by. She worked hard to earn a living while also wanting to continue her education. In Chen Qing's eyes, Xia Xiaolan was the perfect person. How could he tolerate anyone speaking ill of her? Shut up. Chen Qing glared at Xia Hongxia. In broad daylight, you come out to slander someone without revealing your identity. You must not be a good person. You are jealous of Xia Xiaolan and can't stand her having a better life. Are you from the Xia family? Chen Qing had a terrible impression of the Xia family, except for Xia Xiaolan. There was Xia Dajuan, who hit women, the reasonable Zhang Cui, and the troublesome Wang Jinggui. Everyone in Qijing village knew what the Xia family was like. When Lu Fen got divorced, the villagers felt relieved. It was about time she stood up for herself. Li Fengmei didn't understand public opinion but always tried to defend Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen, claiming that Lu Fen's marriage into the Xia family was terrible. Chen Qing even helped write the divorce papers that day, and Xia Dajuan was held back by the villagers, wanting to lash out. Xiaolan had a hard life before. Why couldn't these people leave Xiaolan alone? Chen Qing admired Xia Xiaolan not just for her looks, but also for her excellence. When someone came to slander her, he was extremely angry. Did this person spread lies about other students? Would it affect Xiaolan's chances in next year's college entrance exam? Chen Qing was both anxious and furious. If Xia Hongxia were a man, he would have knocked her down. Xia Hongxia stepped back 2 paces. She was indeed from the Xia family. Besides Xia Xiaolan, who else in the family was embarrassing? Her sister was a college student, and her future brother-in-law was also in college. Being a member of the Xia family made Xia Hongxia proud. I'm worried you might be deceived. Am I wrong to kindly remind you? If you want to know what kind of person Xia Xiaolan is, just ask in Dea Village. Don't think you can say whatever you want just because you're a girl. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll find someone to deal with you. Chen Qing warned Xia Hongxia in return. Everything was different from what she had expected. Why does everyone, including the leaders at county, know? One middle school, the security guard, and Xia Xiaolan's new partner refused to believe that Xia Xiaolan is not a good person? Xia Hongxia doesn't understand that Xia Xiaolan earns respect through her abilities, not her looks. Although Xia Xiaolan may attract attention, she doesn't rely on her appearance to succeed. People value her because she is capable. As long as that remains true, her reputation means nothing. Xia Hongxia is limited by her perspective and may never grasp this. She failed to achieve her goal and clung to Chen Qing for a while, but he showed her no interest and defended Xia Xiaolan, which made Xia Hongxia feel bored. When she returned to Zhang's snack shop feeling down, Zhang Cui pulled her aside, saying, "Are you feeling unwell lately? If the work here is too much for you, you can go back to the village for a few days. I worry about you and don't want you to get too tired." Zhang Cui's words sounded caring, but she really wanted Xia Hongxia to go back to Dea Village. Xia Hongxia suddenly realized that while the work at the snack shop was annoying, going back to the countryside was not an option. Life in the county was different from Dea Village, and she didn't want to return. "Auntie, I saw Xia Xiaolan a few days ago. She seems to have found a partner at County No. 1 middle school," Xia Hongxia stammered. She completely dismissed what the school's security guard had said. How could Xia Xiaolan be a student there, if she hadn't been to class for days? Zhang Cui squeezed Xia Hongxia's hand too tightly, causing her pain. "Auntie, that hurts. When did you see Xiaolan? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Zhang Cui realized her expression was not good and loosened her grip, trying to make up for it. How is Xiaolan doing? She found a partner so quickly, and the trouble with Zhang Erlai hasn't even settled yet. Sigh. Your second aunt took her away from the Xia family, and it's hard for us to care about Xiaolan. Xia Hongxia couldn't tell right from wrong. Or maybe Zhang Chui's facade was so perfect that Xia Hongxia believed she truly cared about Xia Xiaolan. Jealous and angry, she exclaimed, Xia Xiaolan is stealing someone from Sister Ziyu. How shameless! She even thinks the Xia family has wronged her. She and her mother have caused chaos at home and made Grandma sick, and now she's living well? The more Xia Hongxia spoke, the more agitated she became. Sister Ziyu forgave her, but I won't let her off the hook. Zhang Chui looked touched. Sister Ziyu cares for you genuinely. She is like a big sister to you all. Regardless of what Xiaolan has done, a big sister shouldn't hold a grudge against her. Tell me more about your encounter with Xiaolan. If she has found a partner, that's great news. But you know, Xiaolan has a quick temper. I'm worried she might rush to find someone to show us, and in her haste, she could end up with the wrong person. Zhang Chui didn't bother sending Xia Hongxia home. She needed to get information from her. Xia Hongxia had previously hidden her intentions to threaten Xia Xiaolan, but since neither Xia Xiaolan nor Qinqing paid attention to that, Xia Hongxia told Zhang Chui everything that happened. The guard said she is a student from County No. 1 High School. Zhang Chui was better at picking up on key points than Xia Hongxia. After all, she had been working in the county for several years. Xia Hongxia scoffed. That's definitely a lie. How could Xia Xiaolan get into No. 1 High School? Zhang Chui also found it hard to believe. She had seen how seriously Xia Ziyu studied. She didn't trust Xia Xiaolan. But what if it were true? After Xia Hongxia caused a scene, Qinqing was in a bad mood. When he returned to Kaijingshan village, he found that Xia Xiaolan hadn't come back yet. Xia Xiaolan hadn't mentioned going out when she came to school that day, leaving Qinqing confused. What do you need her for? Someone sent her a thick telegram, and she got your grandfather to write her a letter of introduction to go out. Listen to your mom. You need to focus on your studies. If you get into a good school next year, then we can talk about other things. Strangers were saying bad things about Xia Xiaolan, and his own mother hinted that Xia Xiaolan had complicated social connections. Qinqing felt everyone was overthinking things. Mom, I just want to ask her about studying. The English materials she gave me are really helpful. Seeing her son upset, Qin Dazhao shivered. She had misunderstood. It didn't matter who Xia Xiaolan wanted to date. What mattered was that she was good at English and had scored full marks twice. As long as she could help Qinqing improve his grades, whether or not she became a daughter-in-law was secondary. Qin Dazhao was willing to treat Xia Xiaolan like a mother-in-law. Did I say something wrong? Her study methods are really effective? Qinqing nodded. I think she's amazing. If she keeps improving, her grades will definitely be better than mine next year. Qin Dazhao felt a bit uncomfortable. Every mother thinks her child is the best, and Qinqing saying that Xia Xiaolan was better than him made her uneasy. But the facts were right there. Qinqing got headaches from foreign words, while Xia Xiaolan could score full marks. I think she'll be back soon. Don't worry. Could Xiaolan really abandon her family? Xia Xiaolan had been gone for 4 or 5 days, and Li Fengmei and Lu Fen were both worried at home, especially Lu Fen, who had never been apart from Xia Xiaolan for such a long time. She tossed and turned at night, unable to sleep. Worrying won't help. I can't stop my business. This is the first time Xiaolan is going far for work, and safety is the most important thing. Whether I make a profit or a loss is secondary. If I make money, that's great, but if I lose, my family's livelihood depends on Lu Fen's current business. The weather is getting cooler. It's becoming harder to collect eels, and in a few days, this business will have to pause. Lu Fen wishes she could make several trips to the oil factory every day, where the oil residue piles up. As long as she works hard, she won't have to worry about making money. The little bit of weight Lu Fen managed to gain has disappeared in just a few days. Li Fengmei advises her, Xiaolan is smart. You have nothing to worry about. If she had a son, Lu Fen wouldn't be so concerned, but Xiaolan is a daughter. The two women comfort and encourage each other at home. Xiaolan finally manages to get 3 bags of goods off the truck. Should she take the items back to Kaijingshan and then slowly bring them to the market to sell? Xiaolan has no issues with that. She left with 900 yuan, and when she got off the train, she had less than 20 yuan left. Why go back with the clothes? It's better to sell them quickly in the market. There's still a whole day left. Xiaolan got a small cart in Yangcheng, which has wheels and is made from a few welded iron pipes. It makes transporting goods very convenient. Otherwise, she couldn't carry everything back alone. As she slowly walks with her goods, Xiaolan finally spots a tailor shop by the street. Can I borrow your iron? I'm willing to pay. Xiaolan successfully rents an iron. With the remaining money, she buys some hangers. The 2 floor-standing clothes rods are old, but Xiaolan repurposes them with some scraps of fabric, making them look much nicer. Especially those few coats. She carefully irons them until they are completely smooth, making them look high-end even when hung on the street. At this time, individual vendors are like guerrilla fighters. They set up wherever they can as long as no one reports them. People are used to buying various things on the streets, so Xiaolan finds a corner space to hang her clothes, and soon people come to ask about prices. How much for this sweater? Sister, you have a good eye. This is the latest style from Yangcheng, and you are the first buyer. I'll sell it to you at this price. The brightly colored sweater attracts attention, and the woman is interested in the green maple leaf sweater that Xiaolan likes. The boss said the cost price was 15 yuan, but Xiaolan can't avoid bargaining. The final price she offers is 14 yuan each. The one with lace and beads has a cost price of 12 yuan. For a sweater that costs 14 yuan, Xiaolan is asking for 36. Is that expensive? A sweater costs as much as a month's salary. It's extremely expensive. The wool feels nice, but if I buy yarn to knit myself, it won't cost much. 36 yuan for a sweater? She must have money to burn. Xiaolan seemed to see through her thoughts. This is machine-made with precision, and you can't find this style anywhere in the city. The factory in Yangcheng exports to foreign countries. Every stitch is tight and neat. Hand-knitted pieces often have uneven tension, showing signs of being made by hand. Although skilled knitters can create sweaters as good as machine-made ones, not everyone is an expert. It would take even the best half a month to knit something like this. The woman felt a bit tempted. 36 is too expensive. Of course, 36 yuan for a sweater isn't cheap, but spending has become quite crazy these days. People try to minimize their everyday spending, yet sometimes they are willing to splurge. Xiaolan took a white coat and put the green maple leaf sweater inside. You can wear it outside or mix it with other clothes. The quality and style are unique. Your money will definitely be worth it. A white coat. Xiaolan is quite bold. Coats that cost over 100 yuan are usually treated with great care. White shows dirt easily. Can you even work in such an expensive outfit? Wearing something so costly surely means you want to show it off, not work. The woman, who was hesitant about buying a sweater, found the white coat very attractive as well. No, she couldn't ask the price. It looked incredibly expensive. But, without her noticing, a few young women had gathered around Xiaolan's stall, their eyes shining at the coat. How much is it? Is it really good quality? Xiaolan smiled. Everyone, please don't rush. Come one by one. We have plenty of stock, and you will definitely find something you like. A scam. There was only one white coat hanging there. How could the stock be plentiful? Xiaolan's sweaters were priced over 30, and her flared pants were also 30. She wasn't pricing the coat high enough. The department store sells similar coats for 128 yuan, but her style is better at just 108 yuan. Anyone who can afford that feels like they got a great deal. Moreover, Xiaolan knows how to style and is much friendlier than the department store salespeople. After buying her clothes, she praises her customers endlessly, making each one feel like a goddess. Women, even if they know it's not true, love to hear sweet compliments, especially when they come from the beautiful Xiaolan. It really lifts their spirits. If you make a woman happy, it won't be long before she spends money. Xiaolan was surprised to find that the first items to sell out were the coats priced over 100 yuan. She only brought 6 of them due to her budget. No one carries over 100 yuan while shopping. They all gave Xia. It really lifts their spirits. If you make a woman happy, it won't be long before she spends money. Xia Xiaolan was surprised to find that the first items to sell out were the coats priced over 100 yuan. She only brought 6 of them due to her budget. No one carries over 100 yuan while shopping. They all gave Xia Xiaolan a deposit and rushed home to get. However, their popularity exceeded her expectations. She still had 2 sweaters left, which she had set aside on purpose. With money coming in so easily, Xia Xiaolan didn't feel tired at all. She wished she could immediately book another. However, their popularity exceeded her expectations. She still had 2 sweaters left, which she had set aside on purpose. With money coming in so easily, Xia Xiaolan didn't feel tired at all. She wished she could immediately book another ticket to Yangcheng. If she could keep making money like this, she might be able to buy a house. She wouldn't go asking every place. She had a contact in the city, Hu Yongkai from the city inn. When Hu Yongkai saw Xia Xiaolan appear in front of him with her things, he was momentarily surprised. Xiaolan, it's been a while. I heard from Zhu Fong that you went back. She wouldn't go asking every place. She had a contact in the city, Hu Yongkai from the city inn. When Hu Yongkai saw Xia Xiaolan appear in front of him with her things, he was momentarily surprised. Xiaolan, it's been a while. I heard from Zhu Fong that you went back to finish high school? Xia Xiaolan never asks for favors without bringing something. She wasn't just looking for connections. No one dislikes a young person who is ambitious, even if Xia Xiaolan doesn't know him well. They had interacted before, and if Xia Xiaolan succeeded, Hu Yongkai would be happy for her. You should seize every opportunity. You have such great potential. If you go to college, that would be amazing. Zhu Fong liked Xia Xiaolan, but his family didn't approve. They just thought Xia Xiaolan was from a rural background and couldn't help much. If she did get into college, her household registration would change, and the government would arrange a job for her. At that point, she might not even look at Zhu Fong. Xia Xiaolan didn't ask for much help. She just wanted to know if Hu Yongkai knew anyone who could rent a room. Rent a room? What are your requirements? It needs to be safe, just a single room, and preferably the landlord is a woman. Hu Yongkai promised to help her find out quickly. Xia Xiaolan reminded him, Comrade Zhu Fong's mother has some misunderstandings about me. She doesn't like me spending too much time with Zhu Fong. I need to rent a place in Xanadu, and you. Hu Yongkai understood. I will definitely keep it a secret. Xia Xiaolan was very happy. She had originally planned to bring a sweater back for Li Fengmei and Lu Fun, but she handed one to Hu Yongkai instead. I'm currently in this business, and this one is for your sister-in-law. Can I temporarily leave these hangers with you? Hu Yongkai paused, pretending to take out money, but Xia Xiaolan waved her hand and ran off. Hu Yongkai chuckled. He was still a bit suspicious, thinking Xia Xiaolan was trying to sell him clothes, but she was usually generous. Just because of that, he believed this girl would have a bright future. Xia Xiaolan left her hangers and cart at Hu Yongkai's place. The city guest house was large, and there were plenty of corners to store things, which Hu Yongkai had the authority to do. Feeling light and carefree, Xia Xiaolan took the money she made today and took a bus back to Anqing County. There were no buses from Anqing to Qijing village, but luckily, a tractor gave her a ride. She suddenly appeared at her doorstep, and Li Fengmei and Lu Fun were very surprised. Tao Tao hugged her leg tightly, having missed her a lot after several days. You girl, you disappeared for days without a word. Was everything smooth? Take a break. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Li Fengmei spoke quickly, while Lu Fun quietly handed Xia Xiaolan a towel and water. Once home, Xia Xiaolan realized how tired she was. Li Fengmei made her a big bowl of noodles, and Xia Xiaolan finished it all, soup and noodles included. She felt rejuvenated, and no one asked if she made any money, just how she returned empty-handed after saying she was going to get supplies. No, Xia Xiaolan still had one sweater with her. I didn't have enough goods to sell. I originally planned to bring back 2 sweaters for you, but now there's only this one left. Xia Xiaolan handed the sweater to Li Fengmei. Lu Fun had no objections. In this situation, it was natural to prioritize Li Fengmei. Li Fengmei liked the style but refused to take it. First, tell me how business was. Did you sell everything you brought back from Yangcheng? Xia Xiaolan nodded. Tao Dao, go close the door. With only family in the room, Xia Xiaolan took all the money from her pocket and laid it out. The bills of different denominations looked like a lot. She made at least 20 yuan from each sweater, a bit less from the pants at 15 yuan, and the 6 coats brought Xiaolan over 300 yuan in profit. Anyway, she took 900 yuan to Yangcheng, spent some on various expenses, and ended up with 800 yuan worth of goods. Now, the money on the table added up to 1,875 yuan. Did you earn all this from this trip? Yes, this includes both the principal and the profit. Actually, there were still 2 sweaters not counted, which she could definitely sell if she wanted to. However, Xiaolan decided to take her profits and didn't worry about the 2 sweaters. Making money from a trip to Yangcheng is like this. Her vision and determination are key to quickly building capital. If someone else went to Yangcheng for goods, they wouldn't earn as much. It's all about luck. A trip plus selling the goods takes at least a week, and Xiaolan could make 4 trips in a month. With an initial investment of 900 yuan, she could double it and next time invest in 1,800 yuan worth of goods. Staying as a small-time trader isn't a long-term plan. Xiaolan prefers to open a store in the business district. As long as she secures a supply channel, she can hire someone to manage the store. Aunt, how about we partner up? Xiaolan divided the money into 2 parts. She returned the 300 yuan borrowed from Li Fengmei and shared 1/3 of the profit, totaling 625 yuan. In just a few days, the 300 yuan had doubled, which was a huge shock for Li Fengmei, who wouldn't be tempted by easily gained wealth. Li Fengmei felt a bit tempted, but this family wasn't solely her decision. The so-called partnership clearly favored Xiaolan, and would her husband Lu Yong agree? Having gone through a failed marriage, Li Fengmei cherished her current life. For the stability of her family, she firmly shook her head. You keep the money for now. Whether to invest or not, I'll listen to your uncle. Uncle? Lu Yong didn't even know when he would hear news. Li Fengmei told Xiaolan to put the money away and warned her son Tao Dao not to talk about it. If you dare brag outside, just wait until I deal with you. Tao Dao covered his bottom, trying to hide from his mom. He wasn't foolish. If Sister Xiaolan made money, why would he tell others? He wanted to enjoy all the snacks himself without sharing. In a hospital in Shanghai, the pillar of the Lu family opened his eyes. He and Zhou Qing stared at each other for a long time. Lu Yong coughed dryly, and Zhou Qing kindly offered him water. Looking at this person's actions, he doesn't seem like someone who can take care of others, but Zhou Qing's attitude deserves a perfect score. Uncle, the doctor said if your fever goes down, you can be discharged in 2 days. Luckily, it's not summer, so the wound isn't infected badly. Zhou Qing, listen to me. Lu Yong struggled to interrupt Zhou Qing. I know how you feel about Xiaolan, but in our line of work, we earn a lot, and our lives are always at risk. Just think about it. If you hadn't saved me this time, I could have died on the way, and no one would have known, right? Xiaolan is my only niece, and I don't want her to live in fear with you. You've helped Xiaolan and saved me. We owe you our lives, not just gratitude. Zhou Qing quietly waited for Lu Yong to finish. Lu Yong spoke earnestly, but it didn't seem to affect Zhou Qing's emotions. When Lu Yong got excited, he tried to sit up from the bed, but the movement pulled at his back wound, causing him pain. Zhou Qing quickly pushed him back down. Uncle, please don't get worked up. I understand what you mean, but you should let me explain. I'm not involved in smuggling. I've just been at home for a while, helping Kongwei out. I can see your doubts, but what Kongwei and I do isn't smuggling. Lu Yong's disbelief was clear on his face. He was convinced that Zhou Qing was his rival in smuggling, someone who had seen violence. Uncle, I'm not a smuggler. I work at a confidential unit. Are you kidding me? Xiaolan, you're back? Having a rare day off, Xiaolan took Tao Dao to school and was stopped by a cheerful Qin Qing at the Qin family's door. Yeah, is there no school this weekend? How did you find the review materials I gave you? Xiaolan hadn't seen Qin Qing for several days. Before leaving Anqing County, she had given him some of her summarized materials. It was hard to say if they were effective since he had no guidance. The materials are very helpful. The memorization method you mentioned for vocabulary is amazing. Even though I've only been studying for a short time, if I keep at it, I'm sure I'll make great progress. Xiaolan, someone stopped me at the school gate yesterday and said some unpleasant things. Chen Qing felt like he was gossiping, but if he didn't tell Xiaolan about the malicious comments, how could she be cautious? Was it a young girl? Xiaolan suspected it was Xia Hongxia. Xia Dajuan isn't very smart, and neither Wang Jinggui nor Xia Hongxia is particularly clever. They're just tools in someone else's hands. Truly smart people always stay behind the scenes, taking advantage while maintaining a good reputation. For example, the Xia family, including Xia Ziyu, who has a younger brother that is only 10 and doesn't understand much. But whether it's Xia Ziyu, Xia Changzheng, or Zhang Cui, they are all clever members of the Xia family. Chen Qing was surprised. You really know them? What's there not to know? She should be my cousin. The Xia family wouldn't want me to live well, so I'm determined to prove them wrong and make them swallow their pride. Xiaolan spoke cheerfully, while Chen Qing felt it was a big deal, as if it were nothing serious in her eyes. But what if she talks nonsense about others? Chen Qing didn't want Xiaolan's reputation to be harmed. Young people see things in black and white. The Xia family's gossip is just bullying the Lu family, who are weaker. If the Xia family thinks that way, they are mistaken. The people of Kaijingshan village are united, and the whole village supports Xiaolan. Chen Qing was confident about this. Xiaolan had her own plans and didn't want to explain everything to Chen Qing. She vaguely said, I know you care about me, but right now my main task is to focus on studying for next year's college entrance exam. Don't waste your energy on unimportant people. As for me, I'm not afraid of rumors. As long as the teachers at the school don't cancel my exam eligibility, I believe the Xia family can't stop my education. Chen Qing was taken aback. Xiaolan's broad-mindedness made Chen Qing feel inadequate. Bothered by a little gossip? The Xia family has no right to do that. The school values you a lot. As long as you keep your grades stable, no one at County Number 1 High can bring you down. Chen Qing's thoughts became clear. The Xia family's attempts to tarnish Xiaolan's reputation were completely useless. If Xiaolan could get into college, possibly even a top one, the school would naturally protect her interests. County Number 1 High would stand by Xiaolan. What good would it do for the Xia family to make a fuss? The farmers from Dave village couldn't influence the decisions of County Number 1 High, nor could they stop Xiaolan from taking the college entrance exam next year. If Xiaolan gets into college, her future job will also be arranged by the government. The Xia family can only jump around in frustration. Upset? They'll just have to hold it in. Even if the Xia family has a female college student, who is very important in the countryside, once she leaves the Xia family and Day village, Xia Ziyu has no power to trouble Xiaolan. Chen Qing was not foolish. He had a grandfather, Chen Wangda, with rich life experience. With the level of education in Anqing County, Chen Qing had hope of getting into college, and his intelligence was above average. No matter how smart he is still a young man from a rural area in Anqing County, and his limited perspective restricts his thinking. He wants to help Xiaolan, but his idea is to use force to pressure the Xia family. Xiaolan's words opened his mind. As long as she is outstanding, what the Xia family says or does won't affect her life at all. In fact, once Xiaolan gets into college, she will have the freedom to soar, and then the Xia family should worry about how she will deal with them. The encouragement Xiaolan gave almost overwhelmed Chen Qing. The young man looked at her with joy and admiration. Xiaolan quickly said, Oh, I almost forgot. I need to take Tao to school. Let's talk later. Chen Qing opened his mouth to ask when Xiaolan would go to school, but she had already taken Tao away. Xiaolan dropped Tao off at the elementary school gate. Little Lu Zitao suddenly asked her, Sister, does Chen Qing want to date you? Xiaolan pinched his cheek, saying, You're too nosy. I don't want to date Chen Qing, so don't say that to anyone. Lu Zitao looked around to make sure no one was listening and whispered in her ear, Aunt Chen asked me yesterday where you went. I told her I didn't know, but if I did, I'd get candy. Tao referred to Chen Qing's mother as Aunt Chen. Xia Xiaolan ruffled Tao Tao's hair and said, "Go to class now. I know you're the smartest." Tao Tao beamed with pride and rushed into school. Xia Xiaolan's smile faded a bit. Aunt Chun is warm and friendly, but she has a gossiping nature. She doesn't mean any harm to Xia Xiaolan, but she doesn't understand the boundaries of personal relationships or privacy. Being too close, Aunt Chun thinks she can control Xia Xiaolan's whereabouts. Xia Xiaolan's desire to move to the city grows stronger. Qijiao village is too small and offers no better opportunities. She is Xia Xiaolan, an independent individual. Even if she likes Chun Qing, she doesn't want to be labeled as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family too soon. Besides, she doesn't have romantic feelings for Qin Qing, so why should she wander around the village and cause misunderstandings with the Qin family? She wonders if Hu Yongkai has helped her find a suitable place to live. She hopes the sweater she sent will be helpful. Hu Yongkai's wife really likes Xia Xiaolan. Usually, rural girls who come to visit relatives are not welcomed by Hu Yongkai's wife because she fears poor relatives will take advantage of her. But Xia Xiaolan is different. She came not to take advantage, but to offer help. Whether they are relatives or not doesn't matter. Visiting often can create a closer bond than blood relations. Hu Yongkai's wife was very happy to receive a sweater. That evening, she twirled in front of the mirror, growing fonder of the sweater. The weather was just right, so she wore it to work the next day. At the office, she noticed her rival wearing the same style, just in a different color. Hu Yongkai's wife felt unhappy, and her rival looked displeased too. "Can you believe our taste? You moved too fast." Hu Yongkai's wife huffed. "If I had known you had won, I wouldn't have worn it. Anyway, it was a gift." Her rival was surprised and skeptical. "Who gave you a sweater worth 35 yuan? This sweater was worth 35 yuan? To her, it felt more like a big deal than just a sweater, and she regretted her earlier words. Once she learned from her rival that the sweater was a new style from Yangcheng and a genuine export item, something that others had tried to buy but couldn't, Hu Yongkai's wife felt incredibly pleased. When she got home, she praised Xiaolan to Hu Yongkai, urging him to help find a place for her. She also started reaching out to her connections to gather information. While helping, the progress varied. Before Xiaolan could wait for Zhou Qing to return from the city, she found the new place she wanted to rent. Hu Yongkai found a rental house not far from his own. However, Hu Yongkai's home was in a unit building, while this house was a bungalow. Only Grandma Yu is left at her home. Her younger family members moved abroad years ago, and her husband didn't survive the tough years. Her house is quite spacious, but she has a strong personality. "If you think it's not suitable, I can look for something else." Grandma Yu was not just strong-willed. She had endured a lot. Originally, she had many ancestral properties, but she was only given this one house back. For her, it was her lifeline, and she hoped her family members abroad would return home, so she wanted to protect this little courtyard tightly. Nowadays, housing is tight everywhere. Hu Yongkai's job is quite lucrative, yet his family lives in a small 2-bedroom apartment, with several people squeezed into less than 60 square meters, already a good living situation these days. How big is Grandma Yu's house? It has 5 rooms plus a small courtyard, with an area of over 300 square meters. For a lonely elderly woman to live in a 300 square meter mansion, how shocking is that for neighbors who struggle to find enough space? Many people have their eyes on this house, but it seems that a certain leader is secretly looking out for Grandma Yu. Without her approval, no one can take this house away. Grandma Yu is in good health and has a job cleaning the streets, which helps her maintain her daily life. However, living alone can be quite lonely, and since others have failed in their plans to take her property, her neighbors are rather unfriendly towards her. Hu Yongkai's family barely has enough space, and he is quite proud. There is no conflict between the Hu family and Grandma Yu, but Hu Yongkai's wife accepted a sweater from Xia Xiaolan and boldly went to ask Grandma Yu if she could rent a room. Grandma Yu looked at Hu Yongkai's wife for a long time with her sharp eyes. The wife felt nervous and almost wanted to back out, but Grandma Yu finally said, "Is she from the countryside? Bring her over to take a look first." So today, Hu Yongkai brought Xia Xiaolan to see the house. It was not only to see if she liked it, but Grandma Yu had her own considerations too. Xia Xiaolan was very pleased with the house. She wanted to start a business, and renting a simple apartment wouldn't be convenient. This house has well-shaped rooms and a nice yard. The front gate is so wide that even a tricycle could fit through. The walls are high, and the gate is sturdy. The neighboring houses are single-story, and while they may not be as grand as Grandma Yu's, the high walls provide some privacy and a sense of security. She immediately liked the house and nodded gently at Hu Yongkai. From the moment Xia Xiaolan entered, Grandma Yu was openly assessing her. For other older women, Xia Xiaolan might not make a great first impression, but as a lonely old woman with no men in her home, not even a male dog, Grandma Yu didn't have to worry about Xia Xiaolan trying to attract anyone. In fact, she found Xia Xiaolan quite pleasant to look at. In the old days, the Yu family was a wealthy household in the business district, and Grandma Yu had enjoyed a good life, with concubines and maids. She had never seen anyone as beautiful as Xia Xiaolan. But what good is beauty if one lacks ability? Good looks can become a burden. Madam, it's quite a coincidence that my sister is interested in your house and wants to rent it. As for the price, you can name a number, and we can discuss it, Hu Yongkai said as the middleman. Grandma Yu raised an eyebrow. Hu Yongkai, is this girl not a relative of yours? Don't lie to an old woman. Let her tell me about herself. What nonsense about relatives. They must have received some benefit, and that's why the couple is so eager to help. Hu Yongkai smiled awkwardly, but Xia Xiaolan was not embarrassed. Grandma Yu was not easily fooled. She clearly understood Xia Xiaolan's background and still had the introduction letter. Xia Xiaolan was not a runaway from Kaijingshan village in Anqing County. I just want to find a place to stay in the city. Your house would be convenient for me to store some goods. If it suits me, I would like to rent 2 rooms and occasionally use your yard, she explained. The Yu family had 5 rooms, with the main room in the center and the living quarters on either side. Besides these, there was a small kitchen made of red bricks and an old-style toilet with white tiles outside. Xia Xiaolan wanted to rent this house because she had become a girl living in the rural 1980s. She could tolerate many things, but not the unsanitary outdoor toilet filled with flies. A simple wooden structure covered with a tarp or straw mat could serve as a toilet, and the wooden seat was uncomfortable. Xia Xiaolan felt that using it was like going into battle. She couldn't stand the poor conditions and worried about falling in. However, she couldn't express this. It was as if she had suddenly changed. The old Xia Xiaolan could endure it, so why did she feel she couldn't now? She was genuinely satisfied with Grandma Yu's house. After watching her for a while, Grandma Yu said, "You can have 2 rooms, but you need to pay me 20 yuan a month. You can use the yard and kitchen freely, and you are responsible for your own food and drink. The rent must be paid for 6 months in advance, and most importantly, you cannot bring any men to live with you. That's too expensive. 20 yuan a month for 2 rooms, plus 6 months rent in advance." Hu Yongkai thought about leaving with Xia Xiaolan. After all, she was living alone and could find a single room for just 10 yuan a month. But Xia Xiaolan calculated faster than Hu Yongkai. Was 20 yuan a month too much? For the newly reborn Xia Xiaolan, it felt like a lot, but for her now, it was just the profit from selling 1 piece of clothing. Even if she didn't sell clothes, Lu Fen could make that much selling oil residue in a day. She really liked this house and could afford the rent. I won't bring a man, but I might bring my mom to live with me. Is that okay? Hu Yongkai thought it wasn't worth it, but both the landlord and tenant seemed satisfied. As a witness, Hu Yongkai helped Xia Xiaolan and Grandma Yu write an agreement, and she paid 120 yuan in one go. She had found a place to stay in the city. Grandma Yu took the money and immediately handed Xia Xiaolan the keys to the house. Xia Xiaolan rented the 2 rooms on the right. When she unlocked the door, only one room had a bed frame, while the other was empty. Fortunately, the place was very clean, without dust or cobwebs. The walls were covered with newspapers, and if she didn't have high demands, Xia Xiaolan just needed to buy bedding to move in. Grandma Yu, let's take care of each other from now on. Xia Xiaolan felt very happy, but Grandma Yu just snorted heavily. Xia Xiaolan wasn't in a hurry to go back. She didn't find a place to stay in Anqing County because she discovered that Xia Changzhen, Zhang Cui, and Xia Hongxia were stationed there. Xia Xiaolan didn't want to have anything to do with them, so she directly rented a place in the commercial city. Staying away from troublesome people and things would definitely benefit her and Lu Fen's lives. She made the decision to rent the place first, and then went back to tell Lu Fen about it. Lu Fen was confused by Xia Xiaolan's approach. The mother and daughter had finally settled down in Kaijingshan village, and Qin Wangda had previously promised to allocate land for them. Why suddenly move to the provincial city? Xiaolan, what are you thinking? Xia Xiaolan wasn't keen on land. Building a house in the countryside didn't seem meaningful to her. She didn't plan to leave Lu Fen behind in the countryside. The original plan was to stay together wherever they went. The two of them relied on each other, and building a big house for Lu Fen in the countryside, while Xia Xiaolan enjoyed freedom outside, wasn't her intention of helping Lu Fen escape the Xia family. Do you think living in the countryside is good? Xia Xiaolan's question confused Lu Fen. Whether living in the countryside was good or not was something Lu Fen had never considered, as she had always lived in rural areas. Getting married only meant moving from Kaijingshan village to Daya village. Lu Fen was best at farming, not business or arguing with people. The land was a source of comfort for Lu Fen. If one day the government changed its policies and she couldn't run a business anymore, as long as there was still land, life would be hard, but she wouldn't starve. In the end, even though she had made some money recently, Lu Fen still lacked confidence about the future. But she wasn't someone who would refuse Xia Xiaolan, so Lu Fen could only use Li Fengmei as an excuse. If we move to the provincial city, what about your aunt and cousin? Xia Xiaolan had thought about this, but she believed it wasn't a reason to stop them from moving. Lu Yong thought the villagers would take care of her and Lu Fen, and Xia Xiaolan acknowledged that. But she knew she had to be independent eventually. She couldn't rely on her uncle for her whole life. We are going to the provincial city to do business, not to change our household registration. The village hasn't divided the land for us yet. Once we have a plot to build a house, we might have saved enough money in the city to return and build in the village. How can we earn money without leaving our hometown? In this day and age, even if Xia Xiaolan understands agricultural technology, the extremely low prices for agricultural products discourage her from staying in the countryside to farm and become wealthy. Besides, she knows nothing about farming. And it's just a trip to the city, not far from Qijing village. She can make the round trip in a day, and Xia Xiaolan believes Lu Fen can adapt to it. Hasn't Lu Fen been going to the city to deliver eels and sell oil residue lately? What about your studies? There are buses from the city to Anqing County. If I need to go to school, I can take the bus back. It's easier than the muddy road from the village to the county. Lu Fen had nothing to say. Go talk to your aunt. I can't bring it up myself. Lu Fen couldn't find a reason to stop her, and felt a bit unhappy. Xia Xiaolan quickly changed her tone. If you really don't want to move, I won't force you. But I've already rented a place in the city, and they won't refund my money. If I live alone there, no one will cook or clean for me. Lu Fen got anxious. I'll go with you. She cares so much for Xia Xiaolan. The thought of her possibly being hungry or cold, living alone and being taken advantage of, made her want to go without thinking twice. Every parent worries for their child. Li Fengmei wasn't surprised to hear that Xia Xiaolan rented a place in the city. Xia Xiaolan is determined and has found a good opportunity to make money. Why stay in the village? Your uncle asked me to take care of you. I think you're a lovable girl. With your mom living in the city, I won't have to worry about you. But you must promise not to forget your studies. Xia Xiaolan can earn over 1,000 in one trip to Yangqing. A college graduate might only earn a similar amount in a month, but the difference is that their life and work are stable and respectable. Li Fengmei fears that Xia Xiaolan might get distracted by the money from selling clothes and lose interest in college. How would she explain that to Lu Yong? Aunt, I know what's important. Li Fengmei poked her forehead. You should take the bicycle too. I can't ride it, and leaving it at home will just let it rust. It would be awkward to refuse if someone in the village wants to borrow it. Lu Yong's new car is used every day for transporting goods, making trips back and forth from the city to the countryside. The quality of the bicycle is quite good, but it has some scratches on the paint. It has helped Xia Xiaolan significantly with her initial capital. Xia Xiaolan doesn't plan to leave her old bicycle behind. She intends to buy a new one after making another trip to Yangcheng, while she and Lu Fen will continue using the old one. Li Fengmei is quite invested in this, and when Tao Tao has a day off from school, all four of them will go to the city. This is Lu Fen's first time in the provincial capital, and she is amazed by the impressive buildings, her mouth agape in surprise. Today, they are also moving their clothes. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen are shopping for bedding, while Xia Xiaolan is busy with Tao Tao. They each have their own room in the 2 rooms they rented. The beds don't need to be fancy. They will use red bricks for the corners and an old door plank on top, covered with thick bedding to make a bed. The table and wardrobe are also second-hand items from the municipal guest house. With a small payment, Hu Yongkai lets Xia Xiaolan choose whatever she wants. After several trips back and forth, the 2 rooms are gradually organized. Li Fengmei and Lu Fen are making the beds and cleaning the tables. They both feel that this place, pieced together with second-hand goods, is quite nice, especially since they haven't spent much money. Xiaolan didn't put you in an apartment, but this place isn't too far off. City life requires money, but it also offers convenience. Looking at the toilet at the Yu family's place, Li Fengmei wonders if her family should save money to move to the city. She is thinking about the county town, but Xia Xiaolan has set her sights much higher. The schools in the provincial capital are better than those in the county. If Tao Tao can attend school here, he will have a significant advantage over the children in the countryside. Li Fengmei is a bit tempted, but Tao Tao has a rural household registration. Can he really study in the provincial capital? Xia Xiaolan isn't very knowledgeable about this either. Solutions can be found, and without a household registration, one cannot attend school. However, it seems that in a few years, the government might ease restrictions on converting rural to urban household registrations. By then, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain an urban household registration. Until then, Tao Tao can borrow a spot in a school in the provincial capital. If he builds a solid foundation, he won't have to worry about where he studies in the future. Creak, Grandma, you returned with a broom. You're back. Today my aunt came to help with the move, and you haven't eaten yet, right? We made some dumplings. A few dumplings aren't worth much, but Grandma Yu's attitude is cold. When you rented the place, you said it was for 2 people. The house was rented to 2 rural women, and Granny Yu wasn't worried. But if another woman and a child moved in, would there be men coming too? As a lonely old woman, she feared being taken advantage of by a family. Li Fengmei noticed that Granny Yu was hard to get along with and quickly explained, Annie, I still have pigs to take care of at home, so I can't stay overnight in the city. Granny Yu didn't accept the dumplings that Xia Xiaolan and the others offered and went to cook for herself. Li Fengmei indeed had no plans to stay overnight in the city. She was alone at home and worried about thieves. After taking care of the 2 pigs for over 6 months, it would break her heart if they were stolen just before they were ready to sell. It was only 3 in the afternoon, and Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen planned to stay at Granny Yu's house that night, so they took Li Fengmei to the bus station. Tao Tao was reluctant to leave the provincial city. Everything here was so new and different from their poor rural life. Sister, I'll bring you to study in the city one day. For now, just go home and focus on your classes. Don't get distracted. The students in the city are very competitive, and you need to keep up with them. Xia Xiaolan was bold and directly moved to the provincial city. Before she left, she asked Chen Wangda for a few letters of introduction to make her move to Yangcheng easier. Xia Xiaolan quickly settled in, leaving Chen Dazhao surprised. Why did she move? I haven't heard of any relatives from the Lu family. Lu Yong's sister married into Lin County and hasn't been in touch for years. Where could Xia Xiaolan and Lu Fen be living? Chen Laoda wasn't very concerned. He knew Xia Xiaolan was organized and had communicated with Chen Wangda about her move. Even Chen Laoda's father had no objections, so Chen Laoda felt the same way. Why worry? Where could she go? Her household registration is still in the village. Not many people like Lu Yong go out to work these days, but some do. Chen Wangda didn't restrict villagers' movements, and Chen Laoda thought his wife was being too controlling. Chen Dazhao muttered, could it be that they haven't divided their land and are unhappy? She even suspected that Xia Xiaolan had found a partner and moved in with Lu Fun to the man's family. But thinking it through, that seemed unlikely. Who would be generous enough to take in their mother-in-law? Chen Dazhao was curious about Xia Xiaolan's activities. Meanwhile, on the Xia family's side, Zhang Cui and Xia Changzheng were also struggling to accept the news they had heard. Xia Xiaolan had actually transferred to County No. 1 High School and was preparing for next year's college entrance exam. It wasn't due to any connection with the man. She had genuinely passed the transfer exam for County No. 1 High School.
How could that be?
Those who get into college are like stars from the sky. The star of literature was reborn in the Xia family, landing in Zhang Cui's belly, and only she was worthy of raising a college daughter. Lu Fun is nothing. She can't even give birth to a son, and Zhang Cui has always looked down on her. Now that Xia Xiaolan wants to go to college, Zhang Cui finds it laughable. Not only laughable, but she also feels a bit scared. Her dad, what if that troublesome girl really gets into college? What kind of person is Xia Xiaolan? If she could study, she wouldn't have stopped after middle school. In the past, Xia Xiaolan was a foolish girl, and Zhang Cui suspects that when Xia Xiaolan was with Wang Jianhua, he helped her with her studies. Wang Jianhua is her future son-in-law, and Ziyu says he'll be successful in the future. Zhang Cui is proud that her daughter can catch someone like him. But Wang Jianhua and Xia Xiaolan have a complicated relationship, and Zhang Cui is wary of them rekindling their connection. Why does Xia Xiaolan suddenly want to go to college? Could it be that Wang Jianhua in the capital has contacted her? Wang Jianhua has Ziyu now but still thinks about Xia Xiaolan. Xia Changzheng is also troubled. Don't tell Ziyu about this. That troublesome girl cannot rise again. She hates the Xia family. Their methods against Xia Xiaolan are not honorable, but so what? The Xia family is poor, and they can only support one college student. Their daughter, Xia Ziyu, is doing well, so the Xia family should focus on nurturing her. If Xia Xiaolan hadn't misbehaved, they wouldn't have any openings. When she crashed into the wall and almost died, it seemed like an end to it all. But she didn't die, and after waking up, she disrupted their plans step by step. Living under the same roof, the troublesome girl can only let them manipulate her, not wanting Lu Fun to have the courage to divorce and take Xia Xiaolan far away. Whether it's Xia Changzheng or Zhang Cui, if they want to do something to Xia Xiaolan now, it would be unjustifiable. Xia Xiaolan wants to go to college. How can that be? Although she might not get in, Xia Changzheng and Zhang Cui cannot take that risk. Zhang Cui also stopped mentioning sending Xia Hongxia back to Daya Village. She wants to keep Xia Hongxia around to create trouble for Xia Xiaolan if necessary. Meanwhile, Zhang Cui urges Xia Changzheng to find a way to cancel Xia Xiaolan's transfer eligibility at the county high school. What would it take for the county high school to expel a student? Zhang Cui complains that Xia Changzheng is useless. Why haven't you been in touch with Principal Sun since Ziyu went to school in the capital? Natsuko Yu knows Principal Sun from County No. 1 High School, and he appreciates her hard work and dedication to her studies. He is aware that she comes from a rural background, where her family values boys over girls. Her mother, Zhang Cui, runs a small food stall to support Natsuko's education. Principal Sun even helped her mother secure a good location for her stall near the school. Natsuko got accepted into a university in the capital, so she left the local matters to Xia Changzheng and Zhang Cui. However, Xia Changzheng did not have much education himself. At home, he could assert his authority as the older brother over his two younger siblings, but he felt out of place in front of educated people like Principal Sun. He preferred mingling with street vendors who offered him flattery and enjoyed drinking and eating with people from the meat processing plant, where he could get affordable meat and less valuable animal parts, which made him feel important. However, he realized he could not ignore Principal Sun any longer. With just a word from the principal, it would be easy to expel a troublesome student. Xia Changzheng decided to build a friendship with him. Xia Xiaolan happily moved to the city, and Xia Changzheng brought a pig's hind leg to Principal Sun's house under the cover of darkness. Principal, Natsuko sent a letter saying she misses you and asked me to visit you on her behalf. Natsuko had only graduated a few months ago and was still fresh in Principal Sun's memory. A principal who is remembered by a former student who got into college shows he is well-liked. Principal Sun was pleased. "You must be Natsuko's father. Come in and tell me how she is doing now." Principal Sun declined the pig's hind leg that Xia Chongjing brought. Xia Chongjing rubbed his hands together, saying, "There's not much good stuff in the countryside. This is from a pig we slaughtered at home, especially saved for you. If you don't accept it, I won't feel good." Xia Chongjing had a trustworthy appearance, looking like a simple farmer. Principal Sun sighed and accepted the gift. They talked for a while about Natsuko's situation, and Xia Chongjing was smart enough not to mention Xia Xiaolan on his first visit. Principal Sun offered to have him stay for a meal, but he declined, saying he was busy with work at the store. Principal Sun preferred elegant gifts, like quality notebooks, fountain pens, or rare books, which are the usual gifts he would receive. Even someone less clever would know that gifts like cigarettes, alcohol, or a pig's hind leg are only given in rural settings. He understood that it was tough for rural kids to go to school and had no intention of accepting chickens or eggs from others. Is their family facing business troubles? You should find out more another day. Principal Sun's words were directed at his wife. Compared to books that can't be eaten, the principal's wife found the pig's hind legs quite practical. What trouble could we run into? Zhang's snack shop is doing so well that their daily earnings could match your monthly salary. What about the principal of the Key High School in Anqing County? He earns less than the owner of a roadside snack shop. Of course, the principal's wife wouldn't want to run a snack shop herself. In these turbulent times, Principal Sun was seen as an outdated figure. Now, after a few years of college entrance exams being reinstated, he is the head of the county's Key High School. Although his salary isn't high, the Sun family is well respected. If she needs something done, the principal's wife just has to hint at it, and someone will take care of it for her. As for individual businesses, they are unpredictable, and there are many times like today when she needs to ask for help. Uncertain why the Xia family suddenly reached out, the principal's wife decided to listen to her husband and find a time to inquire. Zhou Cheng had been delayed in the city for a few days and was unaware of Xia Xiaolan's move. However, Zhou Cheng wasn't in a hurry. He had saved his uncle Liu Yong, and no matter where Xia Xiaolan moved, she wouldn't forget about her uncle. Liu Yong thought Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei looked like smugglers, but they were not. Their activities were more like opportunistic trading. Liu Yong, on the other hand, was genuinely involved in smuggling. A bricklayer doesn't earn much, and Liu Yong was not content with an ordinary life. He wanted to make quick, big money. He spent over half a year figuring out the trade, and indeed made some money. He wasn't just transporting goods. He had invested in the business, putting all his earnings into the cargo. This time, being intercepted on the road, he lost at least half of the wealth he had built up over months. It hurt, but at least he saved his life. It's worth noting that the other two people with him were killed on the spot. Smuggling can be profitable, but is risky. Liu Yong, having experienced it firsthand, was against Xia Xiaolan and Zhou Cheng dating. Zhou Cheng claimed he worked in a confidential unit, but Liu Yong refused to believe it. Zhou Cheng didn't explain further, just waited for Liu Yong to be discharged from the hospital. He and Kong Wei planned to take Liu Yong along when unloading the goods. Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei drove a Dongfeng truck, with the back filled with boxes. They unloaded the cargo in the city and loaded more goods before leaving. What were they loading? When Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei checked the cargo, Liu Yong's heart raced. It was cigarettes, boxes and boxes of them. Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei cleared out the cigarettes that had quotas in the city, but were hard to sell locally, bringing them back to sell in their original market. The price difference for a pack of cigarettes may seem small, but they are not just carrying one pack or even one carton. They have an entire train car full of cigarettes, from various brands. Each pack surely earns more than just a dime. How many connections has Zhou Cheng made? He is constantly loading and unloading goods, frequently switching boxes in the back of the train car. Boxes of cigarettes are taken off the train, and new boxes are filled to restock the car. This kind of business definitely requires sharing profits. Zhou Cheng and his team act as middlemen, relying on others for sourcing and distribution. Even if only a dime of profit reaches Zhou Cheng, a carton brings in $1, and a big box can easily hold hundreds of cartons. The back of a Dongfeng car could hold thousands of cigarettes. It's not just a few $1,000s for one trip. They stop at every major city along the way, traveling from the capital to Shanghai and back. Lu Yong can't even calculate how many cartons they can sell or how much money they can make. Smugglers don't make this much profit. If this business solely belonged to Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei, they must be incredibly wealthy. Lu Yong is confused and curious about Zhou Cheng and Kong Wei's backgrounds. Are they desperate men or well-connected? Without connections, they wouldn't be able to run this business. Kong Wei respects Zhou Cheng, but who exactly is Zhou Cheng? Lu Yong is not at ease. With someone like Zhou Cheng interested in Xiaolan, will he really let her go without trying to win her over? The Lu family is small and has no ability to confront Zhou Cheng. Lu Yong doesn't have high hopes for his niece's future with Zhou Cheng. Even if Zhou Cheng has good intentions, their different backgrounds make it hard for them to last. On the way back, Lu Yong becomes increasingly silent. Zhou Cheng speaks plainly. This business is quite profitable, but I won't do it for long. What about you, uncle? Do you plan to continue in your old line of work? Lu Yong grits his teeth. I'll pull out the rest of my capital. I can't risk this line of work anymore. Lu Yong is not timid. He knew the risks before entering the business. But this time, he nearly lost his life, which serves as a wake-up call. No one wants to die. If he were to pass away, leaving behind a family with a 6-year-old child, they would be vulnerable to mistreatment. How much capital do you think you can still pull together, uncle? Zhou Cheng isn't short on money, so Lu Yong isn't worried about him coveting his small savings. He decides to be honest. Most of it has been lost here. If I withdraw now, I might get around 5,000 if I'm lucky, or just about 3,000. Lu Yong feels regret. Kong Wei, however, admires him a bit. Lu Yong, compared to Qingzi or even Kong Wei, simply doesn't have the same natural advantages. Looking at his physique, he isn't suited for fighting or tough tasks. In just 6 months, he managed to earn some money, relying entirely on his intelligence and courage. If it were Kong Wei, without Zhou Cheng's support, he would just be working a regular job in the capital, earning just enough to get by each month, often relying on his loving grandmother for extra help to avoid being too strapped for cash. Zhou Cheng's detailed questions were meant to encourage Lu Yong to invest his remaining funds into the cigarette business. Uncle, you should think about it. I believe partnering with Kong Wei on this should work out fine. Kong Wei had no objections. Zhou Cheng couldn't keep avoiding work forever. Once Zhou Cheng left, Kong Wei wouldn't take over Zhou Cheng's share. With Xia Xiaolan becoming his sister-in-law, Lu Yong would be Zhou Cheng's real uncle, making Kong Wei more comfortable involving Lu Yong in the business. Was Lu Yong tempted? His heart raced, and within a minute or two, his clothes were soaked. The sweat irritated his back wounds, causing both pain and itchiness. Despite the temptation, Lu Yong managed to reject the offer. He couldn't accept money that seemed to fall from the sky. Zhou Cheng might not mind, but Lu Yong didn't want to compromise his niece for money. He had once become wealthy but ended up losing most of it, leaving him with just a few thousand, which he might not even be able to access. Did that not hurt him? With those few thousand, he could invest in other businesses. Quick money from smuggling couldn't compare to the steady earnings from Zhou Cheng's cigarette trade, which he felt more secure spending. Zhou Cheng laughed when he heard this, saying, "Uncle, you and Xiaolan really are family. So, what if they were from the countryside?" Both Xia Xiaolan and Lu Yong had their own pride. Xia Xiaolan was smart enough to know that she couldn't just flatter Zhou Cheng and expect to get rich. When Zhou Cheng offered her a stake in the business, she flatly refused. Now, Zhou Cheng was inviting Lu Yong, who had faced a significant setback, to invest. Even free money, Lu Yong firmly turned down. Zhou Cheng felt they truly were family. Lu Yong found it puzzling, but Zhou Cheng didn't explain further. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng missed Xia Xiaolan intensely. His longing for her had never stopped and was especially strong at that moment. He didn't want to stop on the road, driving straight to Anqing County, eager to take Lu Yong home since he was injured. The car sped into Qijia village, where Lu Yong brought Zhou Qing to his home. After saving Xia Xiaolan last time, Zhou Qing was clearly aiming to appear in her life, with a more legitimate identity this time. What could Lu Yong do? He couldn't refuse and had to respectfully invite his two lifesavers back home. When Lu Yong left, he mentioned he would be gone for at least 2 months, but unexpectedly, he returned after just 2 weeks. Although his skin was dark, he had lost a lot of blood and looked weak, with pale lips and unsteady on his feet. Li Fengmei was very worried, asking, "What happened to you?" Lu Yong looked inside the house and asked, "Where is Xiaolan?" "Xiaolan moved to Shanda 2 days ago. She said it's more convenient in the city." "She moved away?" Lu Yong felt happy at first, but then Zhou Qing, who came to see Xiaolan, ended up disappointed. Zhou Qing felt down, while Lu Yong was pleased. Li Fengmei couldn't understand this feeling. She was just curious about who Zhou Qing and Kang Wei were, as she had never met them before. Lu Yong cleared his throat. "I ran into some trouble while I was out. Thankfully, these 2 comrades saved my life. I don't even know how to thank them." Lu Yong didn't want to talk about it. He couldn't hide the wound on his back. At night, when he shared a bed with Li Fengmei, everything would be exposed once he took off his clothes. If he confessed, he could still keep some details vague. Li Fengmei immediately cried. He had almost lost his life, and she nearly became a widow. Their son, Tao Tao, almost became an orphan. How could she not cry? After crying, she insisted Lu Yong should not go earn that money again, and then she remembered she needed to thank the 2 lifesavers. "Comrades, I don't know how to thank you. You didn't just save Lu, you saved our family." Li Fengmei wiped her tears and wanted to invite Zhou Qing and Kang Wei for dinner. But Zhou Qing suddenly remembered. The doctor said Uncle Lu's wound needs to be checked regularly. "We were in such a hurry that we forgot to check it on the way. Auntie, don't worry about dinner. Kang Wei and I need to go to Shanda to unload anyway, so we can take Uncle Lu to the hospital. The conditions at the Shanda People's Hospital are better than in the county." Lu Yong widened his eyes. What nonsense about checking the wound. He definitely wanted to see Xiaolan. Li Fengmei nodded vigorously at Zhou Cheng's suggestion, thinking how considerate he was, and decided to go to Shandu with Lu Yong. She wouldn't feel at ease unless she heard the doctor's words herself. She asked a friendly neighbor to help watch her son. "If Lu Yong and I don't come home tonight, Tao Tao can sleep at your place." The neighbor didn't understand the situation but saw Zhou Qing and Kang Wei driving and thought Lu Yong's family life had really changed, so they readily agreed. Li Fengmei took all the remaining money at home and forced the unwilling Lu Yong to get on the bus. Kang Wei secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking Qingzi was really impressive, quickly taking control of the situation with just a few words. He thought Zhou Qing would embarrassingly call Li Fengmei aunt upon seeing her, but he was surprised that Zhou Qing even changed how he addressed Lu Yong. Zhou Qing thought to himself that Lu Yong knew his background, and men didn't need to pretend. Being sincere was best. But older female relatives usually preferred someone mature and composed, so he definitely couldn't act recklessly in front of Li Fengmei. The 4 of them headed straight to the city. Zhou Qing was clever. He casually steered the conversation off track. Li Fengmei jumped into the trap, saying she wanted to find Xia Xiaolan to go to the hospital, likely to unite Xia Xiaolan and Lu Feng against Lu Yong, trying to stop him from making dangerous money. Lu Yong watched his wife and followed Zhou Cheng's lead, revealing Xia Xiaolan's new address completely. What a foolish woman. Lu Yong silently pounded his chest in frustration, but it was useless. The big Dongfeng stopped at Grandma Yu's house. Li Fengmei knocked on the door, and Lu Feng answered. "Big brother, you're back?" Lu Yong replied with a grunt and naturally introduced Zhou Qing and Kang Wei. When he mentioned his injury, Lu Feng would surely shed tears. Grandma Yu had many rules, so Lu Feng couldn't just invite everyone inside. However, there was no time to entertain. They needed to take Lu Yong to the hospital first. Xia Xiaolan hadn't shown up at all. When Li Fengmei asked, Lu Feng said Xia Xiaolan had gone to Anqing County today. "There's an exam at school today. She went there first and plans to go to Yangcheng, and she even bought her train ticket for tomorrow. Kangwei felt a bit sorry for Qingzi. Was today destined for him not to meet his future sister-in-law? Knowing Xia Xiaolan's address in the provincial city eased Zhou Cheng's impatience. He memorized Grandma Yu's house number and didn't mention wanting to see Xia Xiaolan. Instead, he helped Lu Yong get to the People's Hospital in the city, running around to assist. Li Fengmei was extremely grateful, and Lu Fen had a very good impression of him. While traveling, the car was uncomfortable, and although Zhou Qing used it as an excuse, Lu Yong's wound was indeed serious. The doctor gave him anti-inflammatory medication and advised him to rest. After a long time at the hospital, it was late. Zhou Cheng and Lu Yong discussed staying at a guest house for the night. Lu Fen disagreed, saying, Xiaolan must have returned home from Anqing. I need to go back and check. Zhou Cheng was very sincere. Then I'll take you home, Auntie. Lu Fen felt embarrassed. It's so late. I don't want to trouble you. I can walk back myself. I know the way. It's just a small thing, Auntie. Please don't be polite with me. To be honest, I feel a special connection with you. You look a lot like my mom. I've been away for a long time and haven't talked to her. I really miss her. With Zhou Cheng saying this, how could Lu Fen refuse? Soft-hearted Lu Fen had already imagined Zhou Cheng as a young man who worked hard away from home and couldn't visit often. Lu Yong silently scolded Zhou Cheng for being shameless, while Kang Wei felt dizzy. Zhou Cheng was really good at telling tall tales. Lu Fen was thin and unassuming, clearly just an honest rural woman. Zhou Cheng's mother, on the other hand, was a dignified lady. Zhou Cheng was handsome, just like his mother. As Zhou Cheng drove home with passengers, the dim streetlights illuminated the sound of jingling bells. Xia Xiaolan rode her bicycle. Emerging from the glow of the streetlight, her fair face and two casually tied braids looking playful and cute. She noticed a big Dongfeng parked at the entrance, and the license plate looked familiar. Zhou Cheng? Comrade Xiaolan. Zhou Cheng strode over, holding back the urge to hug Xia Xiaolan. He had already used up all his acting skills for the rest of his life. What are you doing here? Xia Xiaolan thought. Why is he stealing my lines? Not only did he take her lines, but he also seriously called her Comrade Xiaolan. Did Zhou Cheng hit his head? Lu Fen got out of the back seat, and Lu Yong and Li Fengmei appeared. Xia Xiaolan was confused about what was happening, while Lu Yong understood everything. Lu Fen and Li Fengmei were puzzled. Xiaolan, do you know Zhou Cheng?
Huh?
Should she act like she didn't know Zhou Cheng? Xia Xiaolan blinked at Zhou Cheng, hoping for a hint. Zhou Cheng felt her eyelashes were almost melting his heart. He almost confessed to Lu Fen and Li Fengmei that he was interested in Xia Xiaolan and wanted to marry her right away. Lu Yong pinched his nose to help Zhou Cheng and Xia Xiaolan out. Xiaolan, you know Zhou Cheng. The two kind comrades who helped you when you sprained your ankle must be Zhou Cheng and Kang Wei, right? Lu Yong knew the whole story because Lu Fen and Li Fengmei were unaware of the incident where Xia Xiaolan was almost in trouble. Now that it was all over, revealing it would only worry them. With Lu Yong's words, Xia Xiaolan knew how to respond. It seems that her mother and aunt still don't know about the trouble, but her uncle said he wouldn't be back for 2 months. How did Zhou Qing end up with them?